It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now here comes Curtis Samuel. Handoff Robinson up the middle of the line. Heading towards the goal line and in! Touchdown! Touchdown Washington! The first career rushing touchdown for Brian Robinson Jr.
We did get some points.
Barely.
Much to the satisfaction of Al Michaels. Barely. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Happy Friday, y'all. Are you... Choppy?
These stupid lights, man.
Choppy looked a hot mess this morning. Someone bring a hat in here for this man.
I can't see.
First up,
stupid lights.
First up, he walks in. He says there's a slowdown on 30. You say you got a lot of sleep. You had a possible roofie incident, it sounded like, on the couch. And now you're sitting in here without a hat, blinded by the lights.
Stupid lights that Carter threw in here.
He's holding his hand up. He's holding his hand up on the fan
I
cam,
can't see.
Twitch and YouTube. What happened to you?
I have absolutely no idea. Okay. I wake up at 3:30 this morning. I'm on the couch.
Uh-oh.
And I walk in the bedroom. I asked Sarah, I was like, did you throw me out of bed? Did I get in a fight or something? She's like, no. I said, she goes, why? I go, why the hell am I on the couch? Why am I sleeping on the couch? She goes, you were? Because I was in bed.
You were in bed.
I was in bed.
Oh, I thought you were watching the game on the couch or something.
She goes, were you clothed? And I go, no, I was just in my boxers, which is more than I normally wear. TMI. Oh. And she's like, well, what happened? I go, I have no idea.
So you have no idea. You don't remember getting up out of bed when you did it and going to the couch and for what reason?
No idea.
No idea.
No idea.
Did you drink last night?
No. I mean, I had a drink.
Oh, was it?
It was just a whiskey.
Oh, okay.
It was just a whiskey drink. It was not a vodka drink or a lager drink or a cider drink.
Okay.
For those that know. So I just, I wake up. It's 3:30 in the morning, and I wake up like, what the hell am I doing?
Carter, get this on the fan cam. Get this.
My God, this is awful.
Get this picture.
I can't see.
Were you running on no sleep? Ready for a body crash? Exhausted?
No, nothing like that. I just, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I woke up and I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I come into bed and she's like, I don't know what's going on. I come back to bed. I'm like, okay, so I go back to bed. And then, this morning I leave the house and I just forget my hat. And now I'm like, I've noticed this about 6 miles into the drive. And I'm like, crap, this is going to be a nightmare because these stupid lights, they won't turn them off. If Carter would just turn these lights off, I would be able to put my hand down. Instead, I'm looking like some bird watcher out
Your
here.
right arm is going to get a workout today.
It's going to be so tired. I've already had to change arms twice. This is going to be a nightmare for me.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. We're live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let me see if I have an extra hat over
Just
here.
some sunny.
What size are you? I guess on my car. What size?
What size? I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, it's not a
7
terrible
and 3/8.
question.
7 and
7
3/8,
3/8,
maybe.
okay.
Are all of your hats fitted?
some are, not all.
Well, then bring in the ones that aren't.
Oh,
Bring me a pair of sunnies for all I care.
You got to do the show in sunglasses. I know you got sunglasses in your car.
I definitely have 4 pair.
Okay. That I think today,
that'll be fun.
I think today I'll call for it. Maybe Carter goes downstairs and gets the sunglasses.
Oh man,
that could be pimp.
that could be pimp.
Very big. Where those Tyreek Hill, those free Oakleys you got from our health insurance. You can do that.
I got those the other day, 2 days ago.
Okay. 12. Maybe you can put the microphone lower and just look down. You don't have to look into the lights. There you go.
Look down like this.
So you can shield yourself. So that is the start. It's a Friday, y'all. Mike McCarthy is going to join us at 6:30. We got Mike Tirico on the show at 8:20. Nick Eatman and Bobby Belt. 12-7 last night. So Al Michaels is just openly mocking the Thursday Night Football product. He's destroying it. He's all over social media. People saying when they first score a touchdown in this game, Al should say, "Do you believe in miracles?" There was a minus $3,000 bet out there that he retires at halftime.
Good one.
People were showing old school Al Michaels pictures from the last time someone scored on Thursday night, and the Commanders end up winning 12-7. Commanders radio with that call. Brian Robinson, at least you got one nice storyline.
Yeah.
Brian Robinson, his second game after being shot multiple times in the leg, scores the TD for the Commanders.
Fantastic story. A great story. What an awful game, though. There's so many little stats that I saw in this game that I saw online this morning about how absolutely inept both of these teams were. For starters, the Bears defense held Washington to 214 yards.
Oh, my Lord.
12 points and 2 of 11 on third down. And they lost. The Bears had a drive. There was a drive that took 10 plays.
By Castellanos, the deep left field.
Yeah. 10 plays, 27 yards, and 5 minutes off the clock.
A 10-play drive for 27 yards?
The Bears were down by 5. Okay? It was a 10-play drive for 27 yards that took 4:53 off the clock, and it resulted in a turnover on downs.
They had 2 red zone opportunities. Justin Fields had a pass deflected for a pick, and then they get stopped on 4th and 1.
Yeah. There was a point in this game where Washington was outgained 133-16, and it was still scoreless.
Wow.
This was such an awful contest.
Horrible. Awful. So the Commanders stop a 4-game losing streak. We're going to get to the stars and Major League Baseball, of course, here in just a second. But the storyline of this one is Ron Rivera after. So Dan Snyder, man, do y'all see how Dan Snyder looks? He's dyed his hair. He's looking like all disheveled, sitting in the middle of two executives in the Commanders' box. Well, in that ESPN report yesterday, it said that Dan Snyder interfered and wanted to acquire Carson Wentz. Mm-hmm. Ron Rivera took exception to that, and everything that has happened in D.C. with him and Wentz and all the losing, and he exploded and walked off after.
Honestly, I'm gonna speak my mind for a second. It's been hard. It really has. You lose 4 games in a row, and everybody wants to get you, just get on you. And they've played their asses off. They have. They played their asses off for everybody. They come out and they show up. They work hard. All right. They don't complain. Okay. They hear all this stuff and they got to deal with it. I get that. And I respect them for that because they're resilient. They come back. Everybody keeps wanting to say, I didn't want anything to do with Carson. Well, I'm the guy that pulled out the sheets of paper, that looked at the analytics, that watched the tape in the when we were at Indianapolis. Okay. And that's what pisses me off. Because the young man doesn't deserve to have that all the time. I'm sorry, I'm done.
Wow.
Like his back was to the turned to the side. It was weird. It's like to the side and everything.
What you just heard and what you saw last night, that was the end of Ron Rivera in Washington. He will not be back next year as the head coach. Unless Snyder loses the team and they need some type of stabilizing force, that's my only caveat. You heard the curse of Dan Snyder finally break Ron Rivera. When Rivera took over, it was, we got to be worried about some respect now. Like this guy, he's a stand-up dude. He's not going to put up with all the typical BS and toxicity in that organization. And what you saw over the course of this past week was that man cracking and finally snapping. And it happens to all of us if you're dealing with stress. Build up, boom! And the curse of the Commanders finally broke Ron Rivera.
It did.
And he will not be back unless Dan Snyder loses the team. That's my prediction.
If Dan loses the team, I mean, they'll probably they'll make a change when the new owner comes in. That's the only reason. That's it. Other than that, I can't imagine that he's back. Although, doesn't Dan like some of the pressure being off him? Which it may be. It's going to be focused more on.
I don't know if it is
Ron
after
Rivera.
yesterday.
Right.
I don't know if it is after yesterday and all the fallout. Dan Snyder sort of responds. Al Michaels talks about this incident. People are putting a lot of weight on Al's words because he's, what do they call him? The
33rd owner.
33rd owner. He's always at Jerry's party. He's tight with everybody. He is one of the godfathers of the NFL. We'll get to that at 6:20. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. But how about that beginning to the Dallas Stars season? It happened again in the armpit. And number 26 has come out for Desean Watson. It's a foot. Are we getting any advice for you?
Sunglasses.
Sunglasses?
Yeah.
All right.
I gotta get some sunnies or something, man. I can't see.
Sunnies.
Sit here like
It's
this
a
the whole time.
Football Friday edition. Just getting started with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
skills won't last.
Suter sends it down low, waiting for the shot. There it is! And he scores! Wyatt Johnson with his first NHL goal at just 19 years of age.
That was off a great pass last night on ESPN+. How about the beginning of the season for the Dallas Stars? It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. They go into Nashville and smack around the Predators. This was all Stars, 4-1. Nashville is previously undefeated. How about Mason Marchment, the new addition? He scored that 1-on-3 goal. He had the second one on the power play, and what a debut for Dallas.
Yeah, it is. It's a great way to start a season off. Really is. And then you come home for tomorrow night and for the home opener against the same team, which, you know, they've been known to do that in the NHL over the last few years. Great win for the Stars in the season opener.
We got hats.
Got a couple of options here. Great job by Carter. Thank God. I was going to be blind by about 6:05. I don't know that I can wear the other one. Okay? So
Hold it up for the fan cam.
So this is, I don't know what hat this is.
That's a Deep Ellum hat. Be careful. That could get you shot. That could get you shot more than the other hat.
The other one.
Peyton, let's test your vision. Can you read that? What does that say?
Make country
Real
again?
Yeah.
Make country real again. So, you know, that's country music hat.
It's country music hat. I think it's a little flat, though. I don't like a flat hat.
Okay.
Can you lean it forward some, though? Can you, like, you know, not... Because do you put the hat on your whole head, or do you, like, lift it up a little bit?
No. What?
Like do you put the hat all the way down, or do you, like, leave
like
it
a
up?
normal person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, some people wear it.
You know,
up.
like kind of like this.
Yeah.
You know?
I was wondering if you could, like, lean it forward a little bit, but, I mean...
But that says Aaron Lewis on the back, so that's a country music hat.
Yeah.
I don't know if people would take it that way on the fan cam.
Well, they're idiots then. I have no time for idiocy.
That hat, you can't put anything on the front of that hat.
You can't wear a red hat anymore.
You can't wear a red
You're
hat.
not allowed to. I guess that's the rule. So we switched the other day. Thank you, though. Thank God.
That was interesting. That was entertaining. So the Stars get off to a fantastic start to their season on ESPN+. Who was that play-by-play voice, by the way? Play that clip one more time, please, Peyton.
Suter sends it down low, waiting for the shot. There it is! And he scores! Wyatt Johnson with his first NHL goal at just 19 years of age.
People were wondering who that was last night.
That's Leah Hextall. Ron's cousin.
Are you making that up?
No, Ron Hextall. I think he played for the Flyers.
Yeah, I know
Years.
Ron Hextall.
Yeah.
I don't know him personally.
No, I don't know personally. But he was with the Flyers, I think. And that's evidently that's her cousin. It's her cousin.
Okay, so that was the beginning for the local hockey season. The home opener is tomorrow. RJ Choppy will be there. Eric, when did you get Stephen A to join the show? That's a forehead joke on Choppy.
Oh, is that? I saw that.
That's a five-head joke. Baseball divisional round. It happened again in the armpit.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out on a curveball. And that is the ball game. The Houston Astros go up 2-0 in the best-of-5 American League Division Series, defeating the Seattle Mariners by a final of 4-2.
Yordan Alvarez homers again when they're down late.
In a normal year, he had a real shot at the MVP this year. Like, there was a point in the season he had a real shot in a normal year.
In a normal year?
Well, when there's no Shohei Ohtani or Aaron Judge hitting 62. Like, Yordan was amazing this year, and it stretches. And in this...
306, 37 home runs, 97 runs batted in.
Yeah.
He was second in the league in OPS.
Yeah, he's fantastic. They're saying that home run he had the other night in Game 1 was the biggest home run in playoff history. It had the largest, that home run, they say.
Not Joe Carter's.
I know, right? Had the largest swing in win probability.
Oh.
Because they had a 9%, it had a 91% win probability swing to it. Now, I would guess that, like, there's other home runs that have happened, but those have, like, tied games and stuff, not necessarily, like, won games for you. They've had walk-off home runs when you're down, though. This one they said was that big. So, and then he did this yesterday.
Yeah.
So the guy's a monster. Absolute monster. I don't know why he pitched to him.
And then, of course, as you said, the Yankees were rained out.
They were rained out, and baseball, look, this was such an unavoidable situation. I don't know why they had a day off in between. Rob Manfred wanted all the playoff games to start the same day. He said, let's go get this ratings bonanza. Come on, guys, we're all going to get ones. It'll be great. All right, we're all going to get ones here. We're going to throw these games out all on the same day. Instead of starting the AL on a Tuesday and the NL on the Wednesday, okay? I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they decided to start them all on the same day and then take the AL, give them the short end of the stick. And now, today, so last night they ran the Yankees Guardians game out, and they're going to play that game at 1 o'clock today. Well, that's a huge break for Cleveland. There's going to be nobody there. And if there is, they're not going to be drunk. They're not going to be loud. They're not going to be into it. It's a day game.
New Yorkers, they're not going to get out of work?
Dude, New York City ain't got time for day baseball.
Ain't got time.
They ain't got time for that. They're not going to do that stuff. I mean, they might go, but they're not going to be into it. It's not going to be rowdy. It's not going to be the same. It's a massive break for Cleveland. And now, the bad side for Cleveland is there's going to have 4 straight games. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And if it goes to 5. And now they can't bring back Shane Bieber for game 5 if they wanted to, because he was going to pitch last night. They would be able to maybe bring him back on short rest. Now it'd be 2 days rest. I mean, that's really not going to happen.
Draymond Green rejoining the Golden State Warriors. There is a report from Mark Spears. Part of the reason Draymond was not suspended, Jordan Poole and teammates did not want it to happen.
Yeah, I was very surprised by that.
Now, I feel much better about this thing being okay throughout the regular season. I was thinking it would keep popping up. Jordan Poole was going to get made fun of. He was going to get mocked. Any type of interaction, Draymond could hold it in his back pocket. What'd you say? Remember what happened last time? Remember when I knocked your ass out? Anytime there's an MMA event, Jordan Poole's going to get memed. He's going to get jiffed. But the fact that he was willing to vote no suspension, I think that's very big. And very big of him.
Yeah, very big of him. I didn't know how he was going to react to this long term. You know, I don't know how their relationship.
I think a lot depends on Draymond.
How
many times is Draymond going to pop off during the course of a year? 8 times?
Maybe 8 times.
He's going to talk. He talks to everyone. He talks to his own teammates.
Yes.
You know, he barks at them and tries to lead.
He's on a podcast every day.
Yeah.
Or 3 times a week. And now, you know, when is he going to do that? You know, what's he going to pop off with on that? I think a lot depends on Draymond. You're right, but for Jordan to take that stance that he is going to be, just let it go and not really say anything about it and not go for a suspension, not press for one, I think it's big.
Russell Westbrook is blaming camera angles for the 2 incidents in the Lakers game against the T-Wolves. The first one where he didn't join the pregame huddle. Everyone's huddling up and he's on the baseline. His wife tweeted, "Here we go. Just look at any game in his past." And that's like a pregame ritual for him.
Yeah.
You know, Steph sprints to the baseline and hits the basket standing. Everyone has their own pregame rituals. And apparently this is Russell Westbrook's. And then the other one, Patrick Beverley is like, "I didn't even know what y'all were talking about with Westbrook not joining the defensive huddle until after the game." So they're blaming camera angles. The Lakers are trying to downplay it already.
Yeah, downplay it all you want. Good luck. I mean, you could blame it on camera angles. You could blame it on anything you want.
All right, what will be more of an issue in the upcoming season? Westbrook, Beverley, or Draymond Poole?
Westbrook, Beverley, or Draymond Poole? Westbrook, Beverley. That's not a question. Steve Kerr, I have faith in him that he'll figure something out with that team. Steph will and Clay will clamp down on that. And at the end of the day, Draymond we do give him a lot of crap. That dude does focus on one thing, and that's winning. I think he'll put a lot of this behind him.
All right, let's start getting into the filthy preview. They're already talking smack, apparently, on our sister station, WIP. The Tolos are telling us that they're yelling and screaming. Why you listen to them, by the way? Stop it. DeMarcus Lawrence is sick and tired of it. He is sick and tired of all the Jalen Hurts hype. Jason Kelsey insults the Tolos, and we have a full preview to get you set for the fight on Sunday night. Mike McCarthy also live at 6:30, Friday edition of Sean and RJ, loaded on the Fan.
Listen.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ. No better place to be for the preview. Sunday night on this radio station, Cowboys Eagles. That's the biggest game in the NFC. It would be for the NFL if we didn't have Bills and Chiefs. So you got the AFC title game, and we got the NFC title game. There you go. Hopefully. Mike McCarthy coming up live at 6:30 this morning. And yesterday he was talking again about the defense being the strength of the team. Quote, to win the world championship, you have to have a top flight defense. The strength of the team is this defense. So that's Mike McCarthy, who we'll have coming up in 30 minutes this morning.
The strength of this team. But not the team in 2 weeks.
Oh.
Right? Isn't that what it's supposed to be?
That's what I'm hoping for.
You got a $40 million quarterback. You can't be defense first.
That's the formula that I'm aiming for. Everyone else wants 2017. Just continue to get all the pressure in the world on you, third down conversions. Just make sure your defense continues to play like this.
Yeah.
I want the best of both worlds. I want it all.
I want it all.
I want it all. I don't know the second line of that song, but I do love the song. Stephen Jones finally came out and said it. Jerry was saying, oh, we just have to run it and punt it well and play good defense. Stephen Jones finally said, look, I don't expect our defense to level out. I think it will keep getting better. But I think our offense, when we get Dak back, that's why you have a franchise quarterback. You hope it gets better. And that's not a negative against Rush. We just like to think if you get one of the best players in the league back, that things are going to get better. Finally, someone is speaking common sense out there. Tank Lawrence was sick and tired of speaking about Jalen Hurts. First, an update on his health. He said, I'm hurt, but I can't do anything about it. I'm a soldier. I ride. That's it. It ain't nothing like I have to get surgery for. So if I don't need surgery, then I'm going to stick it out and ride. So I didn't know how banged up Tank was, but we'll ask Bobby Belt about it at 7:20 this morning. Tank on Jalen Hurts. Has he played us yet? All right, then. Different teams run different schemes. All y'all need to write is he hasn't played the Cowboys yet, so we don't know how good he is. And then after more and more questions about Jalen Hurts, Tank said, how about this? That's the last question I'm going to hear about Hurts. For real, though, because I really don't care.
Man, you got to love it. Got to love it.
I love it. I love it. Look, this game is going to come down to, in my opinion, that there's been a couple times over the years, many times over the years, when I've felt helpless as a Cowboy follower watching their run defense. And it just feels like the other team can rip off some long runs. And the Cowboys have also struggled against running quarterbacks. Go back to Taysom Hill, Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these guys have been able to do some damage. Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
In the game earlier this year. And when you look at the numbers, the Cowboys do rank in the bottom third of rush yards allowed per game. And the Eagles, of course, are ranking top 5 in rushing categories. Go ahead.
And real quick, with that rush yards, to be 4-1 and still having a lot of rush yards per game allowed, that's not usually a good sign, because usually when you're up in games, the other team's not running as much.
There's a lot of bad signs on paper.
Yeah. Now, I'd much rather be bottom third in rush yards allowed than bottom third in pass yards allowed.
Yeah.
So, like, run defense, analytically speaking, they don't really run defense doesn't really matter. You know, if you're losing anyway. Like, it's like put a lot of money into a bullpen guy who's only going to come in when you're losing. You're not like, that's the guy. That's not really the guy that you want to bring in. That's not the guy you're putting a lot of money into.
Like, the Rangers don't need Mo Rivera.
No, the Rangers don't need a closer, right? What's the point of them paying big money for a closer? They're going to lose 100 games or 90 games. Not yet. Someday you want one. The Bills want a great run defense. I'm sorry, the Bills don't. No, a bad team like the Commanders want a great run defense, right? They want to be able to stop teams from being able to milk the clock. They get the ball back quicker. Cowboys or a 4-1 team or a 5-0 team, they may not care as much about it.
Most pressures generated on the season. When you talk about defense, Eagles, third highest in the league, 98. San Fran, 112. They're second best. The Cowboys, first, 126. They have 28 more pressures generated this season than even filthy.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And because
28.
I have to go look. It doesn't even look like they're bringing 5 and 6 guys at a time. This team is getting there in four rushers.
Well, let's talk about that. The Eagles this season, second in total yards offensively, fourth in rush yards, fifth in total points, seventh in points allowed, 11th in pass yards. Jalen Hurts from Pro Football Focus, when not blitzed, 90 offensive grade. Okay?
Wow. 90.
Second in yards per attempt, 9.9. First in completion percentage, 73. This is when he's not blitzed. He's third with 7 big-time throws. He's fifth in only 3 turnover-worthy throws.
Wow.
When he is blitzed, you knew this was coming, a 57 offensive grade. 27th in yards per attempt. 31st in completion percentage, 58%. 25th, 0 big-time throws so far when blitzed through 5 games. And he's got 1 turnover-worthy throw. So, quite a difference.
Solid, man.
Blitzed versus not blitzed.
That's solid. That's very solid.
But the numbers when he's blitzed are not solid.
No, when he's blitzed or not. But, look, you can get to him. But the problem is that when you do rush, let's say you rush him, his ability to extend plays and to, you get past him. So you bring Mike off the edge, you get past him, he steps up in that pocket, he might have days to run. And while his numbers throwing the ball may not be great, if he can run the ball, that changes a lot of things for him.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. And the Cowboys, I was talking about a lot of things looking bad on paper, and it's all getting masked by the winning and the defense, and it's why we want Dak to come back and them to open it up. The Cowboys during this stretch, second worst at reaching the red zone, fourth worst on third downs. This is over the last 4 weeks. All right? Their 3-and-out percentage, touchdown rates. Wow. There's a lot of pressure that they're putting on this defense.
Wait, so they're that far down the bottom and reaching the red zone and third down conversion and all that, and red zone percentage? And they're still winning.
They're still winning.
And that's the amazing part.
That happens when you don't let a team score 20.
Yeah.
Here it is. 3-and-out percentage. I mean, there's a lot of numbers in here. TD rate. 71% of the scoring have been field goals. That's highest in the NFL.
Yeah, you hate that.
71%. Second worst at reaching the red zone. Fourth worst on third downs. That from Skywalker Steel on Twitter. I bet he's got a fun weekend life with that name.
Skywalker Steel.
Skywalker Steel.
His parents definitely were a Star Wars fan, right? Had to be. You can't name your kid Skywalker.
Or the last name maybe a fan of something else. I don't want to get too personal. Yeah. Isn't there a Steel? A performer? Is there a male performer something Steel? That's got to be.
It has to be.
Steel.
I would think so.
You'd think
so. Terrence Steele, right?
It'd be Terrence Steele.
That's right.
Terrence Steele. Good job.
Skywalker Steel is a good porn name, though.
Yeah, we were all trying to dance around that, and then Choppy just comes out with it. It's a good porn name. We're live on the fan cam. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. Have your eyes recovered. You're doing better.
Thank God. I think happening at 5:30 doesn't help.
Does not help.
You're coming in from the dark car, and all of a sudden you got to adjust the lights. But thank God I found the hat. I mean, I was gonna have to wear sunglasses the rest of the show.
That would have been awesome.
I almost went down to the car, got some sunnies. I needed them.
Mike McCarthy in 20 minutes. We got Bobby Belt at 7:20. Mike Tirico at 8:20. He's got the call of the game on the TV side for Sunday night. And, of course, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, will join us as well. But did you watch? What did you watch last night? I was on pickleball. Seriously, I was searching for Dirk and Romo playing pickleball, and I was able to find it. The Stars get off to a great start, and Ron Rivera snaps after the Commanders beat Chicago around the NFL, and then Mike McCarthy live right here on The Fan. But first, let me get you on over to the Nest. Where are you watching all the games?
Fan segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Takes the snap, turns to his right, throws toward the end zone. That is bobbled up in the air. Is it incomplete? Yes! What's the call? They said he went out of bounds inside the 1. It's up for the 3rd time in this game. Washington gets a stop inside their own 5.
The Commanders luck out.
Yes.
Red zone, defense, the Chicago Bears, unwatchable. Another horrible football game on Thursday night, and Al Michaels is not happy about it.
Oh, he made such a terrible career choice. I don't
think it was his choice.
It may not have been his choice. You're right. It may not have been his choice. But the terrible career choice may have been to continue working.
It's amazing how important scheduling factors in.
Oh, yeah. Ask Monday Night Football.
Look at Sunday Night Football. Sunday Night Football has gotten the crown jewel.
Oh, yeah.
And then Thursday night, you get the garbage as the Commanders beat the Bears 12-7.
You know, and people, there are some people asking, like, you know, is this the teams or is this the Thursday turnaround? Like, guys, we've been doing Thursday Night Football for 20 years now, right? Where every team, there's a game every week. Maybe not 20, but it's been a while. It's the first year of it. You got a routine by now. Every team plays on Thursday night one time this year. Every single year.
But I think this is part of the league throwing so-so games out there because it's the only thing to watch.
Yeah, it is. I think part of it is. And if this was buried, as Al said last week, the 5th regional game on CBS, nobody cares about it. You know, no one complains about the game being so bad.
How about taking the shots at the 5th team on CBS?
Yeah, how about that there, Al? That was pretty good.
Man.
You know, Al's got material for days.
And he was saying, if we don't have a better game, then I may retire. And him and Herb Street were just begging for some type of touchdown to talk about.
Yeah.
Herb Street was like, when's the last touchdown we've actually called? And Al was trying to remember a few weeks ago.
It was in September.
It was, I think, in September.
Yeah, it was in September. That was the last one they called.
Bengals, maybe?
Yeah, was that the last?
I think they had Bengals
game?
Miami, the Tua game. Right? It was the Tua hurt game. Then they had the Denver debacle.
Yep.
And then last night's trash.
Yeah, the Tua hurt game. That's what it was. Think about that. That was the last touchdown they had called until last night. Terrible.
But Al did drop something on the broadcast that many people are making a big deal over because normally, you know, Al is kind of soft with league issues. Let's see how Mike Tirico is today.
Oh, hang on. PSA here. If you go in 75 South, take another road. They have closed the highway, and they are making you exit. What is that exit south of us? That Lemon? Blackburn?
Haskell?
Yeah.
Haskell Hall, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. Whatever exit that is, they are making you exit there.
Oh, really?
They have shut the entire highway down.
75 South?
Yep. Oh.
At least we got listeners.
That does not look good. That does not look good.
At least we got listeners out there. They're already lining up for the fair where I was at yesterday. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But Al Michaels commented on the Dan Snyder report during the game.
There was a report today on ESPN alleging that Snyder is accumulating damaging info on other owners and Roger Goodell's leverage. There he is in the middle. To avoid being voted out of the league, R. Michael Smith reporting before the game, Snyder's the subject of 5 different investigations or inquiries for sexual harassment, a toxic work environment, financial irregularities. This has been an ongoing story with the investigations and all of that. And the owners have a meeting scheduled in New York on Tuesday. It is not currently on the agenda. Fields under pressure. Just my feeling, I think what the league would love is for Snyder to sell the team. Not have to go to a vote, but just sell the team. Because it's become a major problem around the league, obviously. And we'll see what happens. I think it's got a long way to go, and Dan, very well known for digging his heels into the ground.
So for Al to say that, a lot of people are saying the owners are talking and they must want Dan out.
Al doesn't say anything.
Right.
We've talked about his nickname. They call him the 33rd owner. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't say anything. There's a reason that Jerry invites him to the Jerry party every year. Now, maybe the reason is that Al lives right down the street.
Right.
That could be it. I don't know. But, you know, Al's not going to go out and speak out of turn. This isn't a situation.
This was a sent message.
Yeah.
This was a message delivered.
Yeah. Now, you wonder, some, Al's obviously he's in the league. He's been in the league forever. He's never going to be an owner, so he doesn't have that. They can't hold that over his head. But, Al's going to, toe the company line without being in the company.
And yesterday, a Commander's spokesperson basically said, this report could not be further from the truth. Just another attempt, another orchestrated, paid attempt to get Dan to sell, which is not going to happen.
No, he's going to dig his heels in, man. He's saying this is a master plan. The NFL is concocted to get him to sell the team. Come on now. He is dug in. I love this because I don't want him to sell the team. All right? I want him to continue.
None of us should want him to in the East.
No, I want him to continue to run that franchise into the ground. And if the fans are apathetic, then they're apathetic. That's on them. Cowboys have sucked for 25 years. We ain't won a dang thing for 25 years. We ain't apathetic.
Not like this.
No, not like this. It ain't this bad. But there's a level of apathy here, I'm sure, with some. But it ain't like that. That is bad. But if I'm Dan, thumb my nose to them. Too bad.
Did you see how awful he looked last night? He's sitting there all shoulders slumped with his dyed brown hair. Just he looks like the random guy who walked into the party, not Dan Snyder business suit, red wine. He looked like warm-up suit bum just sitting there like that.
Yeah.
And Jerry Jones is going to be on today at 10:30 on KMC. What is going to happen when they ask Jerry about this report?
He is going to back Dan Snyder.
Ooh. Okay. Because Snyder's side says, no, we have a good relationship with Jerry. There's also a piece in there that Roger Goodell wants Snyder out and that Snyder continues to be involved with football decisions, like getting Carson Wentz. And Ron Rivera, after the win last night, he had enough of all the drama.
Honestly, I'm gonna speak my mind for a second. It's been hard. It really has. You lose 4 games in a row, and everybody wants to get you, just get on you. And they've played their asses off. They have. They played their asses off for everybody. They come out and they show up. They work hard. All right. They don't complain. Okay. They hear all this stuff and they got to deal with it. I get that. And I respect them for that because they're resilient. They come back. Everybody keeps wanting to say, I didn't want anything to do with Carson. Well, I'm the guy that pulled out the sheets of paper, that looked at the analytics, that watched the tape in the when we were at Indianapolis. Okay? And that's what pisses me off because the young man doesn't deserve to have that all the time. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Oh, all right.
Bro, you created it last week. So stop.
Yeah, he did.
Stop crying and deflecting and pointing the finger at everybody else. You had a bad day and you slipped in your presser. He said, I had a bad day. And you're the one who said, it's quarterback. And you left dead silence. If you would have added right there and then without waiting for reporter follow-up, you could have saved it. But fortunately, it looks like the team has his back. They gave him the game ball. That's the first time he's gotten a game ball in a long time after they beat the Bears in that awful, awful game last night. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. When we come back, our new best friend, our Friday best friend,
Bestie,
to get ready for Filthy. Mike McCarthy live with Sean and RJ next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
We are getting set to be joined by the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Ooh, as we got a heavyweight fight on Sunday night, and you got a big week with Tennessee.
Oh, man, what a weekend this is for me, baby. Cowboys and Eagles on Sunday, and then my Volunteers are the biggest game they've had in 25 years.
Let's bring in the head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, every Friday on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning, Sean and RJ. I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Coach, you a diehard college guy? I know your prep time kind of limits you, but who was your college football team growing up, or is there anyone you still kind of follow?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, growing up in Pittsburgh, you were either, a Pitt or Penn State, fan. And, I was always a Pitt fan because, actually just living right next door to them. So, Tony Dorsett and the Pitt Panthers is my team.
Our listeners want us to ask if you know that you guys are, again, the underdog, this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, wow. Wonder why the media hasn't brought that up. That's why I had to get on here with the real pros.
That's right, man.
Get the real stuff there.
They haven't brought that up this week?
No, this is the first I heard of it. What's the line?
6.5.
6.5?
Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
Now,
they're expecting you to go for 2. That's what they're doing.
Oh, God. Well, it sounds like you are getting your bets lined up.
No, yeah, we are getting the bets on it. But we could tell off your tone. I'm not going to ask you about this week before the game is played, but we could tell by your tone last week in that presser that you were confident about the matchup and the way you guys were going into L.A. And it seemed like your team fed off that a little bit with DeMarcus Lawrence and everyone else loving the confidence that you instilled. So that was just an observation, not asking you about picking this week, but hopefully the same type of confidence, which we're sure that you have. Coach,
oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Coach, have you ever grown to hate another team in a rivalry? That's how we are as media members, as fans. I know you're looking at every week kind of the same, but did you ever just have another team get under your skin back in your Packer days or early Cowboy days?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, Green Bay is very similar to Dallas in the fact that, you're in a division where the other 3 teams all look at you as their rivalry. So, it's, I have an opportunity, particularly before the first division game of, Washington, New York, and now Philadelphia, just to make sure that the rookie and the first-year players, into our program are fully aware of the type of game they're going into. So, and it just, when you go through those historical highlight tapes, it's very, very clear how the other team, feels about, Dallas Cowboys. And that's part of our responsibility. It's part of, it's part of the joy of these division games, and I love being in that spot.
Did you have as an offensive guy, did you have a defensive coach that you would go up against? You're like, ooh, man, I'm on my extra P's and Q's this week, or that was kind of a challenge that you just kind of really relished in?
Well, God, I mean, obviously so many great defensive coordinators in the league, but, I've always just respected, consistency and how defenses play. I mean, because, every week you have more of a scheme challenge or more of a, matchup challenge, or just really, the play style and how consistent the defense plays. And I always thought, Lovie Smith, up there in Chicago was always someone I enjoyed going against because, all his defenses played the same way with the energy. And now schematically, it wasn't a huge challenge, but just the way those guys played and the way they understood the scheme and the way those defenses really attacked, your tendencies and your scheme. So I always enjoyed that challenge.
Mike McCarthy here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. A lot of people are pointing towards the physicality of this matchup with your defense, the O-lines, the D-lines going up against each other. And I thought, Coach, in that Rams game, there was a 5-minute drive where you guys were running the ball. I think the first 6 plays were runs, and I was like, man, this is like old school physical NFC East football. And then you closed it out defensively by just beating up Stafford. Do you think this team is a little bit more physical than maybe some of the ones you've had in the past?
Oh, definitely. No, this football team is and the best part about it, answer your question, yes, but I think clearly our best football is in front of us. We have not played a complete game, and we understand that. But the one component, with the most important component of all 5 of our games, is they have been physical type football games, and that really fits our style of play. Our play style is at a good level right now. We want to continue to build off of that, and you need that in these division games, and you definitely need it against Philadelphia.
When you first got hired, I think everyone was anticipating, oh, this is an air attack guy. Let's throw it around. Favre, Rodgers, Montana, the quarterback schools. But the more we hear you talk, especially this year, it seems like you got some old school run game love in you.
Well, the foundation of really everything that I believe in and really do, as far as how you schedule, how your program, the program characteristics, really starts with Marty Schottenheimer. So, that's a foundation that I hold close and dear to my heart, because I know it's a big part of how you win. But trust me, I love to air it out. It's a lot more fun throwing the ball than it is running the ball. But it's as a play caller. But no, it's and Kellen obviously definitely has that ability to be an aggressive play caller. But this is how you win. This is how you win consistently, and it's a formula that works over the long haul. So we just got to get better at it.
Their strengths, or one of their strengths, is on the offensive and defensive lines, really. Is this the best O-line that you've seen on tape so far this year?
Oh, I agree with that. I think this is an outstanding offensive line. They're very well coached, and they've been playing together too. And I think that's really gets lost in the conversation, because offensive line experience and continuity, to me, is number one, goal that I'm looking for, when I look at all the different units, positions on our football team, because history will tell you consecutive starts by 5 linemen equates to winning, and they definitely have that going right now.
Coach, can you speak to the job that Joe Philbin has done this year? One of the biggest questions that we all had in the offseason was about y'all's offensive line, and I think it's just been one of the most pleasant surprises, at least to us, probably not to you. Can you speak to the job that Coach has done up front?
Yeah, absolutely. Joe and Jeff have done an outstanding job. I think when you look at the position coach, his resume, Joe's teaching ability is at the forefront. He's an excellent teacher. The details, the fundamentals, the techniques, and you have to have that when you're developing a young football team. And so you've seen the growth of our young players, on a steady climb, and it'll continue to do so. And that's just a big part of where we are, particularly in the offensive line group.
Where's Hurts improved the most from what you've seen?
I just think he's playing faster. I think in the system now with 3 years, and it's a system built around him, which I believe that's the way you build offensive systems around your quarterback. So I think he's a great fit for how they want to play. So you can see the continuity that he's building, the connection he's building with the perimeter players. But just like any quarterback, you got to have a fundamental run game to be your start point, and Philadelphia has established that so far.
Coach, some people are talking about, with Hurts, Sirianni has kind of simplified it, kind of like a college offense. I covered Navy and people. Shut up, Chuck.
Whoa.
Yeah. Hey, I'm trying to make
love the military. I'm just. Okay.
Yeah. Come on, y'all want to laugh? Finish off your joke.
No. I'm just trying to follow along here, be a good listener, and how this applies to the game.
The point was, my professional radio point that you probably didn't get for the rest of those schmucks out there in the media is, they ran a different offense. Lamar, the Ravens, people say it's kind of tough to prepare. Is it tougher to prepare against this Eagles offense with the way Hurts does run it?
Definitely. I think like anything in this league, it's all about trends, and there's so much copycat that goes on, and in the trends of the league, they tilt and and they evolve each year. But there's concepts that we would categorize as traditional concepts, and being in the realm of staying in certain personnel groups, and this offense is definitely different. So with that, in a 7-day week of preparation, it's a bigger challenge in the classroom, the walkthroughs, and really making sure your look teams give that our defense the looks that we're anticipating to see Sunday night.
Coach, you had mentioned this week a couple times, I guess, that defense first, right? Defense first team. With, when healthy, with a $40 million quarterback, in today's NFL, that seems like it's like, I don't know, counter. That doesn't usually happen like that. Is that just a, philosophical shift and trend, or is that, hey, let's have the best of both worlds?
Well, it's a foundation, thought process, but I think it's like anything, every team you coach is different. And that's one thing you definitely realize early in your head coaching career. So, I've never been one, especially when you're connected to a personnel department, saying I need exactly this guy or I can't have that guy, because in my experience in the past, when you do that, I feel like you really limit. You're putting some unnecessary limits on your draft board, because at the end of the day, when you're down there picking in the 20s every single year and hopefully in the 30s, you got to take the best player on that board, because at the end of the day, personnel acquisition is about increasing the talent level to your football team. And if your offensive system or your defensive system doesn't have a place for an excellent football team, you have to take a hard look at your system. So that's just really a philosophy that I've always adhered to, as far as matching, how you're going to play year to year, and matching it with your personnel department. We have player profiles of the body types and types of players we want. But at the end of the day, we don't ever want to pass up a good football player, and that puts us in a position where we're clearly coming out of last year, and into the spring we knew the defense was ahead of the offense, so you played to that. But the goal is, to get to a complete football team where we're getting it done at a high level in all three phases, and I feel like that's in front of us.
Why did you feel the defense was ahead of the offense when you guys led the league in points last year?
Well, I'm talking about once we got into the off season, and you go through training camp, and the identity of what your 90-man roster is, and you build to that. So it's not that we don't want to go back to being, number one in the league in offense. And frankly, I think I'd rather be in the top 10 in offense and top 10 in defense, because that balance of a football team, that's the complement that you're looking for. When you're the number one offense, and I've been there before, when you're the number one offense, there's some unnecessary stress sometimes on your football team, particularly the defense and special teams. So, and I'll make sure I'm saying this the right way. You always want to be the most productive as you can, but this league is a lot of opinions are driven off stats, and I used to make the statement stats are for losers, but that wasn't very popular, so I changed it to statistics are important, but they're not the bottom line. So
how'd that taste, Choppy? How'd that taste in your coffee, Choppy? Man, Mr. Stat Boy.
I am a stat guy.
How'd you like that?
Oh man, Mike, you already left.
No, but they're important. I mean, I'm a big stat guy myself, but I don't stop there. I think stats to me is where you shine the light to make sure you're on top of both on the good side and the not so good side.
Oh, nice recovery right there. Did Dak's practice yesterday qualify as a rehab practice or a regular practice?
His practice evolved to a limited practice. Within the protocols and the specifics of this great league and the mechanics that we have to communicate of how our players practice every day. He bounced out of the rehab and actually, frankly, just took a couple reps in the individual drill, so which put him into a limited category. But he's doing well. The last 2 days he hit the target as far as with the rehab and the throwing, and we were just trying to give him some full speed work with the perimeter guys. So we did that after practice and did some things in the quarterback school. So today will be a recovery day for him because I know he probably did a little more than we anticipated yesterday. So we're on schedule. He's getting better.
All right, can he spin the ball? Can he spin the ball? That's what Jerry was talking about Tuesday with us.
Yeah, the ball spins when he throws it. Yes.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
Okay.
Last thing, Coach. One of the big league issues is these flags with the QB hits. You're a QB guy. How do you view this subject and topic?
I think it's like anything in this game. I really like Tom Brady's comment because we all miss things and officials are no different. As far as the performers on the field, but I think the biggest thing is we all understand the intent, and I think giving clarity to the officiating of what the intent is and the execution. Sometimes there's a gray area and a gap that needs to be filled in. I think we're just working through it. Obviously, the emphasis is the emphasis and trends of this league don't just stop with offense and defensive scheme. It definitely carries over into the area of officiating, and that's what you have to really pay attention to. But I get they want to protect them, but in the same breath, it's very, very difficult defense. I mean, I can't tell you how much instruction that goes into sacking the quarterback now. I mean, it's like none other in this league, and we just got to keep coaching our guys. We're trying to do right. Look at Dante Fowler's flag in L.A. So I mean, he's doing what he's been taught to do, and that's the thing as a coach when you see flags on your players and they're doing the things that you're teaching them to do. That obviously we're not teaching our guys to do things against the rules. So we just got to keep working there, and I think hopefully that'll clean itself up over time.
Well, if you are anywhere near as sharp Sunday night as you were this morning with us, we're not too worried about the point spread. Thank you, Coach. Greatness as always. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
You
Go
too.
Tennessee.
That's right, baby. Go Vols.
I don't like this bromance here.
I love it.
I don't like this bromance
Let's
between
start
you
drinking
two.
beers together.
Vodka water.
Whatever.
And black coffee. If I could get you guys drinking an espresso martini, just like
with vodka in it.
With vodka in it.
There you go.
But black coffee, espresso martini, just with vodka, that'd be awesome. Mike McCarthy brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys.
He's good, man. The amount
It took a couple years for us to get it down.
It did. I think that's
4-1 helps.
4-1 helps. But the amount of people that text me every week, and I'm sure you the same thing, or that come on the truckwreck.com text line that rave about the interview with Mike every week. It really is. It used to be Jerry was our best. I think it's easily Mike is our best interview now.
I think the big adjustment is once we don't, and it feels like you're not doing your job sometimes. Who like Jason Peters, for instance, is Jason Peters going to play? He's never going to answer that, and I think he would that would kind of mess up the interview when we asked him about personnel decisions for the game because we're trying to force it. We have to ask that, and he doesn't want to give it up, and there's a struggle there. And then I remember just being like, let's not ask about this stuff anymore, and let's ask about overall football stuff. We can ask about the game, nothing too specific. He doesn't want to get into it, and I think we're thriving. We're thriving.
Thriving, baby, right now. So's the team.
And someone else that's thriving, the bank account of Des Bryant. He betting 20 a game on the Cowboys win streak. He'd been showing up to all the games, and yesterday he let the Tolos know what's at stake for Sunday night.
What's up, man? Cowboy Nation, listen up. So this is how it's going to go. I'm going to bet Meek Mills 20K straight up, and I'm going to drop 20 more thousand on the money line. I see y'all in Philly. We're going to be smoking on that Eagle pack. Better believe that. Let's go.
Okay, I guess I should have done a little bit more homework. I don't know what smoking on the pack means in terms of lingo. I should have, Wikipedia'd that. What's the other Wikipedia for street cred?
Urban Dictionary.
Well, he said that, I think, before the Giants game. They had him on ESPN, so I think it just means, we're going to beat them. I think that's what that
I don't
means.
know if I trust you.
Really?
Defining it. I don't know. I think I'd rather look it up. A lot of times you throw out statements, and I think they're your own theories, and that doesn't make me feel secure about the question at hand. Maybe you're right. I do think he's overall saying we're going to win, but what does that mean? We're going to smoke the Eagle pack, smoke the Giant pack, smoke the Washington pack.
Okay, so Urban Dictionary, it's a way to insult someone, disrespect someone. It means the person got folded, and it's time to smoke that. I'll use it in a sentence.
Say it again. Oh, my, I just went lightheaded. I went lightheaded.
It means the person got folded, and it's time to smoke that. All right? Here we go. Damn. Jay got knocked the blank out. We smoking that J pack tonight. Smoke that pack.
The J pack.
Send that.
Another one.
I'm lightheaded. I'm lightheaded.
Suggesting the person in question to settle down. Otherwise, cool it. I'll use it in a sentence. Oh, no. I'm going to be late. Hey, Jimmy, smoke a pack, man. Smoke a pack.
Oh, my Lord. Sounds like something Marshawn would say. Now,
Man, what a star.
I did not watch him last night. I literally switched. Some Tolo said, I can't remember who it was. They're like, hey, evaluate this forehand from Dirk. And I was like, forehand? His tennis event was weeks ago. That game was so wretched. It was so awful. I was like, whoa, I see Romo in this? Did I see Spieth? Scheffler? What's going on? And this is the pickleball craze taking over. And Dirk was playing pickleball with Romo on the Tennis Channel last night. And I switched over to it.
I didn't know you had a tennis channel. Was there tennis channel?
I didn't know either. Yeah. I couldn't find it. I tweeted to people, where's the pickleball?
Yeah.
Because Tom Brady has teamed up with
Kim Kleisters.
With Kim Kleisters to get a pickleball team.
Yeah.
And Dirk is sitting there playing yesterday. And Romo, I'm like, where did this come from? Pickleball is like the new craze.
Yeah, boy, she retired too early, didn't she? Yeah, it is the new craze. LeBron's in it. He's involved. But, pickleball, my dad was playing pickleball like maybe when he first retired.
Fun game,
dude.
Mini tennis.
Yep, very fun. Fast-paced.
Yeah.
I don't remember them hitting the ball as hard. But
Dirk was trying to rip forehands. But the point is, because I was watching that, checking out the stars, which we'll get to in headlines, I didn't see Marshawn and Amazon. Did you? Did anyone else see Marshawn? Because you were praising the Amazon set.
I love the Amazon set. I didn't see much. I didn't see the part with Marshawn. But the Amazon, the post, I think that the set with Fitzpatrick and Sherman and Whitworth and Tony Gonzalez, I think they're fantastic. I think they're very, very good.
So I saw the intro. I watched a little bit of the pregame show. They had an intro. I didn't have the volume up, so maybe that, doesn't mean anything. I know. But I did see it. It looked cool. It looked cool, He was saying something. I knew it made sense.
Did you? This kid.
Smoking on that.
What is this kid doing? So RJ's talking. I whispered to Peyton off mic, did you watch Marshawn? Can you comment on it? And he's going, yes, head nod. And then he comes on air and says,
I didn't see it.
I had it muted. I had the volume down. I'm sure it was great. Peyton Russell, ladies and gentlemen. Marshawn went on Richard Sherman's podcast to talk about Amazon and everything. And Marshawn was talking about whether he hates Russ like Sherman does.
Man, I want to reach out to Dog, bro, because
reach out to it.
You know it
His
ain't
manager.
that. You know it ain't. Man, come on,
manager.
nigga. If I can't call you direct, nigga, then I ain't calling you. Especially if I done went to war with you. But I understand what this football shit is, but you feel me? I want to make sure Dog's straight in his mind. Because I ain't gonna lie, I really thought that Dog was gonna retire a Seahawk.
He couldn't, Sean. He couldn't. He was in the shadow. They said it was Sean. They said it was the Legion of Boom. He said he got to do it by himself.
Hey, man, fuck that, bro. You got to take that on the chin because they going to say a lot of shit. That's why I said I want to reach out to him because, right now they looking at him as a black sheep. And look, though, if it's anybody who knows something about that, it's me. I done been to the bottom of this league before where motherfuckers done counted you out, talk bad on you. Nah, I ain't going to hold you. I ain't want to see it in Seattle for sure. Now that he ain't in no Seahawk uniform, like, I'm pulling for him. He said, hey, man, go do all that, bro.
I didn't understand the part why he wouldn't pull for him in Seattle.
I know.
I didn't understand that part, but I could listen to Marshawn all day.
Richard Sherman hates Russell Wilson.
Hates him. I don't get it. Like, you don't usually have that kind of animosity towards like your quarterback, your teammate, but he absolutely despises Russ.
Let's talk about Monday Night Football. The Stars get off to a great beginning to their season. Tank Lawrence is tired of Jalen Hurts and the full NFL and college schedule this weekend. Headlines with Sean and RJ next.
We're in this together. We're From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a filthy football Friday here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station, your home of America's team. This is the place to be for the Eagle build-up. Bobby Belt at 7:20. We're going to pick this thing at 8 o'clock. Mike Tirico will be on live. We're going to talk to him about the Dan Snyder, Jerry Jones drama. He's going to call this game for Sunday night. He'll join us at 8:20. If you just missed Mike McCarthy delivering more radio gold, 8:40 for Coach. Nick Eatman, final hour of the show. And as we just told Coach McCarthy, and I should have just shut my mouth and see if he would give more bulletin board material, it's a 6.5-point spread. So this line's moving a little bit in Filthy's direction.
A little bit in their direction, and I think that is, to be expected with the way they've played this year, Philadelphia, and maybe it's just not, they don't think that the Cowboys can keep up with the Eagles from an offensive standpoint. So I understand the hype that's being brought there, but, man, I'll tell you, I think Vegas has really missed on the Cowboys over the last couple of years. The Cowboys' record against the spread's been very, very good. And it's not like Vegas to miss on a team like this. This is not this isn't UTSA. No offense to the Roadrunners.
Shots fired.
But I'm just saying, it's not a team people don't bet UTSA a lot, right? People bet the Cowboys a lot. Vegas isn't. You can get Vegas on games they don't that don't get a lot of action. Like, women's college basketball or small college basketball games. People aren't betting these like crazy, right? Used to be able to, clean up on the WNBA. Clean up. They fixed it. They fixed that problem. But it's very odd that you can clean up on the Cowboys because they missed the line of this team so much.
Jason Kelsey, the loudmouth center on Filthy, saying the two fan bases, polar opposites. Philly's an extremely localized, diehard fan base that's authentic to all of them growing up together in this community. Most of the Cowboys fan base is built on commercialism and pop culture. That is what Jason Kelsey said.
Look, he's right about Philadelphia's fans. They are very localized. They are very provincial. And it's a great fan base. I mean, it's not really fair to say that, but the Cowboys have fans everywhere.
If the Eagles won 3 championships in the 90s, they'd have fans everywhere too. That's the way it works with bandwagoning.
Yeah, it does.
The LA Lakers and the New York Yankees and the Dallas Cowboys and the Duke Blue Devils have fans everywhere. Why?
Every corner of the globe.
The Chicago Bulls had fans everywhere, you included.
Yep, because they win. And no doubt about it. The reason that those...
especially today, this is how young kids, like your two sons, catch on with a team.
Yeah.
Who's being talked about? Who's on YouTube? Who's creating the most highlights?
Yep.
That's the way it works.
My kids love Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani, and Aaron Judge. That's what they love in baseball. In football, they love... they love the Cowboys, really, but I mean, they love Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen.
See, sometimes we lose in this argument in terms of a fan perspective, and let me say a home field perspective, because it's not as diehard, right?
Right.
AT&T Stadium was never going to be as loud and as angry as Arrowhead the other night.
Right.
After the Chris Jones play. That does impact a game, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That influences referees. That gets a team hype. So we might lose that battle, but we always just win the war of life in terms of things to do, weather, and enjoyment.
That's it.
There you go. You might lose the battle of a crowd decibel meter, but you win the overall quote unquote war.
The further west you go, the better your sports life balance is. There's no sports life balance in New York and Boston and Philly. The further west you go, the less passionate your home crowd may be.
But more things to do in New York, right?
There's more things to do in New York than just about anywhere in the world,
right.
Maybe except for Vegas. But that doesn't mean that they're not lunatics. They're lunatics. That's their personality. You go to L.A., I mean, if you lose a game, it's like, yeah, we lost, but it's December and it's 70 degrees. I'm going to go to the beach. Okay. All right. I mean, I'll deal with it.
More of a preview in 15 minutes with Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. The team that blew up the headline, man, did they wait for that report to drop yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
The timing of news cycles, I always thought, hey, you drop things when you get the story, right? And they just waited to time this out for the Commanders playing the Bears in an all. Now, sometimes when we all think something's going to happen, usually the opposite happens, right? The over-under is 67 in a game. It ends up being 13-10. Last night, everyone thought this was going to be garbage, and it was.
Now here comes Curtis Samuel. Handoff Robinson up the middle of the line. Heading towards the goal line and in! Touchdown! Touchdown Washington! The first career rushing touchdown for Brian Robinson Jr.
That was at least a cool moment. Brian Robinson recovering from the shooting, plays his second game in a few weeks, and he scores the touchdown. The Commanders survive defensively in the red zone, and they beat the Chicago Bears 12-7.
Awful game. Unwatchable football game.
This is half of the spread. Like the over-under was 38.
And they got half of it.
And they got half of it. One of the books gave everyone their money at halftime who bet the under. They just gave them the money. That one sports book, they keep doing this.
That
and
points bet?
Yeah.
It's points bet.
Yes.
Yeah, they do that. Look, it's smart on them because they're expecting you to take that money and reinvest it in the second half spread.
Right.
I think
or just this weekend.
Right. I think it's genius. They make so much money. They could take a short-term loss for a long-term gain. It's fantastic. Really good. But that game was awful. Awful football game. Bad quarterbacking. I don't know what they're going to do with Justin Fields.
Where are we at with Fields? I was just about to say.
Look, I'll say this. Through 17 career games going in, his stat was out there yesterday. I don't know if you saw it. Through 17 career games, he had basically the identical numbers to Josh Allen.
Okay.
So the point of that stat is
the leap can happen.
Give him a second. Right? Give him a second. His team stinks. He's got a defensive-minded head coach. They should not have hired. I like Matt Eberflus, but they should have gone with an offensive guy.
Ryan Fitzpatrick was going in on Fields last night. You know, and he was just saying, realize you're a running quarterback. Your pocket fundamentals, your feet work, all that stuff is screwed up right now. And Gonzalez is like, can't we wait a second? Can't we just chill for a minute?
Yeah.
And Fitzpatrick was like doubling down. It was pretty good commentary.
Yeah.
We need to find that, Peyton.
Yeah, he was basically saying like, know who you are.
Yeah.
And I don't, look, not every quarterback's gonna have great footwork. Dak didn't have great footwork when he came in the league. That was one of the scouting report knocks on him. His footwork wasn't great. His gait was open, right? He had that duck walk kind of thing where his feet were pointed out, which I always wondered, how does that happen? How do your feet sometimes point out? But if you watch Dak run, that's the way he runs.
Some of the numbers in this game, some of the stats are just awful, as everyone knew they would be. The most entertaining thing was Ron Rivera going off. We played that a couple of times this morning.
Here's some of the stats of this one. The Bears defense held the Commanders to 214 yards, 12 points, and a 2-for-11 effort on third down, and they lost. There was a drive in the fourth quarter that went 10 plays for 27 yards with 4:53 running off the clock. The Bears were down 5. That still happened. They needed to get the ball back. And it resulted in a turnover. And then Washington was outgained at one point in this one, 133-16. And they were still tied at 0.
Dan Snyder fallout, a Commander spokesperson, and Dan was there with his weird dyed hair last night, looking all frumpy. But a Commander spokesperson said, the story is false. This is just another paid attempt to get Dan Snyder to sell the football team, which is not going to happen, with this explosive report that came out yesterday saying that Snyder has collected private eye information on Jerry Jones, 5 other owners, and Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell wants Dan Snyder out, and Al Michaels, who's connected with all these owners, said last night during the broadcast they would prefer if Dan just sold. This didn't have to get ugly and get put to a vote. Jerry Jones on this morning at 10:30. I can't wait for that. I want to see what Mike Tirico says about this. Mike is connected. Mike has been doing this a long time. He took Al Michaels' spot. Tirico is going to join us to talk about his call, the Cowboys and the Eagles Sunday night. Tirico at 8:20.
I can't wait for the Jerry interview, though. That him commenting on that is going to be that's must listen to radio. It's appointment listen. By the way, trucker.com text line. on the feet turned out, tight calf muscles, and also they say kids walk like that today. That's how kids walk because they don't want to crease their shoes. Like Luca told me that the one day. He's like, I don't want to get a crease in my shoes, Dad. And I'm like, what? I don't want to get a crease in my shoes. What's the point of wearing something if it's not functional? I don't get it.
Other NFL games before the big one on Sunday night. Noon, 49ers at Falcons. Patriots at Browns. You've been wanting to talk about Belichick for a couple days with his QB situation.
Well, yeah. I mean, Jerry comes on here and says, or I think it was after a game he said that one time, right? It was
just say it was on our show. Give us the credit.
Yeah, give us the credit. But he had said, wouldn't it be nice if there was a quarterback controversy? It blew up. And it blew up.
That was at the Star.
And it blew up. Bill Belichick was point blank asked, and he refused to say that Mac Jones was going to get his job back. Crickets.
I kind of took that as Belichick just saying, don't ask me about personnel.
Maybe.
Don't ask me about any decisions.
Maybe. But
he could have.
He could have easily
the usual default is when Mac's healthy, he's the starter.
Yeah, that's the default. He didn't do that. And now there is real talk that, even when he's healthy, that he's not going to come back. And that Bailey Zappi hour is what they, that he is primed to take over this job.
Really?
If they beat Cleveland this week and they win again with Bailey Zappi.
The Packers are only 7.5 favorites at home against the Jets.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
7.5 point favorites over the Jets.
I know.
3-2 against 3-2.
And this is a Vegas gimme.
Degenerate tease?
The Degenerate has this game.
9 a.m. Noon games. Jacksonville at Indy. Oh.
Well, okay, so at what point do we talk about what is Trevor Lawrence?
Right. We need to talk about that.
Now, I think it's too early for Justin Fields, and I think it's too early for Trevor Lawrence. Both guys did not get any help by their first-year head coach, if you even want to say the coach's help. But neither one of them looked great.
Vikings at Dolphins. Bengals at Saints. Ravens at Giants could be fun at noon. Also, Buccaneers at Steelers, 3 o'clock games. Panthers at Rams. Cardinals at Seahawks. Bills at Chiefs. Buffalo is favored by 2.5 at Arrowhead. Over-unders 54. We got the night game, and then Monday night, Denver again in primetime. Broncos at Chargers.
Do you believe the Russell Wilson lat strain tear injection story, or is that trying to help him out?
Good question. Playing fake doctor. I'm going to believe it's a little hype. I'm going to believe it's a little bit exaggerated.
So, he has something.
Like an excuse. A little bit of an excuse.
It's tweaked. It's tweaked.
College football.
Good schedule this weekend, man. Holy cow. Let's just I'll give you the local games real quick. By the way, tonight, you've got Navy and SMU, 6:30 on ESPN.
Oh, Navy. You and Mike McCarthy just made fun of me for Navy.
Baylor got beat last night at West Virginia, 43-40. Somehow OU was a 9-point favorite over number 19 Kansas. I know Kansas.
I thought y'all were just telling me Kansas was the favorite.
No.
Didn't you say
opposite,
that?
No.
Opposite. OU was.
That's what made it so surprising.
Yeah, now they're missing their quarterback, Kansas is. Number 22, Texas hosts Iowa State at 11 on ABC. Number 8, Oklahoma State is at number 13, TCU. That's going to be a good game. UNT hosts La Tech at 3, Arkansas at BYU, 2:30 on ESPN. But, Sean, plenty, and I mean plenty, of top 25 matchups this weekend.
Yes.
Do not bother me at 2:30 p.m., please. CBS, number 3, Alabama, at number 6, Tennessee. It's the biggest game that my school has played. They had a top 10 matchup against A&M a couple years back on the road. This is definitely the biggest game in Knoxville in 25 years.
Mike McCarthy at the end of our interview saying, "Go Vols."
Go Vols, baby.
See, that you should send that to the volunteer beat reporter. See if you can get that as a news story.
I should. Game day is there. And so is that walking curse.
Oh.
Peyton Manning.
Oh, he's doing the coin toss, I think, something like that.
Well, he's the guest picker on game day.
Oh.
He might be doing the coin toss. I hope he doesn't set foot in that stadium because they have never won a game.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll just
been there.
go there to talk to McAfee and then leave.
I know, right? And then leave. But SEC Nation's there too. This is gonna be a wild scene. I've already said 8th ranked Oak State at TCU. Another big one, 11 a.m. on Fox. You've got wall to wall. Okay, 11 a.m. on Fox. You got number 10 Penn State at number 5 Michigan. You've got number 15 NC State and number 18 Syracuse, 2:30 on the ACC network. Number 16 Mississippi State, number 22 Kentucky. 7 o'clock on Fox. 7th ranked USC, undefeated, at number 20 Utah. Utah is actually a 3.5-point favorite in this game. Sandler was talking about how they don't match up well with Utah, so we'll see what happens here on this one. But this is a tremendous college football weekend.
Yordan Alvarez homers again. The Astros take the heart out of the Mariners. They're up 2-0. Yankees Guardians were rained out. Headlines to get you ready for your Friday. It's already been a crazy show. Hopefully, you've been listening. Turn it on, leave it on, don't go anywhere. Let's preview and get the pick from Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider. Why is Tank Lawrence talking about being injured? Micah Dak updates and an RJ Choppy song to get you ready for Sunday next. But first, Home of America's Team Sunday pregame. Then Brad and Babe. Then the postgame. Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus. Everybody all in for the Cowboys and the Eagles Sunday Night Football, including this guy, Bobby Belt, our Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Bobby. Does it feel a little bit more electric out there at the Star in Frisco? Mike McCarthy told us that the reporters did not bring up the fact that they were an underdog this week.
I mean, maybe not bring it up with Mike. It's been brought up to the players, and they keep shrugging at us and going okay. And so they don't seem too interested in it. Michael Gallup had it.
I thought Tank loved it. I thought the feeling I got was they all loved and fed off this last week.
Tank loves it, but I mean, they didn't have time for questions about underdogs last week. They wanted to ask him about Jalen Hurts every question, and got to him and annoyed him. And so maybe if they would have asked him about the point spread, he would have been, a little bit better about it, because he really is kind of fed up hearing about the Eagles offense and what they do, which, if you know anything about Tank, that's him. He hates getting questions about other teams. He'd rather get questions about what they do and what they're capable of. Anytime you start asking multiple questions in a row about, well, they're really good, huh? He starts getting irritated. And so I think that was, some of the players have had it brought up. CD kind of shrugged it off. Michael Gallup shrugged it off. And so they're all not, it doesn't look like they're too concerned about the point spread. But I mean, honestly, there's not quite the energy I think you might expect, at least that we've seen, on the surface from the players. They all seem to be kind of downplaying it as just this is just another division game. This is Philly. We play them all the time. And so, maybe the air's been sucked out of it a little since they beat them by 20 plus 3 times in a row. Maybe that's why they're not concerned. I don't know.
Has their dominance over the East been mostly quarterback driven, or is there something else that's been going on there?
It's a good question. Probably, yeah. I mean, Ron Rivera would say so. Yeah. I think that, it's largely about, in general, the weapons that they have in offense, what they've been able to do. Obviously, last year, a big part of it was the way they were able to generate turnovers and, get the ball back, have short fields, and cause problems for the offense in that sense. But, I think a large part of it's just been they've been in position with the best quarterback in the division for several years now. And Jalen Hurts is playing a lot better, and so that's probably why things look a little different this year, and why they've had the success that they've had. I will say, I think we need to kind of slam on the brakes a little bit as oh my gosh, this guy's playing so ridiculous. He's been good. I don't think Jalen Hurts has been I don't think this is slam dunk MVP handed over to the guy.
But where is he in the MVP discussion?
I mean, that's where people have him, but I just think that I think you're going to see a regression to the mean a little bit, or you're going to start seeing, oh, okay, now that they're not undefeated, maybe a touchdown to interception ratio that's upside down at home isn't totally impressive.
Your boy's going to win the MVP anyway.
Lamar?
Lamar.
Oh.
Lamar, he means that. Well, look, I mean, voters love running backs, but typically they vote for quarterbacks, Chop, so I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah. All right.
It's time for you to put him on the clock with some bets. And start locking him in financially to some of this talk, all this trash talk.
Do you have any clue how much money I've lost in my life for digging in on takes?
Oh, really?
I should just give up on.
Oh, so you bet it and lose it?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'll dig in on something, and then it's once it starts getting challenged as, well, let's put money on it, and they'll be like, here's the standard. I'll be like, let's make the standard even more difficult for me, and let's bet more money on it. So
All right. Other keys to this game that you see. I know we went. Oh, take us through Tank getting tired of the Jalen Hurts questions.
I mean, it's just he got probably 6-7 questions in a row about how good they are, and specifically how good Jalen Hurts is, and it was just asked in several different ways. Basically, man, how good are they? They're good, right? And I think that it just was starting to drive him nuts. He was annoyed a little bit at first, and maybe tried to be a little polite about it. But then the more that the questions were on, the more he just was like, I'm just, I'm going to drop this, fake courtesy to them and just tell you they haven't played us yet. And so we don't know how good they are. That, we can talk about how good they are after they play us. But because until then, we don't know that. And then when, more questions continue to come in, he just told us flat out, he's like, I'm done talking about Jalen Hurts because honestly, I don't care. And so I think that that's where they're at with a lot of this. They're all feeling a little spicy.
Yeah.
Michael Gallup kind of shrugged off a few questions. It was, he was a little irritable at times. Not too bad. Just irritable for what Michael Gallup normally is. Jason Peters got kind of tired of the questions on Wednesday similarly. And so, I think everybody's a little just like, let us go out there and play football. We're pretty good too. They feel like underdogs in that sense. I think they feel like the questions make them feel like underdogs, and they don't like that necessarily.
All right. Injury updates with Tank, Jason Peters. Anything else we need to know heading into the game?
I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence is going to go. He talked about yesterday that he's hurt, but he's going to go. He'll be fine. And said that he's going to be able to tough it out. Micah Parsons is banged up. I think he's just going to be banged up for a little bit. He's been banged up earlier this season, and he's still producing at a high level. So I think that as long as he's out there and they feel like he can function, then you can feel okay about that. Even though Jason Peters has told us, yeah, I'm going. I've been out there practicing. I don't know that I totally believe him. I think it's just that's veteran bluster and sheer will trying to convince everybody, including the coaching staff, that he can get out there. I don't know that they're going to let him get out there. But I'd certainly like to have him. And I'd like to rotate him in to use his power there at left guard occasionally. I mean, it's one of the things that's really interesting is, Philadelphia has, if there's one area where they've not been great, is they haven't totally been efficient stopping the run at times. Detroit ran it on them a lot. They got ran on a little bit last week against Arizona.
Yeah.
And it's particularly been off to that left side. They're giving up 6.5 yards per carry on the left side. It's literally twice what they're giving up on the right side.
So the left side is
left side of the Cowboys offense. So it would be the right side of the Eagles defense.
Okay.
They're getting gashed on that side. So I think if you can, get guys in space on that side and play with some power on that side with Tyler Smith and Jason Peters, you could take advantage of that. But it's a matter of if Jason Peters is going to be ready and how much he'll be able to play. Otherwise, I think they're going to be pretty much at full strength with all the guys that matter. It's just a matter of, how they'll all be available to him. How nicked up are they? How hampered are they? And ultimately, I think that it's not going to be anything that will hold them back. I think I don't think we'll be coming out of this game saying, man, if this guy was healthy, it would have made a difference. I think we're going to feel like they're basically playing at full strength.
You've been talking about increased physicality since the offseason. Mike McCarthy acknowledged to us an hour ago he feels like this is a more physical football team than years past. How do you feel about it with this matchup against the big bad Eagles?
I think that they definitely have been more physical this year. Is it a team that's physical enough that, they could have undone some of the issues like at the end of last year against San Francisco? Probably not. The defense is playing a lot more physical. I think there's that. But, it's tough because the Eagles are really good in the trenches and they're really physical and really tough on both sides of the ball there. Like the offensive line for the Eagles plays nasty and physical and tough, and the defensive line is a bunch of maulers. And we still see at times that those physical defensive lines and those really imposing defensive lines like the one Washington has, it caused problems for them a couple weeks ago, and they weren't able to get the running game going, and there were times where Cooper Rush was under a lot of pressure. So that's an area where I'd still have some concern is there with the defensive line matchup of the Eagles coming up against the Cowboys offensive line. But they're definitely in a better position to compete with it than they were last year. But I kind of feel like if they are going to put points on the board, if they're going to score, you may need to manufacture some of it. You may need to get, really creative with Kellen Moore. Let's make it the week of Micah Parsons carrying the ball and Trayvon Diggs in the slot. Like, let's get really crazy and just throw some different stuff at him, because I think you're going to need to manufacture some things, because I think if this just turns into a straight trench fight, Dallas is at a disadvantage. But the toughness, the physicality, it's all improved. It's not nearly as much of a deficiency as it was last year as in years past. But I still think that Philadelphia's got an advantage there.
It may be a disadvantage if it's a trench fight, but they do want this to be a relatively low-scoring game, right? They don't want to offensively. They're not equipped to be getting a shootout with this team, are they?
Yeah, they're not. Like, I mean, they're not going to put up 40 points or whatever. Right. Like, this is still an offense that's pretty limited. It's an offense that doesn't extend drives. It's an offense that isn't able to push the ball down the field the way they want. They're not going to get a bunch of chunk plays. But I mean, honestly, like Philadelphia, while they've had some high scoring performances, Philadelphia doesn't push the ball down the field really at all either. And they try and kind of nickel and dime you in the passing game and hit some stuff in the short and intermediate areas. And as much as they run the ball, and we see that this is the number one rushing team in the NFL, really, like in terms of like attempts and rushing touchdowns and everything like that, they don't always do it efficiently. Like, they're 17th in the NFL in yards per carry, and they'll sort of, bang their head against a wall over and over until it breaks through. In fact, last week when I was doing some research on the Rams running game, I don't know how it's changed from last week, but through the first few weeks of the season, Philadelphia was like one of the 5 worst in terms of percentage of runs that go for 2 yards or less. So they'll kind of just, keep trying until one breaks. It's a little bit of, drip, 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 and then it, explodes. And so I think that, they're not always efficient with it, and you can control that running game for a lot of the game. You just got to watch out for some of the breakout runs. But this is something that neither team, I don't think, is really going to push the ball down the field and try and turn this into a shootout. So it's going to be potentially one of these, first one to 17 wins, because I think both offenses are going to have a bit of a struggle against these defenses.
Bobby Belt here on The Fan. Any feel for how they cover AJ and Devontae?
I think A.J. Brown is going to be a little bit like the Cooper Kupp thing, where it's like he's going to get his. And so, like, you need to be prepared for, you're not going to be able to just completely shut him down and take him out of the ball game. So I think that they're going to just recognize he's going to get a few catches, just keep things in front of you. Devontae Smith has been good. I don't think they feel like Devontae Smith is anything they can't handle, though. Like, I think they feel like they could have a good game plan to keep the ball out of Devontae Smith's hands. The big thing for them, they feel like this week, is in order to really affect the passing game, is they've got to keep Jalen Hurts in the pocket. They can't let him, break contain. They can't let him get outside and start, stressing the defense with his legs, and then get some soft looks on broken plays and things like that. So they feel like, I think if they can keep Jalen Hurts in the pocket and force him to throw from there, that they're going to be okay. And so that's going to be a big focus. As much as how they take away those specific receivers, I think they feel like it's how they make Jalen Hurts play.
What's your pick?
I know everybody, was upset last week that I picked the Rams, and I heard about it
Same here.
in the post-game show. I am going to pick the Eagles.
Now, wait a second.
Yeah.
Your tone and your sarcasm, the first 5 minutes of this whole interview is how the Eagles, the Eagles are so great. Jalen Hurts is going to regress. They're not freaking out in the locker room. You were so sarcastic, acting like they're playing above their. Okay, your tone, your suggestion was they were playing above their heads, and now you end up picking them at the very end. Make those two work together.
Because, Sean, 17 points is not a lot of points.
I love when you drop somebody's name in the middle of a sentence, the amount of condescension that happens in there. Yeah. I know, Sean.
Yes, Ralph, that's what I do. I think that 17 points, I don't think the offense is going to score against them. That's not the concern. The concern is, can you score against Philadelphia's defense? The offense is playing over its head a little bit, or more specifically, Jalen Hurts. I think Dallas's defense will handle Philly's offense just fine. My issue is, I don't know how you're going to manufacture points. You may have to score a defensive touchdown to win this game. And so it's just, The offense, I think they've got control of. I'm not concerned about Dallas Goedert, Miles Sanders, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. I mean, I'm concerned in the sense that they're talented players and they're really good. But I think Dallas matches up really well with them on defense. I think they're going to hold a team under 20 points again. I don't know how they're going to score. That's the problem, is that secondary is really good. I don't know if the receivers are going to be able to consistently get separation against Avonte Maddox, Darius Slade, James Bradbury. I don't know if the Cowboys are going to be able to win the trench battle against the Eagles defensive front. And if they're not able to do that, I don't know how well they're going to be able to establish the running game. So I think it's going to have to be a week where they're going to have to manufacture points in creative ways. And if they can do that, they'll win the game. But ultimately, I don't see them scoring a lot in this one. So I'd go 17-13 Philly. And so that still can be true. Both things can be true, Sean, that they're playing over their heads on offense and that Dallas can control that. And then at the same time, that they're not going to be able to score. I'll say, if you want to look for one weakness on defense outside of just, running plays to the right side of Philly's defense, if you can find Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in coverage, do it, because my Lord, he has been awful. He has been terrible.
Really?
He's bad. Yes. That was what I know. Everybody freaked out when that acquisition was made. He's been bad. That's a guy who, I think out of the 6 passing touchdowns they've allowed, he's been credited with half of them, and he's missed like 8 tackles this season. He's terrible right now. And so if you can get him in space in the running game, if you can get him singled up in the slot, he plays a lot more traditional safety and up in the box than playing in the slot this year. He's not quite being used like Minkah Fitzpatrick, but if he's in the slot against CeeDee Lamb, I think they need to have built-in checks for, all right, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's in the slot, CeeDee's in there. We're checking to a pass to CeeDee. CeeDee's getting a slant here. Like, if you get him in coverage, take advantage of that every single time. That may be how you can find a weakness in that defense.
How many different body parts did Dak throw with yesterday to impress all you guys?
Yeah.
No, so I mean, that's the thing. We don't get to see it. In fact, it's funny. My favorite part yesterday was Clarence Hill trying to trick CeeDee Lamb into telling us if Dak threw at practice or if it was after practice. Like, basically just tell us if he participated. Right. Because they're talking to, CeeDee was saying, oh yeah, he's looking good. He's throwing it. He's getting back into the rhythm. Velocity's there. He's getting close. And Clarence says, did he throw to you during practice or after practice? And CeeDee started thinking about it, realized what he was doing, and he goes, look at you. And he goes, if you answer it. And he goes, I don't got to answer that. And he's just like, well, what's next? And they all kind of realize, oh, okay, you're trying to be sneaky there, Clarence. But look, you need Clarence Hill on the beat to try and get those questions in for you.
Yes.
You need him to be the villain so that, everybody doesn't hate you. So.
Last thing, your reaction to the Dan Snyder report and some of the parts mentioning Jerry Jones, who will be on KMC at 10:30.
Boy, it sounds just like Dan Snyder, and it sounds just like that organization. I said this last night. I don't want to be too specific about it, but I talked to somebody who works there within the last year, I'll say, and they mentioned, they were like, everybody hates it here. Everybody hates working for this organization. And so it's a pretty toxic, terrible environment. And he's, I think everybody knows pretty clearly he's responsible for it. I think their point-by-point reply to it was hilarious yesterday. How they had an answer for everything, and they made sure to attribute who the quotes were to. Did Dan Snyder make Carson Wentz the starter? Well, let's get a quote from Ron Rivera. Here's what Ron says in response to this. It was just they had to have everybody in the organization defend each point for Dan Snyder. But it sounds just about in line. And yeah, he's the quote in there that, no, all the owners don't hate each other. All the owners hate Dan. That is definitely the reputation in the league. Nobody likes Dan Snyder. And so I just feel like I'm stunned at this point that he's survived as long as he has. But man, I don't know how much longer that can go on. I think a lot of people in the league want him out.
Thank you, Bobo. Appreciate it.
I love you all.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
I still think what they're going to run into is that these other owners don't want to vote a guy out and risk them having some skeleton in their closet that comes out and they get voted out. They don't want to open that box, that Pandora's box. It now
someone in that article said Snyder was the most powerful owner in the league, but I don't know. When they've had fights in the past, right? People mad at Jerry. Jerry was thought to have. Did he screw over the Chargers? In the whole Rams move. Either way, they all have tussles and fights, right? And nothing. What's the point at which they leak something about someone else when they're mad at each other in other times? I don't know. I guess they just have a code like everyone shut your mouth, be quiet no matter what. I don't know. That's why I can't wait to see what the guys ask Jerry. 10:30. Nothing's going to happen from this. He's not going to lose the team.
No.
He's not going to give it up.
No, he's not going to give it up. And I don't think he's going to lose the team either. He may sell it on his own, but he ain't gonna lose the team.
You got a traffic update still?
Well, it ain't much of an update. This is 2 hours in the making. My voice cracked. I don't know why. 75 southbound at
the whole thing.
Yeah, at the Haskell exit. Haskell, Blackburn,
Lemon.
You have to exit there. The whole thing is shut down. It's been shut down for 2 hours. I don't know what that is. I don't know what's going on. It looks like that's a tow truck, but it also looks like it's a crane in the middle of the road. I have no idea. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
But it is treacherous. And why do they not have somebody across, like a guy waving you through like they would at a game through the light? That light takes forever to go at Blackburn and Haskell. Like, why is it taking so long?
All right. RJ says he's never seen anything like that. Have you heard anything like this?
Oh, no. Is this another one?
This is RJ Choppy's preview song for Philadelphia. Now, this is Peyton's first song with us.
First song.
So, Peyton, your experience doing this, how do you feel about the product before we air it?
Well, so yesterday, RJ, he went in studio after the show, and I made the mistake of staying in there when he was hitting record. And he said, all right, I need my privacy. You got to get out of here. I was like, oh, I thought I was going to get the inside
Artists.
And so I left the studio. I thought it was going to be 60 minutes to 90 minutes of wait, because, he takes a few takes and stuff. I've heard the songs before. This is take 4, take 5. And so I step out.
60 minutes.
I thought it was going to take RJ a little while. He comes running. He goes, Peyton, I think we got something here. It was like 10:15. I was like, yo, RJ, we're already done?
Yeah, I did one take.
I almost went to IHOP to get some food real quick and came back.
Big mistake. That would have been a big mistake on your part.
But now I know just to wait outside the room.
And how do you feel about this?
I'm confident. I've listened to the songs of what Troy has put together.
Oh,
I
some
think,
shots.
All right. I think it's close. I think it's close, but
let's see if Cooper Rush, the producer, can take over for Troy with the production. RJ Choppy's Filthy Song to get you ready for Sunday night on The Fan. Woo! Oh, yeah, good song.
Yeah. Let's get it, boys.
Yeah,
Here we coming for you, Philly. Hurts on the block with his thick booty. He don't throw a lot, but he's been dirty. This Cowboys D is coming to your building. After 60 minutes, tell me how you're feeling. Cause next summer's on the road to way to healing. This game we're stealing. Yeah, we're stealing. Oh, hurt you gon' be under pressure. This defense is your biggest test, yeah.
What?
We ain't the same sorry as useless team. But you know we better. Hurts under pressure. Turn out the lights. Now you can feel it. This team be alright. JJ. Cat boy. It's about damn time. Hurts under pressure. This D gonna eat. Now you can feel it. This team be okay. JJ. Cat boy. It's about damn time.
Okay.
We get at least a 5 out of 10, or what do we think?
Well,
Be honest.
You got to remember, this is all production value. I can't sing.
How do you feel about it?
Well, the lyrics are great. My delivery is awful.
Okay.
It is god awful.
I don't know.
And I'm pretty sure I was offbeat.
I'm pretty
sure I was
think we
offbeat.
have a ways to go. We'll let the Tolos decide. Definitely offbeat a little bit. I'm not sure about the lyrics. What was your creative process through this? You scrapped the original song?
I had an original song going.
We were going to go R&B.
Yeah, we were going to go Boys to Men, and then I realized that you actually have to be able to, because they're from Philadelphia.
End of the road?
End of the road. You actually have to be able to sing.
Okay.
To do R&B, plus, it was a little bit old.
Okay.
How many people, what was the last time you heard a Boys to Men song?
Yeah.
So, let's just go. So I wrote something, and then I was like, all right, this is terrible. Let's scrap this. This is going to be too hard to do.
Okay.
So then I decided, let's find something new. The new part was problematic. I couldn't think of anything new.
Yeah.
There's no new artists from Philly. Nobody comes from Philadelphia anymore. All right? They don't come from Philly. Nobody comes from Philly now. So I was like, all right, let's just go to the Billboard Top 100. I went there, and I was like, oh, I like this song. I can do this song.
Okay.
I thought of something already. Things are going through my head. It's getting destroyed, though. 3 out of 10. Can I get that 45 seconds back? I'd rather listen to Rosie O'Donnell rap.
Oh.
I've heard more pleasant sounds in a labor and delivery room. I give it a 7 out of 10.
Oh.
My kids just started crying in the car.
Laughing?
I don't know. Awful, but lots of potential.
Okay.
Negative 10. Worst one yet. Oh. Horrible.
Oh.
That sounds like sexual chocolate from Coming to America.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
3 out of 10. Worst one yet.
Okay.
Offbeat. Lots of potential. This could be better. Keep doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
Please don't play that again.
All right.
Maybe
we'll see what KMC thinks.
Maybe we'll have to get RJ to start recording these on like Tuesday or something, you know.
Oh!
Maybe I need some time.
Let me just work on your schedule here, okay? Do not tell an artist.
I guess
when his art is going to be complete.
I guess recording it yesterday wasn't good enough.
I know.
He used to record for Troy
that morning,
Friday morning
at
5 a.m. So there you go. There's your song to get you ready for Filthy. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. So a lot of people have been asking me for this neighbor update, and I guess I may as well give one before this upcoming weekend. So I have new neighbors who are renting. It's one of those houses. I can't figure out who lives there. There's like 2 houses in my neighborhood in East Dallas. I still don't know who actually owns the home. You see 7 different cars and 8 different people in and out and in and out. So I'm like, okay, it's not, I would prefer like an elderly, boring couple to move in, who doesn't have, young teenage kids, because I want quiet, I don't want any type of mayhem in the neighborhood. Well, for the past couple of weeks, dude, Friday and Saturday night, there's a freaking techno party taking place right next door to us. There's like these 3 or 4 young kids, and they take a speaker outside. They have put up string lights in the backyard.
I love string lights.
To coordinate with the music. You know how you get lights to react to the beat?
Oh, yeah.
And dude, it's not even really the music, it's the bass.
Uh-huh.
And our bedroom is like right adjacent to their backyard. So we hear everything. And these idiot punk kids won't just play it inside.
Yeah.
They're outside.
Yeah.
They have no backyard furniture. They just get like 3 coolers, and the 4 of them just set up and are bumping the speaker. And, you want to play it till 11, 12 o'clock. I'm not going to be an old man Karen. But I'm telling you, the past 2 Saturdays, I've woken up at 3:30. Boom. But I don't know what type of drugs they're on. I don't know what type of high they're on. They go till 7:30. The first time I woke up, I walked outside, front yard. I told them. I said, yo, do you live here? It's 3 a.m. No, but I'm going in. Do you need me to say? I said, can you ask him to turn it down? Can you ask him just to turn it? It's 3 o'clock. I got a 2-year-old. We're trying to sleep. I go back in. He's like, yeah, sure. I lay back down. I'm like, ha! Victory! Turn it up. That's what happened. So it's pumping the same.
Man.
Maybe even louder. I said, okay, fine. I got to call the popo.
Oh, what?
I got to call the popo.
You called the police?
Police.
You called the police?
I didn't want to call 911. I was like, is there another number below this?
Non-emergency.
So I call like 311. I'm looking up different numbers. I call like the local Dallas Police Department. I'm like, look, this isn't a big deal, but there's a noise issue. I don't know what they're doing over there. They go, no, you need to call 911. And I was like, what? I feel kind of, that's a little Karen-y, 911. I call. They're like, okay, we'll be right over. I never hear an update. Saturday morning. Monday, our post-show meeting, I get a police phone call.
You did?
Yes, is this Mr. Sharif? You need anything with the police call you made about your neighbors? I said, today's Monday.
They're just getting back to you. They're busy.
They're just
busy.
getting back. I'm like, are they getting ready to go to the house now to question? Okay, whatever. Second weekend in a row it happens. I'm waking up. I'm looking for the HOA rules. I write a letter to the HOA. You know, I can't have a branch sticking out a certain way with these freaking power trip losers, and there has to be a noise issue.
Has to be.
Well, no, there's nothing in our bylaws about noise. There's no rules or regulations about noise.
What about them being a rental? Are they renting the house?
They are renting it.
See, in my HOA, you can't rent your house out. That may be it. First of all, Peyton, what's the name of this song?
Satisfaction.
Okay.
By who? Don't have that.
I like
but
this.
Satisfaction.
All right, look here. I got a solution for you. Give me their contact information.
Okay.
All right.
Some Tolos have asked for that.
Yeah, give me their contact. Your neighbor's contact.
Why?
Because I'm going to party with them. They sound like fun. Okay. This is exactly the kind of. This is what we do at my house.
4 a.m.
Yeah, we had club shop.
3
man.
a.m.
We've got a kaleidoscope thing in the house that it's got this green and red light. And it bumps and the red bumps with the bass.
So I tell my wife I'm going over there. My wife, of course, is petrified of everything. Like my son's not going to be allowed to ride a ride, play a sport, nothing. And she's like, no. You're not going to go over there. You don't know what they're on. They're bumping music at 3, 4 a.m. These don't look like the type of people that you want to mess with. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I am not going to just deal with this. And I'm not moving. I'd rather get shot. I'd rather get stabbed than give up and move. Yeah. So I said, okay, I'm loading up the big green egg with all the wood. And I'm rolling that mother over to the fence.
What are you going to do?
I'm smoking them out. I'm smoking on a hickory.
Dude, they got the munchies already. They're just going to come on over
I'm not going to cook any food. I'm just burning the wood.
These guys are on X.
And
That's
I'm
all
gonna
they're doing. They're just sitting there popping.
Yeah, they're probably the glow sticks in the smoke. You know? Sitting here with the glow sticks and the smoke crossing up. I'm going to smoke them out. And other Tolos have given me a playlist of annoying things that young kids can't stand. Right?
Yeah, the thumbs up emoji.
No, not the thumbs up. No,
start doing that.
No music. Lawnmower sounds. So I have the lawnmower on my Spotify.
Anything that involves work.
Anything that involves work. Weed whacker sound. People have told me to play Blast Baby Shark. Just blast it. And play the music when they go to sleep. So at 11 a.m. or noon on Sunday, blast my music or play just the Weed Whacker nonstop. Just blast it out loud. So these are the options. Now, I've been told it's been addressed, and they're not going to do it this weekend. That's what I've been told. So I'm waiting to see what happens. If they chill out and if they calm it down. So that's where we stand right now. So if you all want to talk, y'all are still partying, 3 a.m. this weekend, hit me up. I'll probably be awake from these punk loser kids.
Here you go. So this is what people are saying. Invite them over for a barbecue.
I was thinking about that.
Use stink bombs. Play Edmund Fitzgerald by Gordon Lightfoot nonstop on a loop. That's a great reference there.
Country music.
Yeah, play some country music. Let's see. This is definitely the movie Neighbors. This is why you got to carry. No, come on now.
I got
one. Sean, you're talking like someone who's never been shot at.
That's true. I've never been shot at.
Next time you call the cops, say you hear screaming and shouting from their yard and you're scared someone might be in trouble. That's
I wanted to get a bag of heroin and toss it over. I didn't know where to get the heroin. I just wanted to toss it over and be like, they're selling heroin here. And get them all locked up.
What kind of snowblower are you, man?
What's that mean?
Coke, heroin, snowblowing.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know. Let's pick the game. The 5 things that RJ wants to see, and a former Eagle thinks the Cowboys are going to kick their ass. The official pick for Sunday night. Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Q.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a Tolo. Don't ever go anywhere. We're going to get you the most prepared for the Cowboys game every weekend, and there's no bigger one than this for us. Eagles, Sunday Night Football here on your home of America's team. The man who will have the TV call, Mike Tirico, will join us at 8:20. And if you miss Mike McCarthy delivering more radio gold, you can hear Coach at 8:40 with us here on 105.3 The Fan. But Seth Joyner, remember him?
I do remember him.
Fantastic player.
Mm-hmm.
2-time first-team All-Pro, 2-time second-team All-Pro, 3-time Pro Bowl linebacker for the Eagles. He's doing, and we're about to pick this thing. Give us the pick and why. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. So Seth Joyner does their TV post game, kind of like Nate Newton, as a former player. And Seth blasted the Eagles. He's catching a lot of heat in Filthy for what he said about the team after they beat Arizona. Listen to Seth Joyner with concerns over the offense after the win.
It's hard to be critical when they win a football game.
Sure.
But it's necessary.
Okay.
It's necessary. I mean, for us to sit up here and pull our pom-poms out and cheer after what we just watched, it would be wrong. I mean, 100% wrong, okay? Offensively, they looked inept once they got past halftime. They looked like they had no answer for the blitz. I don't know that we have sight adjustments built into, our offense. When teams show us blitz like the Cardinals did in the second half today and like Detroit did in game 1, we have no adjustment for it. Our wide receivers run our routes just like they were drawn up instead of sight adjusting to the fact that, they're sending too many guys for our protection to pick up.
So there he is talking about offensive concerns, and he's breaking it down with the X's and the O's. And if you look at the numbers, when Jalen Hurts is blitzed, they drop off big time versus not being blitzed. We're going to have to go and get Dan Quinn's pressure rates. But look, with this defensive line, they haven't had to blitz. Jalen Hurts, when he's not blitzed, the PFF grade is a 90. When he's blitzed, it's a 57. When he's not blitzed, 10 yards per attempt, second best in the league. When he is blitzed, 27th in the league. When he's not blitzed, 73% completion percentage. When he is blitzed, 58%. The big-time throws drop. The turnover-worthy throws, there's a difference. So that's kind of what Seth is talking about. There has been, look, the second quarter may tell the entire story for this game. The Eagles, remember the first few weeks where we were talking about what they were doing in the second quarter and then not scoring zeros in the second half? Here's their scoring per quarter. First quarter, 2.8. That's 21st in the league.
Wow.
Third quarter, they score 3.5 points in the third. That's 19th. Fourth quarter, 2.5 points. That's 29th. Second quarter, they average 18 points in the second quarter. That's number 1 in the NFL. Now, as you will say, those second half numbers are going to drop, especially with them. They've run the ball with Miles Sanders, Jalen Hurts, kill the clock. You're not going to score as much in the second half. They can play this style of play, this Lamar Jackson, right? You want Lamar to throw to beat you. That's the playoff kryptonite everyone's been talking about. And you want Jalen Hurts to get in a throwing contest as well. He doesn't have to when they score 18 points in every second quarter.
Right.
They can control the entire tempo of the second half.
They can. They absolutely can. And, some of the, when you go quarter to quarter, if you get the ball to start the game and the other team gets the ball to start the second half, there's a good chance you only get one possession in the third quarter. If they have a long drive and you may get the ball back, and then by the time they get the ball back, quarter's over. And that could be a reason why maybe they get the ball back in the second half a lot, and that's why their second quarter numbers are higher, because they don't have the ball to start the game. Who knows? But listen, they have done a great job of being able to control the tempo in the second half because they've been winning games, and they've been able to pull away. They've been able to get put in a good position because of their second quarter, and really salt these games away.
That's Seth Joyner with the concerns for the Eagles' offense. Listen to what he says about their defense and his prediction for Sunday night.
And then on the defensive side of the ball, I'm listening to the commentator while we're watching the game. Oh, Jonathan Gannon likes to play a shell defense. He just doesn't want to give up the big play. Well, what damn difference does it make, okay, if you let the team just slowly but surely just go down the field, okay, and score a touchdown at the end? What's the difference between, a 12-play drive that ends in 7 points and a 3-play drive that they may hit a 40-yard touchdown? It's still a damn touchdown, okay? So you might as well take your chances in trying to stop the opposing team. Every single time that we got into a 5-man front, guess what they ran? They ran quarterback draw. If I can see it, you mean to tell me you got 10 coaches up in the box and another 10 defensive coaches down on the field, and nobody can see that? Nobody picks that up? We can't adjust to that? Hey, listen, I'm happy that they're 5-0, okay? But after what I witnessed the Dallas Cowboys do to the LA Rams today,
oh my goodness,
they're not going to. The Cowboys are going to come in here and embarrass the hell out of them on Sunday Night Football.
Okay.
Wow.
Seth Joyner, not a popular man in Philly after 5-0, but I love honest announcers who can call this stuff out. I don't know if he's been a hater.
I have no idea. He could be a hater. He could be like, and there's plenty of those guys out there that, back when we did it our way in my day,
right?
And this is modern day football, and everybody else is there's plenty of that out there. But if he is right that they don't make adjustments, well, that's a big problem. You got to be able to adjust throughout the course of the game. We've always had this debate, halftime adjustments, and Babe has always said, guys, you go into the locker room, you have a banana, you go take a leak, and then you got to walk back out in the field.
Right.
You don't really have time for halftime adjustments.
Right.
But you got to be able to make them in game.
Yeah.
You've got 10 coaches up in the box for a reason.
The first half is a build-up. Who was talking about this the other day? I can't remember what head. I think it was Sean Payton. It was Sean Payton. As you're going through the game, hey, make a note of this for half. Hey, make a note of this for half. So you compile the first half issues, and then you pick the ones that just say during halftime, not totally break them down, right? You're make a note. So that's Seth Joyner going off. The 5 things you want to see Sunday night.
Man, I love doing this. Number 1, I want Micah not to key on Hurts.
Same as Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin said, don't change it up. Keep having him hunt.
Yep. Let him chase him down as an edge rusher. Let him rush him. But, if he's let's just say he's at 90% out there, I don't want him out there, playing linebacker, keying on somebody and having to cut back left and right. If he's got some leg issues. So let's just cut down on that. I do want to see, number 2, I want to see the Cowboys respect Hurts' arm. Don't just try to take away his legs. Have respect for his arm. That's the old saying. Have respect
you have
for them.
Respect for it?
Weaken you. Yes. Now I don't think he's this elite passer, but I think he's a much better passer than anyone gave him credit for. Good, decent arm, not just a howitzer, but much more accurate than I ever expected him to be. Number 3, and this one's going to surprise me to even say, but I want to see Zeke as the primary back.
Why?
Philly's front is nasty. We need him blocking. We need him back there protecting Cooper Rush. Tony Pollard gets blowed up. He does. He gets blown up, man. We need Zeke back there. There's a theory out there. The most important thing a running back skill-wise can do is block. Whether you agree with that or not, that's just a theory. Because the theory is that anybody can run through a hole, but only certain guys can stay in there and block the way he does. That is a very unique skill that he has. Number 4, do not take Jerry's advice. Running and punting is not a good thing. Okay? I still don't know why he said that or what he meant by that, but running and punting, that is not a good idea. I don't want to run and punt. I want to throw and score. And then number 5, Cupper to play the game of his life. They cannot win if he plays the way he did last week, I don't think. You can't throw fewer than 20 times for 100 yards and expect to win consistently in the NFL. I just don't think he could do that. So he needs to have the game of his life here, man. There's the 5 things.
All right, so Peyton and RJ got the Rams pick right. I was wrong, just like Bobby Bell. I said the Cowboys would lose a close one to the Rams. I was incorrect. So I think you guys should start in terms of the predictions, and give them on the truckrack.com text line. Where are we at with the Tolos first? 877-881-1053.
All right, here we go. Good morning, guys. It is pre-victory Friday. Cowboys 24, Eagles 20. Cowboys, 27-13 Eagles win. Cooper will not be able to move the ball. Philly 30, Cowboys 13. Ooh. Cowboys 20, Eagles 10. 24-17 Eagles. 19-17 Cowboys. 28-17 Cowboys. Let's see. That's Donovan Wilson should be the spy.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? Where does he rank on this defense?
I need a lot of time to think about that.
The year he's having.
Need a lot of time to think about that.
Yep. Fantastic year, though.
Yeah.
There you go. And then Eagles, 2017 Cowboys, 31-7 Cowboys, 17-0 Cowboys, 17-13 Cowboys, 24-17 Cowboys, Eagles 31-21.
Ryan Clark and Ninkovich going with the Philadelphia Eagles. Sam Acho on ESPN going with the Cowboys. Peyton, who's your pick and why?
So last week I said it was going to be a 1-20 game. I picked the Cowboys to get to 21st because the defense hasn't allowed 20 points yet this season. I'm going to say the same thing, but I'm going opposite. I think the Eagles get to 21st, so I got 20-17 Eagles.
I had the Cowboys beating the Rams last week. I think the Eagles take this one 20-12.
20-12?
20-12, 4 field goals.
I'm going to go 23-17 Eagles.
23-17.
23-17. That would be 1 point off the spread. The over-under right now is 42, I think. And Philly is favored by 6.5. I'm going to have the Eagles win by 6 and be about a point within the spread. So all three of us have a filthy W. Sean and RJ here. Hopefully I'm wrong again. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Mike McCarthy at 8:40. Nick Eatman at 9:20. We know that Brad and Babe will have the radio call. Mike Tirico with the TV call. Let's preview Sunday night. Let's talk about this Dan Snyder, Jerry Jones drama, and what does he think about the QB hits. Mike Tirico next on The Fan. He was magnificent last time, so don't miss it. And do not miss the party that's taking place at the Nest. It's the Eagles Nest in
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Now here comes Curtis Samuel. Handoff Robinson up the middle of the line. Heading towards the goal line and in! Touchdown! Touchdown Washington! The first career rushing touchdown for Brian Robinson Jr.
Not a lot of scoring.
No.
There was more action after the game when Ron Rivera went crazy. The entertainment during the game was Al Michaels, and then after the game, it was Ron Rivera going crazy. Someone who knows Al Michaels very well. He was so good last time, we asked if we could get him on to preview Sunday night and talk all things NFL. The great Mike Tirico, the play-by-play voice of Sunday Night Football on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
What's going on, guys? Good Friday from Philadelphia.
How much crazier is it going to be, like atmosphere-wise? Is it really that much different Sunday night in Philly for a game like this versus other places, or is it overhyped a little bit?
No, Philly's got a different intensity to it, right? That Eagles and Cowboys games have shown all the Dallas fans over the years. And on top of that, too, Philly's being in the playoffs. For those who aren't familiar with the area, all four pro sports teams play within the same parking lot area. It's almost like there's a common area. One side of the street is the arena where the 76ers and the Flyers play, and then you have Citizens Bank where the Phillies play, and then the Link where the Eagles play, nestled up against the highway. So it's an area where people will be congregating all weekend with the games on Friday and Saturday for the Phils. Our Premier League soccer folks have their Fan Fest this weekend in Philadelphia, so there'll be a lot of soccer fans out too. And then Sunday night just builds towards a game these folks look forward to every year. So, yeah, it's a different intensity for sure.
How are you looking at this game matchup-wise, Mike?
Oh, man, I can't wait to watch the Eagles offense against the Cowboys defense. You just start to look at what they've done the first 5 weeks. You start watching tape on the teams. We saw Dallas, the opener against Tampa, and the defense kept them in the game, right, and has done a tremendous job since Dak's been out. So, usually when you have two good units go against each other, to me, what is always the key is what happens on the other side of the ball. And what will the Dallas offense be able to do against the Philadelphia defense that has been good this year, but I don't think is at the level of the Dallas defense. So to me, that's where I think this game will end up being decided. What can Dallas scratch out offensively against Philadelphia, which has excellent corners, plays a five-man front, and will that five-man front be able to stand up to Dallas, giving you a steady dose of Zeke and Pollard? That, to me, will be the thing that decides this football game.
Where have you elevated Jalen Hurts, in the QB tiers? Or are you still waiting to see a little bit more this season? Or have you made up your mind he's made a leap?
He's made a leap. He's not in the VIP level yet. I mean, the VIP level is not a place for guys who haven't won a playoff game yet, right? Mm-hmm. Like Josh Allen. We saw Josh Allen's talent, then we saw him win playoff games. Like, okay, he's on that level. Yeah. So you can say this guy can make enough happen to make it a Super Bowl team, that kind of run. Like Jalen Hurts, we're watching the development. This is only his 25th start. The rookie year he came in, he was trying to figure it out. Last year, new head coach, new play caller, a little offensive adjustment. And this year they're maximizing that, and they've gotten him some good options. Obviously, year 2 for Devontae Smith, who he knew from when they were both at Bama before Hurts went to Oklahoma that last year, and A.J. Brown. And that trade was a terrific trade. Tennessee just said from a cap perspective, we'd rather have a rookie receiver like Treylon Burks, who they have, as opposed to having A.J. Brown and paying him that kind of money. So A.J. Brown, you acquire a Pro Bowl talent. You acquire a number one receiver. That immediately makes your quarterback better. And I think there's a little more confidence, and Jalen knows what he's doing more than he did last year. So elevated, yes. Making them better, yes. In that group, not yet. It's early. This is the microwave society where we try to cook everything in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm going to let this one go in the crock pot and cook for a little bit.
Fill in the blank, Mike Tirico. Micah Parsons is?
Right now the best defensive player in the league. Game changer. Impact guy, that I always love to look at a game when I get started. You know, your game ends Sunday night. We get done, get back to the hotel, start watching our game back on Monday morning just to do our little review. Like, okay, Monday at noon, you start really preparing. And I always start with who are the guys you put at the top of the board that the other team's going to have to worry about and account for every snap, right? A guy like a Mahomes or a guy like a Josh Allen on offense or Rodgers or Brady and all that. Micah Parsons is one of those guys. You know, everything Philadelphia is going to do on the offensive side has to be how are we going to keep him under control and in check in this game. So that's where I start, and that tells me right there how dominant a player he is, right? Or how good a player and how impactful he is as well.
What do you think of the comparisons to Lawrence Taylor with Micah?
I think it's a little early for that because LT did it for years in that one spot. But you can see where there's a valuable comparison of the two. But LT ran over tackles and did that for years and years and years. I love watching Micah do that now. I think we're a little bit away before we compare guys. Let's get somebody through a couple of years, 3 or 4 years before we start putting them in the Hall of Fame, right? But the start is phenomenal. You know, it's the same microwave thing. We jump to too many conclusions. But everything I see, I love. Love talking to him when we were there for the opener. His stats are right there with everybody who deserves that conversation of as impactful as any player in the league right now.
What are your discussions with McCarthy like when you guys sit down and do the behind-the-scenes stuff?
Yeah, our production meeting, we'll do that with Mike tomorrow. But in general, when we do visit with him, it's great. I mean, I've known Mike from when he got the Packers job. My first year doing Monday night was when Mike got the Green Bay job in 2006. So, it's 15 years of knowing Mike and going through this. And you go to see somebody, twice a year, see them at the NFL annual meetings. You just kind of build a relationship with these folks. And I really enjoy my conversations with Mike. He's pretty honest with us. He certainly gives us ideas on what's been going on with the team and a sense of where the game he feels might go. So I always enjoy them, and I look forward to tomorrow just to see his feelings. Because I got to tell you guys, when we walked out of AT&T after the opener against Tampa, there was no way I thought this team would be 4-1. No chance. That would have been the last thing. Maybe 3-2. They scratch out one here, one there. Somebody's quarterback is hurt as well, and you get a chance. There's no way. So to see what the defense has done, how they've pieced the offense together here, and, the steadiness of a guy who's been around the league for a while like Mike, I'm really curious to see why he feels, this has worked out this way so far.
Mike Tirico, voice of NBC Sunday Night Football, Cowboys Eagles on NBC and on Peacock at 7:20 on Sunday night. Join us here on 105.3 The Fan. What was your take on the Dan Snyder report and that potentially he has lost Jerry, got dirt on Jerry?
Yeah, so I'm going to be completely transparent with you guys. I just skimmed the ESPN story, and here's why. My daughter is in college, and she's studying abroad this semester, so I snuck over to Spain for 48 hours to go visit her. We had 2 back-to-back games on the East Coast. We're in Baltimore last week. So I've been doing my prep from overseas and playing catch-up a little bit over the last 48 hours, but I did skim the article. I did not read it for all the detail, and there's a lot. Don Van Natta, who wrote that, is a tremendous investigative journalist. Look, this is a messy situation all the way around, right? And, whatever stuff Dan Snyder might be trying to use as defense here, it's going to be hard if you try to bring down people in the league as a whole, and many people who have helped support you here. And, if he feels like the walls are closing in, usually people try to fight back. And that sounds like that's the essence of some of this. Now, until we hear from Dan Snyder, yes, this is what we're doing, this is what he's doing, this is his intent, or was this a trial balloon to try to float to just see what the response is? It's hard to say where that will go down the line. The Washington situation has been poorly handled all the way across the board, and this just adds another ugly chapter to it, however it's going to play out.
What a perfect day to have on Mike Tirico. We have league news. We have broadcasting news. This came out of nowhere.
You know Dick Ebersol very well. He's a legend. And we know Tony Romo pretty well. He's
a legend here.
he's a legend here. What did you make of Ebersol's criticism of Romo that he's lost the passion for broadcasting? He was very critical of him before kind of walking that back yesterday.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know Dick very well. I know him. I don't know him very well because I didn't work at NBC when Dick was here.
Oh.
So I've gotten to know him over a couple of other events and spent minimal time around him relative to others. But that doesn't mean I don't have a ton of respect for him. I have no idea what the genesis of his comments were. I think we all come in with a love for this, and over time, it's hard to stay as fresh and as excited about the job as you do it for 4, 5, 6 years. I know when you get to playoff games, and Tony's just yelling back and forth with Jim, they got to do this, they got to do that. I know his passion is still there, so I don't know what exactly is the connection that Dick is looking for when it comes to that. I happen to enjoy Jim and Tony when they do their games, so I don't feel that way about Tony as a broadcaster. When they're on, I'm bummed that the Kansas City Buffalo game's in the 4:25 window, 3:25 Central, sorry, because I won't get to hear those guys do a big game. And I enjoy them. I enjoy Joe and Troy. Burkhart's a friend. I text back and forth with Kevin. Ian Eagles, my old roommate, my intern at Syracuse. So all these guys, we are, quote, competitors. That's crap. Most of us get along really well. So I've got nothing but good things to say about Tony, and I don't know what would have given Dick any reason except his opinion, which has to be respected by some folks. The guy's been around far longer than I have doing this, so whatever his intent or his impression was that caused him to make that comment, so be it. If he walked it back, then let's just move on. It ain't going to change anybody's day, I don't think.
Have you noticed, real quick, that analysts, when they just get out of the league, they have a completely different take on the game than guys who have been out a little bit longer because they basically know the scouting reports already?
Well, I mean, you're just so fresh in it, right? Like, you don't have to go back and watch years of tape when you have competed against that guy. But that only lasts so long. That's why I have love, respect, and it's an honor, truly, to work with Chris Collinsworth. Because Chris last caught a pass in the NFL, 25, 30 years ago, right?
Yeah.
But you watch the game. Chris is as up on personnel, analytics, all that stuff as anybody is. I mean, you can dislike what Chris might say. You can dislike what I might say. One thing you can't say when you watch a game is that Chris hasn't done his homework. The guy is up to speed on everything, right? So he's one of the rare people who has seen that firsthand, right? Here's how it plays out. You know the league, and now you got to transition. And he's kind of worked his way to being in that position where it's still fresh and that's work. And that's the challenge, I think, for everybody who comes off the field in golf when they come out off the golf course and up in the booth. After 15 or 20 years, you didn't play against these guys. So you don't know that this guy likes to turn a 7-iron right to left in a situation with a back left hole location, right? Or he's uncomfortable doing that. But if he played in 4 or 5 groups with him over the years, you know that inherently. So it does require work. The one thing I would say about this job is you can quickly get exposed for not working. There's too much detail, especially in today's NFL, that if you don't work, you can't bluff your way through. Maybe that was the case 10 or 15 years ago, but you can't now. So I think for the most part, you can tell when you watch a broadcast as a home team fan, hey, this guy really did his work. He prepared, or this guy's just laying it up.
Mike, very special for us to have you on yet again. Thank you so much for the time, and we can't wait to watch and see you on Sunday night. Thank you.
Hey, anytime, guys. I look forward to coming on with you during the year. I enjoy talking with you all. Have a great weekend and enjoy it.
Back at you. Mike Tirico, NBC Sunday Night Football on NBC and Peacock, and thanks to Tim Collins for setting that up. Mike McCarthy on the Philly preview. Dak practicing. Quarterback hits in the league, and is he supporting RJ tomorrow? Mike McCarthy next on The Fan.
2 of the Cowboys' top.
On the Diamond Factory hotline. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning, Sean and RJ. I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Coach, you a diehard college guy? I know your prep time kind of limits you, but who was your college football team growing up, or is there anyone you still kind of follow?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, growing up in Pittsburgh, you were either, a Pitt or Penn State, fan. And, I was always a Pitt fan because, actually just living right next door to them. So, Tony Dorsett and the Pitt Panthers is my team.
Our listeners want us to ask if you know that you guys are, again, the underdog this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, wow. Wonder why the media hasn't brought that up. That's why I had to get on here with the real pros.
That's right, man.
Get the real stuff there.
They haven't brought that up this week?
No, this is the first I heard of it. What's the line?
6.5.
6.5?
Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
They're expecting you to go for 2. That's what they're doing.
Oh God. Well, it sounds like you are getting your bets lined up.
No, yeah, we are getting the bets on it. But we could tell off your tone. I'm not going to ask you about this week before the game is played, but we could tell by your tone last week in that presser that you were confident about the matchup and the way you guys were going into L.A. And it seemed like your team fed off that a little bit with DeMarcus Lawrence and everyone else loving the confidence that you instilled. So that was just an observation, not asking you about, picking this week, but hopefully the same type of confidence, which we're sure that you have. Coach,
oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Coach, have you ever grown to hate another team in a rivalry? That's how we are as media members, as fans. I know you're looking at every week kind of the same, but did you ever just have another team get under your skin back in your Packer days or early Cowboy days?
Well, to be honest with you, Green Bay is very similar to Dallas in the fact that, you're in a division where the other 3 teams all look at you as their rivalry. So, I have an opportunity, particularly before the first division game of, Washington, New York, and now Philadelphia, just to make sure that the rookie and the first-year players, into our program are fully aware of the type of game they're going into. So, and it just, when you go through those historical highlight tapes, it's very, very clear how the other team, feels about, Dallas Cowboys. And that's part of our responsibility. It's part of the joy of these division games, and I love being in that spot.
Did you have as an offensive guy, did you have a defensive coach that you would go up against? You're like, ooh, man, I'm on my extra P's and Q's this week, or that was kind of a challenge that you just kind of really relished in?
Well, God, obviously so many great defensive coordinators in the league, but, I've always just respected, consistency in how defenses play. Because, every week you have more of a scheme challenge or more of a, matchup challenge, or just really, the play style and how consistent the defense plays. And I always thought, Lovie Smith, up there in Chicago was always someone I enjoyed going against because, all his defenses played the same way with the energy. And now schematically, it wasn't a huge challenge, but just the way those guys played and the way they understood the scheme and the way those defenses really attacked, your tendencies and your scheme. So I always enjoyed that challenge.
Mike McCarthy here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. A lot of people are pointing towards the physicality of this matchup with your defense, the O-lines, the D-lines going up against each other. And I thought, Coach, in that Rams game, there was a 5-minute drive where you guys were running the ball. I think the first 6 plays were runs, and I was like, man, this is like old school physical NFC East football. And then you closed it out defensively by just beating up Stafford. Do you think this team is a little bit more physical than maybe some of the ones you've had in the past?
Oh, definitely. No, this football team is and the best part about it, answer your question, yes, but I think clearly our best football is in front of us. We have not played a complete game, and we understand that. But the one component, with the most important component of all 5 of our games, is they have been physical type football games, and that really fits our style of play. Our play style is at a good level right now. We want to continue to build off of that, and you need that in these division games, and you definitely need it against Philadelphia.
When you first got hired, I think everyone was anticipating, oh, this is an air attack guy. Let's throw it around. Favre, Rodgers, Montana, the quarterback schools. But the more we hear you talk, especially this year, it seems like you got some old school run game love in you.
Well, the foundation of really everything that I believe in and really do, as far as how you schedule, how your program, the program characteristics, really starts with Marty Schottenheimer. So, that's a foundation that I hold close and dear to my heart, because I know it's a big part of how you win. But trust me, I love to air it out. It's a lot more fun throwing the ball than it is running the ball. But it's as a play caller. But no, it's and Kellen obviously definitely has that ability to be an aggressive play caller. But this is how you win. This is how you win consistently, and it's a formula that works over the long haul. So we just got to get better at it.
Their strengths, or one of their strengths, is on the offensive and defensive lines, really. Is this the best O-line that you've seen on tape so far this year?
Oh, I agree with that. I think this is an outstanding offensive line. They're very well coached, and they've been playing together too. And I think that's really gets lost in the conversation, because offensive line experience and continuity, to me, is a number one, goal that I'm looking for, when I look at all the different units, positions on our football team, because history will tell you consecutive starts by 5 linemen equates to winning, and they definitely have that going right now.
Coach, can you speak to the job that Joe Philbin has done this year? One of the biggest questions that we all had in the offseason was about y'all's offensive line, and I think it's just been one of the most pleasant surprises, at least to us, probably not to you. Can you speak to the job that Coach has done up front?
Yeah, absolutely. Joe and Jeff have done an outstanding job. I think when you look at the position coach, his resume, Joe's teaching ability is at the forefront. He's an excellent teacher. The details, the fundamentals, the techniques, and you have to have that when you're developing a young football team. And so you've seen the growth of our young players, on a steady climb, and it'll continue to do so. And that's just a big part of where we are, particularly in the offensive line group.
Where's Hurts improved the most from what you've seen?
I just think he's playing faster. I think in the system now with 3 years, and it's a system built around him, which I believe that's the way you build offensive systems around your quarterback. So I think it's a great fit for how they want to play. So you can see the continuity that he's building, the connection he's building with the perimeter players. But just like any quarterback, you got to have a fundamental run game to be your start point, and Philadelphia has established that so far.
Coach, some people are talking about, with Hurts, Sirianni has kind of simplified it, kind of like a college offense. I covered Navy and people. Shut up, Chopper.
Whoa.
Yeah. Hey, I'm trying to make
love the military. I'm just. Okay.
Yeah. Come on, y'all want to laugh? Finish off your joke.
No. I'm just trying to follow along here, be a good listener, and how this applies to the game.
The point was, my professional radio point that you probably didn't get for the rest of those schmucks out there in the media is, they ran a different offense. Lamar, the Ravens, people say it's kind of tough to prepare. Is it tougher to prepare against this Eagles offense with the way Hurts does run it?
Definitely. I think like anything in this league, it's all about trends, and there's so much copycat that goes on, and in the trends of the league, they tilt and and they evolve each year. But there's concepts that we would categorize as traditional concepts and being in the realm of staying in certain personnel groups and this offense is definitely different. So with that in a 7-day week of preparation, it's a bigger challenge in the classroom, the walkthroughs, and really making sure your look teams give that our defense the looks that we're anticipating to see Sunday night.
Coach, you had mentioned this week a couple times, I guess, that defense first, right? Defense first team. With, when healthy, with a $40 million quarterback, in today's NFL, that seems like it's counter. That doesn't usually happen like that. Is that just a, philosophical shift in trend, or is that, hey, let's have the best of both worlds?
Well, it's a foundation, thought process, but I think it's like anything, every team you coach is different. And that's one thing you definitely realize early in your head coaching career. So, I've never been one, especially when you're connected to a personnel department, saying I need exactly this guy or I can't have that guy, because in my experience in the past, when you do that, I feel like you really you're putting some unnecessary limits on your draft board, because at the end of the day, when you're down there picking in the 20s every single year and hopefully in the 30s, you got to take the best player on that board, because at the end of the day, personnel acquisition is about increasing the talent level to your football team. And if your offensive system or your defensive system doesn't have a place for an excellent football team, you have to take a hard look at your system. So that's just really a philosophy that I've always adhered to, as far as matching how you're going to play year to year, and matching it with your personnel department. We have player profiles of the body types and types of players we want. But at the end of the day, we don't ever want to pass up a good football player, and that puts us in a position where we're clearly coming out of last year, and into the spring, we knew the defense was ahead of the offense, so you played to that. But the goal is, to get to a complete football team where we're getting it done at a high level in all three phases, and I feel like that's in front of us.
Why did you feel the defense was ahead of the offense when you guys led the league in points last year?
Well, I'm talking about once we got into the off season, and you go through training camp, and the identity of what your 90-man roster is, and you build to that. So it's not that we don't want to go back to being, number one in the league in offense. And frankly, I think I'd rather be in the top 10 in offense, in top 10 in defense, because that balance of a football team, that's the complement that you're looking for. When you're the number one offense, and I've been there before, when you're the number one offense, there's some unnecessary stress sometimes on your football team, particularly the defense and special teams. So, and I'm gonna make sure I'm saying this the right way. You always want to be the most productive as you can, but this league is a lot of opinions are driven off stats, and I used to make the statement stats are for losers, but that wasn't very popular, so I changed it to statistics are important, but they're not the bottom line. So
how'd that taste, Choppy? How'd that taste in your coffee, Choppy,
Man,
Mr. Stat Boy?
I am a stat guy.
How'd you like that?
Oh man, Mike, you already left.
But they're important. I mean, I'm a big stat guy myself, but I don't stop there. I think stats to me is where you shine the light to make sure you're on top of both on the good side and the not so good side.
Oh, nice recovery right there.
It is.
Did Dak's practice yesterday qualify as a rehab practice or a regular practice?
His practice evolved to a limited practice. Within the protocols and the specifics of this great league and the mechanics that we have to communicate of how our players practice every day. He bounced out of the rehab and actually, frankly, just took a couple reps in the individual drill, which put him into a limited category. But he's doing well. The last 2 days he hit the target as far as with the rehab and the throwing, and we were just trying to give him some full speed work with the perimeter guys. So we did that after practice and did some things in the quarterback school. So today will be a recovery day for him because I know he probably did a little more than we anticipated yesterday. So we're on schedule. He's getting better.
All right, can he spin the ball? Can he spin the ball? That's what Jerry was talking about on Tuesday with us.
Yeah, the ball spins when he throws it. Yes.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
Okay.
Last thing, Coach. One of the big league issues is these flags with the QB hits. You're a QB guy. How do you view this subject and topic?
I think it's like anything in this game. I really like Tom Brady's comment because we all miss things and officials are no different as far as the performers on the field. But I think the biggest thing is we all understand the intent, and I think giving clarity to the officiating of what the intent is and the execution. Sometimes there's a gray area and a gap that needs to be filled in. I think we're just working through it. Obviously, the emphasis is the emphasis and trends of this league don't just stop with offense and defensive scheme. It definitely carries over into the area of officiating, and that's what you have to really pay attention to. But I get they want to protect them, but in the same breath, it's very, very difficult defense. I mean, I can't tell you how much instruction that goes into sacking the quarterback now. I mean, it's like none other in this league, and we just got to keep coaching our guys. We're trying to do right. Look at Dante Fowler's flag in L.A. So I mean, he's doing what he's been taught to do, and that's the thing as a coach when you see flags on your players and they're doing the things that you're teaching them to do. Obviously we're not teaching our guys to do things against the rules. So, we just got to keep working there, and I think hopefully that'll clean itself up over time.
Well, if you are anywhere near as sharp Sunday night as you were this morning with us, we're not too worried about the point spread. Thank you, Coach. Greatness as always. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
You
Go
too.
Tennessee.
That's right, baby. Go Vols.
I don't like this bromance here.
I love it.
I don't like this bromance
Let's start
between you
drinking
two.
beers together.
Vodka water.
Whatever.
And black coffee. If
Yeah,
I could get you guys drinking an espresso martini, just like
with vodka in it.
With vodka in it.
There you go. Why
But
not?
black coffee, espresso martini, just with vodka, that'd be awesome. Mike McCarthy brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Ron Rivera goes crazy, and we got to talk about this Todd Bowles story.
Yeah.
This is starting to blow up.
Yes, it is.
Is Todd Bowles a sellout for what he said about black coaches? Then Nick Eatman, 920, Crosstalk KMC. Final hour, Football Filthy Friday on Sean and RJ. Next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a filthy football Friday. What a start to the show with RJ being hatless, being blinded.
Blinded by these lights.
And we'll see if we get a crazy ending to this jam-packed show. Still jam-packed down there.
Yeah, this is the final hour of the show, but it's not the final hour that we are going to be here. I don't think Sean and I are going to go home
We
tonight.
may have issues going home.
Yeah, so 75 southbound, if you are not aware and you are coming down to downtown Dallas, find another way.
Wow.
5:30 this morning, probably about 5:45. There was a vehicle that was carrying, from what I'm told, it was carrying another vehicle, and it flipped. And the cars and truck is on its side, and it's in the middle of the road. So all lanes are shut down on 75 southbound at Haskell. So 75 and Haskell, all lanes shut down. You're having to exit at Haskell to go through this light. I have no idea how far this thing is backed up. Find another way home. And please, if you are going to find another way home, or to work, I should say, try not to make it at, like, I don't know, McKinney and Fitzhugh, because that's the way Sean and I are going to have to get out of here.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Last night was a nightmare with the Thursday night game again. 19 points scored. Commanders beat the Bears 12-7. Forget about the game. It was awful. It was after the game that Ron Rivera, with all the Dan Snyder drama, there was a piece there was a little blip in that piece saying that Snyder still interferes with football decisions. He wanted Carson Wentz. He kind of stuck his nose into the football operations. You have the drama with Ron Rivera throwing Carson Wentz under the bus. He blamed, of course, the media for that. Ron Rivera yesterday walks away from the podium after the win.
Honestly, I'm gonna speak my mind for a second. It's been hard. It really has. You lose 4 games in a row, and everybody wants to get you, just get on you. And they've played their asses off. They have. They played their asses off for everybody. They come out and they show up. They work hard. All right. They don't complain. Okay. They hear all this stuff and they got to deal with it. I get that. And I respect them for that because they're resilient. They come back. Everybody keeps wanting to say, I didn't want anything to do with Carson. Well, I'm the guy that pulled out the sheets of paper, that looked at the analytics, that watched the tape in the when we were at Indianapolis. Okay. And that's what pisses me off. Because the young man doesn't deserve to have that all the time. I'm sorry, I'm done.
The more I think about it, first off, I have no sympathy for Ron Rivera. He started some of this. Well, first off, it's Dan Snyder. This is the poison, the toxicity of this organization. Ron Rivera finally snapped. He finally broke. And then Ron Rivera threw his quarterback under the bus. That press conference, that was his fault. But the more I think about it, Choppy, I wonder if he's trying to unify his team. They gave him the game ball afterwards. That's a sign of a team that is still supporting their coach, doesn't think that he unfairly trashed Wentz. He's been able to convince them that the media screwed up his Carson comments. But I wonder with this article, and it wasn't a coincidence, it dropped yesterday when they were playing in primetime last night on Amazon. I wonder if this is a unification thing. I'm going to take up for my guys.
Us versus them.
I don't care that we've lost 4 straight. You're playing your butts off. I'm proud of you. Great win. Carson, you're our quarterback. And they can all come together despite this drama. That's what I'm starting to think about a little bit.
Yeah, I think that there's a us versus them mentality that he's trying to get. And, when you can't beat the other team, beat the media. You beat everybody else. When you can't beat the other team, and they can't right now, you got to find an enemy, and a common enemy, and the common enemy in a lot of cases when things go south, that common enemy becomes the media sometimes, and that's fine. Fans eat that up. The diehard Washington fans that are the homers that are like, okay, stick it to them, and then maybe that rallies the troops. Who knows?
Meanwhile,
by the way, that block Carson had.
No, I was watching pickleball on the Stars.
He laid out a defensive player on the Bears. That was the best play he's had all year. Probably the best play he's had since October of 2017.
Stars with an amazing start to their season. They went to Nashville and they beat down the Preds. Mason, 2 goals, a 1-on-3. The second one came on the power play with his new squad. Wyatt Johnson off a great pass, his first ever NHL goal. First and quick start. Quick start for this new coach. That's what he does.
Yeah, Pete DeBoer, man. He's going to get the Stars of the conference finals this year. His last 3 stops, Devils, San Jose, and Vegas, he's gone to either the Stanley Cup finals or the conference finals in his first year every single time with each of those 3 teams.
So this story is blowing up throughout the league. Todd Bowles was asked about, coaching against Mike Tomlin. It's Buccaneers at Steelers. You have 2 black coaches. Is this a big deal? The issue, Brian Flores is suing the NFL, the interim coach for Carolina, Steve Wilkes. He's in this lawsuit. Huge storyline in the National Football League. Listen to the Bucs head coach Todd Bowles discussing it.
You and Mike Tomlin are 2 of the few black head coaches in the league. I wonder what your relationship is like with them and your thoughts on Steve Wilkes joining that fold.
I have a very good relationship with Tomlin. We don't look at what color we are when we coach against each other. We just know each other. I have a lot of very good white friends that coach in this league as well, and I don't think it's a big deal as far as us coaching against each other. I think it's normal. Wilkes got an opportunity to do a good job. Hopefully he does it. And we coach ball. We don't look at color.
But you also understand that representation matters too, right? And that when young aspiring coaches or even football players, they see you guys, they see someone that looks like them, maybe grew up like them, that has to mean something.
Well, when you say you see you guys and look like them and grow up like them, it means that we're oddballs to begin with. And I think the minute you guys stop making a big deal about it, everybody else will as well.
How about the audacity on the second reporter being put out that Todd Bowles doesn't see himself the way she wants him to? God.
I don't know if I interpret it the same. That is a large reaction from Clay Travis. This is becoming a woke, anti-woke commentary. Play her second question, Peyton. When you get to it, let me know. Let's go ahead and hit the follow-up.
But you also understand that representation matters too, right? And that when young aspiring coaches or even football players, they see you guys, they see someone that looks like them, maybe grew up like them, that has to mean something.
Well, when you say...
Okay. I get this from all sides.
I can see it. Yeah.
Where do we start?
There's a lack of black head coaches in football. That's not a That's not an opinion. That's not a hot take.
Yes.
That's not a hot take at all.
And I think she's trying to say, but you do understand, I think she was trying to say, but you are proud of it, right? And you are an example. You are an example for other young coaches to aspire to get there. You know what I mean? I think she was trying to say, but this is a big story. This has been a big deal in the NFL. That's the way I heard it.
Todd Bowles should be proud that he's an NFL head coach. He should be proud that he's a black NFL head coach. Mike McCarthy should be proud that he's an NFL head coach. But there's a difference there because of the lack of black head coaches.
And I can also say Todd Bowles, he doesn't have to be proud that he's a black coach because he just looks at himself as a coach.
That's fine.
And I totally understand his point in that. So here's all the different reactions. Todd Bowles is a sellout. Todd Bowles isn't fighting for the cause. Why is Todd Bowles acting ignorant? Good for Todd Bowles not siding with the woke media who makes this a big deal. I guess my first initial reaction is I thought this was an important subject from minority coaches, since there's a Brian Flores lawsuit and there's many other coaches that speak out against getting discriminated against or left out of serious consideration. So why is Todd Bowles acting like it's not a big deal? Are you fighting for the cause? But then I also understand Todd Bowles saying, "Don't look at me like a black coach. Look at me as a head coach. That's what I am." I get it. I get all the sides from this.
I can understand Todd not wanting to be seen as anything but a football coach. I can see Mike Tomlin not wanting to be seen as anything but a football coach.
Right.
They are role models. Whether or not, and I have no idea if he felt this way. I have no idea. whether President Obama liked it or not, he was a role model to young black kids.
Sure.
Whether he wanted to be, whether that was an intention, I mean, he was. I mean, it's just the way it is. Todd Bowles is a role model. Mike Tomlin's a role model that a young black kid can see themselves as being a head coach in the NFL. They don't have to see themselves that way. They don't have to see themselves as a black head coach. They can just see themselves as a head coach.
When Todd Bowles says, I think when you guys stop making a big deal about it, everybody else will as well. I think Todd Bowles is wrong there. The media, Brian Flores, and are you okay?
Yeah, I just had something happened there.
Brian, chest muscle, rib muscle getting pulled.
Maybe.
Brian Flores and Steve Wilkes and Eric Bieniemy and other coaches think it's a big deal. They're the ones who filed the lawsuit, not the media. So I think Todd Bowles blaming the media over it. I thought that was a little off. Right?
Yeah, I didn't think he was
isn't he minimizing Flores's lawsuit?
No, I don't. I'm trying to think of that. It's interesting.
He said, I don't think it's a big deal. We don't look at color. Well, yes, some of your fellow coaches do, and justifiably so.
I think that
rightfully so.
I think that he can say that him coaching against another black head coach is not a big deal, while also siding with Brian Flores in the lawsuit. Maybe Brian Flores was discriminated against. Every situation is unique to that individual. So, like, he could say, look, once we're here, I don't want to be seen as a black head coach.
Right.
I want to be seen as a head coach. And I respect that. I respect him for that.
How do you
but
think...
I also can understand that, he could also think that Brian Flores' lawsuit is legitimate.
All right, play it one more time, Peyton. I want, before we play it, I want you to role play. How would Todd Bowles answer the following questions? Coach, do you think there is a lack of minority coaches in the NFL? And do you think it's a problem? Do you think this is an issue? Think about that.
Yeah.
Let's hear Bowles again.
You and Mike Tomlin are two of the few black head coaches in the league. I wonder what your relationship is like with them and your thoughts on Steve Wilkes joining that fold.
I have a very good relationship with Tomlin. We don't look at what color we are when we coach against each other. We just know each other. I have a lot of very good white friends that coach in this league as well, and I don't think it's a big deal as far as us coaching against each other. I think it's normal. Wilkes got an opportunity to do a good job. Hopefully he does it. And we coach ball. We don't look at color.
But you also understand that representation matters too, right? And that when young aspiring coaches or even football players, they see you guys, they see someone that looks like them, maybe grew up like them, that has to mean something.
Well, when you say you see you guys and look like them and grow up like them, means that we're oddballs to begin with. And I think the minute you guys stop making a big deal about it, everybody else will as well.
So I totally agree with the way he says the first point. I disagree with him blaming the media that this is an issue with the second point. If anything, I think people would argue, especially minorities, they would argue it's not talked about enough. So I disagree with Bowles' second portion, and I see where he's coming from first part. That's my take.
Yeah, I see where he's coming from, and I do disagree at the end about that. It's not a big deal. I mean, it is a big deal. There's a lack of
that's a problem.
Black head coaches. So what is there in terms of minority head coaches? It's like Bowles, Rivera, Tomlin, and McDaniel.
Yeah,
he's biracial.
Yes.
Am I missing anybody? I don't think I am. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, Lovie Smith.
So that's
six or seven.
What's Saleh? Anyway. We know that's been
Saleh would be, yeah.
It's been a problem.
Yeah, so 7 or 8. That's not a ton. That's not a ton. It's not even a third. So it definitely has been an issue. But if Todd doesn't want to see it like that, he doesn't want to look at it like that, then I mean, who am I to tell him that he has to look at it a certain way?
So there's some head coaching issues around the NFL. Nick Eatman picks the game. He's on his way to Philly. He'll be joining us from DallasCowboys.com. And are you seeing green? You seeing some green with these picks? Not the traffic, dummy. Your picks.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the stock market. I was like, dang, I got to look at your phone.
There ain't no green there.
There ain't no green there.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, baby, I love some of these lines this weekend.
The football degenerate and Nick Eatman picks Cowboys filthy
Will he disagree with all of us who think the Eagles are going to win? Find out next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game.
injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is coming up at 9:40 this morning. Maybe we'll bring you a replay of RJ's Cowboys Filthy Song to get you ready for Sunday night. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, is going to join us in just a couple of minutes. But first, let's make you some football money with the NFL and college with RJ Choppy and the Degenerate.
I am dominating college football. I was 4-1 last week.
Whoa. Well done.
2-3 in the NFL. That's still 6-4. 6-4 is 60%. You know what they call 60% in Vegas? Unsustainably good. Okay? I can't. You're never going to be able to do this if you go 6-4 every week, you'll be a happy, happy man.
Sure.
For the rest of your life in Las Vegas.
Very happy.
Very happy. One of the happiest people of all time. College first or pro first, Sean?
Let's go. College.
All right. I like Ole Miss minus 15 against Auburn. Auburn stinks. Their coach is about to be.
People were talking about maybe Matt Rule at Auburn.
I mean, there's a possibility for him. It really is. They'd be happy to get him and lucky to get him. He's a good coach, at least in college he is. Give me Kansas plus 9 against Oklahoma. I know Kansas is playing shorthand with that quarterback, but I mean, they got the coaching advantage with Lance. I'm sorry, Brett Venables.
Carter.
I'm sorry, Carter.
Carter Freeman taking shots.
Lance Leipold's better. They're a solid team. Kansas used to be a must bet against, and that is no longer the case. NC State plus 3.5 against Syracuse. I think these two teams are just on different levels. I think NC State. I think they've completely got this line wrong. I like Oak State plus 4 against TCU. I don't know how TCU is a favorite here. I know the place is going to be jumping, but I don't know how they're a favorite. Oak State's a really good team.
I'll have to text Sonny Dykes that you're picking against them after our exchange yesterday.
I don't know if Oak State wins, but I don't think it should be a 4-point dog. Clemson minus 3.5 against Florida State. That should be a walk in the park. And then finally, Arkansas plus 1 against BYU. Arkansas is a really good team. And to be getting a point there, I know it's a road game, tough environment, high altitude. I still like Arkansas plus 1. Let's go to the NFL. I think we're going to go 6-0 in the NFL this week.
Woo!
Oh, good. Chargers minus 4.5 against Denver. Denver is 4.5 points worse than Alabama.
4.5.
Yeah. I know that Chargers don't have a home field advantage, but
I'm trapped with Russ in my college league. I have Derek Carr as a backup. He's on a bye. I have no one else to pick up. It was like Justin Fields, Cooper Rush. I'm like trapped with Russ. I'm screwed.
Yeah, you are. You are. Kansas City plus 2.5 against Buffalo. First time ever, Patrick Mahomes is a home underdog. And by the way,
that doesn't seem right to me.
I know.
Why would the Chiefs not be the slight favorite?
Yeah, because this means that they think so.
And your bet is what?
Plus 2.5.
You're taking Kansas City.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
So what they're saying here is that Buffalo is a 7.5-point home favorite, or 8.5-point home favorite over the Chiefs. I don't think so. By the way, Patrick Mahomes as a dog in his career, 7-0-1 against the spread. 6-2 straight up. Tampa minus 8 against Pittsburgh on the road. Pittsburgh stinks. Give me Jacksonville plus 2 against Indy. The Patriots plus 2.5. The Bailey Zappe Hour Patriots plus 2.5 against Cleveland. Pick up Ramondre Stevenson in fantasy this week.
He's already gone.
He's probably already gone. I've got him. I took him. And finally, Jets plus 7.5 against Green Bay. And I think they win that game outright.
Oh! 7.5 at Lambeau. That's the spread for the Green Bay Packers against the Jets, both at 3-2. That is your degenerate menu. At RJ Choppy on Twitter to try to make some money. Nick Eatman is joining us from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. Good morning, Nick. What's going on?
Oh, not much, guys. How are you doing?
Doing pretty well. Your reaction to the Dan Snyder, Jerry Jones story?
It just seems like it's one of those things like, and I don't know a whole lot of what's going on, but, just one of those, like, you sure you guys really want to go down this road? Because, I got stuff on all, it seems like a high school type thing where it's like, all right, well, you want to say that about me? I can say this about you and you. And that one time you did this and that. And who knows? Who knows what all's going to happen? But the Dan Snyder-Jerry relationship has always been really weird to me.
Yeah.
And I've never got a grasp on it ever. And when I got here, 23 years ago, and he was just, I think, recently bought the team, and I never knew if they were friends or enemies, honestly, and maybe both. And I don't know. I've seen Dan Snyder on the Cowboys bus before, like partying before, and I've just seen the jabs back and forth. So I don't know. I think they're more friends than they are enemies, but I don't know. I don't know what all this is about, honestly.
How are the Cowboys looking injury-wise for Sunday?
So it's funny how there's a lot of talk this week about injuries on guys that probably aren't going to play. Dak being one. Jason Peters, I think, has been mentioned a lot too. But, it comes down to, is Micah going to play? Is Parsons play, which he is. Parsons, Tank. The one that's interesting, and you guys might know more than I do if you talked to McCarthy this morning about is Schultz. I don't really know what's happening there with him because he's got a knee injury that he still practices on, limited. Maybe it's similar to what the Zeke injury was last year where he's just going to be banged up a little bit. He's still going to go through it. And I don't know, Zeke wasn't that great with it. He kind of limped around a lot. I don't know if that's the same injury or not, but, with Schultz, you just wonder, is it going to be a shutdown situation for him a couple weeks, maybe, before the bye? Is it time to give him a little bit more rest?
You've been, I think you've been on a little bit of a roll in terms of your Cowboys picks. I know you picked them to win in L.A. last week. You were right. Choppy was right. Peyton was right. I was incorrect. What are your game keys for Sunday night before we get the prediction?
I think this is going to come down to, and this is most games to happen like this, but I do think this is going to be which quarterback doesn't turn it over. And Cooper Rush has been really good at doing that, but they pay a price with that too. He's not overly aggressive with that. And same with Dak. When Dak first started starting as well, he didn't throw a lot of interceptions. Didn't take a ton of chances. Didn't have to. And I think that it's going to come down to that. Now, Jalen Hurts does that a little bit more, but he's been taking care of the ball for the most part. Just which quarterback can prevent the mistake. I think that's what it's going to come down to. Micah Parsons, for me, it's also who spies Hurts and how many different guys can they do it with. How many guys? Is it Donovan Wilson on this play? Is it Curse? Is it Hurt? Is it Micah? Maybe. Is it Leighton? Hopefully not for a lot of times, but those guys can do that. But I don't want it to be Micah Parsons. I think I heard you guys this morning talking about it too. He needs to be rushing Jalen Hurts and not, because to me, if you're spying him, then I'm just going to let him sit in the middle of the field and I just neutralize your best player while he sits there and waits and throws the ball around. I think he is where the pressure comes from most of the time. So he needs to be rushing the passer.
Are you buying Hurts as that guy, the guy that they should be ready and willing to commit franchise money to?
Yeah, that's what's scary. I was, you try not to look at other teams too much, but you knew that they had those 2 first-round picks next year, and it's like, all right, is Hurts the guy? If he is, then they can just pick 2 other really good players. If not, they're going to go for the quarterback. And as it stands right now, I think they're in good shape, which isn't good for the Cowboys, but I think they're in good shape to stick with Hurts. And also, not only that, but I guess Hurts is a second-round pick, so that means his contract is up after next year. They're going to probably do a deal. Yeah, if I'm Philly, I'd probably see how this year goes out, but I would do it because he's a winner. He's won everywhere he's been. He doesn't necessarily look the type. You do wonder sometimes these athletic quarterbacks, teams get a read on them before too long, and you've seen it now. Russell Wilson was able to kind of overcome that. Guys like RG3 didn't really, they figured him out. Dak, Dak hasn't necessarily been figured out, but he wasn't as hot as he was in his first couple of years. So you just wonder with Hurts, can he develop just like the coordinators will develop in trying to guard him?
Did Micah force their hand? He was just so good. They said that they've got to take him off linebacker, basically, or not off linebacker, but just make him a straight pass rusher.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone saw it as early as others did, RJ. But yeah, no, I mean, you're right. He needs to rush the passer, and I think what Dan Quinn has done a great job of doing is doing it from different ways, and also the other players are able to do it as well. I can't stress that enough. I think when he moves around, the ability for Tank to move around, for Dorrance to move around, that shouldn't be underestimated as well. But yes, he is just so disruptive at that position more than he is as a linebacker. But I mean, the fact that he does it, I mean, he did it in the game the other day. I mean, he guarded Higbee down the field a little bit. That's why, and I wrote in my column, I thought that he has now surpassed Aaron Donald as the best player in football, and mainly because I don't have to interview Aaron Donald. So if I did, that'd be the one thing. But no, I mean, but he I talked to a high school coach the other day. We were just talking about Parsons, and he made the point. He's like, this guy can dominate from the front seven. He dominates from any spot in the front seven, which is so rare. Other guys can dominate across the line, but when you're dominating from basically 6-7 spots on the field, I mean, that just shows how versatile he really is.
What's your pick and why?
Man, I've said tennis matches don't go back and forth more than my pick on this one. And here's my thought process here. First, I was like, I've been watching this team for a month. Who can score on the Cowboys? I mean, they're so hot. But then you look at it and you say, it's got to end at some point, right? I mean, you can't just keep this thing rolling. But then I flip to the other side. Well, why did it have to stay that way for Philly? I mean, they've been playing some close games. I mean, they've been kind of riding the hot wave. So I'm going basically with the chaotic pick here because the Cowboys are going to win this game 20-16. Jerry Jones is going to have to lace up these tennis shoes and start walking to New York because he said, I'd walk to New York to create a controversy like that. And I think if the Cowboys win this game against the Eagles, I think it's going to be real interesting to see what happens. But
do you guys do anything for Jerry's birthday over there at the Star with yesterday being number 80?
When you say you guys, you put me into this group. There's different floors and stuff like that. I guarantee on the floor above mine, there was more festive things going on. As far as our group, I think we put out a story on, we might have done some stuff on social media and things like that. I know we did that. Okay. But no, as far as the party hats and balloons and stuff like that, I think that was on a different floor. and that invite just didn't make my inbox yet, but it's okay. That's okay. I'm not worried about it.
Thank you, Nick. Have a great and safe trip, especially with those fools, and we'll talk to you Monday.
All right, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Jerry Jones live at 10:30 with KMC. Let's crosstalk with the fellas next. But first, let me get you on over to Trajan.
Segment brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals is BuyersBarricades.com.
Shooter sends it down low, waiting for the shot. There it is! And he scores! Wyatt Johnson with his first NHL goal at just 19 years of age.
Yes! Stars win.
More offense in the football game. 75 South is clear.
All right, here we go. So, Choppy, you looked through the window. By the time we got here to the window, we could see how many cars were spilled out on the. Were they all on the?
I think it was just one.
Just one fell off of a truck.
From what we could see, and look, we're like, what's that? About a half mile away.
Yeah.
It's so from what we saw, it looked like there was one vehicle on its side, and then that was being transported, and then I guess the vehicle that was transported, it was also on its side.
Oh dear.
That's from what we were able to see. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all we really got.
So I called Kevin last night because I got home at about 8:45, and I was like, "All right, you know what? I messed up Radulov's name because I don't know how to read." Especially Russian names or a lot of hockey names. And so you're like, come on. And so I'm like, all right, I'm getting home. I turn on Bally Sports, and they're running an LSU press conference. And I'm like, what the crap's going on? I have Bally Sports. I'm paying $150 a month to this company so I can watch Stars and Mavericks and Rangers.
And
Why are they not on TV?
And don't you work for them?
I do.
Okay.
He's paying that money to DirecTV, not just to Bally's.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's the reason I have DirecTV is for that. There's pretty much only one way to get Bally's, and I have to do it. And I love I love watching the Mavericks. Obviously, I like watching the Rangers, and there's part of my job that I really need to watch the Rangers. And so I turn on it. I'm like, Kevin, where is this game at? And he's like, it's on ESPN Plus. I think I then called up Sandler because he didn't answer. And so then I called up Sandler. I said, I know you're in Colorado.
We're putting the baby to sleep.
But I'm like, where is this hockey game that's happening that I was going to try to watch? And he's like, well, it's on ESPN Plus. I'm like, well, looks like I'm not watching it tonight.
Yeah.
So I didn't get to watch
pickleball.
it with Dirk Nowitzki.
Yeah. And Romo.
So
my buddy
Romo
won
was in
that
it too?
tournament.
Romo's in
My buddy won the singles division of that tournament. That was he.
What?
Yeah, I got pictures.
Was it in, was it in Dallas?
Yeah,
Where was it, Corey? I
it was
have
in
no
Frisco. It was in Frisco. He texted me yesterday and was like, I'm on my way out to this tournament in Frisco.
This was easier to find than the Stars game. It was on the tennis channel. I had to ask the Tolos, but I was watching that versus some of this football.
That's his picture of Dirk right there, and then he's the guy in the middle that won the singles division.
Do you play pickleball?
And what's the appeal of that versus tennis? Because pickleball's obviously blown up. They even changed the courts right across the street.
It's just the middle. It's just the middle ground of ping pong and tennis. It's fun.
Less active, I think. It's such a smaller court.
Yeah.
You can play it without having to run so much.
But I'm told like with like squats and stuff like that, it's more dynamic in that you're not having to sprint
You
as
gotta
much.
get lower
but you
because
do
the
have
ball
to do
doesn't
a lot of that.
bounce up.
So
it's fun.
I'm gonna start playing probably this weekend. My buddy's like, "Come on out, we're gonna start playing every weekend." So I'm looking forward to it. I think
Do
we
you
should do it
serve
as a
overhand
station.
in pickleball?
No.
Underhand. Like
Michael
Kyrgios.
Chang.
Curious, yes, like curious.
But he doesn't do it all the time, does that?
No, but every once in a while, it's the
farting around with
best.
the guys.
Like Michael Chang. You remember that?
I don't remember Chang doing that.
He did it one time against Yvonne Lendl because he like threw out a shoulder or something. He had to serve
The whole
underhanded.
game?
Like a whole set, and
Wow.
he won. It
A
was
whole set
crazy.
underhand?
Yes, because he did something to his shoulder. It was crazy.
Oh, wow.
Crazy.
All right, so I didn't watch football, thank God.
He didn't watch baseball either because Rob Manfred's a moron.
Oh, tell me more.
He hates baseball.
Since
I don't know if he hates baseball, but
Since always.
he wanted all the games to start on Tuesday. He wanted let's get a ratings bonanza. All 4 playoff games are going to start on Tuesday. They're all going to get a 1 because they're on at noon and then they're on crap TV channels and everything like that.
Oh, bird.
And
One
then
of them's on Fox.
right, one of them was the noon one. The noon one was on Fox. It probably got the highest rated. I bet you the noon game was the highest rated game of the day.
To your point, when the rain delay happened for Philly and Atlanta, I tweeted this out if you follow me on Twitter. The Phillies-Atlanta game got a really good rating because it was on Fox and it accidentally got pushed to like a 6 p.m. first pitch instead of a 1 p.m. first pitch or something.
So he has all the games start on one day, and then the American League has to take a day off, which was stupid. And then the game gets rained out last night. So it was going to be Cleveland and New York last night. Now they're going to play today at noon, and they're going to play 4 straight days, which means Bieber, who's their best pitcher, can't pitch on Monday unless he's going to throw like what? That's his bullpen day, right? He would throw like 2-3 innings? 4 innings, maybe?
Well, you'd be on short rest. You would probably have them limited to about 70 to 80 pitches if
on
you're going
2 days rest?
If you really wanted to, and they're not going to. If you really want, I'm not saying it's not a good idea. It's a bad idea. But if you really wanted to force the issue, but to your point, you would probably have them more as a middle reliever.
Sure.
Like, hey, if in the 4th inning we're in a lot of trouble, this is the smart way to do it, as obviously Scott Service didn't do this. Now, I know it was at the end of the game. Bring in a real reliever to get you out of the situation your starter has put you in. And then give Shane Bieber, to your point, if it's game 5, give him inning 5 clean and maybe inning 6 if he's feeling okay after that.
So
but
maybe cap it like 40 pitches or something like that.
Yeah.
But still, they knew the rain, they knew the rain was coming last night. They could have they had the day before. They could have said, all right, we're just going to play today.
Yeah.
Instead of pushing it back. And now, like both teams get screwed. The Guardians get screwed because they can't bring back Bieber. for full rest on Game 5. And the Yankees get screwed because Cleveland doesn't have to deal with a night game up there. This is going to be a noon game, maybe half full.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm excited to watch today starting at 12:30. And then, through the night, I have to go to high school football tonight. But Kevin, I have this question about Thursday night football. Once again, I don't really have a strong opinion because I didn't watch. Is the Justin Fields era already coming to an end?
I still don't think so, just because that team is so bad around him. Like, I get it. If for everyone who thinks Justin Fields is a bust, always will be, I understand the logic behind it. But after last season, they were like, hey, we need more help. And they said, all right, what if we gave you, now hear me out, less help? And that's what they decided to do. And he has responded accordingly.
Did you see Ryan Fitzpatrick analyze him last night?
Oh, no.
I did not.
Yeah, it's pretty good commentary if y'all get the clip. He says, Fields needs to look in the mirror and say, what am I? You're not Peyton. You're not Mahomes. You're not a pocket passer. You're a Cam Newton type. You're a guy who's an elite runner of the football.
Okay.
Who was a Justin Fields fan when he was coming out?
Interesting.
I was. I liked him.
Yeah.
I thought Trevor Lawrence was better. I mean, my opinion is I thought Trevor Lawrence was a separator from all of those quarterbacks. And then I honestly wasn't a big fan of Mac Jones, to be honest. And I know that he had the best rookie year out of all of the guys. And then I just thought Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, take your pick. Trey Lance was a weird case. I was like, I get the athleticism and everything. So I thought those three guys kind of fell into one place. I thought Mac was outside of that, but it's going to be interesting.
How are you guys approaching Jerry today, 10:30, with the Snyder article? Corey?
Typical. We'll ask him questions, see if he responds to them, and see how he does. And I'm very interested in like his relationship with Snyder for sure. And the simple fact that we haven't seen Snyder anywhere, and he shows up at AT&T Stadium. Like, why did he show up in your place and he won't show up anywhere else?
Right.
What's going on there? Was that a sit down? Is that what they call it in the mafia?
Sit down.
Is that a sit down where you had to have a conversation?
You never
with
want to
him?
have a sit down.
I'm also intrigued by the fact that I think a lot of these broadcasts are kind of managed and stuff that Al Michaels said on the broadcast last night.
Yes.
I think the NFL wants Daniel Snyder to sell the Commanders. Like, that didn't feel like just a random
was a message
thing
being passed.
Yeah, that did not feel random, and so I am curious. I know they're not going to vote on it next week at the owners' meeting, but I'm curious.
Oh, they're right in the ship. They won yesterday.
I want to compliment you
NFC
guys
East is awesome.
for the first time. This is McCarthy, because I was stuck in that traffic. McCarthy interview on Friday is as entertaining as it gets, man. Y'all have gotten this guy to crack open, and I'm loving it, man.
Thank you, man.
He cracked me up this morning a couple times. I didn't know you covered the Navy. Congratulations on that.
I talked about sports in Maryland. That's all.
But
sounds like it to me.
He sounds like he's part of y'all's show more than he's an interview on y'all's show, and that's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
All right, well, you guys have a great weekend. But before, real quick, I didn't hear. Are you picking Cowboys win or Cowboys lose?
Cowboys lose.
Close game?
24-17. 23-17.
Okay.
Mike, Jerry
Chop.
at 10:30, and Ballsack's making an appearance today, I'm told.
Yeah, I've heard rumblings about that as well.
And we have to send it to the next show with RJ Choppy's.
All right.
production.
Choppy, win or lose?
Oh.
Lose 20-12.
All right.
And RJ Choppy production to take you to KMC and Jerry. Enjoy! Next on The Fan.
Yeah. Let's get it, boys. Here we coming for you, Philly. Hurts on the block with his thick booty. He don't throw a lot, but he's been dirty. This Cowboys D is coming to your building. After 60 minutes, tell me how you're feeling. His next number's on the road to way to healing. This game we're stealing. Yeah, we're stealing.
Mike's not a fan.
Oh, hurt you gon' be under pressure. This defense is your biggest test, yeah.
Ooh.
We ain't the same sorry as useless team. But you know we better.
Way off.
Hurts under pressure.
Yeah, way off.
Turn out the lights. Now you can feel it. This team be alright. JJ. Cat boy. It's about damn time. Hurts under pressure. This
Mike is so disturbed.
Boy, it's about damn time.
Hey! Text away your thoughts to the From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is a shout-out Friday as well. Got many things to shout out for you guys in the day ahead. Jerry Jones at 10:30. The return of Coach Ballsack in the 11:22 segment. In the lunch rush and the expressway, we will give away tickets to Monday Night Raw. And, of course, Friday shout-outs all day long. 877-881-1053. My question for y'all to begin, as Corey would say, the showgram, which is a great word, is do you believe in Dallas's offense's ability to sustain drives? Because yesterday we did kind of our research project about how maybe the faults of Jalen Hurts match up perfectly with this Dallas defense. But we all feel great about this Dallas defense. What about this Dallas offense?
What do you mean by sustained drives?
Now, I'm really glad that you asked that question, Corey. I have determined...
Sounds like we've worked together for a while.
Yeah, that's right. That I have determined a drive of 7 or more plays is
then yes,
fairly sustained drive.
That might end in a punt.
It could.
And like last week, it definitely ended in a punt frequently. But it could also end in 3. And maybe, like, this offense is not one that I'm like, hey, we're going to go out and we're going to put 21 we're going to get 21 every time, and they're all going to be touchdowns, and they're all going to be offensive because we're going to have 12-play drives.
Yep.
This isn't the team that I think can do that.
Although that would be lovely.
I think the quarterback, Dak, when Dak gets back, that's something I think this offense can do.
Yep.
I also think they can do it within 4 plays. I don't think that Cooper Rush is, hey, we're going to strike like this and do that. But I could be wrong. But this is a team where I think, hey, we need to get points early somehow. Last week they got the points early with a block punt and a strip sack for a touchdown. So that gave them the ability to say, now we're going to take these drives a little bit. We're going to take them serious. Each play is going to be a very, we're going to work our way through it. And because of the way that they run the ball, I do think they can be more sustained 7-play drives than 3 and outs with this offense.
Okay, so what I decided to do for the purposes of this, I went back and charted all of the Cowboys' drives with Cooper Rush.
You charted all of them?
Well, that's probably an overestimation.
Let me see the chart.
I'll have to show that to you later.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
All right, so, but I did go back and go through all of the drives. The only ones I threw out were the ones where you got it right before the end of the half or the end of the game and they just kneeled. We're not counting this.
Yeah, that's a smart way to do it.
So 4 games for Cooper Rush. They've had 40 drives. All right, so very simple to figure that out. 10 drives per game. How many of those 40 drives do you think ended with 3 and outs? So Cooper Rush has led this offense on 40 drives. How
25%.
Were 3 25%?
I was going to guess 10, which is 25%.
This is going to be a hell of a show, gentlemen.
Damn right.
Because the correct answer is 10,
wow.
which is 25%.
We're locked in. Yeah. We watched the Cowboys.
I didn't even talk to Kevin before the show.
That
was awesome.
That was tremendous. Here's the troubling part about that, though. 8 of those were in the last 2 games.
Ooh.
So the first 2 games, they had 2 3 and outs. The last 2, they've had 8.
So it's not necessarily the carriage turning back into a pumpkin just like that. It's kind of a slow burn here.
Yeah. Look, if the Cowboys lose, I feel like people are going to say, oh, he turned back into a pumpkin. And I'm like, I mean, if you've been watching, he's been great for a backup quarterback, but there's been signs of trouble.
I think what's good there then is that's something that you're not just surprised and caught off guard that it happened.
Sure.
It's one of those things where you go, okay, look, we do recognize that people are starting to catch on to what we're doing. Because at first it was kind of like, hey, let's just go out there and everybody expects a Kellen Moore offense to look like this. But with Cooper Rush, they really don't know what to do. At some point, they're going to pick up on it. What's going to be our move whenever that happens? And I think this is the good opportunity now to say, okay, what else can we add to this and evolve this offense with Cooper Rush?
And the reason why I decided to look at 7 play drives or more, that seems to be the sweet spot for this team. Now, you're definitely right. Tony Pollard breaks off a run hey, great. I'm not going to go, I don't know. That wasn't 7 plays. I'm disappointed. That would be foolishness. But drives of 7+ plays. They've had 12 of those in the 40 drives by Cooper Rush.
Okay.
Here's the breakdown. of those 12. 4 touchdowns, 5 field goals, 2 punts, and then, of course, they had the fumble, which is the only real turnover in this run.
And I don't know if you added this to your chart, which you're definitely going to show me later.
Yes.
I can almost guarantee that of all those drives, all 12 of those, you had at least one play of 12 yards or more.
Yes.
Like I can almost guarantee it because that's when a defense has to kind of readjust to what you're doing. They're like, oh crap. And now you kind of have them on their heels a little bit.
And they scored on 75% of those drives. So 9 of the 12 they scored points on. And I think we would all agree that points have been at a premium for this offense. Like, we're winning. And I don't mean this as a knock against Cooper Rush, because he's done, for a backup quarterback, again, he's done a hell of a job. But this is not a team that has been moved by offense. And at some point, maybe not this Sunday, but at some point it seems inevitable that, like, eventually the defense would give up 20 or more points. Hell, maybe at this point they won't. But it seems like logistically at some point it would happen. So how do they counteract that? If they can string together drives of 7 plays or more, that seems to be their sweet spot. And not surprisingly, they've had 5 drives of 10 plays or more and scored on all 5. That's just logic right there.
I like everything you're saying, and I do think coming up very soon when Dak gets back, whether it's next week or the week after, it's sounding like it's getting closer and closer to either the next game or the game after that Dak comes back. And I think those 2 games are games that when you ask this question, hey, can the Cowboys score 24 to 35 points?
Right.
I'll say, yeah, I really think so. And I do think Dak is a better quarterback than Cooper Rush.
Sure.
What I just don't know is when Dak comes back completely healthy and you take on what is considered a solid, good defense, I still think this team's going to struggle to score into the mid-20s to 30s.
Okay, so you might still see games like we've seen over the last month.
Right, and I'm not saying Cooper Rush is as good as Dak Prescott. Dak is better than Cooper Rush, but I think offensively, I think this team is going to, if you play San Francisco, Buffalo, I know those are the 2 defenses that are rated higher than you, but if you play, and I need to watch maybe a little bit more Minnesota, they seem to have a solid defense. Like, I don't know against Minnesota if the Cowboys are going to get close to that 30 number, and I'm assuming Dak is the quarterback in that Minnesota game. Against Green Bay, can you get close to that 30 number? I don't know if they can, but I still think the defense is so good that you still might be able to hold Green Bay and Minnesota to around 20 points. So you're probably still going to say, if we can score 24, there's a good chance of winning this game.
So, and that is something, because we've been discussing this, hey, do you want to be this or do you want to be that with Sean and RJ, right? That conversation of how the offense should be when Dak gets back. I wonder, because, Mike, you heard McCarthy say earlier this season, hey, we need to be a little smarter. It wasn't that exact words, but we gotta protect our defense. Like, this is just where we are. We can't have 3 and outs.
Yep.
We have to protect our defense in certain situations. And somebody said from the 619, if they have poor field position, they get conservative to protect their defense. It's smart on their part. I do wonder when Dak comes back if Kellen will take that approach with it still and say, you know what? We had this ability before, but I learned what we can do whenever I protect my defense. Like, it's not just me being an offensive coordinator and Dan over there running his defense. We do work together and we do complement each other. So it is while I want to go out there and be a free flying offense, I got to understand where our butter is breaded. Is that bread is buttered?
I think you eventually got it.
Cheese is.
But also, we'll probably have to have a conversation about this down the road. Is like, that's not entirely up to Kellen Moore. Like, he can say all he wants, but at some point, like, decisions will be made on the field that he can be like, I mean, that wasn't necessarily the first plan.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. And you know what, McCarthy, listening to him this morning, this is something I want to ask Jerry about. Listening to McCarthy this morning, he said he'd rather be a top 10 offense than a top 10 defense. He said, obviously, you want to work to have both, but if I was to pick one, I can do more to protect my defense by being a better offense. Like Aaron Rodgers. You watch Aaron Rodgers, if he's manufacturing these 12-play drives that turn into touchdowns, then his defense has been on the bench for a little bit, resting and getting ready to get back out there. And now they're up 7. You know, like, that's why McCarthy, I think that he was kind of explaining, I'd rather my offense be really, really explosive so that my defense, and he's also a guy that's like, I love passing the ball, but, we understand the foundation of football and where we stand here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out Friday from the 682. Shout out to my wife who's about to be 24 weeks pregnant. We're all with you. Congratulations. And then from the 817, shout out to my buddy coming home from the military, and we're going to the TCU game. That is outstanding. Coming up next, besides Dallas-Philly, what NFL game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Is there only one real option? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Where you going?
Snap to Josh. Looks downfield, gonna throw it. Sets up deep, throwing deep. Looks downfield for Gabe Davis again. He makes a one-handed catch. Goes into the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo! Holy mackerel, they did it again! 62 yards. Gabe Davis made a spectacular one-handed catch.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, and I have a feeling this will be most people's most logical answer about what game you were most looking forward to this weekend besides Dallas and Philly, but I think this is actually a really good slate of games. But shout out Friday, this is a great one. They're all great.
Shout out to me.
But from the 214, hoping this is the final shout out I request for my wife, Courtney. Final day of chemo today and final radiation treatment next Thursday. Thank you guys so much for your support and compassion, the rare smiles, but hearing your shout outs have put on my wife's face have been absolutely priceless to this Tolo.
Yeah, kick cancer's ass,
Hell
Courtney.
Yeah. F cancer. All right.
I love that name, Courtney, by the way.
With a C or a K?
It doesn't matter.
It says a K on the text. You better say that.
Just hearing Courtney, like, just is an awesome name. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
Very
All
close
right.
to Corey also. So
Excellent.
Maybe that's why.
Okay. That makes more
I
sense.
had a girlfriend in third grade named
my
Courtney,
God.
Kevin.
Okay. Now it's all making more sense. All right. So Cowboys Eagles is, I mean, from a bias standpoint, I will argue is the game of the weekend, though I know a lot of people will throw their support behind Bills and Chiefs. These feel like two humongous games, maybe the two biggest games of the season so far, and they're both happening in the same weekend, and they're both happening back-to-back. Is that the only logical selection for you for other game of the weekend?
Since Washington already played against Chicago, and that one's taken out of the weekend slate.
Even Washington fans would not have said that one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, there's nothing else that really intrigues me that much.
I thought you might say the Jets and the Packers.
That does intrigue me. Do I get to pick first in
Sure.
betting with Bassick?
I want to pick.
We'll do that later in the show. That's at 1:20-ish,
Yeah.
but yes, that game intrigues me.
I mean, it's
when it comes to betting. Jacksonville, get your ass together, you fart knockers.
I need a game today, buddy. So
Okay.
help me out.
Okay. So for Jets and Packers, there's a couple things at play here because we talked about the Giants gained some. I don't know. It feels like they gained some legitimacy off of that win over the Packers.
That's my game, by the way. Giants Ravens because of
okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to get
You're
to
right.
that one in just one second because that's a really good game as well. But if the Jets beat the Packers, the Jets will now be 4-2, and that will feed into y'all's discussion of not only having Zach Wilson back, but the job that they've done building around Zach Wilson. And then for the Packers, people are going to be like, yo, you just lost to the Giants and the Jets in back-to-back weeks. So, where are the Packers going? But you brought up a game that I am very fascinated by, Ravens and the Giants. The Giants have the better record. The Giants are the home team. The Giants are 5.5-point underdogs.
Yeah. The being a 5.5-point underdog, I don't think that's gonna make Dabes happy. You know, hearing McCarthy this morning with Sean and RJ talk about, hey, they brought it up again. Hey, do you realize you're the underdog again this week? And he was like, really, what's the spread? And they said 6.5. And he was like, what? 6.5? Like, you could hear McCarthy's voice. He's like, this is insane. They think my team stinks this much? All right, I'll use it. So, I think Dabes is definitely out there rocking it and saying, look, they think we can't beat the Ravens in our own house. Let's go show Kevin that the Ravens are the pretenders and we're not.
True. That's I can see why, and that should be directed at me. For the Giants and the Cowboys, it feels like the best of all worlds is they're both 4-1. The Cowboys are on a 4-game winning streak, and they're both pretty big underdogs this weekend. I am very intrigued. Okay.
The other thing I'm intrigued about with the Ravens, Kevin, is will it be 16 seconds that they've trailed and another last second win by the
Two
Giants?
good bull rides right there.
Yeah, but 3 bad losses is if the Giants beat the Ravens, they would be 5-1. Then would you take them seriously, Mike? Because they would have beaten the Ravens and Packers in back-to-back weeks.
I'd go, this horse-ass team's going to make the playoffs.
But still think they're
horse-ass?
horse-ass?
I do think I think Daniel Jones is not a top 20 quarterback in this league. And and all the credit in the world does go to Dabes. If he's 5-1 to start this off, but I just still think they're 0-1 against the Cowboys. I don't know, how they match up against Philadelphia, but I'm just going to assume this. Philadelphia is going to beat them twice. Dallas will beat them twice. That's 4 losses. And I can't imagine Baltimore losing to such an average team. That being said, they've put themselves in a great position to make the playoffs after 5 games. But I just still can't see how that team is that good because they're just not. They're average.
Yeah.
Right? Do you feel different?
No, I do not. But that's why, so I'm asking you that question, but I feel like I'm also kind of asking myself that question is, I'm right there with you. But if they won this game, obviously I really like the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, then I might be like, what the hell with it. Football changes every single year, and sometimes it changes really dramatically, and I just need to get on board with all of this crap.
Corey, it's only one Eagles fan, but yesterday talking to my buddy Mike Koploff, he's even like, I don't really care about the Giants. It's a 2-team division between us. He's talking about us as in Eagles and the Cowboys. Even the Eagles fans don't really see New York as a legitimate threat to the divisional race.
And then the last one I was going to toss out there, Vikings and the Dolphins, because in the span of 3 weeks, you could see the Dolphins go from maybe the surprise to the start of the season to, well, there they are sitting at 500 because, again, they're going to have to start their 7th-round quarterback, and then that would put the Vikings at 5-1 as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at that game right now, looking at that spread, and I'm salivating over that one right now.
I mean, the Dolphins got freaking stomped out
Vikings
last week.
-3 right now? That's insane.
And so
is Teddy B back?
No.
So they're going to go with their 3rd stringer?
Yeah.
And they need to sign Danucci.
Then, he was making his services available. What was it, last Thursday night football game? Although I think he could just repeat all those same messages.
I'll give you more nooch.
Yeah, you could repeat all those same ideals for yesterday's game, and I think it would work out just fine. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to read this one real quick. I know it's kind of self-serving, but I did still want to read it. From the 575. Shout out to you guys for your shout outs. Might not mean a lot to everyone, but they actually mean a lot to some people, and it's really cool of you. I hope that we have helped with a few of these shout outs. Love doing shout out Fridays. It's something that I needed as a pick me up on a Friday a couple months ago, and it's just really stuck, and I dig you guys for getting involved. Coming up next, let's talk.
It's really cool, Kevin.
Thank you. Corey's cool with it?
Corey's cool with it.
All right. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. It'll be live next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP plus. They still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads, visit Classic Chevrolet, relax, and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is the owner and general manager of your 4-1 Dallas Cowboys. It is Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys. Kevin, Corey, Mike, good to be on with you.
Happy birthday,
Great
Jerry.
to be on with you.
Yesterday, man.
Yeah. Well, we're really glad to have you on. How did you celebrate your birthday yesterday, or is there any time to celebrate because you got a plan for Philly week?
Well, no, I got to, with a well-organized, got to have a great celebration. I have, counting my grandchildren, I have 16 children or grandchildren, and along with Gene, and I had all but one with me last night. Wow. And we were at our home, and gosh, did we have a big time. We had the guy that wrote Don't Let the Old Man In. He sang for us with a special way to set that up. And then we had Jason D. Williams over here, and Jason D's, the spitting image of Jerry Lee Lewis, and does all of his songs, and we just had a great time, but it was just with my immediate bunch, and really had a big time.
Did y'all knock out all those Miller Lights, or those go in the fridge, or how does that roll?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. That probably represents at least as many Miller Lights as I drink each month on that field. Kidding, but still, boy, what a great partner. What a great partner. They're the only beer that we've ever had associated with the Dallas Cowboys. And when we first got here, you couldn't serve beer at the stadium, and you had to bring it in coolers. And I'll never forget, I came over to look at buying the team, and the owner had Roger Staubach sit with me. And I looked out there, and in the stands, there were about 20,000 people to start with. Bill Parcells was coaching the Giants. Coach Landry was coaching the Dallas Cowboys. And about the third quarter, it was drizzly, rainy. About the third quarter, I went down and sat in the stands. And it was rainy, Cowboys getting beat, and all around were beer cans and things like that because you brought it in and it was in a cooler. And I just sat out in it, and I said, now I want to see if I can stand this. How would I like to have just put on the line and gave up everything I got to sit out here in this atmosphere, kind of handle it. And, boy, I looked around and I said, man, to get to be in the NFL, the Cowboys, I can handle this. Let's go.
Love that story right there. Now we're all flying high on the 4-game win streak. Not a good time for distractions or anything, but I do have to ask you, the ESPN.com story yesterday with unnamed sources saying that Daniel Snyder had badmouthed you, saying that you can't trust Jerry Jones, and that you had supposedly told people you can't protect Daniel Snyder that much longer. I was hoping you could give us some insight into any of that.
Well, I don't have that background at all, and so I don't have anything to say about it other than I don't know where people got the supposed resource from me. I can only speak to that. I can't speak to anything else that was said there. I've got a long relationship with Dan. It's certainly a competitive one on the field, and one that is a part of the NFL, and that had anything in that was news to me. And I don't have those kinds of problems, but if they want to put some kind of, anybody wants to put something in my car or wants to listen to something on the phone, get in line, because I'm sure there's a lot of it out there.
I was curious, as one of the leading voices in the NFL, ownership or not, seemed interesting to a lot of people yesterday that on the Thursday Night Football game, Al Michaels said that he thinks the league wants Dan Snyder to sell the Commanders. Have you ever heard any buzz like that, or do you get that sense from the rest of the owners in the league?
I do not. And that's all I've got to say about it, but I do not.
Jerry, you said you're competitive on the field. I know you've got to feel that way with a lot of different owners too. Is there competition in business off of the field too with you guys, with all the owners?
But not as much at all.
Okay.
Owners are not natural allies. They just are not, because of the competitive aspect of and what it means to individual owners to compete and represent those various NFL teams. So it's not a natural partnership at all. And but that still doesn't mean you don't have a lot of respect, and I do for owners. I know them to be have high integrity, and I would represent that throughout the NFL as to my opinion of the other owners.
When we're talking about the other owners in the league, I was kind of curious, and then I swear we have lots of Cowboys questions
You
too.
gotta ask who his best friend is.
No.
Oh.
I was curious if you can give us any insight into your thoughts about the owners' vote that's supposedly going to take place Tuesday about the Stan Kroenke lawsuit settlement and who should pay that bill.
Well, Stan is one of the great owners in the NFL, and I underline great. His commitment in Los Angeles and to the Rams I don't know that I can point to anybody that's been equal to that of their contribution to the welfare of the league. And so that's recognized by all owners of what he has contributed. And that stadium and the commitment that had to go with it was so surreal, really. And we're lucky to have him. When he got the opportunity to move that team to Los Angeles, I was sitting with Stephen, and I said, do you see anything that you learn about this procedure, or what we did involve for him to be the one to move to Los Angeles? And he said, well, I gave this, and I said, no, what you need to do is when you are supporting somebody, and we really supported his move to Los Angeles, I said, when you make a choice of who you're supporting, make sure you're riding Secretariat.
Okay.
And that's exactly what Stan is and has been for the league. And, of course, what he's produced out there is such a great, if you will, credit to sports as well as the NFL.
It looks like Dak has made a lot of progress this week. Do you expect him to be your starter next week against the Lions?
Well, I don't want to say, but he has made a lot of progress. And throwing the ball with zip, and those are all very, very, very important. And his actual physical mending or rehab or how he's healing is just great. And so all systems on go there. But we'll see how it works out as far as when he's on the field.
You know, Jerry, I was thinking about this, and I know throwing the ball is one thing. I was wondering about taking the snap from the center, because that has to be something that the thumb has to get used to too, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, we wanted Dak. We didn't want to put him on IR because our fans need to understand if he were on IR, he wouldn't be out on the field right now. You can't put anybody if he had been within that time frame. So he couldn't have been getting all of this work that he's been getting really the last 2 or 3 weeks with the direct coaching, move around, in the meetings, all of those kinds of things. He couldn't have been doing all of that. So it was probably a perception that you were going to leave him off of IR so that he could be ready to play in the fourth game. No, you left him out by IR principally because you wanted him to be getting ready every place else, mentally, physically, during the weeks before the fourth game or the fifth game. So it's worked. It's worked well. We did the right thing.
Are you eager to get him back out there to see what this offense can really do, or do you look at this offense and say, no, there are other things that we were looking forward to with it?
Well, I think it's all of that. Anytime you have a great player, you miss him when he's not on the field. That's trite almost to even say that. But I think when you say looking forward, what has happened is we have had all of our other players and team and coaches and everybody has stepped it up a notch. You've compensated for not having that Dak. And then, of course, Rush has just been lights out. I can say that from my perspective, too. And as Dak told me last week, I said, boy, I was really concerned when you first got injured about going forward these next games. And he said, well, you should have talked to me more because he said, Cooper's a hell of a quarterback. And we were in good hands. And so that's Dak, who's in the room with him every day. We got to all be involved, be a part of that as fans, as everybody, and no question we're a better team for it.
You mentioned the everybody stepping up part of it, and I listen to Mike McCarthy every Friday with Sean and RJ. They do a great job with that interview with him, and his personality is great. But he said a couple things this morning that I was like, oh, man, I hear the team saying that. Are you starting to see that they're taking on the football personality of what Mike McCarthy is?
Well, I will tell you, I've always Mike looks like a coach. He feels like a coach. He talks like a coach. He lives coaching. And if you're taking on football mentality or body language or vernacular, you're gonna take on some of Mike McCarthy. That's what he is. And boy, he's done such an outstanding job this year. And really, Mike's done an outstanding job. He's certainly in the eye of the tiger, but I think Mike has done an outstanding job since he's been the coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Would you say like the Jimmy Johnson teams and the Parcells teams, that those teams also kind of like took on the personality of the coach at that time?
Well, if you want to say that, I don't know that I compare the personalities of Michael Irvin with Jimmy Johnson, but you can if you want to.
Now, we're going into the game against Philadelphia, which is huge in terms of standings for the NFC East, for the NFL in general, but also for the fan base. Over the years, it seems like people have more and more turned their sports hatred towards Philly above all other rivals. Do you get the sense that the Eagles are currently the most hated Cowboys rival, and who's your most hated Cowboys rival?
Well, I think it's hard to separate today from years past because they are undefeated, and so they've got to be in our zero red dots in the circle. They've got to be the biggest one today. However, that New York Giants are playing well. This was a physical game that we played out here against the Washington team, but I would say Philadelphia because of how they're competing, the fact they've they won their first Super Bowl here 2 or 3 years back. I'd say all of that probably makes them a front out here as far as wanting to beat them with our fans.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Jerry. We hear stories about the Cowboys bus getting egged as they're going in, and they'll show their butts and everything. The way the Philly fans are and all that. When you walk out onto the fields with these opposing stadiums, when you walk out there, I know you hear boos, I know you hear cheers. What do you hear though when they're booing? Do you hear the boos, or are you like, no, that's just as long as they're doing something, I'm something.
Well, if it's before the game, then I hear everything. During the game, I tune all that out. And no matter where I am as far as proximity to the fans, opposing fans, All you got to do is flip your mental switch, and you can hear every word and every voice inflection there is. And all this stuff, it's according to, you can hear it. All you got to do is mentally listen to it. A lot of people ask me, do I hear fans that you have involved at times, or other people have involved? Well, if I'm tuned in, I sure hear them, and have for the last 33 years. So I don't separate it. It's motivational. It's disappointing. I flare when I hear the negatives. All of it is there. It's high, low. It makes you want to go.
Talking with Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know there's still a lot of the season to go, but last week, Cowboys 5.5-point underdogs. This week, 6.5-point underdogs. Do you think a win over the Eagles makes the Cowboys a Super Bowl contender? Do you think they already are a Super Bowl contender, or is it just the return of Dak that would cinch that up?
Listen, I'm going to come up with an original reply to that.
Okay.
We ain't underdogs to nobody.
I did love that from Mike
Thank
McCarthy.
You, Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
That's kind of that personality. I heard Micah say that too, and so that's why I was wondering about that. I heard Mike this morning talking about with Sean and RJ talking about the top 10 offenses. He said he'd rather be a top 10 offense than a top 10 defense, and it made a lot of sense to me. But I was kind of curious on your thought. I know you want to be top 10, in both, but if you had your options, what would you want? Top 10 offense or defense?
Well, if we can, running the ball and ultimately ending up with a modest, let's say, passing percentage, or not percentage, but passing yardage, run the ball, and have the top or one of the top two defenses. I'm thinking about turnovers, the security involved with being able to run the ball and not rely on the passing. You give me a good running game, possession, give me a good field position, kick the ball, and then a strong defense. You're hard to beat. Now, you've got to get it going to get enough points up there to win it, but, boy, you're hard to beat. I'm not so sure that at the end of the day that is not the best way to get to the Super Bowl.
Outstanding information, and obviously we're hoping that direction is where this team is going, and a win over Philly would definitely help keep things going. Thank you very much, good sir, for the time.
Hey, man, it's been good to be on with you. On to Philadelphia.
Let's go.
There you go. Jerry Jones, owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, a couple of interesting notes to me is that obviously he said, I don't know where they got that information from me in the story that came out yesterday that caught so many people's attentions. And it kind of sounded like maybe he would vote that the league would absorb the legal fees from Stan Kroenke on Tuesday, as opposed to Kroenke just having to pay them all himself. And maybe Dak goes next week. Maybe he doesn't. Is that going to be the entire story for next week?
I think it's just an easy, just keep going with this thing for as long once we see that Dak is as normal as he can be with whatever's in his hand. I'm really not. Has that been a report that he has? I haven't heard anybody report what he has in his hand. Am I wrong about that?
Everyone just keeps saying it's zip.
Okay,
that's all that is zip.
Once they know that he's Dak again, which there's also a lot of other things that go into that part of it, right? I know he runs sprints and everything, but how often do we talk to former football players that are telling us it takes 3 games to be in NFL shape and get out on the field? You got the adrenaline pumping through you, and now you got to make your calls and your reads and everything. So, I'm very nervous about just plopping him back in and saying, all right, you're ready to rock again like you were before. But I mean, they're working him in that manner, aren't they? Like that, very similar to.
I think so.
And they did this with Anthony Barr. They did this with all these other guys they brought in over the last few years, and we saw it, Kevin, with Brandon Carr way back in the day. He had missed a lot of time in camp, and they said, we're not starting him where everybody else is. We're starting him on his own program and working him back into it. So there's a lot. I do think that next week it's going to be all about it. But if Stephen comes on Monday and immediately says, look, we got to monitor it starting Wednesday. Then we got to wait until Wednesday when they start their practice session.
I think this will be the first game where there's legitimate questions and intrigue about whether or not he will play. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it looks like we got some time for a couple of Dirk stories.
What?
And one of them, well, maybe both of them, I hope you'll be excited about both of them. Did you see, if you go to the DFW airport in Terminal C next summer, Nowitzki, the restaurant, is coming to the DFW airport. Mike, you love Dirk. He's your favorite player. Would you make a trip just to this restaurant, even if you did not need to fly?
No. Going to the airport isn't fun.
It's not.
But if I'm at DFW airport, do you know which terminal it's in?
Terminal C.
Terminal C. If I'm in Terminal C, yes, I'm going to go. I'll probably order a schnitzel and sauerkraut and German stuff.
All right.
Potatoes? I think that sounds like a German meal, right? A schnitzel, a kraut, and a potato.
Okay. I don't know if you're allowed to say that last thing that you just said. All right.
Potato?
Before that, in addition to that, this is actually more kind of Mavericks game related. They have made the announcement that the statue ceremony for Dirk Nowitzki is going to take place before the Christmas Day game against the Lakers. So the ceremony is set for 11 a.m.
Yeah.
This was already a big game. Home Christmas game against the Lakers. Now they're going to reveal the Dirk statue, which I know...
Which has all the balls.
I know has some of the baggage that some people have with it as well. But
is there any chance they changed it? Is there any chance when they unveil it, it's going to be better?
I think there is a chance.
I
and
do
not
too.
look like certain things that I don't think I'm allowed to say on air.
I don't feel like that statue got the love when they showed the mini statue that maybe they thought it would get. So I'm wondering if on Christmas Day, if it looks a little bit different. And I get it. That's going to be the biggest audience for the world to see it, because it's kind of Christmas Day is somewhat of an NBA day.
Yeah.
But for me being here, I would love to go see it happen, as Dirk is my favorite athlete of all time. But on Christmas Day, I can't be like, hey, you guys open up the presents and hang out. I'm gonna
go see Dirk.
I'm gonna go hang out and watch Dirk get his statue unveiled.
But either way, a really cool series of events happening with Dirk, and that should make Christmas awesome.
Yesterday, Kevin, I got 2 boxes of optic cards. And we pulled 3
basketball.
We pulled 3 different Dirk Nowitzki cards in that series. And Carter was just like going nuts about it, because he was like, I love Dirk now, Sky. And I was like, no, that's not how you say it. He's like, but I love him anyway. I love Dirk, because we always just say Dirk around the house. So
right.
He could not read
that
Nowitzki.
That is
like
interesting.
Radulov or whatever one I messed up to.
Yes.
I'm like, what is this Russian name?
But now you got it, Radulov. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Like
Where, by
Dexter
the way,
Manley.
the Stars were victorious in the season opener yesterday. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Blasting out 100. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Once again, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys Insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Friday morning to you.
All right. I wanted to know, over the years, now this is more specific to something that just happened, but over the years, do you think that quote-unquote bulletin board material makes a whole lot of difference in games? Because I love what DeMarcus Lawrence was saying about, well, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles haven't faced us yet. And then he talked more about it with G-Bag and was like, look, the reporters ask the same questions over and over again, and you give them something. And do you think bulletin board material makes a big difference?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I disagree.
Plus, no one's got any bulletin boards anymore.
Ooh, we need to up, like when they say water cooler talk, you gotta,
material,
yeah.
You got to have a dry erase board or something like that, or everything's video, right? You know what? I think during the week, it might get guys' attention, but when it's time to play, I don't think they're sitting there on, 3rd and 6, and they're going, okay, I'm going to show Lawrence right now. I'm going to go get him because of what he said. I just don't think it really matters. I mean, if it takes that to get guys up for a game, then you probably got the wrong guys on your team.
I do kind of want to know what happened to all the bulletin boards, though. Like, why?
Do you also want to know where all the water coolers went?
Yeah, because now we just have these, just drink out of the sink.
Well, there used to be a big, and it was sort of a bulletin board out at the ranch, and they would post media stories from the opposing city. Yeah. I don't know if those guys read them or if they just walked by like most people and read the headline. And if the headline's misleading, then you didn't know what the story said. But they used to post those things. Absolutely.
See, but Mickey's keeping it alive by keeping the pad. Like sometimes we hear you flipping the pages. So
right.
I appreciate you keeping that going.
I got notes all over the place. Sometimes I forget where I put them.
I like that. All right, so Mickey, what's this offensive line going to look like this week? What would you expect to start, and do they rotate, or are we staying pretty firm on what we are?
Well, I think it'll start the way it's been starting. If you're asking about McGovern, I think he's the starting left guard. Now they're at least getting Jason Peters ready to be the backup.
Okay.
Probably backup tackle, backup guard, right? But if, as the game goes, if they think, okay, we need to do something at guard, well, let's go. But again, if you look at the last game Peters played, he wasn't very dominating. He had a couple breakdowns. So be interesting to see if they have that rotation going there or not. Or if they're getting him ready at some point to take on a bigger role. But, to me, if McGovern's playing well and you think Forniak can do the fullback thing or the third tackle thing if you need another blocker, then, you're good to go. I just don't know. You keep rotating things and kind of messing up the continuity of what's going on.
What's your assessment on Terrence Steele this year versus last year versus his first year?
Well, I think it was better than the first game this year.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why, but he sort of struggled. He struggled with assignments too and snap counts. And after that, I think it's been pretty good. I mean, I haven't seen them have to too many times give him help on that side. I think he's done a nice job, and I think if you see where a lot of times where they load up and run, they go right. They don't always go left. He must be doing something right over there, teaming up with Zach Martin.
What's the defensive front of the Eagles? I know they added Jordan Davis to the mix, and I saw the other day Fletcher Cox jumped up and gave a karate kick in the sky, and I was like, I didn't even know he could still do that. What's your assessment of what they are up front?
Yeah, they're awfully good, and they've been good for quite some time, and it's not just Fletcher Cox, but when you add in Brandon Graham and Javon Hargrave and Josh Sweet, and then you got a guy like Jordan Davis coming in. I think I saw last game he played 29 snaps. That was his highest snap count of the season so far. So they've been kind of easing him in. So that's a hell of a guy to ease in, right? Takes up a lot of space, and he's pretty quick.
Yeah.
I think one of the other things that has been good is their cornerbacks have been really good with Bradbury Slay and Avante Maddox, who's, by the way, still on their limited designation injury report. So we'll see what happens there. And their offensive linemen seem to still be limited. And when they actually felt like they needed to practice yesterday after taking Wednesday having no practice. So that'll be the interesting thing to watch there. If they're just limited, just kind of, okay, we got to be real careful, we don't want to get fined, or if those offensive linemen really are having some problems, being ready to play in the game.
This is a question from Atolo. It's Jeff from Paradise, which is where Kevin's in-laws are from.
That is true.
What will we do when Tyron Smith comes back? And I wanted to add to this. I saw him walking around in flip-flops out there at practice last week. How's he? Did you get a chance to catch up with him at all?
Don't know, because he's on a different schedule than everybody else. Since it's he's not on the roster when you're on IR. I saw him doing some of the rehab work, outside on the field with the resistance cords and kind of doing the side steps and things like that. But that's about all I've seen so far. So I can't imagine Thanksgiving, maybe December. And I'm not sure. I don't even know if they've thought about that so far.
Yeah. I can imagine.
You got to see how things are going, right? And,
right.
If you think you're struggling and you think he can jump right in there, but even though, it's the same thing like Dak, even though, from a physical standpoint, they're ready to go, but are they ready to play? And so, McCarthy talked about that in the press conference, the fact that they put him on the injury report from yesterday is limited. And so he was limited because I'm told that he jumped into a couple red zone throws or something like that. But he hasn't taken snaps yet.
Yeah.
And he hasn't thrown against in a team drill. And you certainly want to see him do that for a full week before you put him out there. So, I think next week's certainly could be a possibility. And he's going to evidently throw on Sunday before the game as a kind of ramp up part of his coming back. Not that they're going to have him active, right? Because I don't think that he's done enough yet to say, okay, he can be the backup quarterback without going through a full practice or three, the way backup quarterbacks would, or prepare like a backup quarterback would, knowing that he's going to play potentially on Sunday.
Now, the Cowboys in the midst of this 4-game winning streak, they've been underdogs in 3 of those games. Obviously,
this will be the 4th.
Yeah,
right?
They're pretty heavy underdogs in this one. Do you feel like winning this game how much more respect will winning this game get them, or is it just a matter of this is about as much respect as you get with your backup quarterback?
Well, I think it a lot of it has to do, well, not a lot, some of it for sure. You were playing on the road, right?
Yeah.
Against the Rams, and now you're on the road against the Eagles. They look at the Rams' pedigree of what they've accomplished the previous year. They weren't looking at this year. And then with the Eagles being undefeated, I'm sure that has fed into it. The fact that you're playing your backup quarterback, yeah, absolutely. And that you really haven't been scoring that many points, and you're going up against a pretty stout defense. So I think that feeds into it. But again, we got to remember they set those lines to make people bet.
Right.
On both sides of it, right? So
I love betting.
if it wasn't that way, they might make the Eagles a 1 or 2 point favorite. Well, who do you think's jumping on all that, right?
Yeah.
So you got to make the line where they can win on both sides of the vet, not the bet, not the vet. Okay, I think they blew that darn place up.
Yeah,
and all the rats that went with it. I'm serious.
But surely most of the rats escaped, right?
Well, they had to run fast.
Yeah,
I don't know if they got a warning, right? Okay, Thursday at 9, you better go.
And would a rat be able to comprehend such a thing?
Yeah,
look,
right.
you
I
just
gotta
started.
grab the cheese before we get out of here.
Yeah, you have just started a whole different set of questions that should probably be a podcast, but I definitely want to ask you going into this. All right. Now, gotta know, now that we set up the point spread and everything like that, it's time for a prediction from Mickey Spagnola.
Well, I'm going to side there with DeMarcus Lawrence. Oh, yes. They ain't played us yet. Look, here's the deal. The Cowboys have to play really well defensively. And I think one of the things that McCarthy pointed out in the press conference was tackling will be a definite big deal here to be able to win. They got to tackle defensively. So if they play well defensively, if Jalen Hurts doesn't have the game of his career, and they keep the score down and close, I think they got a chance to go in there and win the game. But they can't turn the ball over, that old cliche, and they got to be able to run it a little bit to keep the pressure off of Cooper Rush. I mean, he's done a remarkable job until that Rams game. I think he ended up getting sacked 3 times. In the other 3 games, he got sacked twice in 3 games. So that's got to be their mantra. If you got to throw an incompletion, throw an incompletion. If you got to throw it into the bench, throw it into the bench, right? Just don't let them sack you. Don't let them get all revved up by putting pressure on you, and you got a chance to win. And, I think I said it yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. I kind of compared it to that Cowboys game plan in 1991 when they went up there with the playoff berth on the line. If you win, you're in. If you lose, probably not. And they went on to beat the Eagles 25-13, and they only scored 1 offensive touchdown. They kicked 3 field goals, got a safety, and then got a punt return for a touchdown. So if they need a recipe on how to win this game, this is what they need to do, because I think Steve Berline ended up like 9 for 31 in the game for 145 yards passing.
Yeah.
But they won the game because they didn't have any turnovers and they only gave up 1 sack that the other day Nate Newton said, "My bad, it was me." But other than that, that's what they did, and they played well defensively. They had 7 sacks and 2 interceptions in the game, and that's kind of, to me, if they need the blueprint on how to win this game, go back and look at Game 15 in 1991.
Okay,
and it was a backup quarterback, right?
That's right. All right. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again on Monday.
Sounds good. You guys have a good weekend.
You too. There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Kevin, I just wanted to get to this just a little bit. And I don't know if you had this in your notes, but have we talked about Jason Kelce much and what happened with him? Because he's the center.
Yeah.
For the Eagles. Have you talked about his injury?
No.
He had an ankle injury.
Right.
And he said he stepped on a Cardinals player's foot and he rolled it. And he said, I have a propensity to roll it if it's put into a weird situation. He had an MRI on it. He's walking out to practice this morning, but he did go into the blue tent yesterday during practice and he was wincing. Not Carson wincing, but he was definitely wincing. I think, dude, this is one of those situations where you don't step on it on purpose. But do you accidentally bump into his ankle just a little bit? And that's a veteran in the middle of that line that you kind of, if he's not there, it's good for you.
Does it not seem like, and obviously I don't have numbers for this or anything like that, Does it seem like so many offensive line injuries come from either being stepped on or stepping on someone else?
Or just being around the pile. Like, just everybody knows, don't stand by the pile. It's a bad place to be. Like, that's one of the things that was even in high school. Those the coaches are telling you, don't stand by the pile, because what ends up happening, somebody gets pushed into you, somebody is getting up and they step on you, all sorts of other things, or then a fight breaks out underneath it and now you're caught in the middle of it. So yeah, I don't know, man. that's one of those little things to keep an eye on, is how he handles that. He's a tough guy and he's a good center, but how he handles that in the middle, because, and I want to go to this real quick, the way that the Cowboys come off the edges and also get the push in the middle, that's a big factor in the way that they get the pressure on the quarterback. If you're watching the way they get their sacks, if they can make it softer in the middle somewhere, and Neville and Osa and those guys in the middle aren't getting pushed back, man, or being just stoned, that's going to be a really big factor in whether or not Jalen Hurts can drop back and evade by running forward into the open lanes that might come where the edges come off and create some space there. You can really do that, and he can take advantage of it if the Cowboys aren't paying attention to what they're doing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a shout-out Friday. Got a couple more for you from the 817. Shout out to my wife, Lindsay. She is packing up our apartment so we can move into our very first house. Also, she has been an ICU nurse for 2 years as of yesterday. Congratulations on all the big news. And then from another 817, shout out to the wife, about to have our third kid, who is a miracle baby after kicking uterine cancer's ass. The baby is due next Saturday. Also, Cowboys win 21-16. Fantastic stuff right there. Coming up next, we will talk with MLB Odyssey insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Plus, I cannot confirm this, but there's been rumblings about the return of Coach Ballsack.
Oh, I'll confirm it for you. It's happening.
Is it?
It's happening.
And it's next?
It
is next on The Fan.
Halloween is just around the corner. And
A special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Tony Gwynn Jr. in just a minute. Also, there are rumblings that Corey confirmed that Coach Balsack might be ready to make an appearance. Also, it's a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout-out to my amazing wife. She's been an ICU nurse as well, but for 3 years, and we're celebrating our anniversary this coming Tuesday. Remember, y'all, that's a great shout-out, but you can definitely put their name in there as well if you would like to. And then a couple of notes from across the sports world. Kemba Walker looks like he is going to get waived, and I know Mavericks fans are already asking that question, even though Nico said he's not concerned about having another ball handler. That would fit the bill, but is Kemba Walker got anything
We got
left?
Ntilikina.
It's amazing that a guy who didn't get hurt, we were talking about this during the break, whether it's Penny Hardaway, Grant Hill,
Just
Amari
dropped.
Stoudemire, and I totally get, like, those guys were better than Kemba Walker. Kemba Walker was an all-star. It's just amazing that he didn't have a major injury and just fell off the face of the earth as a good basketball player.
So perhaps that will not be the strategy for the Dallas Mavericks, but we will keep an eye on that for sure. Right now, on the line is Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Well, the guys you cover, the Padres, had the upset. That was the most-watched wild card series, and now the most-watched divisional series so far is Dodgers-Padres. I know we're getting specific here, and there's probably not a lot of Padre fans in Dallas-Fort Worth, but how excited are you guys?
This fan base is extremely excited. I expect it to be probably nothing we've really ever experienced since maybe '98, the World Series, where the fans are going to have an impact. And so this is something the city has been, hasn't had a chance to see since 2006. They actually haven't experienced a home win in the playoffs ever at Petco Park.
Oh,
so if they can find a way to do it tonight, that'll be epic.
So in a weird way, Juan Soto, unbelievable start to his career at 19 years old, and at 20 years old, he's leading a team to a championship. And now watching him hit again in the playoffs, this year is somewhat a down year for him, but he looks like the Juan Soto that we saw as a Washington National in the playoffs.
Yeah, he's getting back to that. I still think he's not quite there. One of the things that makes Juan so exceptional at his young age is his understanding of hitting in the zone and his ability to hit the ball to all fields. Right now, he's probably a little more pull conscious than he's ever been, and my guess is that has led to a year in which he hasn't been the Juan Soto we're used to, but just having him in front of Manny, his presence in the lineup really makes it a difficult lineup to get through, especially in the playoffs. Since the playoffs started, the bottom of the lineup has been phenomenal. So that's, for the Padres, they're always going to be reliant on their starting pitching and their bullpen, but when you start to get the offensive production as we've seen in this playoffs, as you can see, that they're a dangerous team.
Tony, I'm not saying that this game is imperfect, but how much more fun would it be if we played with more animals in the outfield and had more swans running around out there? Like, what would more obstacles in the outfield? What are you thinking?
It might be fun for a little bit, but I have a feeling that animal activists across the world would lose their mind if there were more animals on the field. But that was certainly interesting. As you're sitting there watching it and you see this goose on the field, you're waiting for them to stop time, and they just kept playing until eventually they had to stop it. And it seemed like the goose was a little bit injured, but it all worked out, it seemed like.
Tony, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little bit scared of big birds. And so as much as maybe,
I don't think I knew that either.
As much as running off a goose or a swan or whatever type of big bird is out there, I would have kind of stayed away. And so let's just say you're playing right field and there's a pitching change like there was. Would you have tried to run off the goose, or would you have been like, you know what? I'm scared that this animal that seems to be a little bit hurt is going to attack me if I look like I'm attacking him.
100%. I would not have approached that Goose at all. I would have gone exactly to the security guard. As a matter of fact, if I was on the field, we would have stopped play. I would have walked off and grabbed somebody and
Goose timeout.
Yeah, a Goose timeout.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not a fan of big birds myself.
Interesting. I was curious if you would ever even play alongside Goose Gossage back in the day, but
Well, there's also Kevin who doesn't play golf. I imagine you've
That's
run across
true.
a swan or a goose on a golf course before.
Well, here's my experience with it because I hear.
But you expect to see a swan or a goose on a golf course. You don't expect to see one on the baseball field.
That is very true. I was walking by a lake with my wife once, and there's a whole bunch of geese, but then there's like this one lead goose that lets you know what's up, and she was like, we need to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
And I walk by that lake quite a bit with my dog, and the geese are terrified of her. So I said, let's walk back there again, but this time we took my dog, and she goes, I don't want to go by the geese. And I said, you'll be fine. Brought the dog with, and the geese all ran away. And so the dog could be the key to clearing out any future geese on the baseball field.
Well, if there happens to be a dog in the building, maybe we need to give it a try for sure.
I do have a more legitimate baseball question for you. Is for the Rangers, and I don't want to derail too much of the playoff talk, but one of the beat writers in town, Evan Grant, for the Texas Rangers, talked about the Rangers needing to spend. They spent a lot last offseason. Is that a winning strategy if you're struggling developing players at the same time?
It's not a sustainable winning strategy if you're not developing. You can pay free agents, and that'll get you a certain length, and it may even get you to the promised land, but you're not going to be able to sustain it without actually developing because, as you start getting into that tax and people, teams don't want to keep being repeat offenders on going over that tax because it just gets more expensive. It ends up hurting you. And so inevitably everybody in Major League Baseball, all these teams, they have to figure out a way how to develop players because the free agency is like a booster, but it's certainly not the end all be all. And so, I don't disagree with Evan that the Rangers should spend, but they got to be smart in how they spend. And then on the flip side of that, they got to make sure that they're taking care of business and drafting and developing.
Tony Gwynn Jr. joining us right now on The Fan. Now, I have kind of a basketball question, which will tie back into baseball. I don't know, since you grew up in San Diego, there really wasn't a basketball team. Are you a Lakers fan?
I'm a huge Laker fan.
Right.
Okay, so obviously we're not huge Laker fans here. They have a big issue right now. Russell Westbrook doesn't seem to want to be part of the Los Angeles Lakers. He wants to do his thing, and honestly, I work with people who used to work with him in Oklahoma City and cover him in Oklahoma City, and they kind of say, this is what happens when you have a 19-year-old to about a late 20-year-old who they never gave any leadership skills to, and he really struggled to be part of the team there. He wanted to be a superstar individual. When it comes to Russell Westbrook, how concerned are you that he might be a detriment to the LA Lakers instead of an asset?
I mean, listen, after last year, I'm sure there has to be a little bit of concern, right? But I'm a believer in Darvin Ham. I think it seems like him and Russ have a good communication. And it sounds like, at least from the news I heard today, they're going to try him as the lead dog off the bench. And I know that's mind-blowing to people who can't see Russell accepting that role, but I think this is where Darvin Ham comes in. It seems like he's put a lot of equity into Russell Westbrook in terms of communication, just a relationship between the two. And I think it has a chance to work. If he's accepting of this role, I think he could have a big impact off the bench with that second unit for the Lakers. But there, of course, he can be volatile at times, especially when he feels cornered. So, of course, there's a little bit concerned, but I have a ton of faith in Darvin Ham and his coaching ability and what he's going to be able to do this year.
When that involves baseball, because I totally hear what you're saying there are some rumblings around here that the Rangers might be facing a problem like that with somebody that they can't have lead the second team or come off the bench or anything like that in Corey Seager. I'm really curious. Do you feel like teams pay for leadership and sometimes they just assume that lots of money means leadership? Or how is that all supposed to work? Because sometimes I feel like, oh, he'll be a leader because we paid him a lot of money. And that does not seem like a natural fit.
That's a great question. And it's a great question because I've actually seen it with Manny Machado, right? You gave him a boatload of money, and he was expected to come in and be a leader, but leadership is something that it takes time to develop for somebody. Everybody's not a natural-born leader, and what you've seen from him over the course of his 3 years, going on 4, is him really develop in his leadership and really grow into that role. It's not natural for everybody. Having been around Corey a little bit, it's not natural for him, too. He didn't really have to on that Dodger team, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you had a bunch of veterans on that team already. And so he could just kind of show up, be one of the guys on the team, play his game, and go from there. Now he's thrust into that leadership role, and I'm sure he has the qualities to do it, but you still have to develop it. And I think sometimes that takes a little bit more time than maybe people realize, right? I think, as you said, you assume because he got all that money that's just going to be the thing he does, and he does it well. Well, sometimes it takes some time to develop, and I think Corey will, when it's all said and done, will develop those leadership qualities and will be the leader that the Rangers need him to be.
Tony,
answer.
Awesome answer. I know we're short on time here. AL and NLCS, who are the 4 teams playing to go to the World Series?
Oh, wow. Right now, you know what? The way the Padres are playing, I'm going to pick them to be in the NLCS. I'm going to pick the Braves to be in the NLCS. AL, I'm going to say Yankees. I'm going to say Astros.
All right.
Excellent. Appreciate it. As always, good sir. And if any of those are wrong, we will harass you about it next week.
Absolutely, we will.
Sure you will.
Thank you very much, man.
Take care.
There you go. That was Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls. They're brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. So for any of the buzz or concern about Corey Seager, I thought that was a really well thought out answer. And obviously, as a huge Rangers fan, as we all are, I hope that is how it plays out. Now, I said I heard rumblings, and I said maybe. Corey, you said
confirm
for sure that there is Coach Ballsack.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, well,
ready for
I
it?
guess open up the door and, see what happens.
All right, hey, guys. Coach Ballsack here. They made me come in to talk to you guys. It never works, but you guys are doing great on your own. After that first game, everything's gone well. Cooper Rush doing great. Keep holding up the star. Defense, you guys are so fun to watch. Just trying to be positive here. Keep it going. The Eagles are a good team, but I think you guys can beat them. You know, Philadelphia is always tough, but...
Hey, Ballsack, you're soft as right now. Where's the Ballsack we all know and love? I got this, man, all right? Guys. Nobody thought you could win the last 4 games. Hell, Mike Bassick said you should just fold up your picnic blanket, go home and hide under your bunk bed. Most of the Tolos out there wanted Jerry to sell the team to H-E-B so they could put better quality grocery bags over their heads. Hell, people were out there getting ready to start watching preseason basketball over the rest of this year. But guess what? What? You got your together, and now you have a chance to hang dong on every doubter out there. Micah, I actually think you're part goddamn lion, and your revitalized Tank, who we all thought rusted out somewhere in a park in Iraq. Zeke, you actually look hungry again. And Pollard's running around like that little brother who you stole all his food off of his plate all his life. CD, catch the ball and take it to the house, or I'm going to let Diggs start playing wide receiver 1 and convert you to a special teams gunner. Cooper, you're not good enough to keep this job, all right? I just want you to know that. But you're good enough to chop the head off of a eagle on Sunday night. Go sharpen your machete. We only have one night to show the world that Jalen Hurts and this team is a piece of garbage. They're worse than their ice water snow cone shit. Get out there and ride a Liger into a fiery pit of grenades and bounce at Betty's. Get your balls out of your stomachs and give these Sheagles, send them to the moon.
Holy crap.
What a twist.
Plot
What
twist.
a twist.
Wow.
I felt like Ballsack was kind of giving the easy speech, you know?
He was half-assing
Yeah,
it,
he was
for
half-assing,
sure.
and that's something that he always gets after everybody else for is half-assing. So I felt like we really needed to say something else.
Holy cow! Is there a new name for it? Well, no wonder
Just
y'all knew what was happening. But I thought Coach Balzac is a totally different person. All right? Well, no wonder everybody was aware of this, as opposed to me from the 817. Love it from the 817. F yeah. And from another 817, thank you for censoring it, but I get it. Holy S, that was glorious from the 214. That was amazing. And I did kind of see this.
Towolos are loving it too.
Okay.
Ballsack's dead.
Oh my God. By the way, as long as we're doing shout outs just super quick, I don't want to give this person's screen name away or their regular name unless they want to. But there is a Twolo from Arizona that is flying down to host a watch party for other Twolos Sunday night. The Cowboys and the Eagles. And then I think on Monday, she is going to hop in studio and hang out with us and stuff. She's flying down. You're married.
Okay.
She's flying down from Arizona just to do a watch party with the Twolos for this game. That's your shout out. That's how big this game is. What are you doing?
Corey starts making Arizona list, Oklahoma list. There's a list of 5 of each state. That'd make you an NBA basketball player.
You got to be prepared for your travels.
I have multiple people that said you kind of sound like Rick from Rick and Morty, which I do.
Watch that. Is it a good show?
Yes, it is a very good show. And Rick does not give an F about what anybody thinks at any point. From the 214, drop that S on Twitter. From the 254, F yeah. From the 361, that threw me a curveball. From the 254, love it. From another 254, heck yeah. And from the 214, goated. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, and also it's homecoming time. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads, visit Classic Chevrolet, relax, and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where if you missed it, you need to do that radio rewind and catch. I don't know what the name we're going with yet. Is it Major Pain? Major?
Somebody said Major Sack. I think that's pretty funny. Like the drill sergeant type of personality. But I think that one day there's going to be a team up with Ball Sack and just me.
I'm not crazy about that nickname. It was given to me by Toronto Blue Jay fans, and it stuck, unfortunately, in 2001 with the Cleveland Indians.
It's a great name.
And Alec, we need to make sure we send that on down the road for G-Bag of the Day, because I just saw two people go, if that's not G-Bag Audio of the Year, then it's a crime. So we will let them decide that as we go along. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Biscuits?
Very good dip. Very good. I'm proud of that dip.
Thank you.
I hate to say this, but we need to talk at least a little bit about Thursday Night Football.
Oops.
Because that game was hot garbage. And
it was almost the exact same score as last Thursday.
It really was. It was really weird because it was like, well, at least this one you kind of knew was going to suck going into it. So much so that, did you see that PointsBet USA, they cashed everyone who bet the under at halftime. Is the over-under was 38.
It was 3-0.
It was 3-0 at halftime, and they said, you know what?
There's no way 35 points or 36 points are happening.
Which I thought was very fair. And they're like, you know what? The hell with it. And they just cashed everybody who bet the under at halftime,
at least
which is incredible.
It is better next week. Saints at Cardinals.
Yep, absolutely agree.
I know those teams aren't off to good starts, but at least that's better. And God, I didn't know the Cardinals were 0-3 at home.
So when you got to halftime, you pointed out it's 3-0 at halftime. That was now at that point, that meant 40 straight drives without a touchdown on Thursday Night Football. The last touchdown before the third quarter, you had to go back to the fourth quarter of week 4.
Awesome. 96
minutes and 2 seconds of game time. It's been awful.
I told you, I was looking at the schedule, and if I was promoting it as Amazon Prime, I would just start promoting 1-2 weeks from now, because the next game's going to be poor too. And it was just boring. Like there wasn't anything even. The last two have just been boring football.
Yeah.
And that's sad that you're rolling that out there when Amazon Prime is paid a premium for it.
Because you're right. Because I don't think anyone was like, that was just a defensive slugfest between two unstoppable forces. It was two very stoppable forces that both people were like, I don't know, make it end. Just to that point, check this out.
I did see it halftime real quick because I was with Taylor Hearn and they had it on at the place we were at. I wasn't watching, but I did see halftime. And one of the quarterbacks had thrown for 56 yards and the other quarterback had thrown for 87 yards at halftime.
I'm glad that you brought that up. I actually have a fact about that, which is super weird.
We're on the same page. We're like on the same cycles today as a team.
My dear God.
Like hitting for the
He's
cycle.
talking about,
okay.
No, I'm talking about like the cycle you go through. It's called the menstrual cycle.
Oh my goodness. I did not think you would actually say that. All right.
Because of men.
Okay. Well, let's not dive into that. Washington had 88 yards at half, and they still led. That was the fewest yards any team with the lead at half had all season long. And guess what? On the other side, Chicago had 202 yards. That was the most yards by a team at halftime.
202 passing?
That was scoreless. Chicago had 202 yards. That was the most all season by a team at halftime that was scoreless.
Did they get 202 passing in the game, though?
So let's go.
They don't like to throw the ball.
No, they don't. Let's go from that and let's stick with Carson Wentz. The rest of the week, if he plays any other day of the week for his career, 39 wins, 44 losses, and 1 tie. But on Thursday Night Football, he's 7-0, baby.
Look at that.
He is living off of that record in 2017 because wasn't he 10-1 and then he got hurt? I can't remember, but
he's the anti-Kirk Cousins. By the way, Justin Fields at 190 yards.
All right, let's go from that to the no-joke zone.
Best game of the season.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
All right, let's go from that to the no-joke zone where another lawsuit has been filed against Desean Watson. This, of course, not related to any of the ones, most of which, with the exception of one, got settled. But this goes back to December of 2022. Somebody under the Jane Doe pseudonym is saying that Watson sought sexual activities during the massage and that he pressured her to do certain activities in that case. The NFL has already come out and said they are going to monitor that. It's an S show, and I don't know if they would like add more suspension or go through the process all over again for these new separate cases, or what the deal would be.
Yeah, man, I don't. This Desean Watson guy is not looking like a good person. And before all this came out, like the massage stuff,
yeah,
he looked like a really good person.
Yeah.
I mean, I just remember seeing a whole thing on
after
how he
the
was,
hurricane,
yeah.
he gave his first game check to 3 of the workers with the Texans.
And then he helped out like a Houston football team, like high school football team that was struggling because of finances. And I think he bought them all new jerseys and helmets and everything. I remember going, man, this Desean Watson's a good guy. And now I don't think I'll ever see him as anything but a bad guy. I hate saying that.
Yeah.
I don't know how he redeems himself from all this stuff, because it seems like he's a sexual predator.
I mean, it's tough to say without knowing the person, but the things that we've learned, it definitely sounds like that. In the ruling that got put out, the arbitrator said there were 3 cases of what would be deemed by the NFL as sexual assault that absolutely took place. Yesterday, you brought this to my attention, the Dick Ebersol thing. He is already
backing off,
walking that back, and the walk back just makes no sense whatsoever. He said it was a long day of interviews, and it's just, dude, you didn't just say one thing. Like, he went on and on about it, and now he's like, nah, this is a long day of interviews. My bad.
Did you hear Tirico this morning with Sean and RJ talk about it? If you didn't, it's pretty good information. He was even saying, look, I've had those moments too, where I've kind of, it's you get into it, you got all this energy, and then you're kind of, something happens, and this and that in your daily life and all that stuff. So like, I understand that happens sometimes, but I really thought that Tirico's approach to it was pretty interesting.
Let's go to the Panthers, Robbie Anderson. I'm going to play the audio, cut number 2 right here. Do you think he was sad that Matt Rule got fired?
I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, you just can't hit it harder.
Did it hit harder for you with your background with him?
You just can't hit it in the serve. Like in the rally, like if it hits the net, on the serve, if it hits the business. It is what it is.
All right. So I know it's loud in there because it is the locker room setting, but that pause was like 5 seconds. And he said, nah, business, it is what it is. And people kept asking about it. And then he finally had a really logical response. And he goes, I don't know. It's Thursday night. That was current news on Monday. And
wow.
It sort of felt like he's like, hey, you know what? I've already had my time to process all this. So I know a lot of people are like, he doesn't care. And I get that. I get why you think that. But he was also like, that was current news on Monday.
Wow.
It's Thursday night. So, let's keep moving on. All right. You brought this up. I know you brought this off air. I don't know if we talked about it on air. Is Chiefs and Bills. This is going to be the first time that Patrick Mahomes is ever an underdog at home.
Yeah, 2.5 right now, I think, is the spread.
He's only been an underdog 8 times. In those 8 games, he's 7-0-1 against the spread.
Oh, who's picking first this week?
Oh, man. That's
Betting with Bassick.
I probably should have kept that stat to ourselves. Mahomes has never lost you money as an underdog. And
unlike freaking Jacksonville Jaguars, who are 0-9 against the Texans. Next time they play, guess who I'm taking? The Texans.
Will you be able to do that with your heart? Will you be able to bet against Jacksonville?
Yeah, it's money, man.
Okay. Jamar Chase is making his return to New Orleans. And he says, just trying to keep everything the same, not make it a big deal. His dad feels differently. Now, Jimmy Chase said this the other day. I just thought it was amazing. He goes, talking about his son's homecoming, he goes, man, everything is snowballing. I was on DEFCON level 3 yesterday. I woke up at DEFCON 5 today, and it's just Wednesday. Now, that's actually the lower scale because you go up to be more concerned, but I think I understood his point nonetheless. And he said Jamar's going to put everybody down there on notice. Everybody is excited about him coming home. I'm glad that his dad is fired up, but do you want him saying he's got everybody down there on notice?
Oh, yeah,
Or do you think he
absolutely.
just means like his friends and family, not the team?
No, is the whole world.
Oh, my gosh.
DEF CON.
Okay.
1. Is there anything higher than 1, though?
See, and I always had a question about that because sometimes I don't know when they're like first degree felony versus third, and I'm like, which one is the worst one again? Because I thought it was this, and they're like, no. So
All right.
DEFCON 1 is the most intense.
5 is fade out, normal, lowest state. 1 is cocked pistol, maximum readiness, nuclear war imminent.
Oh my gosh.
That is the levels. There's stuff in between too, but I don't know if I'll read it appropriately.
No, I actually think you did a great job. No, I actually think you did a really great job. And then this
My
is
favorite way you did it.
I don't know if I want to support that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Plus, in that hour, we will give away tickets to Monday Night Raw. So it'll all start happening next right here on The Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105.3 The Fan. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Angie. It's easier than ever to get home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. The Ravens and Giants game is interesting for a few reasons, but the biggest one being Wink Martindale. The old Ravens DC is the new Giants DC, and if anybody knows how to slow down Lamar Jackson, it would be Wink. This is Damon Amendolara.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
So many people here are getting real lasting joint pain relief from QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics has changed my life. I would recommend QC to anybody. The work that QC Kinetics did paid off exponentially.
It brought me back to an effective age of almost in my 20s and 30s.
QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge regenerative medicine, natural biologics from your own body, precision treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your aching joints, with no meds, no steroids, no drugs, and no downtime.
I got a very quick resolution to my pain.
It is a all-natural therapy. You're using you to fix you.
I got my life back. I got my smile back. And best of all, I got my laugh back.
Don't live with that pain anymore. And don't let them tell you surgery is your only option. Learn more about regenerative options from the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Sean Shreve here with DFW Security's Back to School Special. An outdoor camera, a doorbell camera, and a smart door lock with the Smart Hub and Smart Security. 888-594-5018 or DFWsecurity.com. But you got to mention Sean from The Fan.
Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation, and I want to thank Soda for helping me lose 65 pounds. They're changing my life, and you can change yours. Go to SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTAweightloss.com to get started. Hugs and less pounds, everybody.
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-831-0771. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control with Reputation Defender. Visit www.reputationdefender.com or call 800-831-0771 for free advice on your situation. 800-831-0771. That's 800-831-0771.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
October is National Dessert Day, and your ultimate meal with something sweet like Twin Peaks Crisp Apple Turnover, Cinnamon Toast Crunch Cheesecake, or a simply delicious Twin Peaks sundae. At the Lodge, there's always room for dessert.
This is Gavin Dawson for Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. They can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and make no payments and pay no interest until 2025. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys now for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
RJ Chopper here for Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters for football season. Let's go! At Boomer Jacks right now, you can get $15 beer buckets, $3 drink specials all day, everyday happy hour. It's happening at every single one of the 17 DFW Boomer Jacks locations, wall-to-wall TVs. You don't miss a second of the action. They even have TVs in the bathroom. There's 17 DFW Boomer Jacks locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Let us know at 877-881-1053. But also, it is a shout-out Friday, and I can't help it, Corey, from the 980. Got this text, but I've seen this text multiple times. Shout out to Lucy.
Oh, yeah, man. Lucy. And I'll tell you this, too. Like, even this morning and last night, I was just listening to her talk and the way she talks about things. And I'm like, that's a different girl right now. She's saying things differently. She's seeing things that she wants to talk about more, Mike. And, like,
I was thinking about making her queso.
Okay. All
and
right.
bringing it here.
She's in, man.
Does she? Because the way I make queso is I do put the Rotel in it.
Yep.
Is she like, no, I just want, like, I feel like you would just want the cheese. Like, just take the Velveeta block of cheese and melt it and call it queso.
This is a little girl that loves to go, like, to a Mexican restaurant, sit down, or a Tex-Mex restaurant, sit down, and first thing she's like, bring some queso. So it does not matter. She just likes to go out to dinner, and she loves queso and French fries and tater tots.
Okay,
so those,
and the
those
meat
help
church
too.
guy taught me, it's only at HEB, but you get the condensed either poblano, like condensed cream, or you get the jalapeno condensed cream and throw it in there. It makes the consistency better.
Okay. All right. I like that. Yeah.
But is she a yellow cheddar, white cheddar?
Doesn't matter. She's just queso, as long as it's
and obviously having the Rotel in there doesn't freak her out.
Nope. She has no problems. Actually, she likes spicy food too. She can crush that too, man. Right. So she's awesome.
Oh, we got a plan going
I didn't want to throw this story out real quick. No, when I picked her up from the hospital the other night, or from the airport, we were driving, and Adrian and I were trying to talk, but Carter was talking also. And so she started to say something, and I was talking to Adrian, and she goes, "I'll wait." And I was like, oh my gosh, the sass on this kid. So it's awesome, man.
I like that. I really, really do. One more shout out from Emily, who's been a great supporter of this show for a long time. Shout out to my parents for not hesitating to nab those Reba tickets months ago and for always being the GOATs. Now, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Do one of you gentlemen want to start?
I'll take the positive first.
Okay. As
Cowboys
you always do.
Win because Jalen Hurts can't take the pressure. Jalen Hurts throws a couple balls up for grabs, and the Cowboys intercept those balls. Or, I like saying three ors. Worked with a guy that meant three reallys.
Character on Winnie the Pooh.
Three reallys meant like he really thought it was going to happen. So my three ors, or you're sacking Jalen Hurts, or when you're getting the pressure, he fumbles the football while you're tackling him. And so I think the Cowboys win because they are +2 on the turnover. So I'm hoping it's 2-0.
Sure.
But if you do turn the ball over once, then I think you might need to cause 3 turnovers on the other side, which I do think, and look, I'm not a Jalen Hurts fan. I don't think he's horrible. I just think he's average, and you can cause him to have problems. He hasn't played well against the Cowboys in his career. I know he's different this year than last year, but my Cowboys is win because you create 2 more turnovers than they create.
And I think it's interesting right then, somebody texted in from the 903, Cowboys win with 2+ turnovers against the Eagles, resulting in 10+ points. That actually falls pretty in line with my Cowboys win because the consistent pressure on Jalen Hurts forces him into at least 1 turnover against a team that has more defensive touchdowns since 2020 than any other team in the NFL. And so that's the big thing about this team that's really exciting. Is not only can they create turnovers, they do things with them. You know, since McCarthy has been here, they've scored more defensive touchdowns than any other team in the NFL, though I will point out the Eagles are second in that category. So be on the lookout for, if you're looking for a turnover can clearly change the game, but a turnover into a score, that could change it even more.
Man, I love this from the 214. Cowboys win because Turpin time is now. He's taken 2 to the house. Let's go.
If he scores twice and we don't win, I will be very concerned.
I do think, Mike, that this is one of those times where Bones is sitting there going, how do I draw something up? For like, what we've watched enough of them punting that we can find out. This is enough time in the year where you've seen what they like to do, what their trends are, and how you can draw something up against it. So I think this might be the one game. I'll go ahead and predict it. This is the first time we see him run one back this year. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that out. But
I wish I knew more about Philly's special teams. Do you have an idea?
I don't, but I think this, like I said, I think this is the one moment where you're like 5 games into the season. You see what they like to do, what they typically do, and Bones is sitting there going, all right, we're going to wedge this one. We're going to create a space here that's really going to work for us.
Since we're still on Cowboys win because I have the Cowboys winning 20-19.
You know what I love about that? Not only
because I wanted you to say I love you, but I also I've been really, if the Cowboys lose, which I know they're a 6.5 point dog, but if the Cowboys lose, which most people are predicting they lose,
sure.
I get it, because you're playing a backup quarterback in Philadelphia. They're 5-0. They're considered a top 3 team in the NFL right now by most standards. I'm just going to go off of my Jalen Hurts needs to be knocked down a peg from where everybody has this jabroni. And so I'm
it
hoping
feels like it's become intensely personal between you and Jalen
You said
Hurts.
that yesterday. You were like, I like how you've become invested in this game.
Yes.
The way that Mike's done it is, this is the one guy I want to point all my anger towards.
Yes. That dude should not be considered with the good quarterbacks in the NFL. I get he has taken his level of play to a level that we thought, the NFL in general, not just me, everybody thought, is this dude even a top 20 quarterback in the league?
But a step up to be sure we've seen
For
this
sure.
year.
And now we've taken him to top 3 quarterback in the NFL. My rear end, without cussing the all cuss words I want to say about Jalen Hurts becoming a average to maybe slightly better than average quarterback to, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Jalen Hurts. Oh my God, I quit.
All right.
Cowboys win because they score 2 offensive touchdowns. That's all I think this defense needs is 2 offensive touchdowns to win this game.
Man.
I have more to the conversation.
Is there a specific score that comes along with that? Because I like Mike's score because not only did the Cowboys win, but also they still don't give up 20. And I think that would now be the 3rd time in franchise history they made it through 6 games without giving up 20.
I have spent most of this week going, the Cowboys defense is just too good.
Sure.
But then the more I watch Philly, I'm like, man, Philadelphia's defense is pretty good.
Sure.
And so I woke up this morning, Kevin, with a very different feeling. I'm going against that effing feeling today. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm going to that was the major sack coming out there.
It's like the great Beatles song, I Got a Feeling.
Yeah. I woke up this morning with that feeling, Mike, where I was like, I don't know if the Cowboys can win it. And I was driving in this morning and listening and to McCarthy and listening to all these things. And I was like, I just can't pick Philadelphia to win. So I'm going with a very close 20-19 victory over what's that? Is that the same thing that Mike
That's
just
what
picked?
Mike said.
Did you said Philly 2019?
No, I'm saying Cowboys 2019.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. I had that in my mind all morning. And so Mike and I are on the same cycle.
Oh, my God.
This
I
is
hope
2
we stop
times
saying
today
that.
that we've said it.
From Woody in Hillsborough, Cowboys win because Micah Parsons' beast move off of returning a fumble for a touchdown. On the flip side, Cowboys lose because they can't get a TD on that Eagles defense that you were just talking about. I think 2 offensive touchdowns would be big, especially if you mix in that special teams touchdown. I think I would feel very comfortable with that.
Are you ready for my Cowboys lose? Or do you want to continue with these Cowboys win because?
Ooh, can I do a couple more? Because I don't think I'm ready yet.
Yeah,
it's your radio show.
Do a couple more,
It's the Corey
Kevin.
Major show. Now there's a drop of me saying that from the A1. I just want all of us saying that should be our intro from now on. Prodigy. From the 817, Cowboys win because of turnovers and the run game is successful. From the 214, Cowboys win because Hurts gets sacked and fumbles. However, they said the lose would be then it gets saved by a roughing the passer. And from the 817, Cowboys win because Cooper Rush complements completes last-minute Hail Mary touchdown to Gallup. I don't care how we win this game. If you win this game, that is huge. Like you said, they're almost a touchdown underdog, and the money is coming in on the Eagles. That's why the line came out. The first one I saw was at 5. And then went to 5.5, then down to 4.5.
I think it was 6 before the Cowboys beat the Rams.
Okay.
So on like Friday when I looked at the week
drop
before.
it some,
Right.
which makes sense. But then money has come in on the Eagles, which is why it's jumped up to 6.5. All right, Corey.
And I also know you know all the Beatles lyrics, okay? So
for every song?
For all the songs. So that I Got a Feeling song, just now that we're going to go to the Cowboys lose because some of the lyrics is everybody had a hard year. Everybody had a good time. Everybody had a wet dream.
What?
Everybody saw the sunshine.
Dear.
Oh, yeah. So this is Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. So now we go
Cowboys
to.
lose because of the Beatles?
Well, the lyrics, they tell you the hard times, the good times, the wet dreams, and the sunshines.
Oh, my God.
Go ahead, Corey.
I don't know how I follow that.
I don't.
But this is one of those things where it's not a prediction of what happens in the game.
Okay.
It's the reality that we learn about after the game.
Sure.
Cowboys lose because they're just the better team.
Right.
I think that's the simple fact is you don't have your quarterback. They're in full bore right now. Like they're doing everything right, and you've won without your quarterback. Has it been smoke and mirrors? Maybe.
Yeah.
But I think it's like that's the realization that you have to come to is without Dak Prescott, Is your team better? Is your team better with Dak Prescott against Philadelphia? That's an answer we won't get until later in the season. But the reality is, if the Cowboys lose this game, it's not because they're unprepared or this or that. It's because they just got beaten by the better team. I'm not saying that's the reality right now. But if you lose the game on Sunday night, I think Monday morning, that's the conversation is they're just better than you right now.
Cowboys lose because I think there's a lot of ways they lose because they're a 6.5-point underdog.
Sure.
And I know we're nobody's underdog, all that stuff. The Eagles run the ball better than the Cowboys.
Yeah, and that includes Hurts.
Yes.
Then, I'm assuming.
Miles Sanders / Jalen Hurts / whatever other person runs the ball for them.
And that actually matches with the 6-3. Cowboys lose because they can't contain Hurts. He runs for 80 yards and a touchdown. In 3 of his 5 games, he has at least 50 yards rushing and a touchdown. I want to tell you my lose because it is very specific, and it is kind of astonishing to me. The Cowboys lose because the Eagles dominate the second quarter. Check this out.
Oh, you went and found some stats.
I did. And I looked through all of this multiple times because I could not believe this. We've played 5 games, right? In 4 of the 5 Philadelphia games, they have scored at least 17 points in the second quarter alone.
Is that a lot?
Yes, especially because the Cowboys in all of the second quarters combined have scored 22. There is a game that has happened this year where the Eagles have scored more points in the second quarter than the Cowboys have scored in all 5 of their second quarters.
Wow.
The second quarter has been a huge, and it's not a one-off. 4 of the 5 games, they've scored 17 points or more in the second quarter. If you're going to get smoked out of this game, it is going to, history says this season, it will happen in the second quarter.
So what you're saying is score points early, all right?
Yes.
As the Cowboys.
And then again.
And then in the second quarter,
That's right.
Run. And just slow the game down. Do not let them get the ball back. If you get 3, it's fine, as long as they don't get 17.
I'm telling you, it's really weird because every game has been kind of like a different setup of circumstances, but watch the end of that first quarter going to halftime because that has been where the Eagles have put a beating on people this season thus far. 877-881-1053.
There are a lot of texts on this one.
I know. I'm trying to catch up and also do some shout outs. All right, so give me a couple Cowboys lose because in just 1 second, Corey. But for the 817, shout out to their girlfriend, Shay. She is a pharmacist and taking him to Vegas for his birthday next month. Also said that he loves you. So that sounds like an awesome plan. And then from the 817.
He loves me?
Probably.
You said Corey, or are you talking about Shay?
Probably Shay, but maybe you as well.
All right.
From the 817, shout out to my fiance who is a mother and a baby nurse who helped save a life yesterday. That's easy to interpret, but I can definitely say walking into those offices one time, not knowing if our baby was going to be alive or not, you are incredible. And that is incredible. Your wife's incredible. Fantastic stuff.
Have you ever gotten to know your pharmacist? This is a very strange question, I know, but
I have not. Do you know your pharmacist?
There
then?
was a time where
I could see that.
we got to know our pharmacist really well, and she was just awesome. And then one day I pulled up, and it was a guy, and he goes, "Holy crap, you're Corey Majors. I listen to you all the time." So I took.
Is your pharmacist at your grocery store?
No, it's 2 different places.
By the way, did you see the big grocery store news of the day?
No, I haven't heard.
I don't know this.
It is actually. I'm not kidding.
Prices keep going up. By the way,
Albertsons and Kroger are merging in like a $24 billion deal or something insane like that, and they're going to become one superstore.
Wow, that's amazing.
Okay, it's okay if you don't care. That's fine.
Is that because HEB's making its way in? They're like,
you know what? I mean,
come on,
this
HEB.
is for national.
I like all those grocery stores. HEB. How about South Dallas? What do you think?
Yeah,
HEBSD.
Oh, who the hell knows? Maybe we'd end up doing Peace-a-thon there. And by the way, from the 469, I don't want to miss out on it because it's become a tradition. It's that time of week again, Kevin. Cowboys win because we will simply outswag the Eagles. But also, shout out to Ballsack and Major Sack. I don't know if that is for sure the name we're going with, but
if you merge them together, it's a Major Ballsack. And that's something that can be really fun to... Never mind.
Major balls? Ball majors?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have had a good run. Coming up next, Jose Bautista, Tom Brady, and Eagles fans. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053 plus more of your shout-outs, plus that Monday Night Raw ticket giveaway. All of it is next right here on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 1053 The Fan.
Want to talk with you about Stamps.com. That's Stamps.com. Look, especially if you're a small business owner, the holiday season, you've already seen the Christmas decorations out. I know we're almost moving up on Halloween, but already got those Christmas decorations going, which you know is going to be a big shipping season. So if you're a business owner, you need to go with Stamps.com because they have everything to make your life and your business a lot easier. It's like a 24/7 post office that you can access from anywhere. No lines, no traffic, no hassle. And you might be thinking, well, you don't really mean like all things at the post office. Yes, all things at post office. You need to get something weighed. Guess what? Stamps.com with that free trial by clicking on the microphone and typing in Kevin, you can get a free scale. Guess what? Need to buy postage? Stamps.com can do that. You need somebody to come pick up your postage? Guess what? Stamps.com can do that as well. They are your one-stop shop. Go to Stamps.com today. Sign up with the promo code Kevin. Get a 4-week free trial, free postage, free digital scale, no long-term commitments. Just go to Stamps.com. Click the microphone on the top of the page and enter the promo code Kevin.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Attention Tolos, you may be happy to say goodbye to 100-degree days. Farmer's Almanac has already sounded the alarm. Hot summer, cold winter. Is your home as energy efficient as possible? Call 214-302-8541 or visit MaverickWindows.com for a free quote today.
I'm Dak Prescott, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
And they snap it to Prescott, who looks right. It's not there. He escapes left. He'll run for a first down.
Just like football, when it comes to crypto, it's important to have a team you can trust. With blockchain.com, I know I'm in good hands. Since 2011, they've been trusted by millions around the world to buy, sell, and trade cryptocurrency.
Prescott's going to run this himself. Run it up the middle, and he scores.
Whether you're new to crypto or an active trader, they've got you covered. What are you waiting for? Get started at blockchain.com.
O'Reilly. When you shop O'Reilly Auto Parts, you'll get the parts you need when you need them. Order online at O'ReillyAuto.com and choose same-day curbside, same-day pickup, or same-day delivery powered by DoorDash. Now available at participating stores near you. Trust the professional parts people to get you the parts you need today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Your Dallas Cowboys know what it takes to be the best. You need the right pieces to succeed. Top-notch performance and the capability to beat out the competition. The Dallas Cowboys have a history of putting it all together. And the same goes for Ford F-Series trucks. The best-selling trucks for 45 years and counting. Head to your Best in Texas Ford dealer today to get a great deal on F-Series trucks and the rest of the Ford lineup. Ford, the best in Texas. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
What do you call a group of grown men and women with their faces painted silver and blue who get together every week to share a 3-hour-long ritual of jumping, singing, and toasting Miller Lite in 10-gallon hats while yelling, "How about them Cowboys?" You call it Miller Time in Dallas. Here's to the Cowboys. Here's to the original light beer. It's Miller Time. Celebrate responsibly. 2021 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Shane Mullen again with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Many of our best results were car and big truck wrecks. However, we also get fantastic results with injuries at construction sites, apartment complexes, and retail stores. Don't even think about trusting big insurance companies. Not taking action can cost you money, time, and may delay your recovery. Call 214-INJURED or online, mullenandmullen.com. No upfront health care costs to our clients. And if there's no recovery, no attorney fees. It's been that way since 1983. This is our backyard. mullenandmullen.com.
Halloween is coming up, and DFW Security has a spooky good deal for your home or business. It's a trick-or-treat special with no tricks, all treats. Get DFW Security's incredible Smart Hub app and security system, plus 3 cameras with video analytics to categorize by person, vehicle, or animal. When a person is detected, the flashing LED and whistle lets them know they're being watched. You can speak to the camera to scare the zombies off your driveway. Treat yourself to this trick-or-treat special before Halloween at dfwsecurity.com.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Baker Brothers.
Get a free estimate on HEPA and UV air filtration from Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric. Eliminates viruses from the air in your home. Call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service.
License TACLB 000521360E.
Segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Filling with space, moves in, jumps, he's got it in his skates, and the loose puck in front. He tries to get the shot off, and they score! Courtesy of Joe Pavelski, it's his first of the season. The Stars are up 3-0.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Nashville might have won 2 games, but that made no difference against the mighty Stars, who were victorious in their season opener. Got Nashville again tomorrow, this time back at the barn for the undefeated, although still 1-0-0, but still undefeated Dallas Stars. Now, we're going to get to more of your shout-outs and Forgiveness Friday in just a second, but is it about that time?
Let's give something away!
Yeah, home run pitches.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Monday Night Raw on Halloween at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. Hey, you can maybe grease the wheels by telling the guy answering the calls that you'll take him with you. That might make a difference for Alec. I don't know. It could,
I'm already going, so just come say hi.
You should say that.
Okay,
actually.
yeah. That would definitely never happen in a contest legally. That would never happen. It was just a joke for the suits listening. But caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
Alec, are you doing the tour with the station that we didn't get invited to at first? Is that what happened here, or was this on your own?
To the Royal Rumble.
This is totally on my own. Yeah.
I don't believe you. I'm looking at Kevin right now.
What
and
do you mean?
I can see it in his face.
I definitely did not have any conversations with Spittle, Kevin Gray, and Alec about a road trip to Royal Rumble before I talked to you guys.
You see this, Mike?
Yeah,
you see what's happening to us, man? I don't even know if I want to go now.
All I see is my man Beebs throwing homers to.
That's why we're not going to sign him.
Mike Stanton. Well, he's not a free agent for 2 years.
That's why we're not going to trade for him. I mean, my bad. And by the way, sometimes shout outs go wrong. From the 682. Y'all broke my wife's heart a couple Fridays ago.
Oh,
she
no.
listened for her shout out all day. I had to buy her stuff instead. Thanks a lot. He said,
what kind of stuff?
It's all good. So I just responded, what's her name? We'll see if we can get that corrected. Also, some more shout outs. Shout out to their son, Chris, and daughter-in-law, Sierra, on the birth of their first baby this week and their first grandbaby. Congratulations on that. Love hearing that. And then shout out to their flag football coach, Justin Forsett, who they said, great coach, even better person. So that's a pretty awesome coach to have right there.
Yeah.
Now, 877-881-1053. It's time for some Forgiveness Friday. Do you need forgiveness? Does somebody else need forgiveness from you? I already said what I needed forgiveness for apparently missing that shout out. We will try to get that corrected. Corey?
I got one for you.
Go for it.
I just read it, actually. Somebody said from the, they said, forgiveness. They need forgiveness, Kevin, because they got too drunk at the Morgan Wallen concert.
Oh, dear.
Who's that?
Last weekend. He's a singer. Our
Like
guy,
country singer? I don't know.
Yeah. Our guy, Colby Tolbert from Tolbert Garage. He was at the concert. He texted me and he was like, "Hey, are you at the Morgan Wallen concert?" I was like, "Man, I'm sorry. I'm actually going on a date with the wife right now."
Morgan Wallen.
Morgan Wallen. He said, "I got too drunk at the Morgan Wallen concert last weekend and told my girlfriend that I don't remember her sitting next to me at the adult club."
Oh.
That's
so
a lie.
she went with
I still think that's a lie. I still think I've been drunk before. Not proud of it.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I think you remember. You pretend not to remember. When you wake up, you're like, I don't remember all the details.
Okay.
But you remember and you're embarrassed about what happened. And so how do I don't remember.
Sure.
I blacked out. I don't even remember any of that.
Yeah.
I think it's, to me personally, I think that's all a lie. I don't think that. I think that you have a recollection of it, and your recollection of it, I was an ass, I was stupid, I did some dumb things, and
which you have admitted to in the
Right.
past, not to like make this about you or anything.
But I don't think that it's truthful to say I don't remember any of that.
Yeah.
That's an excuse used by people.
I disagree. I've had I have to piece this together kind of morning where I'm like, and maybe somebody will remind you, and you're like, okay, I remember that glimpse of it.
Yeah.
But I can understand where you're coming from here, Mike. It's I've experienced that morning of having to put too many things together and being like,
it could depend on the person, the consumption,
the amount,
a whole lot of factors.
for sure. Yeah, the amount of alcohol you took down, and maybe even the amount of times that maybe too many brain cells lost, bro.
I know this is...
And no drugs. I understand when people drug the alcohol.
Yeah,
you don't remember, but you're just saying just alcohol.
Yeah, I've had that experience where I've woken up the next morning and been like, I got questions about last night.
I know normally this is a space where we grant...
And sometimes, I just want to point out, sometimes I wasn't a jerk. And I was just, I was actually nice.
I appreciate you for that. I know this is usually a space where we do grant forgiveness. I'm not going to grant forgiveness on the 7th anniversary of Jose Batista's go-ahead 3-run home run in Game 5 of the ALDS between the Blue Jays and the Rangers. I feel like that game is very well known around here, but he did the jerky bat flip that if he played for my team, I would love it. But since I'll admit that. But
now it happens all the time, right?
But since he was against me, I hated him, and I hated that as if you didn't already so freaking much. So no forgiveness granted.
He wasn't really a likable teammate from what I understand. It's really weird. Out of their 3 main guys there, Donaldson, Batista, and Encarnacion, from what I understand, Encarnacion was the only guy that people really considered a good teammate or a guy that they really liked. The other 2 guys were like, hey, they're good baseball players without a doubt. And I know Donaldson's playing right now for the Yankees, but I've just heard not the best of things as teammates or from people that have coached those 2 guys. Encarnacion, different. You know, what did he carry? The parakeet? Did he have the parakeet home run thing? Encarnacion, right? I'm carrying my parakeet on my arm.
Do you want to grant forgiveness to Tom Brady? He is
all the time.
I know that you do.
No.
All right, Corey, you brought this to my attention. He got fined $11,139 for kicking Grady Jarrett on a play that feels like it gets worse by the day.
Yeah, this makes it look worse too.
It was a totally reasonable, great sack, and he got, well, that's going to cost me. And he got Grady Jarrett got flagged for roughing the passer, which was obviously absurd. Plus, it almost essentially salted the game away. And now Tom Brady apparently also kicked Grady Jarrett, which didn't draw any flag because of course it didn't, because it's Tom Brady, and he got fined $11,000, which I'm sure he'll be like, well, whatever. I'm about to get alimony, so I'll be fine.
He's going to get alimony?
I don't know.
Oh,
His wife has more money than
Yeah, how does that work? Lawyers, we always hear about 50-50.
His wife has more money than he does.
I'm sure they had prenuptials because they're both really rich, but what happens when the wife's the worker and the husband's not?
Can I ask you guys a side question? I know you're both happily married, but let's say for some awful reason you weren't. Would you sign a prenuptial agreement right now to marry somebody?
I don't make enough money for it to matter.
Yeah. But no, I'm saying they want you to sign the prenup.
I get a sugar mama, and she wants me to
have
sign
all
a
the
prenup.
sugar.
My opinion is that I would hope that I'm in love enough with that person that I don't feel like I need to already make an out in it. But I do also totally understand from, let's say, a Mark Cuban's perspective or Dirk Nowitzki or who. I think it can get tough, obviously, if you're worth millions of dollars. If you obviously get into the 8 and 9 figures of the value of what you've done,
Sure.
I totally get
Which
how,
we are talking about with these people.
Which I totally get why that happens. But I think for Corey and I mean, we're making 5 figures up here, which is big time.
I'm making way more than that.
But I think that in our life, if it happened, we'd be like, well, look, it's not good, but it's not like we have a lot anyways. I mean, I've checked my 401k lately and my freaking baseball bonus that just keeps. I'm going to go back to 1996, it looks like. Jeez.
I'm sorry, Mike. That's not funny because that is definitely affecting a whole lot of people. So I hear you on that.
If they're from the 972, if they're that rich, you can acquire enough expensive items to get very, very rich anyways without having to take money out of their bank when you divorce.
Yeah.
That's a good plot.
I am very
It's a good scheme.
I am very intrigued by all of this because the whole till death do you part, and you're like, we'll see. Because I know a whole lot of people just don't particularly believe in that concept.
If you buy
to begin
somebody
with.
something, is it theirs?
No. Well, it depends.
You gave it to him.
I always wonder.
It depends
Moral
on the
compass.
circumstances after that.
Yeah.
This is a hypothetical situation. Very hypothetical. I told you it's a hypothetical situation.
No, it's not.
Let's say you were going to get married and thought it was going to be till death do you part. For the record, many, many years ago, probably in this hypothetical.
You didn't say the words beforehand in this hypothetical.
And that person decided what that meant was go sleep with somebody else before you get married. I could see in how that scenario you would end up not marrying that person and getting the ring back.
I do think in that instance that is
That
a shared
hypothetical
that's a
incident.
shared agreement of, hey, I'm getting this to you because this is our plan together. That is
Right.
not a, hey, I'm giving you this gift. That's not a gift in my opinion. In my opinion, that is not a
Okay.
gift. That is an agreement. If you accepted this in the agreement, then it's a part of our plan for the future.
Right.
If you screw up the plan for the future, you should give that back because it's courtesy. So
okay.
that's my approach to that. Now, in marriage, let's say again, because I want that sugar, Kevin.
Sure.
If I find myself a sugar mama and I am out there and she's like, hey, you don't have to work. All you have to do is make sure that whenever the end of the day is done, I am pleased, taken care of as a woman. I can do that. And she's like, I'm going to buy you a really expensive watch for taking care of me. All right, deal. That's my watch now. All right. Hey, guess what? I'm buying you a Lamborghini. That's my Lamborghini.
Okay.
Now. All right. Hey, I'm buying you a unicorn. That's my unicorn.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. I want to keep the
Yeah.
unicorn. That's how I think. If you're in a relationship like that and you buy them gifts, it's not, hey, I bought you all that stuff, give it back. It's, hey, that's that's the gift I gave you at that point.
And by the way, I did get a follow-up. Shout out to Nikki. Sorry I missed your shout out a couple of weeks ago, but I heard you're awesome. And I say today, don't buy anything. So there you go. There is your shout out for that. And then from the 214, shout out to their fiance Jessica, because they are getting married today. Congratulations for still listening to The Fan on the day that you're getting married. Love to freaking hear it. And it's always a great idea to marry somebody named Jessica.
Yeah, for sure. Is that going to be playing during the wedding? Are we going to be on air during the wedding today?
Dude,
Like, is G-Bag going to be in the middle of their wedding today?
What you drinking, what you thinking.
Hell yeah.
The person who's doing the wedding, pastor, priest, whatever you call that person. What you drinking, what you thinking.
Here's my pitch. We should do a live show at a wedding.
I'm in.
No, we shouldn't.
Oh my God! How
awesome would that be?
If you're like Tolo's super fans or 105.3 The Fans super fans,
rent us out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll do
That would
anything
be
for money.
Awesome. Oh my gosh!
I don't think you'll do anything for money.
You might be right.
Thank you.
I don't know if you are right. I would love to see that put to the
I
test.
just want to know how much money it is. If it's a lot of money, Mike, there are a lot of things.
What's your
to
biggest
do.
fear?
Killing somebody.
Would you kill somebody for money?
How much?
$50 million.
Yeah.
Somebody you don't know, never met.
Do I get money?
Do you feel like you're good enough to not get caught? Because now you have $50 million and you're going to prison. So I guess your family
But
does,
my
but
kids
then
are
you have
living
to
forever. Yeah.
You have to give back. That doesn't. I don't think money does that.
What?
It helps, but I don't think it keeps you alive forever.
Bezos
but it might
is gonna
extend
live
your
forever.
life a little bit.
Yeah. No, I probably. Yeah. I'm not admitting that I want to do that, but yeah. No, I would probably. I don't know. I'm not. I can't say I'm good enough to not get caught because I've
You
never
went
killed anybody.
way too high, by the way, Kevin, on $50 million.
He
Start
was
off at like
immediately,
$5 million.
done.
Let's see at $5 million would he kill
You know what?
somebody.
What's really funny is I should have just gone higher.
Sure. From the 469, shout out to their beautiful wife, Brianna. She's an 8th grade algebra teacher, busting her butt every day. There is your shout out. Remember, some of the people, if you want a shout out, just give me the name as well, because somebody texted in, can I get a shout out for my son, please? But no name to go along with it, so we can work on that. Do you guys want to talk about, here's your option real quick. I know we're going to get to Mike Likes It. Do you want to talk about the Big 12 or Dwight Howard?
I don't know what's up with Dwight Howard.
Okay.
Although Koplov yesterday did tell us that he got a picture next to Dwight Howard. He looked like an infant next to him, so that was funny.
Would you also like to talk about Dwight Howard then?
Sure. What is this about?
I think you might know what
I'm
it's
not
about.
exactly
Is he going to become a Maverick?
No.
Oh, man.
But he was on Jake Paul's podcast, and one of the hosts asked if he had ever had sex with his Superman cape on. He didn't say anything and kind of laughed, and they were like, oh my God. And then eventually he admitted that it had happened multiple times that they had gotten
Requested
on.
it?
Well, I don't.
Did I say
I'm
requested?
going to tell you something. If you Google Dwight Howard's sex life, there's going to be a lot that comes up there.
Did you Google that, Mike?
Because when he had an injury to his rear end, I thought it was funny.
And so that's when you Googled it?
No, because there's rumors about him.
What? Are you going to just leave it at that?
Yeah,
I
because
have no idea.
I don't know
All
how
right.
far I can go with this without
Okay.
somebody saying stuff that you're like, that's not right. Or,
okay.
and I'm like, it's rumors.
Okay.
I don't know. I wasn't in the room when he possibly did these things with different people.
I will.
Okay.
I got
Fair.
a way to transition from there, Kevin.
Okay.
What's the weirdest request you've ever gotten? As far as like dress up, you've ever gotten? Has anybody ever asked you to wear something? Hey, put this cape on.
I don't think so.
And let's do it.
Oh my God.
Mike, I know you like to wear special underwear.
One time I got really drunk and I put on my Rolando Blackman jersey and asked to be introduced as Rolando Blackman because it was one of my favorite moments.
What?
So-
That's fantastic. He asked to be introduced.
Was your request honored?
I introduced myself. They didn't seem to know how to do the Kevin McCarthy
What did you
introduction.
say? They? What do you mean they?
Well, multiple people were there.
What?
It wasn't a sex thing, like.
Oh,
That's what
but
I was asking.
I know, but I mean,
thought-
kind of like.
Alec, you thought when you said there was multiple people there, right?
I had a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
That's how much I like Roe.
Mike, I thought that
I
this
know, but
in my mind, I know this is weird to imagine, but all right, out there, Imagine there's Mike and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna put this jersey on.
Let's go,
Sue.
Mavs.
Sue,
Let's go, Mavs.
Please introduce me. This is Rose Blackman." And she's like,
100%.
She's starting to do the intro, and he's like, "You're not doing it right. I'll just do it myself."
For sure.
Speaking of
and
Rolando
then
Blackman,
she's like, you know what? Make that for the rest of the night, buddy, and storms off.
He was at the State Fair of Texas the other day. But another Rolando Blackman sex story that I have.
What the hell did you just say?
I was in New Orleans and I was at a strip club. It was for a bachelor party, not mine, but I don't really like strip clubs, just to be honest.
Get it, I
and so
understand.
I'm there and I'm like, I don't want to be here. But anyways, one of the strippers starts talking to one of the guys that's in the party and she says she's from Panama. And I go, Rolando Blackman's from Panama. And she looked at me like I was a moron.
Oh, man.
How is that? Okay.
I don't know. She said she was from Panama, and I'm like, that's where one of my favorite basketball players is from. That's great. And she was like, I don't know who Rolando Blackman is. Give me $20. And I'm like, no, I don't want to be here.
I want to be introduced as Rolando.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. From the 214. Oh my gosh. I literally just ran into a ditch laughing at Mike. Mike's got a row the hoe jacket on. That is not a thing I hope that happened. All right. It's time for Mike Likes It and a shout out to Odyssey from the 408. And they're listening to sports and us out there in Northern California.
You ready?
I'm ready.
No.
I don't know if I am ready, Mike. I wasn't ready for any of that.
I don't know if I can top that, but those are some of my Rolando Blackman fantasy stories. All right,
Oh my God.
Now let's talk about Devontae Adams and him pushing over the cameraman.
Right.
That I find interesting that the cameraman filed suit. He's trying to get money out of
Sure,
Devontae Adams.
sure.
And here's what I'm wondering, guys, and I'd love your opinion on this. It's been on the television a lot, okay? So when you look at Devontae Adams and him pushing the guy over, the guy does fall over. He kind of falls on his butt. He doesn't hit his head or anything. I think here's the issue about suing, which I think he's going to lose if Devontae Adams wants to fight this and not just give the guy, I don't know how much money, but just to be done with it. He immediately gets up and does his job. So when did you get hurt? Because I pushed you down. You fell down, but then you immediately got up and then went to wherever you were supposed to go to do your job. So it makes it to me a little bit difficult to watch this video and see the injury caused by this.
Here is my line of thinking there is because when he got with an attorney, they figured that part out.
Yeah.
Is because I know this happens a lot with car accidents, is the aftermath. They did go to the hospital that night. So I wonder if he was like, I thought I was fine, but as I kept going, I realized something was wrong, and that's why I had to go to the hospital. That's my guess, but I think you make a logical point, unlike the 5 minutes before that.
Well, those are things that really happened. It might not have been logical, but they really happened.
From the 806.
I want Roe to sign that jersey, too.
I think you know what? Here's the thing, Mike. I can almost guarantee you if you tell him that story, he will sign the jersey or you will never be allowed within 100 feet or to speak of him again. From the 806, I just got back in the truck after a funeral, and the first thing I hear is, I've got another Rolando Blackman sex story. Y'all are the greatest. And here's the thing. Think about the context of that. Is not only is that the first thing you heard, but you're like, hold on, that means I already missed one of those stories, and there's about to be another one of those stories? How can that even be? Fantastic.
Thank you. I'm going to jump from sports to non-sports to sports here, and Mike likes it. So I just did sports with Devontae Adams. Now I'm going to go to non-sports. So I'm shopping right now for AstroTurf.
Okay,
but
yeah.
Should I call it synthetic grass? Because AstroTurf really talks about the Astrodome getting the first ever turf, which isn't really used anymore. Maybe it's used for like putting surfaces.
Right.
But it's really not used at any events. It's not used in backyards. I don't think it is. Like the Brady Bunch used AstroTurf in their fake backyard. So first, my question is AstroTurf even a word anymore?
I feel like it is. I feel like people still, that's like their fallback that's the brand that they're thinking of.
Yeah,
for that.
I think I still use it too. My buddy, he's always referring to it as synthetic grass. He works in the carpeting industry though.
Yeah.
And so he's always like, they have like little swatches of it, but that's about it. But yeah, no, I still feel that way. But you know what? I hate the Astros so much, I'll never say it again. I'll never say it again.
Whoa.
What's interesting to me if somebody says, "Oh, we just got new turf," whether it's at a school, whether it's a baseball field, football field, whether it's their backyard, I am confused by the word turf because turf could be new grass, like
when I
real
hear
grass. So turf, you can't really shorten it. So if you say AstroTurf, then I think to myself, are we talking about the new turf? Or are we talking about like old AstroTurf?
Yeah, when I hear turf, Kevin, I always think of like, this is my territory. Like, this is my turf here.
I
like
could see that.
Like a 50s gangster movie or something like that. What are you doing on my turf?
I could definitely see that.
I love real grass.
What's with the change then?
I have struggled because of, I believe, the drought, the hard freeze that we've had, the amount of water I've had to water to try to keep the grass green. And I know there's commercials. Water once or maybe max twice a week. Yeah, if you want dead grass, do that. I just think that because of our drought so much, and really, real rain helps out grass so much more than a sprinkler system does. Sprinkler systems help, don't get me wrong.
What kind of grass do you have? Do you have
I
St.
use
Augustine?
the Bermuda rye mix.
Okay.
So obviously Bermuda in the hot time, ryegrass in your kind of fall, winter, springtime. And I love doing that, but I've had so many weeds pop up. I've had just so much of my Bermuda die. Bermuda is kind of year round. It comes back. It's dormant during the wintertime. The rye, you have to seed, and it pretty much doesn't come back. You have to overseed. Right about now is when you should. I just would love like a week where it looks like it's going to rain 3 days out of the week.
What about Ranger? How will Ranger handle it? Does he poop in the backyard?
They say with synthetic grass that you can have dogs on it. They can pee on it. They can poop on it. They do like you having a sprinkler system still there because once a month or so, at least what I'm learning from,
like rinse it.
You want to run the water especially if it's not raining, to kind of get the odor kind of to seep through it. Make sure obviously you pick up the poop and everything, or if the poop is kind of I hate saying this, sorry, I know it's around lunchtime, but kind of you're softer.
I got it. Yeah.
That obviously getting that, you're not going to be able to pick that up perfectly so that it can kind of go through and get into the ground and stay off of the synthetic grass. But I don't know. I'm really interested in it. I love beautiful green grass, and maybe I'm turning into the Texas Rangers. I remember being so mad at them. I mean, I'm going to be honest, furious that they turned the new ballpark into a synthetic grass instead of the real grass.
Okay.
But I totally get it now, because how much you have to have the roof open. And then from what I've heard with the Astros, and I don't know this or not, but the Astros should probably strongly consider doing what the Rangers have done, because getting the sunlight and getting the right amount of water and everything, I don't know if people know this or not, the Astros paint a lot of the dead areas. Because they're not.
I don't think I knew that.
Sometimes sunlight, because of where the sun is, and they have to close up the roof to get the place down to 70 degrees for when people start coming into the building at 5 o'clock, they don't want it being 95 degrees in there. It takes a while for it to cool off. So around 1 or 2 o'clock, they have to start closing the roof back up after opening it up at like 7 a.m. and then close it back up so they can get the temperature back down to what they want it to be. And because of the lack of sun, it's very tough to keep that grass really nice. So that's where you've seen Arizona change. Obviously, Texas never had real grass at their stadium. So anyways, that's kind of turf talk right there.
Ooh,
but
I like that.
I'm thinking about, I just think that it could be really fun. And also kind of putting a putting green back there too, a little bit of, the fake putting green.
Does everybody know that's happening, or is that a Mike idea that
No.
Okay.
We've been talking about it
Okay.
and having people over and kind of seeing designs and stuff like that.
Okay.
All right. So now I go back to sports. Luka shoes. I have on Luka shoes right now. He's come out with kind of his first ever mass product. He's worn Nikes for a while. He's had a few products that have come out, but he hasn't really worn those products. Now, if you're into Luka shoes, they're $110 to $120. They're Jordans, by the way. I wish they were Nikes. They don't have the Nike logo anywhere. They do have the Jordan logo. They have the Luka logo on the tongue of the shoes. But what's really cool right now is not only is he coming out with a whole bunch of different colorways, but they're affordable. They don't seem to sell out quickly. They usually sell out. People are asking this, where'd you get those? How quick? Usually on the Nike app, you can get them at Foot Locker. They restock them, but usually within 24 to 72 hours, you're going to see somewhat of a sellout, or most of your common shoe sizes. And I would say kind of sizes 8 through about 13 are going to sell out pretty quickly. If you're a very small foot or a very big foot, they might last a little bit longer. But what's cool about this, guys, is it looks like a lot of colleges, and I mean a lot of colleges that are Nike colleges or Jordan colleges, are going to be wearing Luka shoes. I know you don't like North Carolina,
San Diego State
but
just hopped in on it.
San Diego State, North Carolina, Michigan, UCLA, Florida, Howard. There's a couple other schools. If I didn't mention Houston right there, Houston, a lot of schools this year, when you're going to be watching college basketball, if you're into it at all, a lot of schools this year will be wearing Luka shoes. So Luka
pretty cool.
is going not only worldwide, but now colleges where he didn't even play college, obviously.
That's insane too. Yeah.
Like, you're going to be seeing a lot of schools wearing
really
Lukas for their shoe.
I think we kind of could develop a little more conversation on that at some point,
Sure.
Kevin, because I think it's really interesting that the Jordan brand said, hey, I think that they're pushing it. I think that they went to these colleges and was like, hey, look, he didn't go to college. So he doesn't have to have just one person that
he's not a North Carolina alum.
You can use all the, like, I really think the conversation with the sales pitch on this is pretty interesting. So
Because, like, for Zion, it's tough.
Yeah.
He went to Duke.
Yeah.
So it's not like, I'm just assuming, Wake Forest, North Carolina State, North Carolina are like, hey, man, let's really get on these Zion shoes. They're like, dude, he just went to Duke 2 years ago.
Right.
We really want to do this. But anyways, the Luka shoes, I'm going to tell you something I'm not a big fan of. I'll end it here. I had other stuff, but I'll end it here is I'm not a big fan of wearing basketball shoes. I think they're somewhat uncomfortable for casual shoes. And I get basketball shoes are very popular, especially Jordan retros. But these Luka Jordan shoes, which I'm wearing right now, I'm wearing the black ones. I call them the Oreos. I know that they might not be called that, but they are very comfortable for basketball shoes. So if you're not a big fan of wearing basketball shoes as casual shoes, which have now become somewhat dress shoes, they're very comfortable for basketball shoes. So I recommend these Luka shoes, and they're not that expensive. They're $110 to $120 if you get them when they're released.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Can I get a shout out for their girlfriend Savannah and dog Kodak? They are home during their lunch break, or maybe his lunch break, listening to the Fan. Shout out to all of y'all. And coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Are these Eagles players good or bad? We'll go through that. But also, do you want to rehear, or maybe even for the first time, hear Coach Ballsack?
Yes.
All right, we'll do it next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 325. Can I get a shout-out for my son, Knox? He's been coming to work with me this week and doing amazing. Shout-out to you. And now, shout-out to always a great segment. It's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Always shooting for good. And if it turns out great, I appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you. I want to give a shout out to Kevin real quick, guys.
Oh, great.
Kevin didn't have a throat this earlier in the week, and he overcame that. And listen to how great his pipes sound right now. Man, you and your pipes. Look at that.
We did not lose our voice this week.
Yeah. Did you say he was a smoker?
Well, if you lost your throat, that's a way to do it.
Yeah, that definitely, I can understand that a little bit.
You have to have cancer. I mean, I guess you do get somewhat cancer, then they take your throat out and then put a tube in your throat area so you can talk.
Corey, I made better decisions. I told you when we talked about why I lose my voice. The second, I'm like a bad scout. The second I see something happen that looks normal, I'm like, all right, I can do everything normal. And then I get screwed.
Like Jerry, when he's like, if you saw that guy do it once, you know he should be able, it's there. It's in him. And
absolutely.
So it was in you, but now it's not.
Yes.
But it's going to be back at some point. It'll be in you again.
For sure.
You know? All right, so
Stop
Kevin,
what you're doing.
I did want to shout out this also. Robbie Coltrane. Do you know who Robbie Coltrane is?
Yes.
Sounds like a name.
He's no longer with us. He has passed away.
Oh.
He played Hagrid in the Harry Potter movies.
Oh.
The big fella, the
Yeah.
gigantic man. He's no longer with us, so R.I.P. to Hagrid's.
I had not heard that.
Actor. But
Yeah.
Hagrid will live on forever.
And Bruce Sutter, Hall of Fame closer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so there we go. So we
He
got
died
that
today, too. 69 years old.
We will get to the Coach Ballsack moment.
Good.
Here in this segment. So I want you go ahead and let your friends know. 877-881-1053. Text all your friends. Call them. Yeah.
Today in this segment, we're going to play Ballsack again.
I said all of your friends. You didn't have to start with me, but I appreciate that.
Hey, Mike, today in the 1 o'clock, we're going to play Ballsack again.
If you say it 3 times.
Hey, Alec. Today, in the 1 o'clock, we're going to play Coach Ballsack again in Beetlejuice style. Does that mean it's just going to happen?
It'll happen.
now?
It'll happen in a little bit. I want to get
Okay.
to this first.
Okay.
I want to get to this first because this is Cowboys related.
Okay.
We lead with sports, Kevin,
Sure.
here on a sports station. All right. Otherwise, everybody will just get mad at us or something for having too much fun. I want to ask you guys if you think these guys are good or not. Okay. Because these are the players, and this is from DallasCowboys.com. This is Bucky Brooks. I like this little thing. The Eagles roster, he says, is loaded with talent.
Yep.
And before their 5-0 start, did you think these guys were talented? And are you kind of afraid? So I want to go through some of these names.
Okay.
Mike, I know your answer on this. Jalen Hurts.
Nope.
I thought Jalen Hurts' ceiling was average. Now I actually think his ceiling is most definitely above average. I'm still not sure how high that goes. Like, I get why he's 4th for MVP because of the record and everything like that, but I definitely think his ceiling has changed for me.
They're 5-0. I'm not looking at all his stats. I'm just looking at the lines, getting ready for betting with Bassick. You probably already know this. Do you know how many touchdowns he has this year?
Total or just passing?
Just passing.
4, I think.
4.
What?
Because I think he has another 4 or 5 rushing.
Just to give you an idea, it doesn't have both quarterbacks here. Josh Allen has 14. Justin Herbert has 10. Just kind of Lamar Jackson, 12 touchdown passes. Burrow, 9 touchdown passes. So I'm just looking at it going, I get it. And look, he's 5-0. He's quarterbacking that team to the best record in the NFL right now. But I just think he has turned himself into an average to maybe above average quarterback. And I know adding the legs adds a lot to what he does. But he's gone from being most improved. I can see him being most improved quarterback in the NFL, but not a great quarterback.
This kind of, I said it back then and I'll say it again. It reminds me so much of Dak's situation where you're like, I don't know. Should we give him this contract or not? And the Eagles are set up still financially and draft pick wise,
Yeah.
that they could say see you later and move on and draft one of these other young quarterbacks, and their team is loaded right now. So
Sure.
like that's Kevin, that's what you're talking about when you talk about that window with the quarterback.
Yes.
Your team is at its best.
Push all in.
And you have a young quarterback and you're like, let's rock. So that's where they are with this. All right. Miles Sanders.
You know, I figured he was probably on the list. He's had a hell of a start to the season. I still wonder, it's not as pronounced as like with Barkley and the Giants, but I'm curious if he'll make it through the whole season. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like he's definitely shown that he's better or has the potential to be better than I thought, but we'll see if that continues for the whole season. So I think he's good, but like good in terms of like, yeah, no, he's good. And then you kind of shrug your shoulders.
Yeah, Mama's boy's having a good year.
I don't know if you were here, Kevin, when that started.
Yeah.
But Miles Sanders one day was like, I'm fine. I'm going to get the respect I deserve. And me and him and Reggie, me and Mike and Reggie were laughing our butts off. But here he is. I like this from Bucky Brooks on that. He said, the 4-year pro is a problem for opponents ill-equipped to deal with a dynamic running game. And that is
which we're still
can be the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So, but maybe not. Maybe not. AJ Brown.
Yeah. I thought he was awesome before. I hated when that trade got made. I hated when I saw how low the compensation was that the Eagles had to give up. And I hate that he's on that team because he is very good.
He has really, really, really helped Jalen Hurts. This is what makes Jalen Hurts is Devontae Adams' development from his rookie year. Like, and he is as good as a rookie. Devontae Smith, sorry. Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and now A.J. Brown. Because A.J. Brown almost knocks those guys down, even though Devontae Smith looked like he was trending towards the number one. And I'm not saying he can't be a number one. It's just that with A.J. Brown now, he doesn't have to be a number one in his second year. He can be a number two and a very darn good number two. I think there's an argument. It would be interesting. Who's better, Devontae Smith or CeeDee Lamb? I think they're in the same category, honestly.
Yeah.
So, but now with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith is the secondary guy. So the three weapons right there, and with Miles Sanders rushing for almost 5 yards per carry, makes the quarterback's job pretty darn easy.
Shout out to your wife, Karina, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube. And then somebody said, A.J. Brown's so good, he made the Titans forget how to play offense without him.
Yet somehow they still won 3 games in a row. It is very strange.
We did have that conversation last week about Diggs and why he wouldn't. By the way, one of the 4 horse people is definitely Broadus. I just wanted to point that out.
What?
I will go to Broadus.
Are you supposed to reveal who those
crap.
people are?
Maybe not. I'm not going to reveal all the rest of them, but just Broadus, just because he deserves credit.
And the Jones boys.
And, well.
That makes up the 4.
But we won't see, it gets difficult with the Cowboys to go, I can't wait for the A.J. Brown-Diggs matchup. Because it's going to happen sometimes in the game. But if you're smart, aren't you saying, hey, let's put A.J. Brown on the smaller Anthony Brown?
Yeah.
And let's line him up in the slot and see how Jordan Lewis does, trying to fight that big body. So I'm interested in how people will approach it because the Cowboys do line up their way and say, all right, now you try and figure us out. I like it. Devontae Smith, I think we all agree on him. Dallas Goedert.
Dallas Goedert is tricky for me because Dallas Goedert feels like he has all the elements of the more modern field stretching tight end that you would look for. And then it feels like you get to the end of the year and you're like, yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah, the numbers don't say
Kelce. That's about it.
The numbers don't say Kelce. Maybe that's reflective of the quarterback.
I think he's a quality player, but he is not a fear-inspiring by any means player to me.
Solid, yeah.
I'm interested to see how the Cowboys match up with him because Jaron Kearse can. Jaron Kearse can play up close to the line to defend the run, but then say, you know what, I'm gonna leak over here. Or Donovan Wilson can too.
Yeah.
And Donovan Wilson can give him fits. So this is our defense is fun. This is why I like our defense so much. It's just so much fun.
Doing a crazy defensive
It's weird that his stats aren't, when you look at his stats, you just say,
I'm telling you.
Okay, but I do feel like he's a threat.
Exactly,
but his stats
because
are just okay.
he checks all the boxes of what you want in your modern tight end. I'll give you a stat later. We can keep going.
All right.
Oh, crap. Will Chambers just texted me and said, what am I, chopped liver? And I don't know what I said. Is he the best Will? What were we talking about?
I don't know.
Maybe he wants to be one of the horse people.
Oh, he wants to be a horse person. All right.
He's probably concentrating on Kentucky basketball right now. The kid from
Love that
Richardson.
I was listening Sunday when he played the audio from a question I asked, and I was like, I like this guy.
And yet you still disrespect him
Yeah,
like this.
you're right. It's my fault, Will. I love you, buddy. Fletcher Cox, is he still good?
Yes, but declining. He's not what he was, but he's still good.
I think that is a very good assessment that he slid back into above average category versus all flash elite category on you.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I can understand that.
Still good. And can I just tell you something that is concerning about this is you're running down people that I feel like thus far we all have at least average to above average at very key positions. You said quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, defensive lineman. Like, we're hitting some of the like marquee positions where you're like, oh yeah, no, they got talent everywhere.
Darius Slay.
Yeah.
to add to your point there.
He was player of the week, correct?
Yeah, and that's another, I think, was it 2 weeks ago? That's another obviously very marquee position, though I know obviously in football you can make that argument for any position, but skill position and then defensive line and cornerback, I feel like definitely jump to the forefront.
In the 585, Corey said Will Chambers, and I definitely heard Wilt Chamberlain. They're kind of the same guy.
We had a weird conversation about that.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
But you're better than him or not? I couldn't remember. You were better than everybody from Philly yesterday, I think.
Most of them.
I like it.
Most of them.
I like your approach on this. Brandon Graham. How you feeling about Brandon Graham?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
I'm
62 career sacks. 3 this season. He's a situational guy.
Okay. You know what? I decided to investigate that further. Did you know 2.5 of those sacks were in the Washington game?
Oh, in your face.
So in the other 4 games, he has half a sack. So, I mean, like, I'm not saying he's a bum or anything like that, but like compared to the other people that we were checking off of this list, I don't think so. I think he might be at the bottom of my list of all of the people that you've gone through so far.
And Hassan Reddick, I'll throw him in this mix as well.
Yeah, no,
solid.
I absolutely, I agree. I might even say better than solid.
Do you think he's top 5 at his position? Because if I say top 10, I think that he's in the
I definitely
running
think
there.
he's top 10, and we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I know it's only been 5 games, but that's another spot where does he have like
4.5?
4. Okay, 4.
He's got 28 sacks in 37 games.
Okay,
which is with the Eagles, 4.5 in 5 this year.
So is this just going to be another case of if he stays healthy for the year, it's probably going to end up being a fantastic statistical season for him? Yeah, I'm more concerned about Hassan Reddick than Brandon Graham.
So like that's one of the things where I'm kind of looking, going, okay, it's the tail of the tape conversation of, do you feel like you're better? I don't think the Cowboys are better at quarterback, but I think that Cooper Rush can stay on time. There's lots of things where I look at this team and I'm just not. They have playmakers. They have good playmakers. They are a good football team. I think the Cowboys can match up with them pretty well in a lot of categories. So I'm looking forward to this. I can't get to Sunday night fast enough, all right? And that's why I think that it's important for the Cowboys to get a good speech to get them started.
Are we going to play just real quick?
Yeah.
I think people need to hear this because I heard it earlier for the first time all the way through. I thought it was fantabulous.
All right, let's hear Coach Ballsack's speech.
All right, hey guys, Coach Ballsack here. They made me come in to talk to you guys. It never works, but you guys are doing great on your own. After that first game, everything's gone well. Cooper Rush doing great. Keep holding up the star. Defense, you guys are so fun to watch. Just trying to be positive here. Keep it going. The Eagles are a good team, but I think you guys can beat them. Philadelphia is always tough, but...
Hey, Ballsack, you're soft as right now. Where's the Ballsack we all know and love? I got this, man, all right? Guys, nobody thought you could win the last 4 games. Hell, Mike Bassick said you should just fold up your picnic blanket, go home and hide under your bunk bed. Most of the Tolos out there wanted Jerry to sell the team to H-E-B so they could put better quality grocery bags over their heads. Hell, people were out there getting ready to start watching preseason basketball over the rest of this year. But guess what? What? You got your together, and now you have a chance to hang dong on every doubter out there. Micah, I actually think you're part damn lion, and your revitalized Tank, who we all thought rusted out somewhere in a park in Iraq. Zeke, you actually look hungry again, and Pollard's running around like that little brother you stole all his food off of his plate all his life. CD, catch the ball and take it to the house, or I'm going to let Diggs start playing wide receiver 1 and convert you to a special teams gunner.
Cooper, you're not good enough to keep this job, all right? I just want you to fucking know that. But you're good enough to chop the head off of a fucking eagle on Sunday night. Go sharpen your goddamn machete. We only have one night to show the world that Jalen Hurts and this team is a piece of garbage. They're worse than their fucking ice water snow cone shit. Get out there and ride a liger into a fiery pit of grenades and bounce at Betty's. Get your balls out of your stomachs and give these She-Eagles, send them to the fucking moon.
I still love it. I'm inspired, and this is from the 214. Somebody just said, let's just say they're feeling really good.
Okay, good.
They're
like
just
that.
they're feeling really good about what just happened. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Betting with Bassick, plus another key Cowboy stat, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's happening next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got some Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a minute, but I want to make sure you understand all things Cowboys Eagles this weekend. On Sunday, Chris Arnold and I do believe our very own Alec Medford are going to be hosting from 9 to 11:30 a.m. Can you confirm this?
I can confirm it will be me and the three-time now Hall of Famer Chris Arnold will be getting you ready for your football Sunday.
Okay, I was confused because you said Chris Arnold and I thought it was
You're
you
doing
and Chris
weekends
Arnold
now.
and
No, that
Alec
was
doing
he.
a show, and I was like,
Wow,
the hell?
congratulations.
That was dramatic. And
Wow.
then after that, Ravens and Giants. And then after that, a special pregame show with Eric and Brian. And then we dive into all Cowboys Eagles all the freaking time.
Can I add something real quick?
Sure.
I've listened to Alec before. All right. Good quality stuff. Good luck, man. Enjoy it on Sunday. That's a good place. That's a good place to be.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Enjoy.
And on the pregame show, you will hear from Mike Tirico and Merrill Reese and the player profile, Michael Gallup, leading into Cowboys Eagles.
Wow.
All of it right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can I give you
That's
more?
how you Sunday right there.
Hell yeah, it is. Can I give you one more Cowboys factoid?
No.
Darn it. Mike, can I give you a Cowboys factoid?
Man, I tell you what I love. I love your factoids.
That was oddly sexual. Is every game this season, the Cowboys defense has given up less than 350 yards.
Yes.
Recorded multiple sacks.
Say it again.
Recorded multiple, damn it. And only allowed a single touchdown. They are the first defense ever to achieve this in their first 5 games. Now, of course, I know the sack became an official statistic in 1982, but every game, less than 350 yards. And in the modern NFL, that's really impressive. Recording multiple sacks and not giving up multiple touchdowns. So if they can do that again, that feels like yet another path to victory, but encouraging stuff for the Cowboys right there. Now,
I like when you're serious when you give me those factoids.
now it's time for Betting with Bassick. And I know for sure I need to not lose money because the way you're talking terrifies me.
All right, I'll talk normal now. I don't think the Packers are 7.5-point favorites. I don't think they're that good. They're at home against the MILF Hunter, Zach Wilson.
So weird to see.
And I
here.
think that there's 2 hunters right now in sports, and there's the MILF Hunter in New York, and there's the fastball hunter in Houston. And that fastball hunter keeps winning. And I'm going to go with the hunters. I'm going to go with the fastball hunter in Houston. And that's baseball. So we're not doing that. But I'm going with the MILF Hunter covering the 7.5. I just think the Packers favored by 7.5 is too much. I think if that spread was 5.5, I would stay away from this game.
And who's that on?
That's on you, Kevin.
Okay.
You gave me factoids. I give you the Packers.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks for that.
I got the Jets plus 7.5 at Green Bay. Corey, you didn't give me any factoids. So I'm giving you the Miami Dolphins as a home dog. The Miami Dolphins are 3-point underdogs at home. Minnesota is going to Miami. Here's the great news about my bet.
This stinks.
It's a noon game and nobody cares about it, baby. And that's when Kirk Cousins does his damage. So I'm going to take the Vikings favored by 3 points going to Miami. Now you can give it right back to me, Kevin and Corey.
That was the game I wanted to.
Oh, no.
I wanted that one.
There were 2 other games that I didn't pick, but I'm not going to say. But I'm pretty sure one of you is going to pick the game that I like.
Corey, do you want to go first or do you want to think?
I got a
for
little
minute?
work I got to do
Okay.
here.
We're tied at 0, right? We owe each other no money.
Yeah.
You are up $40 on
Correct.
me. Yes, that's what I have written down.
Now, I'm a big fan of factoids, as we established.
Yes, you are.
I told you earlier that Patrick Mahomes has never been a home dog, that Patrick Mahomes has been an underdog 8 times, and never has he lost against the spread in any of those 8 games. I will take the Chiefs plus 2.5 at home. You seem angry about that.
I love Mahomes. more than your factoids. I love Mahomes. And now I have to root against Mahomes. I will not. I am rooting to lose $20. But I'll tell you what.
That's why I flipped the games last week, is because I was like, I'm fine losing this game as long as the Cowboys win.
If Buffalo wins by 2 points or 1 point and you win,
so
that's the worst.
I
right?
know.
Like if Kansas City wins the game, but I lose $20, no problem. The worst would be Buffalo winning by 1 or 2. So I lose the bet and the Chiefs lose.
I'm definitely with you.
All right, Corey, give it to me.
I'm having a really difficult time with this because I really just decided that I wanted the Vikings.
Can I ask you about 2 games?
I have 2 other games on my list, but I don't know if I love them. I have Bucks -9.
Okay.
But I also the Falcons, I took 10 last week and I won.
They covered, right?
So I was really happy about that. But the Steelers stunk against the Bills.
Their doors blown off.
I think that's the one I'm going to rock. What?
I was just going to ask if you cared at all about the Burrow and Chase return to New Orleans.
That's a tough game, man. Like I probably would take the Saints in 2 with that one because I think the Saints are just a tough team.
Okay.
I'm not really sure what they're. I also really kind of like the Jaguars +2 as well. Like,
my God.
I don't care anymore. Trevor Lawrence, pull your head out of your rear end and start playing quarterback like you're at Clemson. What the hell, man? I spent a lot of money on your cards.
I'm going to take the Bucks +9 or -9.
Okay.
That's too many points, but I'm going to do it anyway.
The Steelers lost by, 35 points last week?
Yeah.
So I get the logic.
What was
there.
the one you took? I'm sorry.
He took the Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs.
I am shocked.
Nobody
as I
picked
wrote
the Cowboys?
Down. Yeah, I thought for sure. I was staying away from it going, you know what, I like these 2 games better. I can see where the Cowboys could really struggle in Philadelphia. And so I stayed away from it going, this means I'm going to have Philadelphia -6.5.
The only reason I didn't pick that one is because I like the Chiefs game, but also I hate picking the Cowboys in that scenario because I do think the Cowboys are going to win, but it's going to be one of those scenarios that if they get blown out, also you lose the money, and that just makes for a sucky
Did you pick the
evening.
Cowboys to win the game too?
I had 23-20.
Oh my God, we all 3 picked the Cowboys.
I picked them to win 2019.
I know, so
I'm not
did I.
sure what you picked the score as.
Yeah,
but
we're cycling together.
If it makes you stop saying that, if it makes you feel any better, this is not we're gonna win this game. You just watch. I'm like, I think the matchup could be good in terms of crushing Jalen Hurts. So I think we're gonna win. I do.
From the
And
2
none
and
of us,
4.
so we all 3 think the Cowboys are going to win, which would mean really cover the spread, and none of us picked the Cowboys. We're a bunch of wusses.
From the 2 and 4, you guys watch the games together. I bet it's fun watching with Mike. I have watched many football games with Mike.
Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. I always make reference to that Rams playoff game. After the first play from scrimmage, he looked at me and he goes, "We're going to lose."
It was
Sitting
sarcasm,
next to
but it
him,
wasn't.
The rest of the game was miserable. Maybe that needs to be
That might have been
the
their worst run of the
experience.
game, honestly. They probably only gained like 12 yards.
Maybe that needs to be our experience. Cowboys watch party or whatever watch party with whoever wins something for
I think the good news is I'm going to pick Dallas +6.5 against Dawson when he comes in here.
There you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen.
Oh, hey.
What's up, Mike? Yeah.
I'm excited, man.
See, last time I did this, Mike made fun of me for not talking soon enough after the little drop.
Yeah.
So I
That
tried to
sounds
perfect
right.
it this time. So thank you for not
You
making
did
any
good.
notes. So Masterpiece of the Week, as most people know, is a segment where we go back and revisit some of the funny, sometimes disturbing, and just totally random clips of audio that occurred on this very program. So we're going to start with the day that I wasn't here, but thanks to Joey Erickson, this might be my favorite one of the week from Mike.
Like, do you come home excited? Do you say, guess what, Adrian? I just did Marco Roby.
I didn't want to point out.
So many confusing
His name
statements.
is not Mark. Her name's not Marco.
Marcus?
It felt like you wanted to say Marco Rubio.
Yeah, I did.
and then-
But
What's her name again?
I did ask. It's Margot, and it is
Margot.
Robbie, I think. But by the way,
Sorry.
I did talk to the wife about this.
All right.
And
like
she-
how to say
Update. I did not anticipate
It's great.
this.
And
A+.
she said if I see her at the grocery store and I want to go make my move, that she would prefer I FaceTime her so she can watch the epic collapse. So she didn't throw that
she
out
thinks
there.
you're gonna fail.
But she
when
also
you
did say if it did happen, that a high five would be in order. So that's the approach that she took on that. I think, Mike, it's more than anything. She's just like, you're never gonna do it.
I know.
So I think she's having fun with it. So yeah, dude, maybe there is a serious moment where she's like, oh crap, I didn't realize that you had game.
Would she be proud of? She said she'd give you a high five, but then what if like 3 to 5 weeks later?
I gotta do
Margot Robbie.
Yeah.
Robbie. She is very pretty. She then sends you a text.
Oh,
I'm pregnant. Is that another
gosh,
high five?
Mike, you're about to get paid. I think you will get a high five for that.
Oh,
Corey.
All right, next.
While you
ponder
that.
Corey, I think there's a lot of money to be made here. Maybe a potential sponsorship in order.
Okay. I might have an accident every once in a while. Oh, what kind of accident? My stomach has been killing me lately.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm
sorry, buddy.
I have never had. I had one accident as a kid. All right, that I can remember.
I was wearing white shorts when that happened to me.
I rode my bicycle up to like to Eastfield College, and because I was doing lifeguard classes, and I was getting off the bicycle, and I guess my stomach was, and I went to. Mike, this is the question I asked you the other day.
Okay.
Isn't it amazing that our bodies will let gas out even when there's other stuff in there? And I was
True.
like, body's just going to, I'm trusting it, and I trusted it too much. Shouldn't have.
I think it's amazing, too, that we get potty trained, and somewhere between the ages of 2 and 5, give or take, you learn how to use the restroom and not go in your pants for the most part.
Yes.
But then if you live long enough, you can't help it anymore, and you die kind of like, I can't do my peeing, and I can't go to the bathroom anymore. I don't know. It just does it, and you have to wear diapers, and it just... I don't want to get to that point in life. I want to live a long life, but I don't want to get to the point where I can't control my bladder.
We'll have that conversation later.
And intestines. All right, next.
That took a morbid turn. Mike, this actually ties in very well with what Mike was talking about here.
And then you are putting your butt and your privates on their logo. Yeah, that's wearing Eagles underwear. I don't think it's like, oh my God, you got Eagles underwear. I hate the Eagles. You're like, yeah, I do too. That's why they're on my privates.
I don't think that is the mic drop moment you think it is.
Would you want to have an accident in Eagles underwear?
I guess that would be fine.
Would you want, if you,
No.
let's say you were hit by a bus, Kevin.
Sure.
And you were wearing Eagles underwear because of the way Mike is approaching it. Like, hey, I'm showing it off. That's
Would
what
they
they're
be like, what a traitor. He lied this whole time.
Yeah.
He was an Eagles fan. Or, oh, I get it. He puts his private on the Eagles.
Yeah, I think I do fear that, actually. So, no, I'm not going to do that.
Are you one of those people where you're like, I got to make sure I have clean underwear on just in case I get hit by a bus today?
I mean, if you get hit by a bus, my argument in the aftermath will be, it was clean until I got hit by that bus, which I hope people will cut me some slack on. Back to you, Alec.
Thanks to Eric Chiafalo for being my eye in the sky here. I think Wolchuk was watching his film for this game on the wrong website.
He's stepped up in the pocket. Rushers coming in his face.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. That happens with whenever there are lots of rushers on the field and they attack you in a certain way, and it's difficult to be like, can I make the play? And that's a good question.
Is that a penalty? Because you're not allowed to hit the helmet. Is that a penalty?
Sometimes you can't help it.
Okay, but then is it a penalty? That's what I'd like to know. Where's our official for that?
I really think it depends, on the whether. Yeah. I can't.
I like sacking the quarterback, but I don't like sacking him that much.
Well, I mean, then they have to throw the flag to help you out, right? If you're the quarterback, you just grab the flag and you're good. Well, probably not. Like, the trauma will stay with you, but
yeah,
help.
Let's grow up on this show. Jeez.
Okay.
I like how Mike looked directly at the camera when he said that.
Mike, you're actually not going to help us out here.
Right,
oh no.
For me, 25 young guys, somewhere between 20 and 32 years old, in the same room for 7 months, 10 hours a day. Oh my God.
10 hours a day. 10. How?
Wilt
Chamberlain, my ass. Mike Bassett got a sex factory happening.
That's about a baseball clubhouse.
Yeah, sure.
Yes! Somebody just went deep.
He's also actively watching the baseball game.
Oh, man. Mike, you're just digging yourself a deeper and deeper hole.
Yeah.
Let's see who can take it more. I bet Noah wins.
Let's go ahead and park that. Why did you bring my son into this?
That's about
My
he
youngest
is
son.
ruining your sleep. So I was thinking you should ruin his.
Yeah.
Don't do that though.
Okay.
He doesn't know any better.
I
At about
wasn't
4
going
to 6
to,
months,
Mike.
he will start manipulating you and your wife.
Okay.
But not yet.
Not
His
yet.
brain can't figure out the manipulation of crying yet. But it's coming pretty soon. In about 2 to 4 months, that manipulation happens with fake crying.
Right.
Mickey Spagnola is kind of leaning into this
He
whole.
does.
Man,
He does it all
y'all
the time.
finally convinced me that he's in on this.
He's got to be at this point. Listen to this.
What is the update then on Micah's groin?
Well, he did get back in and finish.
Come on,
The game, he
I
finished
felt
the
really
game.
bad for
you're a
pulling that.
professional, for God's sakes, Mickey.
A professional KNC
Man,
masterpiece.
I tell you what,
Yeah.
this isn't fair. Like this voting, we have so many
is
Marconi
tough.
winning drops here and,
The
and
806.
segments.
To your point, man, it sure was a nice run, fellas. Fantastic final show. I love you guys. Well, hopefully we'll be back on Monday, but I get it. Maybe not.
You hope.
Do you know who you're voting for yet?
Yeah,
I do.
I'm voting for Mike's
10 hours a
quote
day.
unquote baseball factory.
Yeah, me too.
I guess that's gonna. I was gonna vote for still the underwear.
You
but
can vote for whatever you want to
whatever you
vote
want,
for.
Mike.
I feel like this was a strong week for me. But I like you guys. I like your vote, but I'll still go with the underwear vote. So,
I think I got to go with the factory.
all right, let's hear it.
Play it out.
You put, for me, 25 young guys, somewhere between 20 and 32 years old, in the same room for 7 months, 10 hours a day.
7 months.
Golly. It is a factory indeed. We're the KNC Master.
Men.
Oh my God. That's why they need to be young. You heard it. He specified, not just
A
young.
lot of
These are my
testosterone.
specifications.
Ping pong tables, all kinds of things.
What the? We're the
all in
KNC
black men
Master.
jerseys.
Group shower.
Coming up next. G-Bag Nation probably takes over. I'm just assuming. We will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next, right here on The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the book that you out.
Texas Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP plus. They still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads, visit Classic Chevrolet, relax, and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. This is maybe a great one to go out on from the 210. Shout out to their dad, Kent. He recently found out he has lung, brain, and prostate cancer. He completed the target radiation yesterday, got the diploma, and rang the bell. Keep fighting and F cancer. I think we can all agree on that. So shout out to you and your dad. Obviously, our hopes and prayers are with us. And our hopes and prayers might also need to be with the G-Bag Nation from the 512. So does G-Bag just absorb y'all's time slot starting on Monday and just do the whole show after we're inevitably canceled?
Yeah.
These are questions that will need to be answered. But right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. I know there is betting that needs to get done.
All right.
Perhaps starting with Cowboys and Eagles.
So here's the deal, real quick. Gavin, you're down $40. Eric, you're down $15. Zach, you're up $30. So that's where we stand with the G-Bag Nation. Gavin, would you like to pick first against me since you're down the most?
Yeah, I'll take New York home dog against Baltimore.
Man, I was thinking about taking that game too.
I guess it's already penciled in his book. I don't know if it makes a difference.
Plus 5.5 right now for
the
them.
Giants did just rule out Kenny Galladay and Kadarius Toney.
Makes no difference.
That helped him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dave's has proven he can win without those guys.
Eric, you're down $15. Do you have a game that you like for your $5 bet? I'll let you bet first because you're losing.
I know we beat up on the Broncos, but I guess I'll take the Broncos as 4.5-point dogs on Monday night.
All right.
Who are they playing?
Chargers.
Okay.
No faith in
Cheeky bet.
Justin Herbert.
It's just the idea that the Chargers always charger in a way that has them either up or down 2 points in final moments. And Russell Wilson, for as disgusting as that last game was, it's always just like close.
So I think 4.5. I feel good there.
All right. So I'm down $30 to Zach. And Zach, I haven't bet against you yet, but I'm going to bet against you first, and then you can pick another game against me if you'd like.
Okay.
I'm going to take the Cowboys plus 6.5.
You did it.
I think
Man, he just killed Zach. He can't cheer against the Cowboys.
It's only $10. He's up 30.
He's got to live with it. It's the nature of the beast.
It is not like his facial expression not good right now.
6.5. That's gold.
You'd pay $10 for a Cowboys victory, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you're betting against the Cowboys?
I'm betting for the Cowboys.
Yeah, this is hell for me.
I think that the spread should be, my opinion, but I could be wrong. Maybe the Cowboys lose by 20. I just think it should be 3.5. If it was 3.5, I'd want to stay away from it.
Because you think it's even.
So you pick a winner.
Yeah,
it evens it out.
I'm going to take 2 games against you then. That's all right.
All right, go.
Give me the Rams minus 10 to cover, and I'm going to go with the Ravens actually to cover against the Giants.
Oh, we're getting both ends of the game right there.
Yeah,
well,
it's a $20 bet for Gavin. It's a $10 bet for Zach.
I hope I lose the one.
The teams have come back from the teams have come back and played the week after the London game, have gotten blown out in the second half. Vikings and Saints, Giants coming back off that, Packers coming back off that. Just something to keep an eye on.
Just for fun, because you want me to bet against you, right?
Yeah.
I'll take one game. I can't rely on Kyler Murray. He's not even studying. He's just playing video games all week.
Have you seen already the theory that they're screwed next week because another Call of Duty is coming out?
Yeah, Modern Warfare 2 is coming out. You got to level up his guns.
I was actually about to pick the Niners minus 5 against the Falcons. It's in Atlanta. So you like home dogs.
I do like home dogs,
So you get Atlanta plus 5 at home.
Not bad. They've been playing close games.
And I'd be willing to put $20 on the Cowboys on the money line if I can get like 2-1 or something.
Oh,
hell yeah!
Can I tell you something?
Hell yeah!
I like what you're saying, but I did pick today Cowboys 20-19.
Yeah.
So I'm picking. So that's a little bit tough for me because I can see the Cowboys winning this game because I'm not a Jalen Hurts fan. I don't think he's horrible.
Yeah.
I think what he's done is he's gone from a horrible quarterback to a little bit above average quarterback. And because of going from horrible to a little above average, morons around this country who do national shows are like, he's just like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. And I'm like,
He's so mad about that.
My rear end. He has become like somewhere between the 11th to 16th best quarterback in the NFL. Stop trying to put a guy who went from horrible to average to maybe a hair above average, if I want to be nice about him, into that category.
Where do you rank Cooper Rush right now?
1.
No.
Stop it.
I rank him somewhere between 16 and 22 if I was kind of quarterback.
So you're saying that if Hurts is 16, Cooper Rush is 22?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay. That's an interesting thought.
All right, all caught up on the betting?
Yeah, and who did you just say real quick? Oh, well, no, let's not do that because, yeah.
I like it. I think you should.
You think I should do it?
Take the action, Mike.
You said, what did you want,
Are you a
2 to 1?
Don't be a sissy, Mike.
What did you want?
Let's see what the Vegas money line odds are.
It's
I'll take whatever the money line odds are.
I just looked it up.
215.
It's plus 215 for the Cowboys on the money line.
All right.
2 to 1 works. I'll give you the juice.
You're bleeping me here.
So I owe you 40 if the Cowboys win. You owe me 20 if Philadelphia wins,
right.
correct? Okay. All right.
All right, so he thinks they're going to win. So do you, so do you, so do I. What about you three? I know y'all will expound upon it in the opening segment, but do y'all think Cowboys or Eagles? Straight up, who's going to win?
I do feel like the Eagles are going to end up winning the game.
I'm quitting you.
I can see a route where the Cowboys get the victory, but a night game in Philadelphia
They're
with
6.5 point favorites. I get
right?
it.
Yeah, I mean it's like come on.
If Dak was playing, I'd pick the Cowboys in this game.
Me too.
I just don't think that I don't think the Cowboys can score enough points. They might hold Philadelphia in check, but then Philadelphia holds you in check. I had this one going 23-13 Philadelphia.
So my technical pick, right, just to keep the mojo going, because I got to pick against the Cowboys.
It's a mojo moment.
Reverse psychology.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go, Mike. It's a mojo moment. 19-17. Maher's your MVP. He kicks the Cowboys to victory, but Eagles 19-17.
All right, love it. What's coming up on the show?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. Steve Jones coming up at 3.
All right.
The snapper.
Wait to hear it. Roll home
Late
with the
great.
G-Bag Nation.
Late great.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Introduce me as Rolando Blackman, Kevin.
Never.
You put, for me, 25 young guys, somewhere between 20 and 32 years old, in the same room for 7 months, 10 hours a day.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G. MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. It's a Football Friday. We're about 1 hour from Stephen Jones here on The Fan. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. He's sanitizing. And a happy Friday to you, sir. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm in the afterglow of a partially eaten sliced brisket sandwich that Brian Broaddus has delivered for us today.
Amazing sandwich, by the way. For he is a jolly good fellow. Damn.
Unbelievable. Yeah,
Where'd
nice
that
work,
come
Broaddus.
from? What was that?
Pine Barbecue. Over across.
I thought you were going to say Heaven Barbecue.
Yeah, Heim Barbecue. My buddy's from over there, right across from Love Field off Mockingbird there. Go check him out.
That was lunch and dinner, Broaddus. I appreciate it,
Yeah,
sir.
no problem. Glad
I will
you-
be sleeping in the Pimp Cup. You guys enjoy the show. Whatever the hell you got to do.
Smelled divine. It really did. That might be the first thing I have to have once I'm in the maintenance
Well, I've got to
program.
get you a lobster roll first. I told you I'd get you a lobster roll.
That is true.
Yeah.
It is so insane how these experts, and I think there's like a half dozen around town, to be honest with you. Everybody has an awesome barbecue restaurant they try to tell you about. I think there's only like maybe 6 or 8 that do brisket so well that it's just insanely tender and perfectly smoked and salty. And then they got the bun, just like Pecan Lodge, where they get the buttery. And is that a brioche bun? I'm not sure what kind of bun that is, but it's just so specialized to be perfect.
I tell you what,
delightful.
If you can get brisket grease to soak into the bun,
Oh,
I think
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
where
Oh,
I think that's
my
where it
Lord.
goes. It doesn't have to be the butter, which people run their buns through that toaster where they put the butter on and run it through the toaster. But if you get the brisket where it's warm enough and the grease coming off it and it seeps into the bun, I think that's what makes Pecan Lodge so good.
Consistent.
Very consistent.
You know, a lot of people that do barbecue a lot remember their best brisket ever. Could you do that every day? No. The answer for me is a big no. But these guys that crank it out consistently, we salute them. And, we love being customers. I'm fired up because I checked the soccer schedule, and Sunday night, we got Biggest L, Biggest Dub coming up at 3:40.
Yes, we
This
do.
This is my biggest dub of the week. Check the soccer schedule. We're back in McKinney Sunday night, which means on the way back, I'm hitting that barbecue drive-through for the half-smoking chicken sandwich.
Victory for you.
Is it a sandwich or the half
full
chicken?
Half chicken.
Yeah,
It's right off the bone,
you
baby.
You still got that brisket sandwich on his mind, too.
Yeah, I did.
As do I. You know what I mean? I don't understand.
I'll be thinking about that all week, and that dang sandwich brought us. Seriously, thank you.
Good, happy to do
And
that.
thank you,
It's
hon.
kind of a Friday thing we do around here.
17-16 Cowboys is the prediction. You're welcome to join us at 877-881-1053. I'm with Mike. Don't let anybody convince you Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. Okay, they try to tell us Carson Wentz was a good quarterback, and his case was actually compelling for like a year and a half. Okay, they had a great line and a great running game then. It was fool's gold with Carson Wentz. It's more of the same right now. People actually said Carson Wentz was an MVP candidate because he put up impressive efficiency numbers on 3rd and long in a very limited sample size for like 8 weeks. And then we found out the truth. You have to let this thing go if you're going to define Jalen Hurts as a really good quarterback for an extended period of time. They haven't even played a good defense yet. Nothing resembling a good defense. So I think Cowboys let their talent slow down the Eagles' passing game. Dan Quinn has something coaching adjustment wise to get the better of the run game, and it will be very clear Sunday night at about 10:30 who the best team in the NFC East is. Chiafalo.
Woo! I like that, man. Coming out of the gates hot. And it's a good point because honestly, when you think about Jalen Hurts, what's his best highlight that we always see? It's just him in a squat rack. It's like, okay, that's the best. That's what your quarterback's bringing to the table. A couple of good squats. That's awesome.
Yeah,
okay?
and he's very strong.
He is strong as
incredible.
an ox. Yeah, and so strong that I feel like the Eagles are actually going to win the football game on Sunday night. This is like what he does. I get he's not a great quarterback, but they have set up that offense to where he is able to flourish with the skill set that he has. With him being able to run the ball, they make things easy on him with the one read. It's the read option stuff.
The RPOs.
Yeah, or the RPO stuff, absolutely. All the screens. They ran 12 screens just last week alone.
They love the screens.
It's easy stuff for them. And then there's Dallas Goedert getting a bunch of yak. There's A.J. Brown being a stud. Here comes Devontae Smith. Even that, is it Quez Watkins that they have?
Yes,
He's a little
Quez
slippery.
Watkins.
And then there's Miles Sanders. They're just extremely balanced. They're not saying, hey, Jalen Hurts, go be a alien quarterback and drop back a bunch of times and read defenses and go through progressions and dice people up. It's just, hey, throw the screen pass here, throw the screen pass there, hand it off here, read the one guy, the end here, okay, and then take
that's
off
good
and
enough
run
to
right
beat
there.
this Cowboys front. What you just described is good enough to beat the Cowboys front.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it is, because again, it's you don't know where they're going to hit you from. They got a multitude of different ways for them to attack you with their offense on your defense. And I think that, like, the Cowboys haven't seen a quarterback who's really going to run the ball. The one time they've had a quarterback run on them 16 times this year. And one of those was Daniel Jones in the one game, and he peels off for 80 yards. I think that's where some of this stuff gets you. And I think the Cowboys got a really good chance, because it's not going to just be the Eagles dominating offensively. They're going to be able to do enough. And like this offense on the road against what is a pretty dang good Eagles defense. We talk about the Cowboys and their speed defensively. When you watch them versus Arizona, it seems like they got a decent amount of speed over there as well.
All right. We are getting some great texts in here. 817 says 23-16 Cowboys this game. Turpin takes one to the house. 214, they're doing the same with Hurts that everyone here did with Dak and Romo. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's very interesting idea. Maybe we'll find some time a little bit later on to talk about that. Brian, how do you see this game going?
Yeah, I think to me, if you had Dak Prescott playing quarterback, I'd feel a lot better on third down. That's where the Eagles struggle defensively. They do. They're not very good on third down. They don't play zone defense particularly well. And in this game, John Hussey is an official. They have a possibility of getting called for pass interference. I mean, it could be some big plays in this game. I just don't know if Cooper Rush can do enough. And, all of a sudden, can you lean on the running game? If Dallas is able to get that going, I feel like that's their best shot right now. But what's going to happen in this game is if you get a bunch of 3-and-outs, if you're the Cowboys offense, you're going to need time on the sidelines over there on defense to kind of figure some things out. When this team RPOs you, the way they play with the deep ball, the screens and all that, you can't sit over there for 2 plays, 3 plays, and then try and make adjustments as the Eagles are trying to attack you. You're going to have to control the ball. I just worry about the Cowboys being good enough on third down. I think the defense can hold them in check. I just think with Cooper Rush playing quarterback, you're not going to score enough points.
Okay, so we got 2 for the Turds here. That's what I'm hearing. We got 1 so far for the Cowboys, and Wolchuk, you're going to go Eagles as well.
Well, technically, I have to go Eagles just to keep the winning streak alive. But really where my heart and my mind is on this. And
you're kicking a field goal, is what you said?
I mean, the Cowboys, I think, are going to have to kick their way to victory here. I just don't believe in the offense to be able to finish drives and score touchdowns because we haven't seen that yet. But I do believe that the defense, yet again, is going to hold the Eagles to 17 points, and that's going to be good enough for you to get a win. Why is that? Last 2 games, Jalen Hurts has played the Cowboys. He's thrown for 2 interceptions in each game. And I think the Cowboys are going to force him into interceptions in this one as well. I think that they have the ability to rush forward and then you drop back in coverage. And I think when you force him to then have to make decisions, and if they're able to get home with 4, then they're going to force him into some spots that he hasn't been this year. I also think the Cowboys' team speed defensively is something that the Eagles have not seen.
That's right.
As an offense. And if they want to go ahead and run these screens and the RPOs, that's okay. I think the Cowboys are going to welcome that. I think Dan Quinn, schematically, he's done a good job. Last year, he did a great job against Jalen Hurts. I think he's got something ready for them this week on Sunday night.
Both teams are going to face a lot of pressure offensively from the opponent's defense. The difference in this game is their quarterback can run out of trouble. Yours can't.
Yeah.
And your quarterback, when he gets hit on the shoulder pad or people are around him, he tends to take sacks. Their guy kind of gets out of there and finds a way to run. That's really, like I say, if Dak's playing, maybe you feel a little bit better about the pocket and moving around and stuff like that. Cooper will get rid of the ball, though. I mean, that's one of his strengths. But if you notice when the pocket really starts to break down, that's when he kind of gives up on the play, protects the football, and takes the sack.
And another point is they have not been good in the second half. You've really got to weather the storm there in the second quarter. They've been the best second quarter team in the NFL. That's where they're going to put pressure on you.
Right.
They have not been a good job at making halftime adjustments and come out looking like a good football team in the second half.
It's very similar. We're just here talking about brisket. General, it's like cooking a brisket here with the Eagles. they have this where they get to the stall. You know, that stall, the temperature stall, as it stops, you don't feel like you can get any more heat inside the brisket. They stall scoring points sometimes.
Yeah.
So that's the thing you have to think about it. You have to fight through the stall. And so to get a good brisket, well, to play defense against them, though, when they stall, you got to be ready to pounce and then get back in it if you're behind in this game.
See, I think that tells the truth on Jalen Hurts. Only 4 touchdowns passing. None have come in the red zone, to my knowledge. And what
Pressure's
you see
hard
there,
on him.
the
It
pressure
really is. Yeah.
and the field condenses. Guys can't get as open. It's an extreme version of what we've seen with Dak, as far as needing players to be wide open to turn it loose. And as the field shrinks, their offense becomes more and more limited. I think Dan Quinn's going to know he can get the pressure with 4. At times, if he's got to play man, it's going to be worth the gamble to get a guy in Jalen Hurts' face, and that's when the turnovers start to happen. And, you know, I really look forward to this game. You know, this to me, it's the most excited I've been by far since the playoff game. You know, this is where the rubber's really going to hit the road. Okay, Mike McCarthy on Dak this morning. Dak took a couple of reps in individual drills yesterday. The last 2 days, he hit the target. Today will be a recovery day for him because I know he probably did a little bit more than we anticipated. But we're on schedule, and he's getting better, is what Mike said at his press conference earlier.
Yeah, he completely took the day off, did not throw the ball.
We have Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock right here on The Fan. We have Victor Villalba, the Spanish voice of the Cowboys, coming up at 4 o'clock. Jerry Jones with KNC this morning did a great job asking him about the Daniel Snyder story. And he basically just said he doesn't know anything about the reports, really. And it was otherwise a pretty interesting interview, but it's clear they're going to take the high road. I wondered how Jerry would play it yesterday, and I guess that was the easy answer all along. Just, hey, we have a good working relationship. He said we're lucky to have Daniel Snyder as an owner and a partner in the league. He didn't really go out of his way to try to be super friendly or complimentary of him. That's for sure. But very interesting story indeed as it continues to evolve, and we'll see if the NFL and its owners can succeed with its plan to try to get this swept under the rug. I was thinking about something last night. As a show, we've been perhaps the most open-minded about Dak's struggles, haven't we? I haven't heard a show more open-minded about his struggles. I think none of us are sure that we would do a third contract even with him at this point. We feel like he has some things to prove over the next 2.5 years. But when we defend him against the idea that Cooper Rush should be the starter, the text and Twitter gets very loud accusing us of like being Dak homers. And I want to say thank you for listening. I just don't know how much you've listened, really. Did you just start tuning into the Fan? Thank you. Welcome, I guess. Do you not remember any of the other things we've said? But the two things are true. Dak has struggled, over his last 10 games especially. But the other thing that's true is Cooper Rush has been far worse than Dak ever was over a 5-game period. I mean, I think you're toxically opposed to Dak, and you've gone off the deep end, really. I'm trying to come to you as a friend and say, man, like maybe you're new to football. I don't know, but I would recommend just more listening and less like irrational anger at us, because we've been like, we're your allies here. We're not pretending that Dak's all world or Hall of Fame or he's perfect at everything. You're like, well, what about these missed throws? We're like, yeah, you're right. There were missed throws. But despite some of those horrible missed throws and not being able to hit a receiver in stride consistently, there's no evidence that Cooper Rush is even closer. And I don't know. I'm trying to bridge the gap with the fan text here and the Twitch and the YouTube and try to come to some sort of an understanding on this. But I was just looking at my Twitter feed last night, and I'm almost like LOLing at some of the toxic vitriol I'm getting, like I'm Bobby Belt or something. I could see how Bobby Belt's Twitter account would be on fire with people saying, how can you be this much of a Dak supporter? Come on, you have to be more realistic about some of his shortcomings. I feel like, we go out of our way and sometimes brave uncomfortable conversations to have, the talks that at least respect the side that's not a super Dak supporter.
Well, I think it's less about you, Dawson, and more about Walchuk. Says the 214. Zach is all over Dak's nuts. I don't know if you want to step back.
Is this all about you, Walchuk?
They say you're Dak eating.
Maybe I'm Dak eating.
The nuts specifically.
Maybe.
Do you feel that way?
I don't know. I think that Dak's just considerably better than Cooper Rush. I don't think I eat Dak's nuts at all because I agree with you. I think we have open-minded conversations.
Unless you're just starving, in which case anybody would.
Eating.
Somewhat I am a little bit.
Congrats to the Stars for getting an opening night dub.
There you go.
4-1.
Yeah.
Marchman.
Let's go Stars.
The new guy, Marchman.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And those eyes, huh?
And 3
Saints
assists
come
from
marching
Sags.
in. Yeah, great job, Sags. They'll host the Preds tomorrow.
Can we get this in? We're going to do the lobster roll for Walchuk, and then we're going to come back with the Heim brisket sando, and then the third thing on the list is Dak's nuts to consume.
Perfect. And then I'm fat again.
Yeah, and you're right back.
All right, that's where it went off the track just a little bit. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, of course, we do have the G-Bag of the day, 2:30. G-Bag Survivor picks, and I have a question for you. How much has Josh Allen caught the best guy in the generation? That is coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a football Friday. That means the Miller Lite is a-flowing in the DFW Metroplex, and it will be all football weekend long. That starts right now, and it goes, well, of course, until Sunday night. We'll get to Monday when Monday gets here, but for the weekend, all you got to do
fears and save you money. Call AutoFlex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Alrighty, welcome back. It's time for some G-Bag Survivor picks. We're doing it all year long. We each pick a game, and we can only pick a team once, so you got 32 different teams that you can pick over the year. But if you're wrong, you have to do a bet payoff to get back in. I slammed raw eggs over my head a couple of weeks ago. These three guys have done the straw dog. We have... Yeah, with the
shoe,
beer out of the shoe, Broadus did that.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of like Wheel of Misfortune type of bet payoffs that we would have to do. And we got 4 more picks here coming up, and we'll see. We'll also talk about the huge matchup this weekend. And how close to you is Josh Allen right now to Patrick Mahomes? Is there an argument that he's even eclipsed him? Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now, I don't imagine any of us are going to pick the Bills or the Chiefs. I mean, this is going to be a very hotly contested game. You typically want to find the big point spread games to pick, right? But obviously, a lot of our NFL viewing attention this weekend is going to be on that game. Chris Trapasso, CBS Sports, says this is about as close as it gets with elite QBs. Mahomes has been a touch more accurate while throwing on average shorter. Allen's fired more big-time throws all over the field, and Mahomes has been a bit more careful with the football. They've looked at everything since 2020. The two have incredibly low pressure to sack rates. They actually get the same yards per carry when they run it at 5.4, but Allen has more runs, more big plays, and more touchdowns with his legs and is often gutting out, short runs for first downs and stuff like that. So Trapasso makes the case statistically it's a wash with the passing, and Allen has the edge in the rushing. I don't know. I have been resistant to that. I've been a Patrick Mahomes guy. And it really seems like Josh Allen's team is freaking loaded, and the Diggs factor is huge.
Yeah.
He's like the best route runner and receiver to me going right now.
No, that's the thing that's made the difference. That trade right there was what set the trajectory towards Josh Allen being the type of player he is. I mean, they've done a great job with really what all their offensive personnel, but adding Von Miller has been really, really good in this. And and Von Miller has. He started there with the Broncos, and you talk about the Chiefs. I mean, he's all about sacking these Kansas City Chiefs. I think it's the second most second most sack team he's played against. So I'm sure he'll be on the edge creating problems. But yeah, I don't think you could say the thing with Mahomes to me, just the way that he throws from the different platforms, the escapability. Josh Allen can escape and all that stuff. I think his toughness, his runability, those are the kinds of things that you absolutely have to. But man, the things that Mahomes does, that just the throwing around, finding gaps, seeing the field. If you said, hey, take one or the other, and I love both of them. I'm actually been right about 2 quarterbacks in the draft with Allen and Mahomes. But if you said, give me one right now, I think I'd still take Mahomes.
I like that. I like the way you frame that. If you got to win a game, right? The Super Bowl, you're building a team out of scratch. Which quarterback are you taking?
Exactly. For me, it comes down to head-to-head, and I get it. It's a team sport, right? But the 2 biggest games that these guys have played in, Allen got up 2 years ago in the AFC Championship game against Mahomes, and Mahomes ended up rallying back, and they win that game 38-24. Last year, 13 seconds left. You think Josh Allen's done this? Not enough time. You cannot leave Patrick Mahomes any time on the scoreboard. He comes right back. They get the win. I think we're talking about the 2 best in the sport right now, but I still think Patrick Mahomes has the edge. He's got the Super Bowl MVP. He's won it when it counts against Josh Allen. It's kind of like the Brady Manning conversations that we used to have, and I think that's where this is trending, where this is going to be the best quarterback rivalry for the next decade, and these are going to be 1A, 1B for the remaining years to come, and I can't wait for it.
Oh, how blessed we are to get to have these two and get to watch them, and them being in the same conference. Hopefully you will get a lot of big playoff games for the next 5 to 10 years or so with these two guys. I cannot wait for the game. There's a great stat about both offenses, but I would go Mahomes as well, just because of all the reasons you guys mentioned, and now you're seeing him having to play a little bit differently. And I know quarterbacks across the league are kind of having to play differently with the way defenses are doing the too high safety stuff and just forcing you to kind of really read the field and fit it into tight windows and not be able to just push the ball down the field all the way. But like Josh Allen still has his guy in Stephon Diggs, and they just took away that guy for Kansas City and Tyreek Hill. And Mahomes is like, okay, that's fine. We don't have the home run boom play anymore. But if I need to just dice you up Brady style, get the ball out quick and be accurate 7 to 10 yards at a time and just methodically go down the field, I can absolutely win that way.
Yeah,
so
15 touchdowns and 2 picks this year.
Yeah.
He's on fire.
He's been
QBR approaching 80.
And both of them have been outstanding, and you're splitting hairs for sure. I just lean Mahomes. Now, my favorite stat here, Nate Tice shows the 3rd and 7 or more conversion percentage for this season for the Chiefs and the Bills. For the Chiefs, they're converting 3rd and 7 or more 52% of the time.
Damn.
The Bills are 48.1% of the time. That's first and second best in the league. The NFL average on 3rd and 7 or more is 24.5%. And the Chiefs right now are over 50%, and the Bills are at basically 50%.
Well, both of them have the ability to take off and run for it, and an uncanny ability to extend the play with their legs. Plus, they have monster arms.
Great stuff, guys. Okay, Survivor pick time before we get to the G-Bag of the day here. The best audio from the world of sports here coming up in 2 minutes with Lucius. My Survivor pick of the week, I'm going to stick with the Rams against the Panthers. It's not very often you get a team under 500 that's a double-digit favorite, but that's what we have here as they're hosting Carolina. I am a little bit nervous about the Panthers firing their coach, and it's Walker at quarterback, right? He presents some, and he plays with a lot of enthusiasm. I think he's a great leader and kind of more of a dual threat guy. It'd be interesting to see if Carolina can make it a game, and I'm nervous the Rams are really bad, but I don't think they're bad enough to lose at home against the Panthers. Now they really got to be the desperate team, Brian.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the New Orleans Saints in this one against Cincinnati. It's a home game for the Saints. The Saints are 2-3. The Bengals are 2-3. This is one of those non-common opponents, but I just kind of feel like the Saints have got to find a way. Last week, I felt like they got a good idea of how they need to play for the season with Taysom Hill and things like that. So give me the Saints once again at home against the Bengals.
Who dat over who day?
Exactly.
Got that correct?
You got that right.
Wow. That's a ballsy pick. The Saints are home dogs. You see something here, don't you?
I just feel like that after last week, they found something with their offense. They found something with their identity. Cincinnati, there's something fundamentally wrong with their team,
right.
Their protection and
Joe
stuff.
Burrow and Jamar Chase go back to the Superdome.
It's a homecoming for them, for sure.
I'm going with the Rams as well. I came up here planning to pick the Buccaneers. Walchuk talked me off the Buccaneers ledge, and I'm going to go with the Rams as well, huge favorites, and because next week I can save the Bucs, who then play the Panthers as well. So that's my plan right now.
Yeah,
I don't want to burn
those
the Bucs
heavyweights
right now.
Yeah, I mean, I took the Bucs last week. I think the Bucs would be an excellent pick this week, but I'm all about the Rams. I think the Rams are the pick for anybody in a Survivor pick pool this week. I also took the Rams to cover against Mike, and they were my best bet on the BetQL site this week. If the Rams don't win against the Panthers, and honestly, if they don't kick their ass and cover the 10, they're no good. They're 2-3. They've lost 2 in a row, and the Panthers are atrocious.
Well, Tolos, you are pulling Panthers then pretty big time here because that means you would get 3 bet payoffs next Friday. It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day featuring presented by Lucius.
Whatever you want to say, dog. It's all good. I'm laughing. Somebody said, looks like Brian Brothers hunts with a musket.
It does.
Yeah.
That's hilarious, man.
That is pretty good.
Looks like Brian Brothers hunts with a musket.
I tell you what.
Are you a member of the Whig Party?
I could be. I thought it was like part of the Continental Congress.
So you see the whites of their eyes.
Oh, my gosh. Our winner and still champ is Leon in Dallas, called into the RJ and Choppy show and gave them a piece of his mind. Ooh, there we go.
Leon in Dallas. Leon, what did you think the Cowboys are screwing up? What did you think they were going to screw up and they didn't, and that's why you're on the Fan?
Oh, my God. The only reason I listen to the Fan is because you guys are stupid, man. You guys been hating the Cowboys ever since I turned you on. I listen to how you be hating on the Cowboys, and it make me listen to how wrong you are because I look for you to eat cheese every time you're wrong.
I like cheese.
I've been calling you guys for years, telling you that the Cowboys need to run the football. You want to can Zeke. Zeke averaged 4 yards a carry. That's big in the NFL. He was one of 7 running backs who got 1,000 yards last year. You want to get rid of him. Top 10 running back, you want to get rid of him, I'll take him. I wanted to at first, I had 2 apologies, but no, you guys are such haters, I can't stand you. Now look, you can't win games throwing the ball 40, 50 times a game. We've proven that. Now you ran the ball more than you threw it, and look, you done won 4 games running it more than you throw it. You guys know nothing about football.
My man keeps rolling too.
Yeah.
Like this audio keeps rolling for maybe 36 more seconds.
Legend has it that Leon's still on the phone.
Yeah.
There's just nobody
Keep
actually
going.
listening.
I like cheese.
That's a Parcells take, isn't it? Don't eat the cheese.
Don't eat the cheese. Yeah. Don't eat the
Yeah,
cheese.
you have some football guy coaches that'll put mouse traps throughout the football facilities as a reminder for the team that week to not eat the cheese.
Don't be a bunch of rats.
I guess
Don't be a
there's
sucker.
Yeah. Don't be a sucker.
Don't be a
rat.
sucker. The trap is right there. It's too good. Dez is betting on the Cowboys. This is not one of like the G Bag of the Day nominee. I just want you to be aware of what Dez is doing out here.
What's up, man? Cowboy Nation, listen up. So this how it's gonna go. I'm gonna bet Meek Mill's 20K straight up. And I'm gonna drop 20 more thousand on the money line. I see y'all in Philly. We're gonna be smoking on that Eagle pack. Better believe that. Let's go.
Dang, he's got 40 large on the game.
He's made so much money.
He's made money the last 3 weeks.
Yeah,
since he
he's
started doing
rolling in
this.
it.
Yeah.
His bankroll is up.
Yeah.
Been in the green all season.
Yeah.
But why are you giving Meek Mill the advantage? Because it should be 2-1 on the money line. If you're betting him straight up, you're giving him value. I'd say Meek needs to send 40 back in exchange for that 20 if you're going by the Vegas numbers. But I guess that's how confident Dez is in his team.
Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles, he ain't here for it.
You and Mike Tomlin are 2 of the few black head coaches in the league. I wonder what your relationship is like with them and your thoughts on Steve Wilkes joining that fold.
I have a very good relationship with Tomlin. We don't look at what color we are when we coach against each other. We just know each other. I have a lot of very good white friends that coach in this league as well, and I don't think it's a big deal as far as us being coaching against each other. I think it's normal. Wilkes got an opportunity to do a good job. Hopefully he does it. And we coach ball. We don't look at color.
But you also understand that representation matters too, right? And that when young aspiring
You don't understand, right?
football players, they see you guys.
Maybe
they
you
see
don't
someone
understand.
That looks like them, maybe grew up like them. That has to mean something.
Well, when you say you see you guys and look like them and grow up like them, means that we're oddballs to begin with. And I think the minute you guys stop making a big deal about it, everybody else will as well.
That's strong from Todd. You know, I got to be honest. Whenever I see like it's the first this or that to do something,
Oh my God!
I'm like, we should be
hate it.
celebrating this. We should be embarrassed.
I hate it. All you're doing is showing me how long you've been holding back, player.
Yeah, it's 2022. It's really the first time this has happened.
I hate it. Or if it's like you guys are doing that radio show. Let's say it's 4 black guys in that show. They'll be like, that's a black show.
Yeah.
But nobody says, hey, that's a white show.
White show.
I hate it. But you know, hey, what can you do? Oh, by the way, our guy Carter that does the videos, he's going to that Bengals and Saints game.
Oh, shout out to you, Carter.
Carter be moving around the country going to a lot of games, bro.
That's because he's shaking. You know why?
I do know why. I'm hella jealous.
Goodbye to the old ball and chain. Time to do me, baby.
You're talking about the white video coordinator?
Yeah.
He's the first
Couldn't
one in
help
the
myself.
country.
Yeah, first one of the
Speaking of white,
Groundbreaking.
this guy right here paid it forward, and it didn't pay forward.
I'll say one thing, that is the last time that I paid for someone's food. I paid for those people food, sat there to eat my own food, they drove past and stuck their fingers up and drove off. Can you actually believe what the world we live in right now, that you pay for someone's food and they stick their fingers up at you?
They stick their
Was
fingers
it the thumbs,
up.
maybe? Were they saying, thank you, mate?
I don't know. You
No.
know, I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird how if you try to pay for somebody and they're like really self-conscious about being able to pay.
Right.
They're like, what, you think I'm poor?
Yeah.
You think I can't handle this?
Shoot,
Like,
I would love
just
you to
trying
pull
to
your
be
wallet
nice.
out.
Yeah.
Try to be nice.
I do the one courtesy, like, are you sure? And then they're like, yeah. And I'm like, sweet, bro. I'm not gonna.
I'm not gonna fight you.
I'm not gonna push.
Unless you're with me, then it's like, that's mine.
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna get some Friday vibes, bro. You ever heard the song?
Complaciendo para todos los bailadores con esta rola que dice.
Sounds like my Saturday night.
Yeah. Oh, that's Friday, baby.
I'm in. Sounds like Chiafalo's vacation.
And I got this from Chiafalo, by the way. Von Miller podcast, the Voncast. Stephon Diggs says Trayvon Diggs has LBS, little brother syndrome.
If y'all had 10 reps one-on-one,
oh man,
you know I don't want it because I got a brother too. I had never tried to. You know how this shit go. You know how this shit go.
You know what? I don't know if I should even play that.
Yeah.
I was looking at the highlights like, wait a minute, you didn't clean that like I thought so, fam.
Sorry, we just jam.
No. How about this little kid right here trick or treating?
So if a stranger came and was like, "Hey, little boy, I don't know you, but your mommy told me I have to come and pick you up," what would you say to him? I would say, "F you."
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm going to coach up Abby just like that before she heads out here in a couple of weeks.
Let's go.
All righty, it is time to vote. Is it Leon in Dallas, two-time champion? Is it Dez betting on the Cowboys again? I know you said he's not one, but I'd like to nominate him, Lucius, if you don't mind.
I think you're smoking on that Eagle pack too with Dez.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna get together and do that this weekend, do some podcasts. And Todd Bowles, and then you have Last Time I Pay Something Forward, and then you had the little kid getting ready to do some trick-or-treating. I'm gonna vote for Todd Bowles there. It's pretty outstanding. Giafalo.
Yeah, I'll double down.
Lucius.
Trey Bone for me, dog.
Who's that?
Trey Bone. That's tree.
Trey Bone? Okay.
Tree.
Okay, 3. You got it. Wolchuk.
1, 2, tree.
I'm going to go with the
tree man.
Tree jobs.
I'm going to go with the little kid there at the end. The Halloween trick-or-treater.
3-1, Brian.
Yeah, I think it's a public service announcement from the little kid right there.
By a score of 3-2, though, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion is Tampa Bay Buccaneers coach Todd Bowles. Tune in Monday at 2:30. See if he can make it 2 in pursuit of 5. Tune in every night at 5:40 for LA Live with Lucius Alexander, where he replays the G-Bag of the Day if you missed it.
I will have Coach Ballsack there for you, too, and maybe that Trayvon Diggs audio cleaned up properly.
Okay. Yeah, looking forward to that. And 105 through thefan.com/flagtober to get your beautiful 2022 G-Bag Nation flag. There's 2 different ones, grenade and a pinup girl. Your choice, $25. We'll send it anywhere in the U.S. Brian, where are we going with the corner?
Yeah, it's usually the sports mix, but I'm going to do something a little different. Something has to give in this game, and we'll talk about that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, a full recap from the fight on Sunday.
And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. And usually the sports mix is something that we deal with. I deal with the question. I've asked a lot of questions this week, so I thought I'd just try something maybe a little bit different on the for Friday. These teams are ranked pretty significantly in a lot of areas, and when you're head to head in these games, these categories can make a difference in how you play or how the game might turn out.
Long snapper
can make a huge difference in this game. If you have a bad one, it could cost you the game. Or one that doesn't pay attention to the holder's hand, just snaps the ball on his own. You never know when that's going to happen. Oh, it happened last week. But anyway, okay, and I'm going to focus on Dallas's defense and Philadelphia's offense here, and I just want to go around the table. And I'm going to call this Something Has to Give. And I want you guys to kind of tell me which direction this thing might go. All right. Dallas's defense is third in the league in points allowed. Okay. Philadelphia is fifth in points scored. Now, we've all kind of picked the game and stuff like that, but how do you think, what gives between the two? Dallas's scoring defense or Philadelphia's scoring offense?
Absolutely the scoring offense. I think defense wins championships. I think good defense usually beats good offense. You see that happening right now in the baseball playoffs. All these batters have big batting averages and stats all year long. Then they get to face a good team's best three pitchers a couple of times, and their numbers can, shrink drastically for the most part. So, yeah, especially with the elite players on this Cowboys defense. Micah Parsons is a complete nightmare, and I don't think the Eagles have the ability to stop those guys or anybody that comes close to his heights as far as being awesome.
What is it the Eagles are averaging, like 27?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going with the offensive points per game, the scoring offense. I don't think they get anywhere close to their season average. And if they do, then the Cowboys have no shot to win this football game. They've got to hold them under. I don't think if the Eagles score anywhere more than 20 points, the Cowboys are in trouble, because I think that's your biggest fear, is them being able to keep pace offensively.
Yeah, that's where the Cooper Rush picks come in if you're having to play catch up.
Yeah, that's where things get a little bit scary. I mean, I don't have them meeting their 27-point marker, but I'm picking them 23-16. So both things kind of give. The Cowboys aren't going to allow them to go crazy and meet the 27, but they're certainly going to score. In my mind, they're going to get over that 20 hump. So
yeah, I'm the same way. I think Dallas can hold them, and I picked 23-13. I think Dallas can hold them under. But the thing about it is, though, the Dallas offense, and that's the scoring Dallas offense is not very good at all. So I'm thinking that Dallas's defense could hold the number, but I worry about their scoring offense.
I don't think the Cowboys have been trying to score,
And I don't know how much in some of these games the Eagles have been trying to score in the second half. Like, we talk about their second quarter numbers being booming. I think in a couple of these games, like that Minnesota game, like they were just trying to get out of there without people getting hurt on that Monday night game once they went up like 24 to whatever at half. Now, you saw firsthand with tight game in Arizona last week, and they had to grind out and figure out a way to score, and it was tough sledding for them. But I think you could say the same thing at times about the Eagles offense, where they kind of got this thing packed up.
Cowboys are first in the NFL against rushing touchdowns. The Eagles are first in the league in rushing touchdowns. What's going to give there?
Cowboys.
Jalen Hurts is going to run?
Yeah. I think you probably get 2 rushing touchdowns from the Eagles. Yeah, 17-16 or 17-14, I believe is my pick. Somewhere around there.
Yeah, I mean, they get down on the goal line. They like the Jalen Hurts quarterback sneak. He's always able to scramble one.
Crazy how he sneaks the ball from like 4 yards out.
Yeah, he's so good at that, and they get a lot of movement in the middle of that line.
They get a lot of push. I thought it was illegal that you could. I didn't think you could carry or push your ball.
They started doing it intentionally the last couple of weeks, where they're not hiding it anymore.
Yeah, you're seeing it a lot.
Yeah.
And the Eagles got like 3 guys. They do an I formation with like 3 guys, and they're just all to just run into the back of Jalen Hurts.
Butt and just push him through.
I didn't think you could carry, because Dallas Goedert carried Hurts into the end zone.
You shouldn't be able to pull and stuff like that, but they're definitely intentionally doing the back pushing now. And we'll see if Steve and the competition committee has anything to say about that in the offseason.
If Dallas's rush defense is the best and the Eagles is the best running it, though, if Dallas stops them, you think, because they're not going to throw the ball in, right?
Oh, if you shut down the Eagles' run, it's ball game. It's over.
Well, they
won't
just
score 10 points.
This is just shutting them out of their run game of the end zone. This doesn't mean they're not running on you.
Right.
I think they can. The Eagles are more than capable of scoring a touchdown on a passing play. Like, just because they don't run for a touchdown doesn't mean they're going to be incapable of scoring touchdowns. I think that's part of the problem with the Eagles is their quarterback can run it in or he can throw it in, and they got a couple of guys who can also run it in as well. So,
but the Eagles' offensive line is compromised, and don't be surprised if they can't be as physical as what we've seen so far.
Bobby and I had on Elliott this morning.
Shore
Parks, and he was telling us that he felt like that. Yes, those guys are all banged up, but it's not uncommon. They play all the time with rotating linemen. He says this should not bother them in this game.
Against the Cowboys, it'll bother them more than ever, though, against the Cowboys.
No, I understand. I mean, I was just what he was saying.
Right.
He was trying to tell us that, hey, listen, you talk about the Eagles being all banged up in the offensive line. He goes, but in actuality, yeah, they're banged up a lot, but they play different guys all the time and they don't miss a beat. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you can absolutely get caught slipping, though. This is one of those for sure.
No doubt. It's the best front that they've seen, but also likewise for the Cowboys, with the Eagles is the best offensive line they've seen. I do think the Cowboys surrender a rushing touchdown this game. So I'd probably lean something gives. It'd be the Cowboys surrendering a rushing touchdown.
Cowboys give up a rushing touchdown.
It's such appointment television, though, when the Eagles have the ball and the Cowboys are on defense on Sunday night. It's like it's the best unit matchup of the weekend by far. I know it's Allen and Mahomes is fun, but like offense versus defense, this is just going to be incredible.
Philadelphia's passing yards. They're 7th in the league in passing yards. Dallas is 8th. Something going to give?
Yeah, they're not going to be able to pass the ball well. This is a reality check for old Jalen Hurts and the Eagles fans who think they have the second coming of Donovan McNabb or something like that.
Yeah, I don't see the Eagles being able to pass it a ton, and I don't know. I think they're really going to want to come into this game and be able to run the ball as best as possible, and I think a lot of their passing success that they find is screen here, and you get some yak, but it's not like crazy downfield stuff. So I'll say the Cowboys pass defense wins that one.
I'm also going Cowboys pass defense. The one matchup I'm a little nervous about is Quez Watkins and Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis needs to play well. You'd like to think Anthony Brown's going to play well. He's been targeted more than any corner in the NFL this year, but he's got the second lowest NFL receptions allowed in the league. So he's been fantastic this year, and Diggs owned Hurts in this matchup a year ago. So I like that matchup. Diggs and A.J. Brown, the bigger-bodied receiver, typically he plays well against. But Quez Watkins can run, and Hurts likes to look for him down the field. So if there's a matchup that maybe they have success with, that could be it. But I like the Cowboys secondary in this one.
How do you see them? Because they move. You talked about Goddard, and the way they move him all the way around. He's playing slot. A.J. Brown plays slot. Is Jordan Lewis just going to see all these guys?
Yeah, that's the problem that you run into. And because of all the different formations, the bunch formations and things like that they give you, you're going to have to be ready. Like Jordan Lewis might have to carry some Dallas Goedert unless they have some specials where they bring Kearse or Wilson or those guys over to take care of that. But to be honest with you, my first line of business for the Cowboys in this game is try and take Dallas Goedert out of this game.
I don't disagree with
that. And they've done a great job of playing tight ends this year. Yeah. They really, really have. So thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that.
Thank you. There he is. Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner, every afternoon, 2:40. We are standing by for Stephen Jones. We also have a sports hodgepodge on deck. Biggest L, biggest dub. It's a big 3 o'clock hour. Flagtober continues, 105thethefan.com/Flagtober, and we're back in the nation.
Miss anything from your favorite fan show? Check out the podcast page at 105.
Well, Chuck and Chiafalo.
Appreciate it. We got some college football news to go over. Some of it's pretty good. Then, of course, there's a lot of other hard-hitting NFL stuff. Bill Barnwell of ESPN put together some trade deadline trades that he'd like to see happen. I know,
Ooh,
Gavin.
Yeah, I love talking trade.
You've been itching for
Let's
this.
go.
Now,
Yeah.
the Cowboys are not featured. No trades for the Cowboys. But a division rival made one. How about this? What would you think if the Giants decided to trade Barkley to the Bills? And in this trade, the Giants aren't even getting a ton back. All they're getting back is Zach Moss, another running back, formerly of Boston College. You probably remember scouting him out, Brian Broaddus.
I do. Utah, right?
Yes. A second-round pick. And the Bills get Barkley and a seventh-rounder. It seems like a no-brainer, although you are taking on a massive contract if you're Buffalo. But how much better does that make the Bills? And if you're the Giants, are you giving up Barkley just to really get a second-round pick in return?
Yeah, I think the new regime might understand that paying a running back is one of the worst things you can do in a salary cap league, and it's unfortunate. I think there are a few running backs that you do want to pay, but with Saquon Barkley's injury history, you're trading away the fact that you have to pay a running back. I think it's really tough to get value, so maybe it's just getting off the obligation to do a contract.
There is another one, and it's a former Cowboy, Robert Quinn. Now, Robert Quinn ends up getting dealt to a potential contender within the conference. This would be the LA Rams. How much better do you think this makes the Rams if they acquire Robert Quinn from the Bears?
Yeah, I don't want to see that. I'll tell you that much. Okay, we're going to have to get back to the hodgepodge here coming up in about 20 minutes because joining us now is the CEO and Director of Player Personnel for the Cowboys, Stephen Jones. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Good. I'm doing real good. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing great. Once again, I think you joined us last week and we were talking about trades. The deadline is coming up November 1st. Are your phone lines heating up at all?
Not really. I mean, it's kind of been slow. We hadn't really fielded a lot of calls, but that usually heats up as you get closer. But right now we're pretty pat with where we are and feel like we're getting better as a team and getting healthier as a team, and just look forward to playing the Eagles on Sunday.
A couple of weeks ago I asked you about the run defense, and right now the Cowboys are 26th in the NFL at run stop win rate. Do you feel like you're making progress and you have in-house what it will take to get that a little bit better?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's something Dan's addressing. I mean, I think we're making some strides. We had a better week last week against the Rams, and had a better second half there against Washington. And sometimes it's you sacrifice one for another, especially as the mentality of our defensive linemen want to come off the ball and pressure the passer and get sacks and those type of things, and lose their lane integrity and their gap integrity. And sometimes that's a function of that. And I think it's something we can certainly continue to improve upon, but there's no question we got the firepower in the house on our team to do that.
Steven saw that CeeDee Lamb did not practice today. He's listed as questionable with the hip. Anything to be concerned about there, and any updates you can provide us on other injury news regarding the club?
No, I just think he's working through a couple things there, and just felt like it was best for him not to practice today, but feel like he'll get all that sorted out for the game.
So Dak questionable on the injury report. Is there any chance he would suit out and be the backup?
Well, we'll as we make those final decisions, we'll certainly make that known. But right now, we hadn't made any final decisions.
How strong would you be if I asked how certain are you that he'll at least play by the Bears game?
By the Bears game? Yeah. I would feel pretty strongly that he'll definitely play by the Bears game. But we'll see. I mean, those are, until that thing is where he feels like it's in a place that he can throw the ball properly and, as Jerry would say, spin it the right way, then, we'll continue to work on that. But I just feel like, it's a day-to-day thing, and we'll continue to look at it.
Are we 50-50 for the Lions game? Is that too strong, or could you say that at this point?
Like I said, we've talked all about Dak we're going to talk about. We covered that one.
Yes, sir.
Well, Well, Stephen, then can I ask you a question then about the report yesterday that came out by ESPN? And 2 weeks ago, you were very complimentary of the relationship that you have with the Snyders and the Commanders and all that. Is it disappointing to see that the Jones name get drug into a report about that, or like that there might be some problems between you as owners and him as an owner?
I'm aware of the story, Brian, but we're focused on the Philadelphia Eagles right now. This is a huge game. They're undefeated. It doesn't get any better than playing the Eagles in Philadelphia. With the first place on the line, it's always a great game, regardless. In terms of the emotion and the atmosphere, it'll be probably even spicier and very interesting when we roll in there Sunday night. But the fact that we both have the records that we have and where we sit in the NFL right now, obviously they're at the top as the only undefeated team. We're fired up about focusing on the Eagles.
Then let me ask you this question. Is this your favorite NFL city to get a victory in?
I think so. I think I'd put that number one right now. I mean, obviously it's always, as you know, Brian, been one that's a great rivalry, and going all the way back to Buddy Ryan and Jimmy meeting at midfield after one of those games. Unfortunately, I think they sacked Troy maybe 10-plus times in that game, but it's always been a rivalry. It's always been spirited, and certainly it'll be probably at its peak energy when we roll in there Sunday night.
Do you have a favorite memory or a victory that stands out to you from this rivalry? I mean, the Cowboys really had the Eagles' number in recent years.
Well, there's so many great ones, and, it's difficult to pick one. There's just so many great games that we've had against them. We've had, as you said, as of late, we've been on a roll there, but they're playing better. Their quarterback's playing at a high level, not surprising. He's a great competitor, certainly works at his skill set and what he's all about as a person, as a leader, as a quarterback. And it's tough to pick one when you play them twice every year. There's so many that have been so big in terms of determining whether a team makes the playoffs or where they're going to be seated. That type of thing is it's a big deal.
Stephen, is there even a close second in terms of like hostile road environments outside of Philadelphia?
I don't think so. In terms of actually using the word hostile, I don't think there's a close second. I mean, there's a lot of loud stadiums, but as far as hostile and loud, I think they take the cake by quite a big margin.
Now, Steve, I learned my lesson. I don't want to be accused of asking another Dak question here, but I do I do just want to know how do you grade Cooper Rush, because his total QBR puts him 5th in the league with a 67, which is a really nice number, but the Cowboys' offense isn't scoring. So how do you put that in context?
Well, I think Cooper's done an amazing job, and hats off to him first and foremost. I mean, he's protected the ball. He's done his job. He knows the offense, knows what we need to do to win games. Certainly, if we had to be, we could be more aggressive with him. But right now, the winning formula seems to be to, run the football, be conservative, don't put the ball in harm's way, let that defense do what they're doing right now at a very high level, and it's working. So when something's working, I was always told, why change it? But the plan, the game plan is really, I think, between Mike and Kellen and Dan and Fossil, they've just done a great job, I think, at putting the right game plan in place to go win football games. But Cooper's, again, I know we're not getting the points we want to get right now. Certainly, I think that's going to come. I think we've got the firepower to ultimately be able to score points and get the ball in the end zone and do what you have to do if we, if we need to and have to score more points. So I think that opportunity is going to come. But again, hats off to Cooper Rush. He's done everything the right way. The team's totally behind him and supports him. And right now, I don't think the plans are to change up much.
So as a team builder, obviously there's more than one way to get it done, and you guys went with offense for many years. But what do you think about having a team now that can be led by its defense, and is it a more reliable way to get you to the top? What do you think about that?
That's a tough one. There's a lot of ways to get there. We all know that. I mean, you've seen the Baltimore Ravens in their Super Bowl year, and when they were, really, and they still are playing at a high level. They did it mainly with defense behind, the leadership of Ray Lewis and guys like that. And, then you've seen people do it by, scoring a lot of points. The Rams, the greatest show on turf. I mean, you've seen, some high-powered offenses. The Chiefs, obviously the Bills they're doing it both ways, but with a high-powered offense and defense. But, I don't think there's any one way to do it. I think you build around the resources that you have on your team. I would also comment that we still have quite a few resources tied up in our offense, and some of them that aren't out there right now, which are Dak and Tyron Smith. But you throw in the Zach Martins and the Zeke Elliott's, the high pick we have in C.D. Lamb. We just paid Gallup. I mean, we've got some good offensive players. That's why I'm confident that ultimately we're going to be able to score points when we need to. And but at the same time, I think this complementary football we're playing that complements a defense that's red hot right now. I mean, they're playing really well. We can improve there as well. As you said, we need to be better in the run game, and we're going to get a full dose of it, I'm sure, against the Eagles. They have one of the best running games in football right now, and we'll certainly be challenged there.
Steven, after the Tampa game, you told us all to relax. Did you say that knowing that this is what it was going to turn out to be for you right now to be in this game?
Well, you never I'm no fortune teller, Brian, as you know, but, you have to trust your process. And we really felt like we did the right things in the offense. I mean, in the off season, we felt like we did the right things to put a really good football team together. And albeit we didn't play well, and compounded with the fact that it was magnified by losing Dak at the time you felt like was going to be for half a season. It was real easy, for people to say, hey, this is going to be a tough year. But if you trust your process, you trust what you've done as an organization, whether it's your coaching staff led by Coach McCarthy and Dan and Kellen, or whether it's our personnel department with Will, our organization as a whole, you just got to trust that process. And we really felt like, we'd put together a good team, and that's why we felt like if we just, relax and do the right things and work harder to overcome the loss of Dak, that good things could still happen for this football team.
Stephen Jones with us here on 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned, the winning formula here during this 4-game winning streak. Is this a formula that you'd like to see continue even with Dak Prescott back once he's healthy?
Absolutely. That's why I'm saying if you got a great game plan and you're playing great complementary football, why change it? I mean, obviously Dak gets paid as the franchise quarterback for a reason. You'd like to think, even though Cooper Rush has done an outstanding job, that he'll bring some things to the table that will help us, and know that he will. So, but as far as the overall, plan of complementary football and what we're doing, I don't see that changing too much.
Jerry's birthday yesterday, and I wonder, what's the gift giving like? Does that get difficult to continue to think of new gift ideas every year?
I think the biggest gifts are things like, as y'all know, I just had a granddaughter, a great picture and a great frame of him with my granddaughter, things like that, material things. I think when you're that age, even my age, you're not as worried about as much as you are spending time with the people you love, your friends, your family, quality time with them, and enjoying that versus physical gifts and things of that nature.
Does the Jones family take on the State Fair of Texas this time of year?
I used to never miss when my kids were of the right age. Now that I'm starting to have grandkids, when they get to the point where they go to the fair, I'll try to figure out how to make my way back out there. But we did that fair, I'm sure, for 20 plus years. Taking our children out there. It's a great asset for Dallas, and I know people love going out there. I love going out there, and I'm sure I'll be out there again soon.
I like to double fist the Fletchy's corn dogs, Steven. I don't know. Do you see eye to eye with me there?
That I may put 2 in each hand.
Yes.
Rather than just one. I love them.
It's mustard only, right, on the Fletchies?
Mustard only on the Fletch.
Yeah. Rules are rules there. There's no question about that.
Hey, in the early days of your ownership, could you walk around the fair and be still somewhat anonymous? What was that like for a younger Stephen Jones as dad was more?
No, it was pretty easy. I wasn't very recognizable, which was great. And put your hat and your sunglasses on and hang out with your kids. There was very little distraction.
Well, good luck staying anonymous up there this weekend in Philly so you can dodge these knuckleheads, man.
Oh, yeah. I want to be anonymous up there for sure.
Right on. Well, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too, sir. There he is, Stephen Jones, right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. All right. Good questions, man. Go all the way around. I thought that was a fun one. Let's pick up this sports hodgepodge and talk about what we learned from Stephen Jones coming up next here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here.
PermaPeer. Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. PermaPeer.com. That's PermaPeer, PIER.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Okay, there's a little bit of Rangers breaking news. We'll hit that in the Sports Hodgepodge. I got to tell you, I was a little taken back. I guess I didn't hear Stephen Jones say that's all we're going to say about Dak, but he was questionable on the injury report, and Chiafalo asked him about it, and then I just had a couple of other questions, and he was like, he got really, kind of bowed up on me for wanting more info on Dak. I didn't think it was that sensitive,
Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't. I don't know. I guess that's just one of those deals where they're trying to not really show their hand on it. It is interesting that Dak's questionable right now.
Yeah.
I'm like, why wouldn't he just be like out or doubtful? But questionable is like, all right, maybe he will suit up.
Maybe they like Cooper Rush better because he's got the mojo. But if he was out and got hurt in the first half, they think Dak less than 100% would be better than Will Grier. Is that how you read that, if Dak is in fact the backup?
Well, it's funny because I was coming out of the facility today after doing my show with DallasCowboys.com, and it was Cooper Rush was running the offense, and Dak wasn't even near the huddle where they were. It wasn't like he was anywhere close to standing next to Kellen Moore or anything, or getting calls or anything. He was well away from all that was going on.
Maybe more gamesmanship here?
Maybe so.
Have fun with the Eagles.
Yeah, it just was my view walking out. I just, you glance to your right, and I saw Dak, because they're wearing red jerseys. Huh. So you see the red jersey, and you say, oh, he's down at the other end of the field. So I think, they must be running scout team. And I looked up, and it was Cooper Rush who was quarterbacking, so maybe a little bit gamesmanship there.
We are all over it, and we'll give you the latest on that. But let's get over to Wolchuk here. He's got some breaking Rangers news and more here in the Hodgepodge.
Yeah, so Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic reported about 23 minutes ago that Bruce Bochy, former San Francisco Giants manager who won some World Series there, and then prior to that in the late 90s took the San Diego Padres to a World Series as well, met yesterday with Rangers GM Chris Young, and the Rangers are in the process of hiring a manager. Now, Evan Grant, quote, tweeted and confirmed this report that Chris Young and Bruce Bochy met yesterday in Nashville. He said he does not know if this qualifies as an interview or a feeling out process. Now, talking with some people during my time filling in for Jared Sandler on the Texas Rangers radio network, this was a name that was
Louisiana
thrown around.
Hot Sauce, Rangers.
The Louisiana Hot Sauce, yes, Rangers radio network, was thrown around quite a bit. And Bruce Bochy is a guy that, he's got a relationship with CY. CY played for him there with the Giants, and he's got a track record of winning. So I think Bruce Bochy would be able to provide a winning culture, and we've heard Chris Young in his visits with us talk about that quite a lot. So we'll see if this ends up moving forward, and if this is just one of many interviews that Chris Young still wants to do, or if this ends up getting signed on the dotted line here sooner rather than later.
I do wonder, because there's the new book out it was Joe Madden and Tom Verducci, the book of Joe trying not to suck at baseball and life, and there's a quote that's come from it from Bochy when asked about managing in his later days with the Giants as things got to be a little bit more new age from a managerial standpoint. And he says, I would say it was less fun about managing late in his career with the Giants. I came up with the more traditional way of managing. I made the calls. I made the lineups. And now you can see how the game has changed, and that's fine. So that's the quote that he has in there. So I wonder, how much does he really want to do it? And maybe for a former guy like CY that he has the relationship with, they can come to some sort of agreement where maybe we can meet in the middle on some things.
Right, there would be an understanding there that I'm sure Bruce Bochy has the reins on that, and CY would probably allow him to have it his way. And look, this is a very young Rangers team. You've got some established veterans in Seager and Simeon, of course, but you're going to have a lot of guys like Bubba Thompson, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe is still a young player, Josh Young, of course. The pitching staff, we'll see who ends up developing there and what that starting rotation ends up looking like. But Bruce Bochy is going to be able to mold this club how he sees fit.
My favorite thing about Bruce Bochy is he looks like he could be an extra in a Western. Like when Lucius was playing that good, the bad, and the ugly, I imagine him with a duster.
Yeah.
Like, look at him. Doesn't he look like he walked off the scene of Tombstone or something like that off the set?
Yeah. Somebody get that man a cowboy hat and some shoe.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe some cowboy boots, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
6-shooter. Maybe have a duel outside of the tavern.
Well, If you're Bruce Bochy,
give him an adversary.
There's no reason to take this job unless you have that control, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, that's
there's the bag. I mean, the bag brought us. Don't forget about the bag.
Well, he's probably one of those guys, like he walked away on his own terms, right? He didn't get let go from the Giants. I think he just had enough.
Yeah, he retired.
So, if that's the case, do you really mean, like, okay, you could get me out of retirement, but, it's not about the money. This is what it's about for me now. And if you could promise A, B, C for me, this will be interesting because if they don't hire Bruce Bochy, then it probably was. Then that means that CY wasn't willing to give anybody any control to do that. That he wants, the analytics guys and himself and all those guys to set the lineup card and things like that. That might be something, going forward that you're looking like, well, if Bruce Bochy's not taking this job, well, CY is going to want control over this stuff.
That's how the game is going these days, but the Rangers have done a nice job of finding managers who are open-minded to it under JD. I don't know if C. Young wants to, but the thing is now with the old school guys, you have to capitulate to the new trend.
Yeah.
It's the way you're getting jobs. Some front offices will allow you to be involved, though. Like, hey, we're going to do the lineup based on analytics, but we're going to help you see our thought process so you can be involved in it at least. We're not dictating. This can be a group thing, but you are going to implement analytics and, our ideas for this whole thing. And I think the skippers who are willing to embrace the future and that way of going about it have a huge advantage because they can marry the old school with the new school.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that CY is even meeting with him shows that he's at least willing to acquiesce to some of these things, but maybe not enough to where Bochy, like in his stubbornness, he might just be like, that's still not enough for me. But CY just even reaching out and going to meet with him shows like he's probably willing to acquiesce some of this stuff.
Chris Woodward was making the lineups every day, guys. So this might be a bigger deal than we're making this out to. I think to be a bigger deal than it really is. Like CY was not coming in and being like, Woody, this is what the lineup needs to be.
How about JD?
JD, I don't think was doing that either. But I know Woody was in control in making those lineups. Now, maybe when Woody left, who knows what was going on with Bees?
Sure.
But unless that's something that's changing philosophically within the organization, I don't believe that was an issue before.
Maybe that's why CY is even talking to this guy because he's not interested in doing that.
Yeah.
He's not being an analytics guy as far as building the lineups and stuff. Yeah.
But I mean, some of this stuff with the analytics, I do think has been a little bit overblown in the sport, don't you? I mean, there needs to be a good blend, a good balance. You don't want to go to one way or the other.
Well, I mean, the Rangers did ruin their franchise by going overboard with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it is pretty compelling here. But I think it's very important. The guys that stay old school, you're giving up a huge edge with the information and numbers.
But it's a good point. You don't want to be too crusty because Tony La Russa, that did not work with the White Sox.
But Chris Young is the perfect blend. He's the former player who's open-minded to all new information. I'm not closed-minded. I'm not ignorant to stuff. I'm not going to pretend like I'm old school. I know what's in my gut. Those kind of guys are idiots. But so are the super nerds. The super nerds that want to pretend I can condense a baseball game, a competitive a matchup between humans onto a spreadsheet. Those guys aren't wanted anymore either, Wolchuk.
Yeah. No, I think, again, there needs to be a good blend. Between the two. So I'm with you, no doubt. And I do think Chris Young does take that stuff into account, but I do think he'd be willing. Bochy seems like he's his guy. So we'll see if this ends up working out. But we'll wait for more.
I'm stoked. He's going to the top.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, let's get a 3-time champ.
He's probably the
both sides
best guy on the market. So if you can get him, I think that's a big win for the Rangers. Even though, yes, he is 67. Somebody texted in, like, does the age concern you? Doesn't really concern me.
No,
he's in his.
Dusty Baker's got to be damn near 80.
Hell yeah.
getting
Absolutely,
it done.
and he's still gloving it every day.
Right here in the studio, Krusty Baker is killing
Krusty
it
Baker.
to this day.
Krusty Baker.
Him and his musket.
My musket. Hey, I do play the flute and have the flag. I was one of the guys that march in, you know. Yeah, I'm the guy with the limp.
Let's go.
Broadus or now Krusty Baker has his. Is it your 400-year high school reunion tonight?
I had my 40th high school reunion tonight.
400
Sorry, I added a 0. My apologies.
You did. Yes, you did.
He was around when Amelia Earhart went missing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not funny. All right. I'll turn my mic off.
It was actually.
That is a story I'm interested in, by the way, Lucius.
The Amelia Earhart.
Where'd she go? Where'd she go?
That could be one of the conspiracy theories. Maybe
Somebody
she's still
tell me, where does lady go?
Where'd she go?
Well, were you there? Yeah. The Mavs have announced when we're going to get the Dirk statue.
The real one.
The real one. And I'm hoping that they've changed the statue a little bit from the one that they initially unveiled.
Yeah,
to
the
us.
early renditions of that thing.
With the triple balls.
It was exactly.
That thing
the
went
triple
good.
ball was a weird kind of deal.
So,
the anal joint.
Yeah, the beads.
Yeah, that joint.
I got a screenshot of that.
Not
I
good.
keep it in my phone.
just in case you need it for later.
It looks ridiculous.
Be careful, Walter's going to come try and smell your phone.
What'd you do with this, man?
Yeah. Well, Merry Christmas, everyone. Christmas Day against the Lakers. The Mavs are planning to unveil the statue outside of the AAC to honor Dirk. And we're ready for it. It's going to take place at 11 a.m. before their Christmas Day matchup against LeBron and company when the Lakers come to town. Mavs governor Mark Cuban said, Dirk has done so much for the game and for our city, and to show our appreciation, we want to ensure his legacy and his jump shot will forever be remembered in Dallas. So make sure you plan accordingly on Christmas Day.
I like that. I think he's so iconic, though, that my biggest complaint with this statue is it's not big enough. You know, I think you got to think like Statue of Liberty.
Oh, I freaking love it.
Yeah, like maybe not as big as Reunion Tower, but somewhere like
half of the length of the W that
yeah.
hotel next door.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
In full flamingo fade with one leg up, you know.
I think
just massive.
As you're flying in, you see it, you're like, oh, it's a Dirk statue.
They need to replace the Reunion Tower, keep the ball, but the ball is now Dirk's ball that he's shooting.
Yeah, now we're vibing.
That's perfect.
That would be ideal.
Absolutely, and it changes colors and all.
Yes,
yeah, I'm
exactly.
about this.
Dirk should demand this.
Dirk is also opening a new restaurant at the DFW airport in the summer of 2023. It's going to be in Terminal C, and the airport expects the space to open.
I'm about to say, what kind of food we got?
It's probably
$55 for that brat.
Yeah,
it's the airport, baby.
Very German friendly. It's going to feature food, drinks, and merchandise.
Schnitzel? Venus Schnitzel.
It's also going to feature innovative experiences such as an augmented reality meet and greet with Dirk himself.
Whoa.
Yes.
I'm Dirk. You like your food?
Yeah. Hello. I can't wait to go.
I like
check
the
that
idea
out.
of it just being like leftover plates is what they serve there.
Just
you know?
leftovers?
Yeah,
Oh,
in
yes.
foil from his
That's what
wife.
he would bring
That would be
every day.
legit, man.
You want
Absolutely.
to go plate?
It's got aluminum foil on the top of it.
Cost effective.
Yeah, it's
no
fly.
dishes. We don't need busboys. This is great.
Yeah, man.
Did you see what Qatar's doing for the World Cup now?
They're not letting the people go shirtless at the game and like paint on their hairy fat chests and stuff.
No,
That's like the pageantry.
They have weird
Why else go to the
rules.
game?
They don't want the ladies getting turned on from beasts like you out there, Chiafalo.
I guess I get
They might
that.
have impure
well,
thoughts.
We're not changing these rules for World Cup next time around.
Shoot, no,
when
we're not.
Here,
Hell no.
'cause
Mandatory
Teabag Nation's
shirts
going
off.
shirtless. Yeah,
Yeah, we're all going to be
We're
turned on.
definitely going shirtless.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
we're going shirtless to the
Why
World
did you
Cup.
circled me in that whole thing?
Because
That's
you're
because you're a
joining.
part of the
Like in
G-Bag
4
Nation.
years from now, do you want to see me without a shirt?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
you don't.
You're
We'll
damn
paint
right
you.
we do.
Hell no, you don't.
Qatar
Desperately.
is going to send drunken fans to sobering up areas during the World Cup.
Yeah, sober tent.
The
Yes.
desert. Go to
Yeah.
the desert.
They
desert.
they
Like
decided okay, you can get drunk here. But they're really nervous about it because they have no experience with
Yeah.
mass intoxication.
What the
That's
hell?
true.
man?
It just terrifies them, like the idea of a population hammered outside. They're like, "Oh man!" So they're promising to not arrest anybody.
Good luck.
Yeah, but
Okay.
they're gonna
French?
throw you in a sober tent.
There's a
for
bunch
while.
of teetotalers out there.
Yeah,
huh?
come on. The German fans.
I'll tell you what. When I went through their airport, they went through every one of my vitamins. every single vitamin that I had.
You got a lot of looking for Norcos.
All those THC
they were
pills.
looking. Yeah,
stamp on this bad boy.
Seriously, I was like, they were going through my bag, and I'm like, what's going on here? You know,
A lot of Blue Chew in that bag.
So much Blue Chew.
Is that what hung you up for so long?
The Blue Chew
Took you an extra 48 hours.
Yeah, it was like
Mr. Broadus
Couldn't get through the metal detector.
Get your little fella feeling big again.
His whole mouth and tongue was blue still. You're supposed to swallow it, sir. You ain't got to chew it.
Biggest L, biggest dub is coming up next with Eric Chiafalo. Sir, where are we headed with that?
Yeah, just as always, ladies and gentlemen, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? That's next.
All right, I want to talk about Men's Tea Clinic because I love these guys. They've given me my edge back here. In 2022, when it comes to mental clarity, physical energy levels, drive, putting some
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. 817 says more Mavs talk. That would be a dub. That would, and you stay patient, 817. We got a lot in store for you. We got this Football Friday to handle right here, and it is time now for Biggest L with Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? Right after this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Hey, how about a monster dub for our guy British Ian?
That's what I was just going to ask you.
Yeah.
British Ian.
Yeah, British Ian, 1037, Odyssey family, and definitely a nosebleeder for life. He is now like the morning drive host for alt and like syndicated on radio stations all throughout the country now. He's an absolute monster, crushing it. British Ian, we love you, we miss you, and we are very, very happy for that monster dub that you just secured this week. That's outstanding. Okay, 877-881-1053. We have Kenny and Quinlan, big fat W. Made it to my 50-year class reunion tomorrow night. Summerhill Suites in Rockwall, meet and greet at hotel. And got that rock and roll tequila as always. Big dub. There you go. So it's going to be Broadus and Kenny.
I might go pick Kenny up. Just driving
to high school with Kenny?
No. I might have.
I'm assuming Kenny's meeting high school here.
Carrying the muskets together.
We all assume that Kenny graduated high school, right? This isn't like a middle school reunion or anything, right?
Yeah, educated man.
So we got 903 Biggest L, no rain on my ranch for 2 months.
Oh,
I guess that's hurting things.
That is good.
But you got a ranch, so you maintain the dub. Either way, 903.
Probably with a couple big canyons through the middle about now.
Yeah.
I'm never saying bunch of dead animals and everything.
Everybody's just parched as hell.
You
Biggest
can make it a
dub.
haunted house if you need to, though, right about now.
Hey, dude, that's a heady play. I'll tell you what, these haunted houses, they crush, and I don't really understand it, like from like just a desire to go and be a part of those things.
Went to one last night.
Did you take an L? Did you take an L?
I got a dub. I loved it. I thought it was great. The timing. They got me a couple times.
Which one did you go to?
Dark Hour in Plano.
Okay.
It's pretty solid.
Dark Hour. Go to Screams and Waxahachie.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
Let me know how that is.
All right, for sure.
Best one I've gone to though, Cutting Edge in Fort Worth.
I am not.
That's like the most commercial name that I know of. The haunted house names, like Cutting Edge is the one.
Do they grab you and stuff in these things?
Some of them are.
That's
allowed
where I draw
to.
the line. I'm not.
Yeah,
doing
you can't grab me, huh?
No.
Yeah, it's not really my thing, but people absolutely love it. So big dub for haunted houses right now, absolutely crushing. And you know who else has
They can trip you though, brothers. They can't grab you. They can trip the hell out of you.
They can trip you?
Yeah, they can trip from behind when you're running.
Lucius, have you ever taken a swing at a haunted house person?
No, I haven't. They can't grab you, but no, I've never done that.
Okay.
No.
I think I would.
No,
you scare me enough, I would hit you right in the face.
I'm talking to the girl that's with me. Oh God!
Just throw her forward.
Yeah, I'm just right behind her. My head
Just
is in her back,
pushing her into the problems. Yeah.
No, that is a good deal. I think the best business plan that anybody has going is these Halloween costume stores that just pop up in these old dead
circuit
shopping.
cities.
Yeah, exactly. They're in every circuit city, and they don't have to pay rent. They just say, "Hey, we'll be here for like 2 months out of the year. We'll crush hard, and then we'll see you back this time next year." When inevitably your circuit city is still going to be,
Christmas
the holiday stores, man, that don't actually have to.
You know, that's actually a big one for me. I'm getting a big dub. I didn't have to order a Halloween costume this year because I can wear the one that I didn't fit into last year.
Oh, which
it was the Squid Game one.
The Squid Game,
which is not really in fashion or whatever this year,
but it was still big enough to where people will know and respect and appreciate.
Although it is a little too big now.
Why don't you go as your old self?
No,
fat. Maybe?
Yeah, just like blow it up, like just scare people to death.
Be respectful.
You're damn right.
What?
You know what?
What
I'm
are you
going to do that.
talking
I'm going to do that.
Yeah, just go as your old self.
Just scare people to death as a fat wolf shot. Let's do that.
I'm just going as a fat guy for Halloween this year.
Terrifying.
Woo! Oh my God! It's pretty creative and original.
Oh God, it's Woolchuck! Ah!
Jeez, you scared the crap out of me. You're fat as hell again.
It's gonna be a lot of Jeffrey Dahmers this holiday. By the way, I call it a holiday because I love Halloween.
Yeah, man, there are going to be a lot
they're
of
not
Dahmers.
buying a Jeffrey Dahmer, right? That's something they're making up on their own.
Yeah, it's
I
very
can't
simple.
imagine. That's just so sick.
It's just leaning into what they already
People.
look like, I guess.
What?
Throwing on a pair of
There's
glasses.
like a top 10 list of sexiest serial killers I seen this morning going around on the interwebs.
When Dahmer's on there?
Wolchuk, is that our top 10
He's
for?
on there.
Is that our top 10 for today, Wolchuk?
How are we glorifying Dahmer?
No,
it's a wild deal.
They love Dahmer, bro.
I was in Wisconsin when that was going on, man. That was scary.
I gotta watch this show. They must have done some weird stuff to make him likable or something.
He's not. His shirt is off and he's all sexy and he's lifting weights and drinking beer.
That's not Dahmer.
Girls like that, man.
Yeah.
My girls want to pull me in. Look at this. I was fast forwarding towards that part. I was like, this is not what is this?
Until you invite,
Working out and sweating. All I see is chest.
You know what this guy did?
Yeah.
How are we trying to cancel people in this society and at the same time going as Dahmer for Halloween?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I watched 2 episodes of that one. I don't even know if I'll be able to finish it.
Invite him over. I
It's a little
mean, he invites you over for the barbecue.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go.
Yeah. Let me go
What
make
do
you.
you have it in? Can I bring a side? No, we're good. Thanks.
Let me go to the bathroom and make you a drink real quick.
Yeah. God.
972 says Squid Games 2 is coming out on Halloween, Wolchuk, so you'll be good.
Oh, perfect. Let's go. That's a dub.
That is really good
you.
news. Okay, we got a couple of L's to hand out here. Let's start with Adriana Chechik, I believe is her name.
Yes.
She's okay. Wolchuk is
I know her
confirming.
well.
She is an adult actress. But no joke, she's taking an L this week because she broke her back and had multiple surgeries after her injury at a TwitchCon thing. It was like some event that they were doing. She jumped into a foam pit, and I guess it was like a faulty foam pit.
Oh no!
And instead of like sinking into softness, she like slams her tailbone, and now she's literally having surgeries and she's got major issues. So that's a monster L there for Adriana.
The security at that event said those people were very rude and nasty, and they need to get from behind those computers and get out in life.
Mm-hmm.
I got some audio.
Well, I'm looking forward to that then.
They probably were mean.
Now, sources do say this is not the first time she's blown her back out.
I was going to make the same
The
joke.
recovery situation
Great minds
here.
think alike.
She understands the rehab.
She does understand the rehab. Amazon Prime halftime show. I think their whole broadcast kind of is taking an L for me. It's not just the bad games. I don't know. I'm watching and they're just trying to get going here with the set that they're doing.
Trial and error.
With
I
the
think
former
they'll be
players.
okay.
Yeah, it hasn't been all that great, but people were really piling on, if you will, to the Amazon Prime halftime show called The Pile On, where they do like a little Tosh.0 bit. They grab an SNL comedian and he just does like football jokes for 60 seconds, like The Soup or Tosh.0 style. But it did not land well. Nobody thought it was funny. And the guy's named Taron Killam. Or Keelam or whatever. But here's the sound of it last night. It's 60 seconds of him making NFL jokes, and everybody just were like, dude, that was terrible.
There's Kyler Murray, who showed up to Sunday's contest dressed like he had just done mocap for an animated film about the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. This suit answers the question, what if Hillary Clinton's favorite outfit put on the mask? And what's this? A whole new platoon of rookies just got called up, and I guess they might become household names, despite the fact that I don't care for most of their names at all. Skyler, Kyler, Bailey, Zappy. Those last two are the same guy.
It's too wordy, bro.
Who is naming these children? The interns at the CW?
He's getting thirsty.
Back in my day, we had quarterbacks named Dan, John, Boomer. Oh, God darn it. Bailey Zappi is going to make fun of me on TikTok for saying Boomer, isn't he? Isn't he?
Oh,
I mean, what
this
even
hurts.
is a Zach Wilson? The Jets had Broadway Joe, and now they have Zach's Fifth Avenue. And by that, I mean I'm just here to look around. I'm not sure I want to buy anything yet. A couple more wins. Maybe I'll try something on, but nothing expensive. I don't want to regret it.
Just got to let the joke breathe.
Forget it. This whole thing seems like a scam. And most of that metaphor worked.
He just went. I mean, it was just like blah, 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 blah.
Well, that partially that's TV. It's halftime. They're like, hey, you got 60 seconds, do your thing. And I don't know. I felt bad.
Half as many
pregame.
jokes.
Like, Fox would do that. Jimmy Kimmel, first time I ever saw him, he was doing Fox pregame, and then he became Jimmy Kimmel. They used to do bits like that. And then
Kimmy Kimmel.
Yeah. And now I guess Amazon's trying to do this comedic bit, and it's not working for halftime. They need to change this up.
It sounds like they have very ambitious producers who have good ideas, but not enough talent to pull it off yet.
That is exactly the vibe that I was getting. I was like, I see what they want to do here, and I respect it. It's just not really landing. Let's keep workshopping, and hopefully they get it figured out. One more clip here. A little L happened yesterday, maybe right around this time. There was just it was a bit of a Gator situation.
You know, when it comes to the we got We got a spot playing there, Lucius. Okay, I'm just going to leave. Okay, I'm back. All right. Oh, I got to go. Just dump it all. I got to go. Oh, man. I didn't know what to do.
Oh, that was so good.
I'm glad somebody found entertainment from that.
No, it was hilarious, man. Texas were right
so
in.
good.
I was like, I do need to pull that because I bet listening back, like living it was fun, but listening back is just hysterical. So nice little L there. But overall, big victory week, I think, for the most part. Shout out to all the texters. Too many to get to. I will respond to as many as possible. And Tolo Tim from Carthage is definitely an honorary member of the G-Bag Nation, and he got a big dub for us shouting out his birthday.
Hell yeah.
So shout out
Happy
to
birthday,
Tim once
it's your
again.
birthday today.
And all the Tolos, we love you very much.
Yeah, speaking of Tolo, Tim, and Carthage, and several other Tolos out there, what you drinking and what you thinking is an hour and 25 minutes away. 5:20 right here in the G-Bag Nation. Spanish voice of the Cowboys, Victor Villalba, joins us for his thoughts as they head to Philly next on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Buffalo v. KC. Yo, Mafia, how we feeling? Because your Bills are rolling into Arrowhead as favorites. Y'all turned Patrick Mahomes into a home dog, and that has never happened before. Patrick Mahomes has never been the underdog in his 42 home starts. He's only been a road dog 8 times, and he's 7-0-1 against the spread in those 8 games. I'm Jim Rome.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
O'Reilly. When you shop O'Reilly Auto Parts, you'll get the parts you need when you need them. Order online at O'ReillyAuto.com and choose same-day curbside, same-day pickup, or same-day delivery powered by DoorDash. Now available at participating stores near you. Trust the professional parts people to get you the parts you need today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is Babe Laufenberg. You know how much I love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. The reason is simple. Like all Texans, they're driven to do what's right. They do it in a variety of ways, but one of the most meaningful is never charging above MSRP. My friend Dorian Jimenez and the whole organization know it's important to do what's right. That's the Texas way. That's the classic way. They do whatever it takes to get their customers the best deal. They'll also give you full market value for your vehicle. Doesn't matter what you drive. It's so easy to do. Just use their online Easy Pass tool to get an instant appraisal. They have one of the largest selections in the nation, so you'll find what you're looking for. But if you don't, you can custom order a vehicle online. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads. Let my friend Dorian Jimenez take care of you. Classic Chevrolet is the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealer in the nation because they do things the right way.
Based on 2020, 2021 GM small business and dealer fleet deliveries.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Ram Power Days continue at Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, and Jeep Adventure Days are now here too. Visit us online at MetterAuto.com or head over to sunny South Fort Worth to see us in person and take a test drive from our large inventory of new Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram vehicles. The Metter Web price is always the final price, and it's the same from quote to delivery. There are never any add-ons or surprises. Fort Worth family owned and operated since 1957.
We simply do it better at Metter.
Medicare annual enrollment is here, and it's a great time to do a little checkup on your coverage.
So whether your Medicare plan is changing or your needs changed, call to talk to a USAA licensed insurance agent today about finding the right plan for you. From Medicare Advantage to prescription drug plans, USAA is here to help you understand your options and get the Medicare coverage you need. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th, so call 800-274-7930 today. Choose your plan with confidence by calling 800-274-7930 or visit USAA.com/AEP. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for. This Medicare promotion is provided by USAA Life Insurance Company through USAA Life General Agency, Inc. LGA, known in California and New York as USAA Health and Life Insurance Agency, which acts as an agent for select insurance companies to provide products to USAA members.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day as we have another guest coming up here on the show, Victor Villalba, the Spanish voice of the Cowboys, here in just a second. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, NA. You'll notice that Athletic Brewing Company, they're running the ads now for my favorite beer. Remember I told you about this 6 months ago?
J.J. Watt's doing that stuff now. Yeah?
I think it's called Run Free.
I remember you talking about it, dude.
Dude, it is so good. If you loved craft beer and you stopped drinking alcohol, try that one. The IPA is outstanding. There's former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus. He's with you every day here in the G-Bag Nation, 2 to 7. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup. You do have Woolchuck and Chia Follow. Here, Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Had Stephen Jones on last hour. Excited about the opportunity to go to Philadelphia and get a win. What happens if the Cowboys win this game? They'll be at the top of the division on the tiebreaker of the head-to-head matchup, and I think it is going to switch over from, we were a little bit early with the Philadelphia Eagles crowning them. I don't think any of the national media really expects the Cowboys to come in here and win, but now is about the time where those early season narratives start to shift, Giafalo.
I would say that if the Cowboys win on Sunday night, you could make the argument, and I think I would, that it's the single best win for any team all season long. You could make the case for the Giants going to London, beating the Packers. You could make the case for the Dolphins finally beating that Bills team, but the Giants game is neutral site. The Miami game is Miami at home. And the death, heat, humidity that was Miami that day. Buffalo guys just falling down left and right, heat exhaustion. You go into filthy on Sunday night while they're undefeated, and coming into the season you thought you had the quarterback advantage, but now we realize with the way things have turned out for Sunday night, you don't have the quarterback advantage. I mean, I really do feel like this would be maybe the best win of the regular season to this point for any team.
No, maybe. I think it would be.
Okay.
I think it absolutely would be. You go on the road, you beat the last unbeaten team in football at 5-0 with a backup quarterback. That's 100% the best win of the season. There's no question if you pull this off, it is the best win to date of the NFL season.
Yeah, you've created a lot of doubt in Philadelphia, and they have a bye after this game. So if all
they're
of a
going to
sudden,
be eating that for 2 weeks.
If the Eagles take an L here, they have got to hear about this for the next 2 weeks. And anytime you could go and win a division game on the road, that's like winning 2. So yeah, this is a big one for the Cowboys. It's really a big one for the both teams because, like I say, if Philadelphia they take that L, man, there's going to be a lot of doubt about really how good they are.
Yeah. Cowboys playing with house money right now. The pressure's definitely on Philadelphia.
And if you lose this game, you go 2 games down. Would that make it clear that Philadelphia, I mean, how much more difficult does it make it to win the East if you don't win this game? It's almost a must-have if you have aspirations to win the division and have a home field advantage.
I'm confident enough that the Eagles will get into some little funk at some point. It's a long season. The Cowboys still have Dak to come back and be a shot in the arm of their offense. And I think with Dak, the Cowboys are the better team.
Yeah, they've got to be mentally fragile if they lose this game if the Cowboys don't have Dak.
Oh, for sure. But in the scenario where the Eagles win and now you're down 2 games to them, I still feel like there's plenty of season for the Cowboys to be able to unseat
you
them.
lose this game, then all of a sudden the Giants win. Say the Giants beat the Ravens. Now you're the third team in the division because that would be the Eagles would be undefeated. The Giants would have one loss, and you have two losses. So you go from being a team that potentially is fighting for the division lead to being the third team in the division.
All righty, guys. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by for Victor, and he'll be on with us in just a moment. Blogging the Boys has 4 questions the Cowboys must answer against the Eagles. I want your guys' thoughts on these questions. Do they have the answer for Jalen Hurts? Let's start with Wolchuk.
I think that they will. They have proven to have the answer for Jalen Hurts. Now, I do think that he is playing much better football. He's playing the best football of his career. There's no doubt about it. I mean, Broadus, we talked earlier this week, going back and watching some of the Eagles games, specifically the one throw that I point to, that watching him extend a play,
roll to his left
near his own end zone. Yeah, he rolls to his left, pressure coming, and then he throws. He's able to flip his hips, throw to the middle of the field, and he finds Devontae Smith. And this is one where I think it's an interception, or the ball just hits the ground and skips to the receiver. But he finds a way to throw a dart. I think the accuracy is better. I think he's a better player, but I think the team speed for the Cowboys and their ability to get home with 4 instead of having to send pressure and be able to drop 7 is going to make things tough on Jalen Hurts. It's the best defense he's seen all year, and it's not even close.
It's interesting you would say all those things and then pick the Eagles to win. Zach,
well,
that's surprising
to pick the
me.
Eagles. You know where I'm really picking.
It's the anti-jinx pick, right? That's what Wolchuk's doing. He's just riding. He's riding his hot hand of picking against the Cowboys, and then them coming away with victories.
We appreciate your sacrifice,
Bengals, right?
Absolutely. Maher's getting the boot to win this one, baby. He's getting the golden boot this week.
No, I noticed how offended you were, and I should be sensitive to that because as we covered twice yesterday, Wooly Bully's really got it out for me this week.
You're really pissing me off, Kevin.
Yeah, I know. That's what I do. I just appreciate you giving me your honest feedback here so we can have a good spirited discussion.
Shut your bleeping mouth, Dawson.
I'm telling you, the emotions in Wolchuk, if you poke the Cowboy emotions, you get a different animal.
Oh,
you get a different animal.
It is strong. Now, you have picked the Eagles as well, Chiafalo, and what do you say to this? Do they have the answer for Hurts?
I think for the most part, you're going to see the Dallas defense have great success. I don't feel like the Eagles I don't think they're going to have a great offensive showing. I think it's going to be tough sledding plenty. But the problem is like the Eagles won't have to do but score 20 points in order to win the game. I still feel like that's the defense doing a hell of a job. Unfortunately, I just don't feel like the Cowboys have the offense to be able to help them out in that scenario. So I still feel like the defense is going to show up and play well, and it's going to be tough sledding, but Jalen Hurts will be able to run around, and the offense will make enough plays because they have so many weapons and they have so many dimensions to the Eagle offense. So if it's not Jalen Hurts, I think they're still okay because they have other guys that can beat you.
Brian.
I don't think the Cowboys defensively have the discipline to play this game the way they're going to need to play it. The way they rush the passer, the twist stunts, and all those things, you have to be on point. You can't try and play hero ball. They get a lot of pressure on twists and things like that. If they play him straight up, keep him in the pocket, sure. But you're going to have to be really, really disciplined in this game, and I'm not sure they have that discipline right now.
Okay, this one is not presented by Blogging the Boys, but I got another question here for you because I was just bumping around on some stats.
Bump it.
And I think the Cowboys might be getting ready to not only dominate them with their defense, but also run all over the Eagles. They are giving up around 5 yards per attempt on the ground. I think it's 5 flat, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start back here with you.
Yeah.
Why won't the Cowboys be able to rumble all over this Eagles run defense?
Well, I tell you what, though, to me, it's going to be about can they get the movement inside. Their defensive ends, I think, are blockable. I really, really do. But can you handle what's going on with Hargrave, Cox, Davis, those guys? They make it very, very difficult. If the Cowboys just try and run the ball straight ahead, you're going to probably get what you had against the Commanders. But they're a little bit lighter, a little bit more upfield on the edges. I think you're going to have to get them moving one way and then kind of take the ball back the other way. Some misdirection stuff in this game could probably be pretty good for you. But if you're just going to sit there and just try and just go toe-to-toe with their inside guy, it's going to be very similar to what you had with the Commanders.
Ezekiel Elliott is going to have his best game of the season on Sunday night. I think you get a 100-yard game from Zeke, and he scores his second touchdown of the season. Ezekiel Elliott owns Philly, and he will perform on Sunday night. I think you get prime Zeke.
Okay. Very, very fitting here, Chiafalo, because on my way into work today, I saw the Back to the Future DeLorean. It was coming in on 30 next to Deep Ellum. Has anybody else seen this DeLorean? I don't even know if I think it is a real DeLorean, but he's got it souped up where there's the flux capacitor and everything and the little LED lights that run alongside of it. So it would be fitting for Zeke to have a Back to the Future game is what I was saying. Chiafalo, what about you here with the Eagles giving up 5 yards per attempt? Isn't this another huge reason to think the Cowboys have an opportunity?
Yeah, I think the Cowboys will have a bit of success there for sure. But they do have some big dudes in the middle that are going to be tough to move around. They got big Georgia guy who plays
Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis.
He's a backup player right now for them.
Yeah, and he doesn't play a ton of snaps, but they get in that 5-2 look or like 5-1 look where they're playing one linebacker and he's just head up on that center. He's a tough guy to move. So I think they will have success running the football for sure. I don't think they're going to be getting dominated from that standpoint.
But you're right, Brian. The key is you get Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick. You can catch them going upfield.
Get them up the field. Take that ball inside of them.
Does anybody know the last time when Zeke did have a 100-yard game?
It's been a while.
I want to go look. I'm going to go looking and see the last time that Zeke had a 100-yard game.
I really hope my balls out there.
No, I like it. I love it. That's why I think it's great. I want to see how long it's been.
Hopefully, it's somewhere near around the 100-yard mark because he's due.
Alrighty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Apparently, we did get crossed up a little bit with Victor, but we look forward to him joining us maybe a little bit later on in the show or next week, or we still do have 5 minutes here in this segment right here. What do you believe about the Cowboys' philosophy of team building moving forward is my next Cowboys question on this Football Friday. Are we going run and defense? Is that how we're going to see the resources continue to get allocated? Do you come back and go hard at more young offensive linemen, or do you want to ensure that your defense is great? Maybe take another good young linebacker. But over the last 2 weeks, Mike, Steve, and Jerry have all talked about we're running and defense. Do you expect that to be the trend as we move forward into the next 4 or 5 years, Brian?
I kind of feel like, though, that they need to find a little bit better balance about their free agency. And I mean, going and trying to get guys. And if defensively, that's where their next, I think their key signings in the future are going to be with Diggs and then with Parsons. I could figure out, I think I could figure out something else with CeeDee Lamb and others right there on the offensive side. I still think it's a good proposition for them to continue to draft offensive linemen, though, in the first round. That's the one thing that they do very, very well. So if you could get your line to be, get your line to be where it needs to be, and then find a way to take care of the defensive guys, and then in those third, fourth, fifth rounds, add some more defensive linemen that way. I think that's the best way to go. But they have got to find a way to evaluate somebody in free agency that can be a difference maker, pay that guy, and then bring him in as well.
How about resources one side of the ball or the other as far as offense or defense?
To me, the resources are going to be because they're going to have to pay Parsons and they're going to have to pay Diggs.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to pay Lamb. I really, really don't.
What position would you like to draft? There's going to be a lot of stuff that happens.
Well, in this current, I haven't seen anybody in this draft. Hell, you might need a quarterback when it's all said and done if you really think about it. But
maybe not till 24.
Well, we'll see. But
yeah.
Get somebody in it. Maybe if it's the right guy.
Okay.
But to me, I'm looking right now. I'm looking probably at I'm kind of caught because I think they're going to be better at linebacker. I think they're okay at safety. The cornerback might be the spot. You might need to go get
another
real
corner.
shutdown corner to play opposite of what you got with Diggs and then put Bland in the slot. I think you might be okay there.
I just love the idea that this defense is amazing, and I think if you could run the ball, it could take it next level. So looking at next spring's draft, if I could snap my fingers and have a position there, I think it'd be either center or guard, right? Like a real badass there in the late 20s, because I'm pretty sure Tyler Smith. But if the right tackle is there, that would be great as well. I think I'm more looking at offensive line for next year, although corner,
that's the one
a game-changing defensive tackle.
If they're going to pick in the bottom end of the draft, this offensive lineman thing seems to be something that teams have kind of figured out. More so, maybe you get lucky on a corner or something like that. We'll see what happens at wide receiver, though, too.
I was thinking maybe even tight end with the way this draft is looking. Like if there's a first round stud tight end because
be
Dalton
two
Schultz
really
is
good
about
ones.
I mean, Dalton Schultz probably is a free agent that moves on. I mean, who knows the way that plays out, but there could be a spot there.
Yeah, you have Ferguson and Hendershot. They're two rookies. You're probably fine.
No, but I mean like a monster.
Keep it from getting the Georgia guy or something like that.
But Bowers
changer.
Bowers will go like in the top 15, right?
Well higher than you're going to
I see how like valuable Dallas Goedert is to this Eagles offense. Like I didn't realize how well that dude could block, honestly.
Yeah.
Like that dude.
No, he's fantastic.
You get somebody like that, that's pretty dang special. And then when the Cowboys are coming to town, the Brian Broaddus of Philadelphia is saying, hey, circle this guy. That's the guy we got to stop because we're trying to stop Dallas Goedert on Sunday
I just don't know
night.
if you're going to be in a position to get one of those guys. If you are, then yeah, absolutely.
Zeke Elliott, by the way, is week 5 of last year. It was the Giants game.
There you go.
It was October 10th of last year. It was actually back-to-back games because the week before against Carolina, he had 143 yards. So week 4 and week 5 last year, last time Zeke hit 100 yards rushing, Walter. This is the week. October's his month.
Cannot wait. So many good Cowboys topics going on right now. 1053thefan.com is your opportunity to get a G-Bag Nation flag. The 2022 flags are out. You can order one, $25. We'll send it anywhere in North America. And there will be additional tour stops later in the month. If you'd like to come on out and say hi, we would love to see you there. Okay, Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. And where are we headed today, sir?
It is National Dessert Day. I've got the top 10 most popular desserts in America. What is your go-to dessert? 877-881-1053, plus some Big 12 news, and we say goodbye to a legend next on The Fan.
Yes, sir. Let's talk about Twin Peaks, though, the ultimate sports launch with a Mindy to match. They're calling your name. They're calling my name. Can you hear it? Twin Peaks. It's where you go for each drink, scenic views, and a lot of great sports on. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience whenever you head into a Twin Peaks, and they got some fun stuff going on. Twin Peaks this afternoon honoring the pursuit of brews and barrel-aged bourbon at their Bourbon and Brews parties. Get to Twin Peaks 5 to 7 this afternoon to experience a lingerie costume party paired with exceptional bourbons, tastings, and giveaways. Yes, sir. Plus, it's National Dessert Day. End your ultimate meal with something sweet like a Twin Peaks crispy apple turnover if you're into fruit desserts, cinnamon toast crunch, cheesecake, or a simply delicious Twin Peaks sundae. That's what I'm talking about, baby. At the Lodge, there's always room for dessert. Twin Peaks, I'll see you there soon for Each Drink Scenic Views.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 1053thefan.com.
Gentlemen, the world-famous business and casual shirts from Charles Tyrrell are here. Designed in London and made for Texas. These will be your go-to shirts.
since 1978.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Permapeer.
Temperatures are falling and Texas soil is shifting. When shift happens, it's time to call the dirt nerds at Permapeer. Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. Permapeer.com. That's Permapeer, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back, Nation. Okay, interesting developments. Victor Villalba is in Utah, and it's a bad hotel for cell signal, so he was not getting our calls. He did text in his hotel number, so he's going to join us in 20 minutes. Not only does Victor do the Cowboys games, but he also does the Mavs games. So we'll have a double hitter coming up here in the 440 on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, with the Spanish voice. And a recent G-Bag of the Day champion, Victor, for his call of the Tank Lawrence touchdown. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go online at truckwreck.com. And here's the Bully Bully.
Thank you very much, General. We will do the top 10 most popular desserts in America. What is your favorite dessert? 877-881-1053. See Red Velvet Cheesecake at the Cheesecake Factory. A lot of lovely significant others are being texted in. Tiramisu. Got a vote from the 940. Bluebell Cherry Vanilla or bread pudding from Jess in Arlington.
Bread pudding is outstanding when they make it with the glazed donuts. Just stupid good.
A good bread pudding.
Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing like it.
I haven't seen the best dessert in the world here yet, though.
Ooh.
I'll let you know when I see it, or maybe I'll just say it myself.
And maybe it'll be in the top 10. Who knows?
Probably not. But
you think someone's going to text in your mom's famous cream pie?
I think so. I think before too long, somebody will.
That is certainly up there.
That climbed the charts for me. I mean, this time last year, that was nowhere near my top 5.
Wasn't even on the radar, was it?
All of a sudden, it's a Mount Rushmore.
Now, what is it now? Top 3?
Yeah.
That would make it top 4.
I said, yeah.
Rushmore says 4. Okay.
But it might be, could it be 2? Could it be 1?
It could have. Shout out to the Stars last night. They got a big-time dub. Wyatt Johnston became the youngest Dallas Star to ever score at 19 years old. He got a power play goal. Stars scored 2 power play goals last night, and that was a big question mark heading into the season. Mason Marchment with 2 goals in his Stars debut. Joe Pavelski, Captain America, scored. And then you also had Tyler Sagan. Good to see Sags getting in there with 3 assists last night, so I wanted to give the Stars some love. And we also have the Big 12. They're expected to adopt a 2-year divisionless football scheduling format that will include Texas and Oklahoma for the remainder of the conference's grant of rights. So they are moving forward with the schedule for 2023 and 2024 with OU in Texas. So that's the update currently with the Big 12. We'll see if they end up scooting out of there to join the SEC earlier.
But Bedlam is gone forever, right?
Bedlam, as soon as OU leaves to go to the SEC, Bedlam will be no more.
That is awful.
That's
awful.
That's not. I hate that.
Yeah,
the rivalries, and it's sad because you still have Florida and Florida State that play. Like, you should get Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. They should play a non-conference game every year. I don't see why they can't. Iowa State play.
Cyhawk Trophy, yeah.
Make it happen. But we'll see what ends up happening down the line between those schools. Before we dive into the top 10, I know for some, maybe this isn't your cup of tea, but we lost a great actor today, most known for the role of Hagrid in the Harry Potter franchise. Robbie Coltrane passed away at the age of 72, and this was making the waves of social media as it was around New Year's that we had the 10-year reunion on HBO Max for the Harry Potter film series, and this was Robbie Coltrane kind of saying goodbye to Hagrid and how that character will live on long beyond his years.
The legacy of the movies is that my children's generation will show them to their children. So you could be watching it in 50 years' time. Easy. I'll not be here, sadly, but don't you think on it for 1 minute. But Hagrid will. Yes.
What a great voice, man.
He was fantastic.
Draws you right in.
One of the best English actors of all time. And there's a lot of great English actors.
Shoot, I mean, they're all English. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, that series.
Every once in a while, you see an American.
Sir Anthony Hopkins would like a word with you, sir.
Well, one of the
He be
best.
in the movie talking like this and everything, and then when he gets to the acceptance award, that was very great of me. I channeled a get of mine.
British royalty.
What?
Yeah. They had British royalty.
You
in
can
those
always get the
films.
truth if you look closely at their teeth. That's what I've been told.
Damn.
Yeah, I was watching the USA women play the English women last week.
Assuming they have them.
Did you see the left wing? Like, you're like, wow, this gal is stunning. And then they get the close-up and she smiles. You're like, oh, my goodness. I was horrified, bro.
So you're saying that all dentists should move to England?
Yeah.
Well, I know
It sounds like they don't go to them.
They don't believe in
Or the teeth whitening people.
Yeah. I think, was it no fluoride or something like that? I
It's
don't know.
the tea and the cigarettes. That's what it is.
Yeah, they started smoking at 8.
Yeah, and all the beer.
My man sounded like a smoker with that.
Oh,
with
sure
shirt.
he
Yeah,
was.
he was like, the voice like that. You
Yeah,
gotta be a
so
smoker.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Robbie Coltrane. We love you. You're the best. And
Are you sad?
You were
Sad loss.
you were the best.
Yeah, I am sad. I loved
Dog,
Harry
bro,
Potter.
somebody said he's Scottish. Is that real?
Is he Scottish? I don't know.
We need to erase everything we just said.
Well, Scots and the English, everybody in the UK, they all have
I
bad
feel you,
teeth.
bro.
Tomato, bro.
Yeah, I feel you.
Kind of all do have terrible teeth in the
I'll
UK.
clean it up in post. They won't even hear this,
That's
dog.
fine with me.
Thank you, Lucius.
All right, let's dive into the top 10 best desserts. Gentlemen,
Is he Scottish?
I can look it up.
It's all the same to me, I guess, you know.
I mean,
all Brits.
at one point,
Yeah.
they were all Brits.
At
weren't
one
they?
point.
Like Braveheart, we've seen it.
Yeah.
They had to fight for independence.
Yeah, 1300s.
Loosely based on accuracy. Now, do you have a favorite dessert, Gavin? Would you like to share that?
Number one, the sugar cream pie.
We know it's your.
Number
is
two,
it haggis? Is it the Scottish egg?
Number two, the gal I was talking about, Chloe Kelly.
Oh, you gonna put her out there like that? Damn.
I googled
I'm
her.
excited. I
Her
need to see
official
it.
team picture.
Now we're all looking.
She has a mouth closed smile.
She got a mouthpiece in.
Honey, you might want to do a little bit of a less
She's got her
smile.
turtleneck pulled up over her
God, that
nose.
is so rude, bro.
Sorry, I'm sorry. That's horrible.
She gonna get a
It is funny,
veneers
though.
No, you're
endorsement.
right. Though. The
You
teeth
should
are
be
bad.
ashamed of yourself. What was her name again?
Chloe Kelly.
Yeah, I'm
Chloe
Googling.
Kelly. No, you
Hey, my
can't miss
favorite
those.
desserts: pecan pie,
Okay.
Oreo cheesecake.
Oh,
I like the
that's a good
Cheesecake
one.
Factory too. I sure do. And chocolate brownie with Rocky Road ice cream, warm chocolate brownie. You
Yeah,
know?
bro,
Okay.
love that
I'll
list.
take the vanilla ice cream too as well.
So give me the molten chocolate cake at Chili's,
Oh,
Fire.
the Pizookie at BJ's,
Top
Yes,
notch.
Yes.
and then Andy's frozen custard.
yeah,
Never had it.
bro.
Love it.
It's fantastic.
We go by
Andy's
there at least once a week and get an Oreo shake.
heavenly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
we'll
she's
probably
got
be there tonight.
she's got some chompers, dog.
Yeah, no, you can't miss those. That was worth a Google.
up and go.
No
You
doubt.
get a glimpse of those warlocks.
And can't confirm Robbie Coltrane's Scottish.
He is?
100%.
Hey, it's all right, well, Chuck.
They sound similar.
It's not as bad as the time you thought Mexico was overseas.
jeez.
Well, that was an honest mistake.
Well, so is
Definitely.
this.
Thought Eddie Robinson Jr. was Eddie Robinson's kid yesterday.
Oh, I see that on the fan text. I just shook my head in shame. I was like, damn.
No, I was like, oh, I thought so.
It was the same guy.
Yeah.
Hey, I admit it. I made a mistake.
It's an honest answer. I mean,
Is Eddie Robinson Jr. is Scottish? I don't know.
Yeah, that's honest.
We all get
Eddie
crap
Robinson Jr. Don't name your kid after the other guy.
No, that's a kid. What are
Yeah.
you talking about? Yeah.
I once thought Josh Allen should change positions and be a tight end. So, I mean, we all get crap wrong. You
No
know?
disrespect.
Yeah.
No, it's kind of part of doing the job. Number 10,
Not
most
very
popular
well.
dessert in America.
Cake
Gavin's
balls.
not going to like
Oh,
this.
I see this girl you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can't miss her.
Look like she can crush walnuts. Just
Yeah, you don't need a
she
nutcracker.
doesn't need a nutcracker.
Not
Just
at
right
all.
to it.
She just eats apples like in one bite.
Absolutely.
Mid conversation doesn't mean a bite. You know.
Ooh, 972 said the bread pudding from Papados. I bet that's good.
good.
That is good.
But Gavin's right. Use the donuts is the best way to go. Like
Yeah.
the Krispy Kreme Dale donuts.
To make make the bread pudding.
I'll make some.
Do
I
you-
know how to do this.
Do you think, like in those fun game day kind of events that you're doing with your friends, they even allow her to participate in the bobbing for the apples?
Oh no,
That's
cheating.
just that's like
cheating.
a built-in PED.
Yeah, what are you
She's
doing,
got 3
bro?
of them.
No, the rest of the team has the
Not
same
even fair.
problem, so it's definitely fair.
Touche.
Number 10 is carrot
Boy,
cake.
we're all
We're
real
gonna get
handsome.
canceled by the dentist and everything.
Yeah, we're all real handsome guys.
Oh,
Do you know the
Warm
Emperor
braces.
in Star Wars when you get a good look at his teeth? And you're like, oh, wow. It looks like a rat died in there.
Well, he's
your mouth and died.
probably English or Scottish or Irish or one of them too.
We're going to get off of work and there's going to be a gang of adults with braces standing out there ready for us.
I have messed up teeth too. For the record, I have messed up teeth. I'm honorary Brit.
Speaking of gangs of New York, there is a new TV series in development, and Martin Scorsese is producing.
Okay.
And that is a fantastic
It
film.
is. Yeah, there you go.
Number 10 is carrot cake, of the 10th most popular dessert in America.
Dude.
Gavin
I
just
like
said,
carrot cake.
I do
People
too.
don't like carrot cake.
I'm a fan.
I like carrot cake.
Oh, do they do the fun ones too on this? Like, will they have like the Oreo cake balls and stuff like that? Because those are a no-brainer. The problem with those though is you eat 100 of them.
I know.
Like
And
you
then-
just never. It's like chips where you just feel like I haven't really eaten that many.
I know. 972, you guys are jerks, but I love it. Yeah, we're going to hell.
Yeah.
Dude, and this gal, Chloe Kelly, is a smoke other than this.
Yeah.
Like, I just Googled imaged her.
Oh, we all
Holy
still
cow.
would.
Like the cartoons, like the girl looks good
dude.
and when she smiles, like, ah!
469.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars is Scottish. So there it is. Number 9, milkshakes. Can't go wrong with a good shake.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Shake
milkshake
weight.
brings on the boys. The damn right. Number 8, s'mores.
Pause.
Ooh. Yeah. They're a festive. I would put them in a different
they're
category
fun.
of like a fun kind of thing for certain occasions.
I never
but
get the marshmallow right.
on a random Tuesday night, no one's going, gosh, let's go get some s'mores right now.
You never know, there
Is there
might
like
be
a
somebody out there.
Is there a s'more? Is there a place that does s'mores? Or are
don't know.
s'mores only done in the backyard or at the
There is
campsite?
a place. I actually went to a restaurant
There's
in
no way to make a
downtown
living,
Plano.
mate, doing that.
They have a special setup. They'll bring it to your table with the whole s'more setup, and then they have a little deal. You light it on the fire.
It's like the Korean barbecue version of
Yes.
deserting.
And it's honestly too much. Like you need
Their napkin budget
you
must
order
be
one for the
crazy.
fire. Yeah, for the table. Crazy. Number 7.
They got to use the wet wipes, bro. They got to use the wet ones.
I made a mess. I think some more flavored things are better than the s'mores themselves. You know?
Ooh,
Yeah.
like the Pop-Tarts?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
More
the
Pop-Tarts
are good.
They dominate.
Number 7 is cheesecake.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Kind of plain.
Yeah, but I mean this covers all the flavors too. Chocolate cheesecake, the
No,
pumpkin
just all
cheesecake.
encompassing.
the Oreo
Yeah, it's just
cheesecake.
the Oreo cheesecake's the number 1, 100%. But there's so many good flavors. Number 6 is ice cream.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love ice cream.
Out of a bucket, huh?
Yeah, you know me. I'll just sit there and tub it up. Golly, those were the
Rub-a-dub-dub.
days. Number 5, apple pie.
You ever had cheese on apple pie?
I've never done that. How was it? Because I know you have.
For what?
Wisconsin, you put a piece of that that cheddar cheese on it, just melted on top. It's actually not bad. With the crust and the cheese and the apples, it's kind of an interesting combination. Cinnamon a little bit. Yeah.
I'm open-minded to it as long as it's not cream cheese. There's way too much cream cheese on this list. I just don't know how it passes as a dessert. You have icing. Icing is sugar.
So are you not into the cheesecake?
No, of course not.
Heck
Do you
no.
like any flavor?
You see his face when you said carrot cake? You like,
Well,
I
I knew
almost
he was,
died.
but are you out on the apple pie too?
Oh, yeah. That's
See,
a
that's
myth.
where we're in war. Like, I love
Yeah.
apple pie, man.
I would not eat an apple pie by itself, but with the ice cream.
Yeah,
Now
warm
we're
apple
on.
pie and some
Yeah,
vanilla
now
ice
we're
cream or
on.
whatever
Yeah.
ice cream you want to put on there.
I would
vanilla.
like the crust and the little crumbly things that come around there.
Yeah.
And maybe some of the goo around the apples,
That's
but
why
I'll
they-
take all the apples out.
Really?
Now you have a decent dessert. Yes.
Cinnamon apples?
It's something you eat to keep the doctor away or to provide fiber.
Yeah.
You know,
You're like so offended. Yes.
it's
Why
a
the hell
fiber
would I eat
supplement.
this apple?
How did it make it into dessert?
Right.
Yeah, it's
Strawberries, raspberries, I can at least see that.
All the good things.
Number 4 is fudge.
Sing it.
Straight fudge, huh? Like ice cream should be ahead of
That's
fudge
old
here.
school.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
my mom
fudge
used to make fudge at every holiday.
is really delicious. You guys ever gotten the fudge at Buc-ee's?
I've seen it. I passed by it. I have not tried
I
it.
sampled it once and it's damn good.
Is it?
It's expensive, but it's good.
I just live in the jerky section of Buc-ee's that I don't
You are a
even.
jerk.
I don't even
Expensive,
get
dude.
into that. Oh, it's too expensive. Yeah, no, it's just to imagine,
The
and
price
it's like a
tag
what if
scares
situation.
me off.
Yeah.
But I want it every time.
What,
I
the
just,
jerky stuff?
yeah.
The Buc-ee's jerky is it's a little inflated.
Number 3 most popular brownies is brownies.
Okay, I can see that.
Okay,
That didn't come out right.
No.
The number 3 most popular dessert
Brownies
is,
with the walnuts?
is brownies. See, okay, Here's the issue.
It has to be.
At Chick-fil-A, we used to have the best damn brownies. We had the walnuts on there. And then they did away with it. Why? Because of the allergies.
Because Bully ate them all.
And
He's
I
eating up all the profits.
did bleep and eat all the brownies. It's shame on me for doing that. But
it's funny that they did that.
They did away with it because of the complaints. Because we had a lot of
kids'
nut
allergies.
Really?
Yeah, but it's not a nut-free environment there because I think they cook theirs in peanut oil. Jinx.
Mm-hmm.
You owe me a fudge. You owe me a brownie.
Number 2, cupcakes. You guys know the right way to eat a cupcake?
Just whole?
You take the bottom,
you
take it off, you put it on the top of the icing, and now you got a cupcake sandwich.
Oh,
that's the way to do it.
Okay.
That's genius.
Yeah.
But
Never thought of
number
that.
1, the most popular dessert in America on National Dessert Day, chocolate chip cookies.
Yes, sir. I love a great chocolate chip cookie. Thank you, Wooly Bully. 214 says creme brulee, and I could vote for that as well.
Yeah, that's good.
I really
That is
could.
good.
That's some
That's
outstanding
good.
stuff right there. Just a mixture of fat and sugar. Here you go. No fruit, no cream cheese. Fat and sugar. Here we go. We're eating dessert. Maybe a little bread. Okay, we got to run, nation. Victor Villalba, Spanish voice of the Cowboys and Mavs. He's in Utah for tonight's Mavs-Jazz game, and then to Philadelphia for Cowboys Eagles, and we'll talk to him about both coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, a full recap from the fight on Sunday night. Star up, star down, plus Brad Sham, Bobby Belt, and Nick Eatman. It's a Cowboys Filthy Monday on The Fan.
I remember it was a Sunday morning driving down the highway, and a lady pulled out in front of me. I was going down Highway 75 about 70 miles an hour. Destroyed my car and fractured my sternum. The ambulance came, took me to the hospital, and then I was in ICU for 5 days. I'd researched Mullen & Mullen on the internet, and all 5 stars. I signed up with them, and then I guess the rest is history. After what I went through, I strongly recommend Mullen & Mullen. They did a great job for me. I appreciate everything that they did. And they're a family type outfit, and they're going to handle your case.
We've helped injured North Texans like Jeff for nearly 4 decades. If you're injured because of someone else's negligence, call us, 214-INJURED, or online, mullenandmullen.com. You can trust our family to fight for yours. This has always been our backyard. mullenandmullen.com.
Fade the Falcons. I'm Erin Hawksworth here to help you beat the books with BetQL. We are a Falcons show here on BetQL Daily, and for good reason. They're 5-0 ATS this season. But the BetQL model thinks this is the week they finally fail to cover. BetQL has San Francisco -5 as a 4-star best bet. They project this number at -8. I'm Erin Hawksworth. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the Kale Crunch Salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Takeback, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
And owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tolbert Garage Door, your go-to for commercial and residential garage installation and repair needs. Call Colby for a free estimate today. 469-909-0956. Tolbert Garage Door is open 24/7. The door that separates you from the rest of the world. Are you secure? TolbertGarageDoor.com or call Colby at 469-909-0956.
Tolbert Garage Doors.
Football season is here at Baby Dolls. Baby Doll Saloon Dallas is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot. A true home away from home. We serve top-shelf liquor, great wine selections, and have private rooms available. Baby Dolls is your sports headquarters, including all pay-per-view fights with no extra cover charge. Plus stadium buffet Monday through Friday from 4 to 10 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday from open to 10 p.m. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
Friends, is your job recession-proof? Now might be the perfect time to switch careers and become an IT professional with My Computer Career. IT is listed as one of the top recession-proof professions. You could have your dream job in just months, not years. No experience needed. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's My Computer Career. mycomputercareer.edu.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's football season, which means we're partying after Cowboy victories and tailgating with all the delicious foods, and that certainly does not make losing weight any easier. But fear not, I'm still enjoying all of these dubs thanks to my friendly team of expert nutritionists over at Soda Weight Loss. Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation, and I've now lost 65 pounds since I started the Soda Weight Loss program back in May. And my aunt, Tolo Kate, also started the program recently, and she's lost 13 pounds, and my mom's dropped over 70 pounds. Soda Weight Loss is both a brick-and-mortar weight loss company, located in DFW with 7 beautiful in-office facility locations. I hit up my Plano location, and I love it, and a virtual nationwide practice that is 100% over the phone with highly trained soda nutritionists. Visit SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTAweightloss.com. The Dallas Cowboys and soda are, say it with me now, state of the art. Hugs and less pounds, everybody.
How would you like to lower your car payment on the car you have now? Autoflex Leasing may be able to help by converting your loan to a lease. Lower your payment and protect yourself from future market downside. With interest rates rising, now is the time to explore your options with a leasing expert at Autoflex Leasing. So call 234-1234. That's 234-1234. Tell them Sean from the Fan sent you, or visit them at autoflex.com.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
Are the current gas prices changing your travel plans? Are vehicle prices scaring you away from transitioning to a new or pre-owned car? The Flex Lease can calm your fears and save you money. Call AutoFlex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
Esiason joins the Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Friday nights at 9 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Spanish voice of the Cowboys, Victor Villalba. You can hear his call Sunday night on our sister station, La Grande, 107.5 FM. And Victor joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Doing well, gentlemen. Doing well, ladies and gentlemen. Good to be here with you guys and popping on quickly for some Cowboys Eagles.
Yeah, let's do this. Now, before we get there, congrats on winning our G-Bag of the Day. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that very prestigious award.
Yeah, I heard about that. I actually got a few text messages saying, "Hey, guess what?" So
right on.
Pretty exciting. I believe it was the fumble and then recovery, or was it the Pollard play, or which one was it?
It was the tank touchdown. We had a fun. We played all the highlight cuts though. What do you think it is that people love about hearing a call in a different language? There's something exciting about it. I'm not quite sure what it is, Victor. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know, if you were in France and you were listening to a soccer game on TV or whatever, watching it, and some French guy started getting all crazy in French, you'd say, wow, well, you know, that sounds kind of exciting.
Yeah.
So it's maybe that particular part of it, but also the region where we live in. I mean, so many people tell me, you know, I studied Spanish in high school and this and that, and somehow there is a sense of, you know, you're getting some of it, and that's exciting too, to be able to hear it and say, hey, you know, I understand what he's saying, not all of it, but most of it, so that's exciting too.
Okay, so on that note, I notice on the broadcast you will just say some of the English words, but with Cowboys you were also saying vaqueros, which is Spanish for cowboys, right? Is that interchangeable in Spanish? Do you refer to them as either or how's that go?
Well, you know, I was born in Michigan of Colombian parents, and I grew up in Mexico City, and I lived in Monterrey. So when I grew up in the 70s, I used to watch all the games on TV, and, you know, they would call the Acereros Steelers, the Vaqueros Cowboys, Empacadores, the Packers, Gigantes Giants, and then it would be Apoyador instead of linebacker, a la abierta instead of wide receiver, a la cerrada, profundos. I mean, I grew up with those terms. So for me, it's really easy to use the Spanish terms I grew up with, and every once in a while I'll throw in a Cowboys or an Eagles, but really the way that I grew up doing it is just speaking Spanish as much as I possibly can. You know, like, for example, in the NBA, some of the names of the teams are not really translatable from English to Spanish, and that's just kind of an interesting nuance. But when it comes to the NFL, all names are equally and easily translated, so that's what I do.
Well, it's outstanding, and that's interesting, your background there. You know, we haven't got to know you as well as we have Brad Sham, but it is interesting. Tell us about your broadcast journey and the opportunity to call games for the Cowboys. How'd this all come together through your life?
Well, you know, everybody who gets into this business at one point or another, I mean, they have a story that, you know, I mean, it's like I was here and then I got a phone call or I left a voicemail and said, hey, you know, I do this, and if you ever need anything, let me know, and you hang up, and then you hear from somebody, and, you know, it's one of those things that you just got to put your name out there, but it's up to you just how aggressive you want to be. But in my case, I'm a Texas Tech finance major, and I was in brokerage houses, and I worked at Fidelity Investments for a while in Dallas. My late wife and I, when our two girls, we lived in the Irving area, and then we lived in Coppell. But then I moved to Monterrey, Mexico. I was able to get a corporate treasurer job there. And then I started doing it as a hobby, just kind of like doing some radio games and some NFL from a studio. And that's kind of how I started. And I realized that, you know, particularly in Espanol, I could start talking without really knowing exactly what I'm going to say. And usually when it gets exciting, you know, I'm just like that teapot just whistling away. So, I mean, that's how I got started. And then I moved to the Metroplex. I worked in TV and radio, and then I worked in a PR firm. And the Cowboys had listened to me do something, one of the games in '95, dating myself there, and they asked me to join the team in '96. Then I moved on to L.A. for a few years and came back to Dallas, and I started back in 2002. So it's been quite the ride.
So looking at this matchup against the Eagles, what do you think the key is to success? What do you like about this one? What stands out to you?
Well, there's several, and the one I got to start with is, a lot of times you're watching a boxing match, and, they come out sort of tentatively like, okay, what's he look like, and, what's his move, et cetera, et cetera. But here the Cowboys have to come out with the defense that's brought them to where they are now and attack from the very beginning. Don't let Jalen Hurts breathe. Now, what I like is the fact that you might attack with 4, but then your linebacker core, Leighton Vander Esch, you've got Anthony Barr. They're playing very well in the perimeter. They're staying at home, and they're not going on these crazy ventures to see what they find. They're like basically staying in their lanes, which is something that at times people have criticized of the defense, particularly in Leighton's case a couple of seasons ago. It was like, what was he thinking there? And then the safety situation with Jaren Kearse and Malik Hooker's coming on, and you got Donovan Wilson. I mean, if Jalen Hurts gets away, you have that perimeter protection. So I say go right after him. And then the other thing is keep it simple. Keep it simple. Don't put more on Cooper Rush's plate. Right now, don't think of December and October. Think of October. Think of October 16th. Don't think of anything else but that game, and just say, okay, we're here to win this game, and don't think about anything else. Make it simple for Cooper, and keep on rocking with the defense that's doing a lot.
Hey, Victor, it's Brian Broaddus here, and
Brian.
All those years of traveling with you and stuff like that, it was funny because you guys would broadcast from some of the strangest positions ever.
Oh yeah.
And I find it amazing the enthusiasm you guys have for the game and all that. Just the experience. Talk about the experience. Like I say, they throw you outside in the freezing cold. They don't have a booth for you here. Tell us a story about the one time you're like, man, I don't know how I'm going to broadcast from this position.
Well, okay, like the case in point, Philadelphia is putting us in a booth, which is inside a booth, which is inside the press box. So we're going to have 2 windows in front of us. And Brian, you've been in this for a long time. If there's one thing you want wherever you're going is to have an open window.
Right.
And then, not only one open window, not a closed window, but we have 2 other closed windows. And, the Eagles say that's the best we can do. You're kind of wondering, is it really? But anyway, there's a totem pole, and, the situation is that you got to put so-and-so there and so-and-so there and so many booths to go around. So we're going to be there. Now, there's been situations where we've been outside. In fact, the last 10 years, they put us in a camera well, but the camera wells are busy because they're using them for boom lighting or something's going on. So we're put in this other spot. And Brian, when you go to the game, have fun trying to find us, because I don't think we're going to be able to find ourselves. But the most interesting one was probably at the old at the FedEx Field with the then Redskins, now Commanders. They put us in the press box. God bless them. It's like, all right, you're going to want me to be the show. You're going to want me to be entertainment. So I'm in the corner of the press box, behind the end zone. The worst possible, window closed. It's like, hey, have a nice day. And I'm just like, I put my headset on, and as you guys know, when you put your headset on, it's almost like you go into an isolation chamber, because your headphones allow you to sort of block everything around you. So I'm doing the game block, and I told Luis Perez, the guy that does the games with me, if anyone comes up and gives you grief about us keeping it down, just, put your index finger in their chest and say, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, we did the game from there, and, it's like most of the Cowboy people, like Nick, yourself, I remember you telling us, hey, man, just keep it up, man. Keep it coming. But, when you have a booth, and there's a booth there at FedEx Field that we've been in. It's the last one of the booth rows. I mean, it's perfect. It's beautiful. It's like, we'd like to be able to be put in those positions all the time.
So you think the Cowboys are going to win Sunday night, Victor?
If they can get to Jalen Hurts and they can make him pay every time he decides that he's going to excursion around, yes, they will. And they'll be, because, the Cardinals were able to shut down Jalen Hurts and company, and Jalen Hurts and Miles Sanders each had 15 carries. You don't want your quarterback to be carrying the ball 15 times. You're risking him. And, it's not a matter of of hurting anybody, but it's like, it's like Al Davis used to say, the first thing you got to do is make sure their quarterback goes down and goes down hard. I mean, that can still apply in a football that's not targeting wise, but like put them down and make them know that, hey, you're coming into my territory, so keep your head on a swivel.
I love it, Victor. Thanks for your time. It's good to get to know you a little bit, and we look forward to doing it again soon if you'd like.
Absolutely. Anytime, gentlemen, and it's a pleasure. Thank you very much, and hello to all the G-Bag Nation listeners day in and day out.
Salute to you. There he goes, Victor Villalba here, Spanish voice of the Cowboys. He's in Utah tonight for Mavs Jazz as well, and he was a G-Bag of the Day champion early in the week.
I'll tell you what, those guys, they work so hard, and they go to work, and they get put in like terrible spots. They're in a quiet press box, and then they put them over in the corner. And they always tell you about, and they make that announcement, there'll be no cheering, it's a working press box. And then poor Victor and them are over there, and Victor gets excited.
Yeah,
and him and
he's a great call.
They get excited, as we know, they get excited. And then everybody, from the other teams are all looking, and we all know. Yeah. We all know how excited he gets.
Right.
And so I walked over there one time, I said, F all these guys in this press box. You just keep doing what you're doing.
There you go.
You just keep going, man.
Iconic TV producer trashed Tony Romo, said had some criticism for his broadcast style. We'll get you this Tony news and some other stuff coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk about D&M Leasing. Here we go. You're off into the weekend. I hope you have the best weekend. Now, if you need or want a new vehicle, do yourself a huge favor. It was all the rage when he got it underway in 2017. We've heard less about Tony Romo as the color analyst since then. Okay, so we'll get you the deets here, and we'd love your feedback on this. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. Tony Romo, broadcaster, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. General at your service. Salute to you. Thanks for making us part of your day. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo. Plus, Carter Freeman coordinates your video, and along with you, we are the G-Back Nation. Okay, you're 20 minutes from what you're drinking and what you're thinking, by the way. If you'd like to load up the phone lines now, maybe set yourself a little reminder, but do what you got to do to get back here and get on the phone lines for what you're drinking and what you're thinking starting at 5:20. Okay, Dick Ebersol is the man, the legendary longtime former boss of NBC Sports. He went on with Chris Wallace on HBO Max for the latest edition of Who's Talking to Chris Wallace. I don't know about you guys. I think Tony's doing a nice job still. I think he's gotten better, and I think he's gotten more relaxed, and he's not trying so hard. He used to be hyper. He was like, just doing a little too much, and it was kind of like Beavis when he had too much candy in that Beavis and Butthead episode, and he was running around going, I am Cornholio. Remember that one?
I do. For his bunghole.
Yeah, it was really manic there for a while. It was like, whoa, how many Jolt Colas have you had today, bro? But, so I think now it's an easier listen because Tony's settled down a little bit. He's more conversational and more relaxed, but he still does get excited, and Jim Nantz still lets him go when Tony picks that moment or the game puts him in that mood. But I don't know. I don't put together TV shows. I'm a radio guy, and I don't know what maybe a legendary producer at NBC Sports exactly is looking for.
I mean, what else do you need? The guy was a G-Bag of the Day champion this year.
Yeah.
I mean, seems like he's at the height of his powers.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, Jim. I love him. I think he's funny. I think he's funny even when he's not trying to be funny. It doesn't seem like he's ever taking it too seriously. I think his insight's always enjoyable. He's just easy to listen to. And I think that is one of the more underrated qualities about him, personally. There's some of these guys that I just don't think are very entertaining. You can tell they're trying too hard. With Tony, I think it's always come pretty naturally. And I don't know. I don't know what this guy was really picking on, but I haven't noticed a drop-off.
His preparation.
Yeah, he says...
I mean, he ripped him pretty good.
Here's Ebersol.
Have you noticed it? I mean, it's tough from what we're doing because on Sundays we're doing pre and post for the Cowboys.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen
Right.
Tony. When I used to see Tony, and I don't get to see. I mean, a lot of these games because we're doing the pre and post game show stuff, so I don't get to really hear the other broadcasters other than the ones that are doing the Cowboys games. But Ebersol is ripping him because he didn't feel like that he's lost that ability to tell us, to educate us what's going on in these games.
Yeah, Dick Ebersol quote here, he should have been a terrific, great broadcaster. He's almost talking about it like the chance is gone.
Yeah.
Something's happened since he got into that chair, and it doesn't seem like he's into it. That's more like passion, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to talk about that, I do love Troy Aikman as a broadcaster, but he has no passion, no passion for the job. I think Tony's passion comes over the mic a little bit more. I don't mind Troy being a little bit more monotone because the content and the information and the words that he uses are all outstanding. It's next level. But Ebersol says it doesn't seem like he's into it, like he was on his way up. He does not seem to be the storyteller that he should be. Mm-hmm. The thing that makes Michaels great, Buck great, and all the guys that they're really storytellers. And Tony has gotten further and further away from that, I think.
That's not his job.
Right,
He's talking about the play-by-play guys.
Well, this is Ebersol.
But Romo's not a play-by-play guy. He's a color guy. He should be compared to Madden and Collinsworth, right?
Yeah.
And to Aikman. He's not trying to be Al Michaels. He's not trying to be Joe Buck. That's what Kevin Burkhardt is trying to do on Fox. He's trying to fill those shoes. That's not Tony Romo's job.
Did you feel like that Madden was a storyteller?
Yes.
See, that's
you can be a storyteller as an analyst.
You can be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what he's probably thinking.
Ebersol wants him to check every single box.
It's a bad. Well, his comparison was bad.
He should have just used different names there. Yeah. But Ebersol is. He's just shooting from the hip, right? He's just an old guy firing it off, seeing what
he might have got into the wine.
His opinion's a bad opinion here in my. No, I disagree with him.
Yeah,
I do too.
I think I do too. But neither. I watch Red Zone, so I'm not sitting there listening to Tony Romo for 3 hours either.
Same.
He says, I'd love to be his producer for about 6 months. I think I could cure this quickly.
There you go.
Asked what he'd say to get Romo to improve, Ebersol said he'd tell the broadcaster to get your head in the game. I mean, you've really got to work hard to be prepared. I'm sure I get all kinds of phone calls and notes and stuff like that, but that is how I feel. Says, this is one that is somebody who should be an announcer for the ages, but clearly has lost his passion for it. And I would have in my office, not to kick his butt, but just to keep reminding him of what put him there in the first place.
This is just a guy who's this is a guy who was a part of the game of broadcasting and just wants the newcomers to continue to respect the game.
Yeah,
that's what this is. So he's just
some good advice, but
I'm sure he would. And at least he's saying hey, he's not just saying there's a problem. He's trying to come with solutions. Hey, let me get me with the old Romo for 6 months.
Fix this.
Watch me fix this guy.
Okay,
Ebersol's a kind of a beast right now.
He did. He went
He's
off.
laying it out there,
and
man.
and it did make headlines. I think some outlets didn't pick it up because they're rivals of Ebersol, or maybe it's bad to be so critical of Tony or something. I don't know. But Ebersol did release a follow-up statement, said Tony's like a son to me. I am truly his biggest fan on and off the field. As a fan and a producer, I've always been known to offer up unsolicited notes.
Yeah. So he's a chicken ass.
But this time, after a long day of interviews, I went too far and frankly said things I do not believe and are simply not true.
What?
Was this a medicine mix-up for Ebersol?
Hold on.
The ambient got him?
Yeah, the Roseanne Barr ambient got him.
That can happen to the best of us, right?
No announcer is more passionate than Tony, and I personally cannot wait to hear his call, and every Sunday, he is as good as it gets.
Appointment television, that Romo.
What do you believe more? I don't know. Yeah.
My bad, man. I seen his eyebrows rising when I was talking, and I had to keep going. It just felt good.
Yeah.
Sorry, dog.
Man, I was on fire. I was hot taking. I see this Skip Bayless and stuff out here doing the hot takes.
Hey, you're just giving it a shot. Everybody wants to try some new things from time to time, and you end up having to walk it back. I mean,
all right.
Mike Martz is having a lot of success, so we all should try.
Yeah,
right?
Martz is getting away with it. You just test the waters, see if it sticks. I think there's a little bit of dick in all of us, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, so Richard is as I would prefer. If you want to go a little
Richard
bit more
Ebersol.
friendly.
Don't be so
Richard,
vulgar.
yeah.
The kids are getting out of school.
His name is Dick Ebersol.
Come on.
Point taken, Chief. I stand down. Okay, speaking of new stuff, 10 surprising NFL trends. Offense is down. Geno Smith is starring. We go to ESPN's NFL Insider here. We have about 5 minutes left in this segment. Football Outsiders put this together. You know those Football Outsiders guys, they got it going on. Oh, look at this. They're lining up the phones already for what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
You told them to, which I really love because it doesn't make me work so hard in the moment. Thank you, guys.
Right on. Yeah, I'll try to remember that every week. Offenses are down. Teams are averaging 21.8, down from 23 per game, and 24.8 in 2020. So the last 2 years, we've come down 1.5 points. If this continues, it'll be only the second season since 10 in which teams averaged less than 22. The other was 2017. It's hard to figure out where the drop is coming from. Passing touchdowns per game are down to their lowest level since 2008, but otherwise passing numbers are similar to last year. Net yards per attempt is almost exactly the same. Completion rate, sacks, and picks are similar, and running games are more efficient than in recent years. The league's averaging 4.5 a carry right now, which would be the highest since the merger. AFL-NFL merger.
1970.
Holy crap. So this is the most yards per attempt you're getting on the ground since 1970.
Yeah.
I think that's the reason right there. Just a few less plays because teams are more apt to run and keep the clock moving.
We got a lot smaller defense now. Teams are not, there's some teams that still play with the big inside players, but on the edges and stuff and linebackers, it's a lot quicker guys. You got tackling that I think has gotten a little bit better too. I think the offensive line play has really gotten bad. I think there's not teams might have one maybe 2 guys that are really good. The Cowboys every week have seemed like they've played a team that's had, even the Super Bowl champs had a bad offensive line last week. And then the Cincinnati Bengals, another team that was in the Super Bowl, bad offensive line, and they tried to fix it.
Yeah, that was their whole offseason.
I'll tell you what, when you don't block up front or don't control the line, you're going to have problems with your offense.
Yeah.
Okay, number 2, the season has parity. Out of the 32 teams, there's 20 that are somewhere between 2-3 and 3-2.
Yeah.
So not a lot of really bad teams, and only one undefeated team 5 weeks in. That's just crazy.
But you also see it to where, through 5 weeks, 61 out of 80 games have been within 1 score at some point in the fourth quarter, which is an NFL record.
Yeah.
So there's the witching hour for the red zone has been absolute drugs. You're just
It is amazing.
Oh my gosh!
When 5 games are within a score and they're going back and forth, Geno Smith is among quarterbacks playing surprisingly well. He's top 5. He's 4th in QBR. He has the NFL's highest completion percentage. Cooper Rush is 5th, by the way. But this is his 8th season in the league, and it appears that Geno Smith has found something there with the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, he's playing well.
I think this comes. I think this really comes into how easy it is to be efficient if you're committed to running the football. Yeah, that's the takeaway.
They also made a commitment to get better offensive linemen too. The draft picks they had, their 9th overall pick was
Charles Cross.
Charles Cross was so Snyder used to not do that stuff. John Snyder, I'm talking about, used to not, but he must have got out of the room a couple of times and they started drafting linemen. They've done a better job with their drafts too. The Opus in Seattle, and Geno's taking advantage of some of the guys around him.
10 surprising trends here from the NFL season so far. I'll look over here. Line 7 is Demetrio. Could that happen to be our former intern?
I
Demetrio
I didn't get time to ask, but I thought it was when I heard the name. As soon as I hung up, hey, is that the same guy?
Yeah, he's been on quite an adventure since he left us. The Falcons' offense has been good. That's number 5. They rank 10th in the league in both offensive DVOA and points scored. And they have an interesting matchup this week as well. San Francisco.
Yeah.
So there's a real test for them. The Colts' offense is extremely bad. Guys, is Matt Ryan done as a good quarterback?
Yes. Yeah, he's
finito.
Done. Yeah.
He seems to be.
And it might cost those guys their job up there. I know Chris Ballard. Everybody loves Chris Ballard, the general manager. They have not figured out that quarterback thing at all.
Okay, we're seeing some breakout receivers. Old Devin Duvernay currently leads all qualifying receivers in receiving DVOA. He's caught 17 of the 20 targets for 226 and 3 touchdowns. Noah Brown's another good young receiver taking advantage of Michael Gallup's absence. Mac Hollins in his 6th year in the NFL, but he's having a surprising breakout year, ranks 10th in receiving DVOA. So a lot of guys emerging from places that otherwise you wouldn't expect it. I think that speaks to the Cowboys continuing to build on defense, invest in the O-line, and find receivers. I think that's what the smart teams are going to do because there's so many of them. You can find them all over the place. The San Francisco Niners defense ranks number 1, but the injuries are piling up. This is actually awesome. You hate that injuries are part of the game, but if they're going to happen, please happen to the other team. Emmanuel Mosley done for the year. Jimmy Ward, hamstring injuries. Shair, the linebacker. Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, knee injury. I mean, it's just one after another, and that is surely going to have a very significant impact and maybe prevent the Niners from realizing their destiny.
It's maybe why you should pick Atlanta this week.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, number 9, here we go. The Eagles are shutting down wide receivers. Another reason you're going to have to go in there and run the hell out of the football. They are giving up 5 yards in attempt. Is that how they're doing it?
Yeah, they hold. But you look at on defense though, they're one of the worst teams in the league on 3rd down.
Yeah,
they're really bad at it. But I'll be really interested to see how this game's called. If they get away with holding in this game, the receivers for Dallas won't get away.
That's huge. The Eagles lead the league in DVOA against all passes to wide receivers.
They hold.
They rank 1st against number 1 wideouts, including a game where they held Jefferson to 48 yards.
Yep.
They rank 2nd against number 2 wide receivers.
Yep.
None of those 5 players have gained more than 52 yards, so a big challenge here for Lamb and Gallup to be productive.
Their pass rush is good, too.
Yeah, they are. And Slay's been pretty good this year. Bradbury, though, I still think you can beat. And they said Slay's probably going to be following CeeDee Lamb around, so that Gallup-Bradbury matchup will be an interesting one.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. There is one line open if you would still like to get in at 877-881-1053. It is time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking on the Fan.
Two of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up for one podcast. Love of the Star with the fans Bobby Belt and Brian Barbas. Subscribe now on the Odyssey app or wherever podcasts are found.